One day, a huge tower appeared in the middle of the city. People said that the apocalypse or a global catastrophe had come. The tower sent a sign to the people. Those who had the strength and power to resist the tower accepted the call. They came to be known as the Walkers. Before the raid on the tower, an interesting object appeared. The Stone of Return. This stone allows you to return to the past, and the memory of the person who used it is preserved. To activate the stone, it must be broken. People wanted to test this stone, but it suddenly disappeared. One of the walkers said they had no choice. He wanted to use the stone. Those who had only two options, to die or to climb to the top, decided that there was a third option, to return to the beginning. Many walkers decided to return to the past. Those who returned to the past could correct any mistakes and change the course of history. The walker was left alone with the lurking danger. No one had reached the 99th floor since the tower appeared. He decided not to return to the past. He would climb the tower. Chaos and destruction were everywhere. A young man in a store picked up a package of food, but it turned out to be torn. It must be defective. The news reported that the sky was covered with dust and smog due to recent sandstorms. The guy asked the girl next to him if she was a thief and was taking food from damaged packaging. The announcer said it was not recommended to leave the house in the coming days. Breaking news reported a sudden earthquake. It was not strong, so no casualties have been reported at this time. The guy picked up the spilled food from the floor. The news reported that, according to reliable sources, the earthquake was gaining strength. Everyone was advised to take the necessary precautions. Chaos broke out again outside the window. People outside tried to hide from the natural disaster. The young man picked up the child and asked if he was okay. Everyone in the building watched what was happening with fear and tension. In England, people looked at the huge tower and the weather anomalies. A similar picture was observed in other countries. Mysterious buildings appeared all over the world. People called these structures towers of nightmares. The system congratulated the player. He had been chosen as the walker who would save the world. Those who accepted this role were sent to the battlefield and received congratulations from the system. However, people soon realized that this was not a game at all. Many people gathered in an open area, and no one knew what to do next. Everyone watched the tower. Soon, the tower would reveal itself. People saw strange creatures and wondered, what are they? Could they be human? The police must be called. The great catastrophe had arrived. Monsters began to emerge from the tower and spread throughout the world. Because of them, a third of the planet's population was destroyed. Those who were inside the tower could only watch what was happening. People saw that the system was choosing walkers who were supposed to save the world. One of the walkers suggested climbing the tower, since the system said they could save the world. It was worth a try since they were already there. If they managed to clear the tower, this nightmare would end. Strong and courageous people became humanity's last hope. The walkers launched an attack on the tower to prevent the end of the world. They entered into an unequal battle with the monsters. A passage blocked by rocks appeared in front of the walkers. They couldn't go any further. One of the players suggested clearing the passage. The force helped. The passage was cleared. Did it really work? One of the walkers showed the captain a glowing stone. It was a stone of return, which helped to return to the past. The commander said that it was a very serious object. Huang Yinchan said that he would tell about this stone after using it. The captain used the stone and disappeared. Would he be able to return to the present after traveling to the past? Sakamoto, a former scientist, said that everything might be much more obvious than they thought. Sakamoto said that Huang Yinchan had traveled to the past, but because of the rupture in time and space, he would not be able to return here. Sakamoto explained what happened based on scientific theories, the multiverse theory or the parallel universe theory. Now there has been a rupture in time-space. This means that the commander who went back in time is no longer the Huang Yinchan they know in the present. The walkers said it was terrible. From the look in their eyes, Sakamoto realized that they didn't understand anything. Huang Yinchan had ended up in a different time-space, but his journey into the past would not change the present. Sakamoto said that the tower's artifacts had never deceived anyone before. The stone would send them into a temporal rift. Although this was only a theory, it was quite possible that everyone who used the stone would end up in the one world. The effect of this tower's artifacts was beyond human comprehension. Then another tower strike occurred. A huge lightning bolt flashed at its top. Before all of humanity is destroyed, a solution must be found. Should they use the Stone of Return and go back in time, or stay in the tower and perish? Monsters, chaos, and destruction spread everywhere. The walkers thought it was the end. There was no hope left. There was no choice left either. Everyone had a crystal in their hands. One of the walkers wondered why so many of his colleagues had fled. Those who did not use the return stone remained as a squad responsible for the fate of humanity. At some point, everything went wrong. A monster appeared and tried to attack the walkers, but they effectively attacked and destroyed it. There were no casualties among the walkers during the confrontation. The wounded needed a little rest to recover. The walkers said they had every chance of reaching the top floor. A dragon suppression sword lay on the floor. This sword was imbued with the energy of the sun and moon. The master forged it to destroy the dragon. The walker picked up the sword and said that they now had a more powerful weapon. As Yunhuan said, they had every chance of reaching the top floor. The player thought that everything was going in their favor. But on the 98th floor was the Purgatory Chamber. A huge monster lived there. Now everything seemed futile. Everything the walkers had gone through together was meaningless. After all, now they could die for no reason. After a bloody confrontation, one of the walkers was seriously injured. Previously, he had always had a smile on his face. Even in this ill-fated tower, the walkers began to call him the Knight of Smiles. However, now the smile had disappeared from his face for the first time. The wounded walker told his friend to leave immediately. The two of them couldn't escape together. He would distract the monster. The wounded walker, leaning heavily on the wall, climbed the stairs. The warrior, bleeding profusely, found himself at the top of the tower. His friend had instilled in him the confidence that it was possible to reach the very top. The walker was glad he had stayed here. The snowy plain appeared before the tired walker's eyes. The snow monster asked the lone walker if he was going to give up. The guy replied that he would never do such a thing. Was the monster tired of chasing him? The walker noted that he had been on the 99th floor for 10 years. On the 98th floor, he had encountered many problems. However, that floor was nothing compared to this one in terms of difficulty. The boss of the 99th floor, the ice dragon Velhesus, breathed an icy stream. It was the dragon's breath from the Forgotten Lands. It was difficult to withstand even for those with the highest level of cold resistance. If it weren't for the equipment left behind by the departed walkers, the hero would have died long ago. The dragon suppression sword obtained on the 85th floor, the ice demon armor gifted by Yunhuan, and the Flame King bracelet. The young man found himself sitting at a table. The blacksmith asked if Jihuan wanted to try again. The young man nodded affirmatively. He believed he could do it this time. The blacksmith of Atapos, Jay, said he felt relieved to hear those words. The settlement conquered after defeating the boss of the 50th floor, Altaminus, was called Atapos. Even though every day brought dead or wounded walkers, people did not lose hope. Priests established rescue units to help wounded fighters. Blacksmiths forged equipment for those who fought in the name of humanity. Jaehuang said that Jay was now the last blacksmith of Atapos. Jay replied that Jaehuan should not remind him of that. This guy was the only one for whom he continued to work. Equipment was no longer coming in from the lower floors, even though there had been enough supplies just a few months ago. Jai thought this was to be expected. The young man thought that there were almost no people left in the village. He didn't even know what year it was. There had already been more than 10 tower tremors. At some point, people stopped going up, and the first floor became empty. Jaehyun thought that humanity had been humiliated. Jay asked if the young man had found anything strange when he was studying the tower. The boy remembered that where the Stone of Return was found, the tower was inside the tower, a nightmare within a nightmare. He saw strange inscriptions on the walls. It could have been a message from a human, but he didn't know what it meant. 2 days ago, Grandma Halen disappeared. Time passes differently in the tower. So if someone disappeared, there could be two reasons. Either they went back to the past, or they jumped off the tower. Halen from Halen's Potion and Jay from Jay's workshop were among the few remaining walkers. Zhehuang asked Jay to teach him blacksmithing. The snow monster asked if the man had finished playing hide-and-seek. No one had ever reached the 99th floor alone. The monster admitted that this man was amazing. The man said he would be lonely when the monster died. The monster replied that this was impossible. The walker noticed that even the armor the monster was so proud of was already showing cracks. After a short but bloody battle, the walker was wounded. The monster was surprised. Had the man decided to fight to the end? But even if he survived, he would only gain imperious loneliness and emptiness. The wounded walker said that this monster talked too much. The young man decided to lunge again. However, the monster told him to give up. He couldn't win alone. The walker thought that he had started the raid later than the others, and had therefore missed out on many skills and hidden abilities. Therefore, he gave up all skills and focused on one. The guy intensively practiced hand-to-hand combat techniques on a mannequin. The walker used the lunge. With it, He destroyed more than 50 million monsters. His comrades believed that Lunge was his middle name. He felt the skill changing. It was becoming faster, more accurate, and stronger. As a result, he gained such power that he became more effective than any hidden skills. This technique was not considered a skill. It did not take away strength, and therefore the walker never got tired in battle. But despite this, fighting was always difficult. Bleeding profusely, the walker attacked the monster again. The monster was surprised. How dare a human behave this way? The walker said that it was not enough. He had to take off its head. The monster replied that his opponent should not get cocky after one blow. The monster said that if there were 10 more walkers nearby, they could defeat him. The monster added that if people had not been deceived by the stone of the dream demon, everything would have been different. The guy asked what stone he was talking about. 5 years passed. The walker successfully captured the 99th floor. His endurance level reached its limit. The system received many messages. The young man was interested in what the dream demon stone was. He was told that he would understand everything on the top floor. The hero acquired the ice dragon sword. Unexpectedly, a passage opened up in front of the walker. Finally, the last floor was ahead. The young man opened his eyes and images from his memories appeared before him. Is this what the tower looks like now? The voice said that it thought the walker would return to the village first. However, there was no need to be nervous. He had completely forgotten about the walker and had not had time to prepare something important. He needed to wait a little. The walker received congratulations. He was the first to complete the training of the 294th world. The walker was surprised. What training was being referred to? The voice suggested that the walker would soon recover from the shock. Otherwise, his emotions would overwhelm him. The voice added that in any case, it was already too late. The walker should not be upset. He had achieved an excellent result, considering the fact that he was human. The young man was left alone with his emotions. The voice said that the man had come to his senses much faster than he thought. He asked who was in front of him. The monster admitted that he had indeed forgotten to introduce himself. He was just too happy about this appearance. The man had reached the 100th floor. There had never been anyone like him before. He said that he was the devil Bistron, and that he was the master of the Tower of Nightmares. The walker thought, if all this was just training, then the game itself hadn't even started yet. Bistron said that the man was quick-witted, but first, he needed to show the walker something. The guy saw the image and thought it looked like a game. Bistron pointed to the image and said that they looked happy. He hadn't seen anything like that in a long time. Better 3 than 2. Bistron showed the story of 3 friends in pictures and said it was a sad story. He even shed a tear while watching it. Bistron asked if the man remembered the tears, the anger, the regret. Did he experience useless emotions when remembering the past? Bistron said he would give the man a second chance. He could play the game again. Wasn't that a great opportunity? Bistron added that in their world, this was only possible in the pages of books. The man would be able to start over, already knowing what awaited him. The young man was surprised. Was this really the end? Wasn't he supposed to save the world after capturing the tower? The young man thought that he had been deceived all this time. Humans had no chance of salvation. All they could do was keep trying to capture the towers. Saving humanity was just a false hope. Bistron said that man already knew everything. The walker declared that he would not return to the past. Bistron explained that no object or phenomenon could send him back to the past. The man was surprised. After all, he had seen the Stone of Return. Bistron said that if people had not been deceived by the Stone of the Dream Demon, everything would have been different. Bistron corrected himself. It is not the Stone of Return, but the Stone of the Dream Demon. The Dream Demon Stone cannot send a person back to the past. It simply locks them in demonic dreams. He could not even imagine that there were people so preoccupied with correcting the past until they reached the 77th floor. Only humans possess such obsession. Bistron said that now they will start playing for real. This is not a return to the past. It is the beginning of the game from the very start. Bistron added that he believes people will make a wise decision. The young man said that thanks to his interlocutor, he understood everything. He had already been in the Dream Demon's dream. The man declared that he intended to destroy this devil and move on. Bistron said that there was nothing further. This was the end of the tower. The man replied that he no longer trusted anyone. The devil asked, is it because of fake items and achievements? Has the man really grown so tired of it? Bistron asked what the man wanted, a hidden ability, a skill. He would give him anything he desired. Jehuan had already achieved a lot. The walker replied that he didn't need anything. Bistron was surprised. Did the man really not want to return to his normal life? Jihan realized that he was in the Tower of Nightmares, so he should have guessed that there were no monsters. The walker recalled the past, when people discussed everyday problems. The young man wondered what was going on. Beastron said that the man finally understood. No one had died. Was he really surprised by this? Friends and family were all alive. This must be amazing news, especially for someone like Jahuan. Beastron added that he wanted to show him the most important thing. Jahuan saw a hospital ward with many patients in front of him. However, none of them had regained consciousness yet. One of the patients was himself. Beastron asked if the man was surprised by his appearance. Decades had passed in the tower, but in the human world, no more than a month had passed. Beastron added that Jahuan would never be able to defeat him because he had barely completed his training. There was an insurmountable gap between humans and dragons. The walker said that it was even a relief. It was a dragon, and he had already fought them. The walker entered the room carrying bottles of potions in his hands. He told Jay that he had returned. Jahuan was holding a huge hammer. 72 days had passed, and he had fought every day. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even leave a scratch. On the other hand, he was alive. For some reason, the dragon didn't want to destroy him. No matter how many days pass, he must hold on to it. It is a product that can be sold successfully. A very special product. Beastron said that as a cultivator, he had never seen anything like it before. The cultivator must ensure that the product is delivered to the Great Land. Thanks to secondary processing, the product becomes better. It weeds out poor quality elements and leaves the best ones. It is through training that the best products are selected. After training, the selected products begin to mature in the real game. Therefore, secondary processing provides the selected elements with water and fertilizers for growth. However, one product has appeared that refuses to move on to the next stage. It can simply be destroyed. The soul of the one who died in the tower remains alive. But what if the soul is accidentally damaged? The Reapers will not just sit idly by. It is necessary to grow and sell it as soon as possible. It is time to move on to a new level. It is necessary to pay off the debt for the purchase of the tower. This person is such a special product that even gods who have nothing to do with the world of demons have contacted him. Beastron asked what the man wanted. It's better to listen and start the real game. People say that there should be one measure for all. Why doesn't he just listen? Beastron grabbed the man by the throat and asked again what he wanted. He is ready to give him any skills and items. Why does he continue to insist on his own way? Jahuan replied that he would destroy this monster and move on. Beastron shouted loudly, what should he do to get the man to agree to play the game? Beastron told Jahuan not to be surprised, but the universe did not consist of a single dimension. Jahuan replied that he knew this. He knew about parallel universes and the multiverse. Beastron said that in that case, he would clarify. There is one main dimension, the almighty Earth, and many alternatives branch off from it. Earth is a small planet in a large system of dimensions consisting of many alternatives. This planet is called the 294th world. Beastron said that in the Tower of Nightmares, walkers can gain skills and obtain items, increasing their level. They will be able to adapt to the Great Earth device and get a chance to enter another world. Beastron added that people like him can control the game. Jahuan asked, why do that? Beastron replied that it was not something that people were really interested in. Why, of all the alternative worlds, did the Tower of Nightmares end up on Earth? Isn't that interesting to people? Why were Jahuan and his family forced to face this? Their world was chosen at random. Jahuan told his interlocutor to stop. He asked, why does Beastron control the Tower of Nightmares? What does he gain from it? Beastron laughed. It's like his hobby. The monster assumed that the man didn't believe him, but he had many different hobbies. Among them were those who simply watched outstanding walkers. There was a place called Paradise where monsters and demons lived peacefully with humans. Jahuan saw a message. The Lord had sent him a message. There was no time left. He must not destroy him, and he must not talk to him. Beastron asked, did the man believe him now? Jahuan decided that it was all nonsense. Jahuan drank a strengthening potion and thought that now he had nothing to strive for. But he still couldn't defeat this monster. Could humanity really be destroyed? Jahuan clutched his chest and felt a strange sensation. The guy thought, was he hallucinating? Jahuan clenched his fist. A glow appeared from his fist. What were these tiny particles? They took the form of sugar cubes and then turned into a completely different object. Could these particles be the building blocks of the world? The form didn't matter because he understood it immediately. Jahuan asked Beastron, who is the monarch? Is he the leader? The monster realized that he had managed to interest the man. Monarchs are the observers of the Great Earth. Those who have managed to pass the game go to the Great Earth and receive the support of the monarch's power. Bistrin said that a person's future would change, depending on the monarch they chose. Bistrin added that if the man listened to him, he was ready to swear on his name that he would use all his power to help the man get to the great monarch. But this would only be if the person was willing to play the game to the very end. Jaehan said that the monster talks like a salesman in a store, but he is ready to do what he is asked. The walker added that he would start the game in 10 days. 9 days have passed. All this time, Jaehwan has been training intensively in hand-to-hand combat techniques. Bistrin watched the man and said that he was always fidgeting, probably trying to attract attention. Bistrin thought he needed to wait a little longer. It would all be over soon. He was forced to buy this tower because of deception. It was all because of those lying scoundrels. They say that the tower was personally built by the Lord. The seller said it was a very profitable deal. It was an ancient first-generation structure whose age was impossible to estimate. If this tower had been third generation, there would have been a function to voluntarily complete training without losing progress. Bistrin decided to shake everyone out himself if they couldn't get out. Bistrin thought that he couldn't leave the game because of this tower. Bistrin once again thought that tomorrow everything would be over. The monster asked the man if he remembered everything he had been told. Jaehwang replied that he remembered everything. Bistrin was excited. He had been waiting for this day for a very long time, and he was moved to tears. The monster was surprised. What was the man doing now? Jaehwan replied that he would now hunt Bistrin because he was in the game. The walker thought that after the hallucination with the particles, it had become more difficult for him to wield his sword. Every time he wanted to strike, he experienced a strange feeling. It was like awakening. On the 91st floor, there was a selected plant called the Black Iron Tree. Bistrin said he had never seen anyone like this walker before. It should have happened a long time ago. It would have been easier for everyone. Jihain found himself captive and asked what the monster was going to do. Bistrin replied that the man would not be able to finish the game without his consent. Bistrin said that he had already given up trying to persuade the man. Bistrin asked why the man suddenly thought that the training would continue. The Tower of Nightmares would automatically close 100 days after the training was completed. The monster added that he needed the man to survive and agree to participate in the game. Jaehwang told Bistrin that his name on the Great Earth was Sanctuary of Teasing. He had already lived for 784 years and had visited 184 worlds, and now he continues his dirty selection among his chosen group of walkers. Now the monster was going to hand him over to the Black Monarch, the mathematician. Bistrin was surprised. How did the man figure this out? Jaehwang said that he was the gift that the monster had been waiting for here for so long. Bistrin was outraged by what was happening and by the man's defiance. He said that this could not be. The game reset was activated. Our hero began to be overcome by doubts. Could this all be just a dream? Was it really impossible for the monster to destroy him? Could he be resurrected after death? The components of the world scattered into particles, and text appeared. After much hesitation, Jaehwan finally reached a stage of absolute certainty. He pierced through to understanding. The time limits that had been set were lifted. Bistrin said he would no longer pity the man. He should surrender before it was too late. The monster admitted that the man had achieved a lot in this world in such a short time. Bistrin said that the man would still have to participate in the game, and his actions would only make things worse for himself. However, the monster realized that this was not just a reboot. Jaehwang told Bistrin to listen to him very carefully one last time. People are not just commodities for sale. They are not so insignificant that they can be digitized in some game at his whim. They are not things that can be tagged with a price tag. The man added that he was no longer going to follow the monster's plan. With that, the walker raised his sword to the monster's head. Jaehwan said once again that he would continue to destroy and climb higher and higher up the tower, destroying the mortal world, the world created by these villains. Bistrin asked the man to stop. There was nothing higher up. Jaehwan disagreed and said that there was something higher up. Jihain thought that he had not been sent here for no reason. He was interested in the inscriptions. Was the Tower of Nightmares really the creation of the demon at the top of the Tree of Illusions? Jaehan was sure that there were also records of Mulark, the creator of the Tower of Nightmares. The walker suggested that they were at the root of the Tree of Illusions. Bistrin asked what he was thinking. Jaehwan said that if it was the root, then there must also be a trunk. If he broke through the ceiling, there would be a passage above. Bistrin said that his tower could not be treated this way. The training was suspended. An unknown error occurred during loading. A search for other walkers in the Tower of Nightmares is underway. No walkers have been found. The man was in the middle of a primeval forest. He said he had finally found it. Numerous monsters appeared before the armed warrior. The battle was bloody, but they were all destroyed. The warrior said that the monsters here were not so strong. After the aggressive monsters, strange green creatures appeared. One of them asked how the man dared to do such a thing. However, these creatures spoke in an incomprehensible language, and the man could not understand what they were saying at all. Maybe they were talking about the monster's horn on his back. The man decided to make a deal. He would give them this thing, and they would tell him what this place was. However, the deal fell through and the young man ended up fighting these creatures. He knocked one of them onto its back and, threatening it with his sword, asked where he was. He failed to get any information, and the green creature was also destroyed. Jae-hwan thought these creatures seemed weak to him, but it turns out they are not so simple. Jihan still couldn't figure out what items were here. He dragged the bodies of the destroyed monsters aside. The system suggested that the player use a backpack to store inventory. The guy thought that the system had stopped working after he left the Tower of Nightmares. Jihai thought he would be able to access the system of other dimensions, but that was a mistake. It was good that he had at least some access to information. Among the items he received were all kinds of crystals. Among other things, there was a spirit stone, whose energy could be increased. The color of this crystal was different, but the essence was the same. But someone here creates these stones. They must be quite valuable. Among other items, Jae-hwan found a map marked Tree of Illusions, Chaos. Jae-hwan noticed that the guy from the tower hadn't told him about this place. A woman was approaching the monster, followed by some other people. The woman apologized, saying she didn't want to hurt anyone and would try to find another place to hunt. The warrior said that the only thing that saved her this time was her beauty. The warrior, standing on top of a rock, remained unnoticed and watched these people. Jae-hwan thought that this girl seemed stronger than the others, but for some reason they didn't get along. At this rate, they could die. How did they manage to escape from the Tower of Nightmares with such skills? The monster attacked one of the warriors, and the girl screamed for Hyun to be careful. Jae-hwan was forced to intervene and, making a medium lunge, destroyed the monster. The girl asked who he was. If he had destroyed Bighorn, could they take him with them? Jae-hwan replied that he didn't mind. The girl noticed that the trophy horn behind this man's back was somehow special. The warriors knew that it would take at least 10 people to defeat Bighorn. The monster that Jae-hwan destroyed had 5 horns, which meant that the more horns a monster had, the stronger it was. The girl asked our hero who he was. Chaos is not a simple world. No one can destroy Bighorn with a simple lunge. Jae-hwan asked what chaos meant. One of the warriors asked what this man was doing here. Was his name Jae-hwang? The warrior said that this doesn't happen often here. Can they really take the monster's body? The warrior thought it was suspicious. This guy said he was just passing through, but he destroyed the thick-horned monster without using any skills. The woman in this case was also unable to use her skills. Even her powers did not help her. This guy's powers must be outside of the system. Who was he really? The girl said she had a few questions and explained that chaos was not a simple world. There were only a few transition points here. No one could destroy Bighorn with a simple lunge. Jaehan asked again, what does chaos mean? The girl was surprised. Was he joking? Why was he asking such a question? The girl was surprised. Did this man not understand what she was saying? After all, she had asked who he was. Jae-hwan replied that he understood everything. The protagonist thought that his entire past on Earth had lost its meaning after he entered the tower. He made new friends with whom he created many new memories. But after graduation, they disappeared like a mirage. His friends probably lived somewhere on Earth. He could have kept all his memories if he had started over, but they would not have remembered him and everything they had been through. Jihan replied to the girl that he didn't remember anything. The girl asked if she should conclude that he had amnesia. A strange sword appeared in the guy's hands. The girl decided that it was a super weapon. So it turned out that it was all about powerful weapons, not strength. The other warriors were surprised. Was this really a super weapon in front of them? Why did this guy decide to show off his weapon? The girl thought that this man had ruined her mission. However, she said that she didn't want to count on him. She wanted to make a proposal. The girl, who introduced herself as Mino, told them about the chaos, and they began to discuss the squad. It was a vicious team of guys from the Red Fox clan. Jihan thought, does the girl really want him to deal with these guys? Mino said that those guys would soon get to him, and he would understand everything himself. One of the warriors said that it was already getting dark, so they would stay there. It was not worth traveling at night to avoid provoking monsters. Jae thought that, according to the map, there should be a village nearby. One of the warriors told the boss that this guy's energy level was below the threshold. It turned out that he had managed to defeat Bighorn only thanks to a super weapon. But a super weapon is an item that can only be obtained in the Abyss, where the Tree of Illusions is located. Jihan assumed that these people were indeed plotting something bad. They would be terrified if they found out that he had obtained this weapon there. Could it be that someone was hunting for this weapon? At one point, Jaehwan realized that someone was moving in his direction. The girl asked in surprise why he was lying there, since those people were already coming after him. He needed to use the sword against them. Jaehwan replied that he didn't have a sword. He had lent it to someone for the night shift. The girl was surprised. Had he really given his sword to a stranger? Wasn't that the height of carelessness? Soon, Jaehwan and Mino found themselves surrounded. One of the attackers said he would find a use for this weapon. The guy should remember. He got involved with the Red Fox clan. The girl asked if these scoundrels really wanted bloodshed. Now Jaehwan understood what she was really like. The villains rushed at the propagandist with the intention of destroying him, but were brutally repelled by the girl. She said that these scoundrels had doomed themselves to a terrible fate. The leader of the villains admitted that he immediately understood that Mino was a real witch. It was no coincidence that she had set monsters on them. One of the villains asked who exactly had called upon the Ghost Warriors. Mino replied that it didn't matter. These scoundrels had destroyed many newcomers who didn't understand anything. She was sure that many inhabitants of Chaos wanted them dead. The villain declared that the Ghost Warriors would not help such pathetic people. Most likely this was just a special case. That meant the witch would die here and now. Mino asked if this scoundrel really relied only on super weapons. The villain replied that he had another plan. About 40 more people from the clan emerged from the bushes. Did she really think he would go into battle unprepared against a ghost witch and a guy who had killed a big horn with a single blow? Another warrior appeared and said that if he had known he could easily get his hands on the super weapon, he wouldn't have gone this far. Mino was surprised. Was Black Fox here too? There must have been few events in his life lately. The Black Fox was the head of the Red Fox clan and was at the 3rd level. The clan leader said that more than half of his men had gathered here for her. Mino didn't think she could defeat the clan leader alone. He was at the 3rd level after all. The girl told Jaehwan that she couldn't protect him. It would be better for him to run. At the same time, she threw him the Nightmare Stone. Mino explained that it was the Stone of Return. With its help, one could move to the nearest fortress. She only had this stone. Jaehwan thought that the stone did not return him to the past, but saved him in the present. He asked the girl if she had the opportunity to return to the past. Would she do it? Mino was surprised. Was this really the time for such questions? The girl replied that she had worked hard her whole life. If she were to die, it would be today, and she would never return to the past. Jaehwan drew his sword from its sheath and said that she would not die today. The protagonist activated the 14th transformation of the Flame King and used the Lost spell. Mino realized she was wrong. This guy was very strong. The girl asked who he really was. Jaehwan was surprised. Had she forgotten? Did she have memory problems? He thought he was the only one who suffered from that. Mino demanded that he return the stone he had received from her. Jaehwan replied that he had just lost it. Mino was furious. How could he lose such a precious item? The girl searched the area but couldn't find the stone. Did she really have to waste her time on this? Jaehwan replied that he was human. The girl decided he was mocking her. Sitting by the night fire, Mino thought, is it really enough to just be human in this world? The next morning, while walking along a forest road, Mino asked if the young man had really forgotten everything about the almighty earth when he entered Chaos. She said he was lucky if he could forget something. Jaehwan was surprised. What was so good about losing your memory? Mino replied that many locals would envy him. She hinted that she knew how and why everyone ended up in Chaos. He asked how she ended up there. The girl said that if he understood what he was talking about, he would regret it as soon as he heard the answer. The young people arrived at the Gorgon Fortress. Jaehwan thought it looked like the first floor of the Tower of Nightmares. Everyone present begged for help and mercy. Jaehwan knew those expressions well. Mino said that now there were 1,000 times more of them. The guy understood what she meant. She asked him not to ask any more questions about how she ended up in Chaos. The girl said, "Welcome to the kingdom of the dead, to Chaos. If you die on the almighty earth, you can end up in Chaos. But if you die here, it's the end. Your soul will turn into nutrients for the Tree of Illusions." An officer appeared and ordered everyone to line up and go to work. The officer told one person that he had died because he was weak and threw a cloak over his naked body. An officer named James asked why Mino had come to the north entrance. The girl replied that she had just dropped by. They already knew each other, so she would be grateful if they would let her through quickly. James said that everything had changed. Now, they were ordered to check the identity of everyone who entered the fortress. Mino said she had completely forgotten her ID. As payment, she placed Bighorn's horn in the officer's palm. The officer hid the horn and said he had checked the girl's ID. Turning to Jae-hwan, he said he wanted to see his documents. Jae-hwan replied that he had nothing. What to do now? Mino looked at the young man and said that he was in a difficult situation. If he said he needed help, she would help him. James said that entering the fortress without identification was strictly prohibited. Jae-hwan replied that he understood. Mino wondered what he was going to do. Jae-han took out his sword and deactivated the guards near the officer. Mino was surprised. Was he really capable of such a thing? Jae-hwan asked if she would come with him. Suddenly, a distinguished figure appeared. The most famous captain of the checkpoint in chaos. Mino said that now they were in trouble. It was Carlton, stubborn and stern. The captain asked James what was going on here. The officer reported that a man was trying to enter the fortress without identification. The captain replied that this was impossible. Jae-hwan asked why. The captain explained that if there were problems with confirming identity, he had the right to refuse entry to the visitor. Jae-hai thought that the captain was applying the law of the fortress. Our hero declared that he did not care about his laws. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and asked what should be in the ID card. Then he added that he did not need any ID cards and was not going to confirm his identity. The captain was surprised that the skill did not work. In that case, he would be forced to arrest the young man according to the law and put silver shackles on him. The soldiers watched in amazement as the stranger easily freed himself from the shackles. The captain asked how he had done it. Jae-han asked Mino if he could do the same as her. The girl was surprised. How exactly did she do it? Jae-hai threw something into the captain's palm. James cried out, accusing the young man of bribing the captain, and demanded his immediate execution. Captain Carlton asked if the man's name was Jae-hwang. The young man confirmed this. The captain said that he had been waiting for him, as he was Gossip's messenger. A message arrived. The degree of soul destruction exceeded 15%, and medicine must be taken urgently. The captain was surprised that the soul had been affected and said that the girl knew what to do. Mino confirmed this. Jae-hwan asked what soul destruction was. Mino was surprised that he knew nothing about it. Soul destruction is a chronic disease that gradually consumes the souls of all those caught up in chaos. That is why the Bighorn horn is such a valuable item. Mino recalled how James perked up when he learned about it. The horn is the only remedy against soul destruction. The girl said that thanks to this young man, she was able to get the horn. Captain Carlton scanned Jae-hwan's retina. No soul destruction was detected. The captain said he had checked the stone from the young man and was returning it. Jae-hwan was surprised. Didn't he need the stone? The captain said that the spirit stone was not something to be given to just anyone. Jae-hwan objected that he was not a messenger at all. Jae-hwan and Mino went to the city. James asked the captain if it was okay to let these people go. Carlton asked James if he knew what a spirit stone was. James replied that it was an object that increased spiritual energy. The captain looked at his hand, which was covered with blisters. The officer explained that it was because of the spirit stone. No one but the messenger of the gossip has power over the stone. The captain is not sure that the young man is the messenger, but he can control the stone. James asked if this man could be trusted. The captain replied that he trusted his soul more than anything else. The captain added that the device cannot detect the destruction of the soul in only one case. This happens if a person's soul is purer than all others in chaos. It doesn't matter whether he is a messenger or not. What matters is that he controls the spirit stone. The fortress will decide what to do with him. James asked if this was related to the fortress owner's illness. The captain replied that he didn't know. The captain said he had heard rumors that someone wanted to let these people through in exchange for a bribe. Rumor has it that this person is James. Jae-han thought that the streets of the city were very confusing, and Mino kept up with him. Seeing the young people off, the captain told Mino not to forget his ID. This time, he would turn a blind eye, as Jae-hwan had personally requested it. Bribes were unacceptable. The captain thought that Mino would come to his senses after these words. The officer wished them a pleasant stay in the fortress of Gorgon. Jae-hwan was surprised that the spell's effect lasted so long, but the captain looked like a man it was better not to mess with. The young man told a passerby that he was looking for a good blacksmith. The passerby replied that he knew nothing. Jae-hwan noticed that the girl had come to her senses and wished her luck. He turned and walked away. Mino was indignant. How could he just walk away like that? After all, he had been angry that she wanted to leave when they entered the fortress. Jae-hwan replied that he had helped him get through and now she would get in the way. The young man said that they were too different and that she should go her own way. Mino was indignant that he didn't even know where to go. Jae-hwan replied that he would ask passersby and added that he needed a horse. Mino said she knew where to find a horse and could take him there. Jae-hwan said that first he wanted to do one thing with one person. The young people were called out by strangers, who asked if they had the sword that radiated heat. Mino warned them to leave if they valued their lives. One of the villains noticed that the youngest of them was going through puberty and reacted violently to Minho's rudeness. The villain added that if the two did not want to get hurt, they had better hand over the sword. They would have to pay if they wanted to stay alive. The strongest of the villains asked if his colleagues could settle the matter peacefully. The villain swung his axe, saying that they would have to answer for their rudeness. Jae-hwan said that he had encountered noisy people on the way and deactivated them with his sword. Mino was impressed. He had dealt with everyone with a single blow. Jae-hwan replied that he only knew how to lunge, light, normal, and strong. Mino asked why he had delivered the last blow and why he had destroyed the roof. Jae-hwan explained that during the fight, one of his opponents had become invisible, and he wanted to scare him. Mino was surprised. What normal person would blow up a roof just to scare someone? Jae-hwan was also surprised and asked if that wasn't the way things were. The young people approached an establishment called Twilight Fall, the most famous smithy in Gorgon. The blacksmith asked how he could help the young people, but warned them that they would have to wait for their order. Even if they placed the order today, it would take time to make. The master's name was Neven. Mino was surprised. Did they really have so many orders? Neven explained that only the deputy owner of the smithy was there today, and they had a lot of work to do. He advised that it would be better to buy a ready-made product than to wait for it to be made. The blacksmith showed her a dagger made of Kitaro horn. The product would be finished after a slot was made in the handle. One of the young men said he wanted to help and work on the dagger. The blacksmith, Michael Garnard, the owner's assistant, asked if the young men knew that antler was a very hard material and if they were sure they could handle it. Michael noted that he liked the young people's attitude and that whoever could make a notch in the handle would become the deputy owner of the forge for a day. None of the young people were able to complete the task. The blacksmith said that they were very weak and didn't even leave a scratch. A customer entered the smithy. Neven warned him that he couldn't go in there now. Jae-hwan asked if he could try. Michael Garnard wondered, could this be the wandering blacksmith? The blacksmith replied that it was impossible and said that the stranger was mistaken in thinking it was easy. Our hero declared that he could do it because he was extremely skilled and knew that the horn of a four-horned animal was a difficult material to work with. Jae-hwan completed the task and asked if he could now become the blacksmith's assistant for the day. However, the knife cracked and fell apart. The blacksmith flew into a rage. Did the boy know how much such a horn cost? How dare he break it? Jae-hwan admitted that it was easy to break, but difficult to make a slit in the handle. He expressed his regret. The blacksmith was surprised. Did the boy really think that an apology would solve anything? It was an incredibly expensive material. The blacksmith wondered what he would tell the customer. The weapon was completely broken. The young man promised to compensate him with a better horn. The blacksmith was surprised. Where could he get an even more expensive one? Jae-hwan took what he had mentioned out of his pocket, a 5-horned horn. The blacksmith was very surprised. Jae-hwan asked if this horn was enough, since he didn't have another one at the moment. It really was a horn from a unicorn. The blacksmith said it would do. Our hero said with relief that now he would be able to work a little in the smithy, but he was still a buyer. The blacksmith noted that the smithy was considered the best in the fortress of Gorgon, with the best craftsmen and tools. Since the young man was now the master's assistant, he could use whatever he wanted. Jae-hwan thanked the blacksmith for the opportunity. Michael asked where the boy got the horn. Jae-hwan replied that he had obtained it through hard work. The blacksmith was surprised. Was the young man claiming that he had killed the 5-horned beast on his own? The assistant nodded affirmatively. The blacksmith repeated the question in surprise, asking if the boy had really done it alone. Jae-hwan said he needed his help. He needed a sheath for his sword, even though it would be his first time making one. The blacksmith was surprised. Was the young man really going to use the horn of the Garnek? Jae showed the blacksmith his sword. The blacksmith was surprised again. Was it a copy of the Ice Dragon's sword? The blacksmith said that making a scabbard for such a weapon was too difficult, and that it would be better to forge a new sword from the horn. The blacksmith was even more surprised when he realized that he was looking at a spiritual weapon. The spiritual energy indicated absorption by a higher race. The blacksmith noted that the sword was evolving. Due to this evolution, the sword was changing shape. At the end of the process, the young man would have to give it a new name. The blacksmith noticed that the material had already been absorbed by the sword. Jie Huang replied that this was normal, as he still had a supply. The blacksmith asked the deputy if he could help. The young man said he wanted to see how the blacksmith worked with the material. The blacksmith replied that he was ready to show what he was capable of. In the fortress, the commander was informed that all the bandits had been destroyed, but after that, the target was lost sight of. The minister of the fortress, Gorgon Yurshin Seber, asked how this had happened. The man replied that he could not explain it. He had passed out and woke up on the roof. The minister thought, could the target have sensed his presence? How could he have sensed the high-level invisibility skill of a third-level master? That meant he himself was no lower than 5th level. Seber said that more people needed to be gathered to search the fortress. Everyone in the tavern was watching the news. The girl from the news channel said it was time to say goodbye, but she wanted to talk about the latest video, about the lone hero from the 99th floor. Everyone was curious about where he was now. Someone said that the tower had suspended the cultivation process. Perhaps the owner had tried to cheat and had been caught. Rumor has it that he abandoned everything and fled, but it is impossible to clear the tower alone. It would be strange for a demon with such resources to destroy everything and leave. Someone suggested that it would be logical to sell everything first and then leave. No one just abandons their property. Mino entered the tavern dramatically, attracting attention. One patron asked her if she had come alone. Mino rudely told the man to back off. The guy realized it was better not to bother her. Mino ordered a large mug of alcohol and said she wanted to drown herself in it. She was angry, talking to herself out loud. Why is this guy such a psycho? Why is he acting like such a big shot? The tavern owner, Mrs. Claire, told Mino to calm down. She wasn't drunk yet, but she was already talking nonsense. Claire added that there were many men around, so why was she fixated on one? Mino replied that when she saw him, he started to annoy her, destroying everything in his path, waving his sword around as if he didn't care about anything. Mino added that he says very strange things. Mino said that each of them was fighting for their lives with all their might, and this guy just appeared out of nowhere. He looked down on her all the time. Claire tried to calm the girl down and said that she was acting like a child, so she shouldn't even go near this guy. Claire added that if Mino stayed with him, she could die. Suddenly, a bird flew into the tavern. It had a scroll in its claws. The scroll fell right in front of the girl. It was a letter from Captain Carlton of the North Gate. The recipient was Mino, the terror of the dark forests. As the girl unfolded the scroll, she felt a sense of unease. A man standing nearby grabbed the girl's arm and asked, "Are you really a witch of slaughter?" The man said he didn't like such rude behavior, but he was busy now, so he wanted to put formalities aside for the moment. Mino had to help him with something. The blacksmith working with the horn said he couldn't do it anymore. Even his tools weren't obeying him. It was too high-level material for him. Jie Huang said it wasn't about level, but about understanding. The first stage of rebirth is the power of doubt, capable of destroying the essence of the world. The second stage is the ability to realize and accept the destroyed world. After these words, the horn began to transform and change its structural formula. The blacksmith did not understand what was happening. The blacksmith and the walkers saw before them the image of a huge monster that had emerged from the horn. Jihan said that the blacksmith had taken it upon himself. If he had undertaken to help, he had to do it properly. The blacksmith asked in fear, was this monster really Garnick's horn? Had he really tried to use his pitiful skill against such a monster? The blacksmith couldn't believe it. Thinking that he must be dreaming, he needed to wake up quickly. The blacksmith decided to call for help and ran out of the smithy. However, there were skeletons and other undead creatures everywhere in front of him. Could such a world really exist? How did he get here? In this world, there are boundaries that cannot be crossed, no matter how many people try to do so. A person can never break free from the limits of their own abilities. They will never be able to reach the level of a nightmare. The blacksmith thought that he was too old to deal with Gornick's horn. He should have come here earlier. The blacksmith said he knew that the walker was waiting to meet the owner of the Nightmare Forge. But he hadn't been here for a long time. He was sorry that only a pathetic person like him was left here. He couldn't be considered a true apprentice. He hadn't even created a single tower. Zhou Huang said it didn't matter. The guy added that the blacksmith was good with weapons, so he shouldn't give up. The blacksmith said he had already tried hundreds of times. Zhahai remarked that in that case he must try millions of times. The blacksmith noted that he tried again and again, never giving up. The blacksmith added that he had honed all the skills associated with blacksmithing. Now, He could say with complete confidence that he was capable of repairing any weapon in the Tower of Nightmares. But as soon as he achieved success, strange thoughts began to visit him. Instead of striving for 99% success, he tried to escape the 1% chance of failure. She had acknowledged that this man worked harder than the others. But did he understand the principle behind the craft skill? The nightmare craft skill appeared much earlier than the others. It existed from the very beginning, like fire and water. But is man capable of understanding the structure of the world? And why try to explain it? Jihan asked, does the blacksmith mean to say that he used the skill without understanding its essence? The blacksmith noted that spiritual power transfers power to the hammer and chisel, and the tools adapt to working with horn. The young man asked if it was so simple, why were these students unable to master it? The blacksmith suggested that they had not yet fully learned the skill. The blacksmith thought that if the principle of the skill was so simple, then there was no point in learning it. Jihan was surprised. The blacksmith has no idea what the skill is, yet he continues to use it? The blacksmith asked, does anyone really know the essence of all these skills? The master asked if the young man knew how the craft skill worked. Jihan told the blacksmith to look closely at the horn and say what he saw. The young man noticed that hard work had made the blacksmith's world more stable. There was nothing wrong with that. But did the master really not understand anything? If he couldn't do it even after so many attempts, then it wasn't him, but the world. The blacksmith was surprised. He had never thought about it that way. The monster had previously said that the blacksmith's approach was good for nightmares, but not for people. But what would be suitable for people? The monster said he should be grateful that he was born human. People cannot rise above the rank of apprentice. The blacksmith clutched his head. What should he do? Was this guy really suggesting that he challenge the world? Jihuang said that this world rewards all efforts. The result justifies the effort. What's wrong with that? After all, the existing world makes him believe in his own inability. The blacksmith is no longer so young, but he is still capable of continuing the struggle. Jihan told the master to take a closer look, saying that it was not worth believing everything blindly, but better to see for himself. The blacksmith thought, did this guy always know about the existence of this world? Without ranks, skills, or levels. This is a world without deception. How did he not go mad? The blacksmith struck the chisel again with all his might. He wondered if he had really continued on his way. His companion replied that he had gotten what he wanted. Now, it was time for him to go. The guy admitted that he liked the scabbard. Now, all that was left was to choose a name. The blacksmith said he could suggest one. He was inspired by the language of martial arts. The name he chose was associated with the ability to enjoy solitude. Only one name was suitable for this sword, Loner. The blacksmith and his students wished our hero a safe journey. The blacksmith asked the young man what he looked like in the world he saw. Jae-hwan said that he saw the blacksmith as a human being. The young man did not look back. Jae-hwan never liked to look back. Could anyone understand his lonely world? Without turning around, Jae-hwan asked the girl why she continued to follow him. Mino replied, asking if he really thought she was doing it for the wrong reasons. Jae-hwan asked if she was up to something again. Mino asked how he knew that. Mino said she would deal with him. Jae-hwan was surprised. What would she achieve by doing that? The girl said that in that case, she would get his soul stone and live life to the fullest. Mino noted that for some reason her words did not impress the young man at all. In that case, he could ignore them. The girl handed him a bag. Jae-hwan asked what it was. Mino replied that it was his clothes. He could take it as an apology. Now at least he would look like a human being. Mino asked what the young man would do if he didn't encounter the nightmare. Jae-hwan replied that the blacksmith had explained where to find it. He had to find it and ask about the Tree of Illusion, and then go in search of the path to the abyss. Mino was surprised. Why did he need it? Let's say he gets lucky and makes it to the abyss. He knows what happened to everyone who came back as the champion of the abyss. Jae-hwan argued that he wouldn't come back. Mino furiously asked who he was, where he got the idea that he could do such a thing. Who gave him that right? Mino was not calming down. Who was he to do whatever came to mind? Why did he not pay attention to the opinions of others? The girl added that Jae-hwan was arrogant and heartless. He did not consider others to be people. The girl said that she was a person, that they were all people, even if they weren't as strong. Jae-hwan said that he would not return to the past, even if they were to die today. The girl's inner voice told her not to cause any trouble. If she broke her promise, the old woman would be finished. She had to flatter this guy and lure him in with sweet words. Jae-hwan thought that they had a hostage. those guys on the other side of the street. He would have to take a risk to save the hostage, but it was useless. The guy thought that no matter how many people he saved, the essence would not change. Doubts allowed him to learn the whole truth about this world. It is a world ruled by money and information. In this world, people sell their souls for power and wealth. Jae-hwan decided to get rid of them and go in search of the nightmare. Mino said that from this point of view, he was not a human being. Jae-hwan told the girl that they were no longer on the same path. He couldn't stay with her for the sake of such a goal. Mino became even more angry and said that they would never see each other again. Jae-hwan wondered why this woman was so human-like. The villain across the street decided that she had betrayed them, and that he needed to report this urgently. All their plans regarding the nightmare were ruined. Mino stood in front of the door and wondered how it could have come to this. The girl went inside and apologized to her aunt for keeping her waiting. Inside, everything was destroyed. Claire said she knew it. She should have stopped Mino earlier. In the middle of the tavern stood a huge warrior with a sword in his hands. Claire said that the girl could die now. The criminal told the old woman to shut up. The thug asked why the Witch of Slaughter had come alone. What about their deal? It was the eldest of the Gyumchonban brothers, Jongya. Mino told the big guy that he was more naive than he seemed. Had he ever seen a witch keep her promise? Jae-hwan would not come. The girl added that this guy had gone to destroy the world. Jae shouted that the Slaughter Witch was out of her mind and ordered his warriors to attack her. In the forests, this girl came to be known as the Slaughter Witch because of her ability to lure creatures. Will she be able to handle it now? Jenya said that another nickname would suit her better. Gramila added that the soundproofing here was excellent and no one would hear her, so she could stop screaming. However, she could bring this guy here before it was too late. Mino declared that the dark forest would take revenge on them. Jenya said that she shouldn't make things up. They knew perfectly well that this guy wasn't in the Gorgon fortress. By the time they got there, Mino and the old woman would already be dead. Jenya declared that he would tear Mino to pieces with his bare hands. Mino only now realized that she wanted to return to the past. The tavern door swung open and Jae-hwan appeared. Mino said she hated it when people barged in like that. Wasn't he planning to destroy the world? Why had he come here? Was it really to save her? Jae-han replied that these clothes weren't good enough for him. Mino was surprised. Had he really come back just because the clothes didn't fit him? Gina asked the hero if he was the owner of the spiritual weapon. It turned out that this guy had made their lives easier. Jae-han asked the bandits if they knew where the nightmare was. He had to be brought here immediately. Jaina said that this guy was crazy. He had heard that Jae-hwan had gone against the rules of the fortress, and now the rumors had turned out to be true. Mino told Jae-hwan to be careful. Janya was at the 4th level, and he should not be underestimated. Jania declared that this young man was acting very arrogantly and rushed with his comrades into the attack. Now they would show him what real power was. After the failed attack, Jinya said in surprise that this was no ordinary novice. How did he manage to dodge? Could he be the champion of the Abyss? Jinya added that until now the only one who could dodge his attacks was Pyatarog. Were they really on the same level? Jinya held Claire by the collar and said he couldn't guarantee her safety. Claire told the young man not to hesitate and to attack. Jinya slapped the woman across the cheek. Mino told Claire to be patient. They would save her. Mino asked Jae-hwan if he would help. Jae-hwan was surprised. Why was the girl asking him this? After all, he had come here for the nightmare and would destroy everyone in his path, whether enemies or allies. Mino took the young man by the shoulder and said that Claire was also human. Claire screamed, what were they waiting for? They had to attack immediately. Jae-hwan saw that they were not human. The knights watching from the sidelines saw a powerful beam of light shoot up from the tavern, piercing the roof. What was really going on there? The bandit told his leader, Genie, that they had a problem. This guy had broken through the barrier of silence. The knights burst into the tavern, and their leader asked what was going on. Jae-han said that the captain had arrived just in time. The guy in front of them was breaking the laws of the fortress. Jae-hwan pointed his finger at Jinya and added that he had violated the 4th clause of the Gorgon Fortress Criminal Code. He had probably decided to take this place and destroy the world together with the nightmare. Mino asked in surprise, wasn't that his idea? The leader said that for taking hostages and damaging private property, the villain would be arrested without the right to early release. Jania shouted that it was time for them to retreat. Captain Carlton said he would not let them go and used silver shackles against the criminals. He added that resistance was futile. Jenya tried to resist, but Captain Carlton dealt with him and captured the villain. Jenya said he surrendered. Carlton said it was a wise decision. Jenya had crystals in his hand. He noted that Captain Carlton was as pious as he was naive. The crystals turned into smoke, and visibility in the room deteriorated sharply. Jenya and his accomplices managed to escape. The villain admitted that he had not expected to have to resort to such measures. One of the criminals informed the boss that one of their comrades had inhaled the black smoke. Jenya was angry. He had warned them to wear their masks carefully. How dare they use smoke spray without his approval? Was the Witch of Slaughter really that powerful? Hyuk Sol Ran, the head of the Forbidden Paradise clan, reminded him that he had been promised this girl. Jaina replied that it wasn't the witch. Silver shackles had been used against them. Hyuk Sol asked if the captain was still there. The villain said that he had inhaled the smoke, so he was most likely already dead. Hyuk Sol noticed Mino and Jaehwan leaving the bar and asked, "Who is this guy?" Jaina replied that he would like to know that himself. How did his spirit not decay under the influence of the black smoke? He had never seen a messenger without antennae before. Could it really be him? But why did he come here? Jaehwan had no intention of resorting to such measures and did not want to rely on objects. But he activated the greatness of Garnet, and the head of a huge monster appeared above him. Hyuk Sol was frightened and asked, "What kind of monster is that?" Then he turned around and said that they would figure it out themselves. Seeing the clan chief running away, Jania cursed at him. Jaina knelt before Jaehwan and couldn't believe what had happened. The young man said that his opponent had a chance to save his life if he confessed where Nightmare was hidden. Jenya thought if he surrendered, his life would lose meaning, because he would not forgive betrayal. Nevertheless, Jenia declared that he didn't care. His fate was sealed, and swallowed the crystal, the Stone of the Soul. It may seem that everyone in Chaos is dependent on some kind of drugs, but these are not drugs. Mino noted that drugs are needed to reduce the level of soul destruction. No one wants to die. Suddenly, Jenia turned into a huge monster, terrifying all the villains. Looking around, Jaehen saw only undead creatures. Is that the essence of this world? What is good here? What was he afraid of if he could be truly free? However, the monster did not understand how a simple man ended up in this world. Jaehen replied, "Does it matter?" He thought, could everything happen again? But he had to find someone here who could tell him about the nightmare. Why did it start raining? In the tavern, one of the soldiers told the captain that the fortress needed to be warned urgently. Looking at the girl, Jaehwan thought that she was indeed human. He caught himself thinking that he couldn't use his skill against her. Why did he have doubts? The young man decided that there was no place for emotions in this world. He had to be unshakable. Claire asked Jaehwan if the girl had a chance of surviving. He replied that if the decomposition process after gas poisoning continued, she had no chance. The fortress leadership reported that a dead body had appeared among those present. Panic broke out and everyone rushed to flee. They were ordered to leave the fortress immediately, but where to? Soldiers appeared and began to effectively deal with the undead. Claire asked if Mino had mentioned this guy. Had he decided to go against all the rules of chaos? She said she understood people like that well. She knew someone like him. The woman added that people who ended up here adapted not because they were stupid, but because they had no other choice. Claire said that they simply lacked courage. But what was this courage needed for? To go beyond the limits? The woman suggested that this guy was one of those who was always striving for something. Maybe he was right, but she couldn't understand him. She didn't have that courage. Claire admitted that she knew for sure that this young man was dangerous and hoped that he would leave. He must leave this place because he gives people hope, but at the same time drives them to despair. Jihan asked the military how much medicine they had left. The medic replied that most of it had been used in attempts to save Captain Carlton, and there was almost nothing left. Officer James shouted for all the medicine in the fort to be brought immediately. Jahuan saw the horn in the hands of the military medic. He was trying to grind it into powder. The guy thought, is that really how it's used? Captain Carlton took the prepared mixture, but he did not feel any better. Could it be that even the horn of the three horns was unable to help? Jahan asked James if they could bring the captain back to life if he died. James replied that he didn't know. She had tried to revive the captain. James was outraged. How dare this man treat his master this way? Carlton opened his eyes and saw Jaehwan. He called him by name and asked for one thing, that he be the one to deal with him. The young man was surprised. Don't people usually ask to be saved? The captain explained that according to the 4th clause of the Gorgon Fortress legislation, all decaying souls were subject to destruction. Jahan thought that Carlton was very devoted to his work. If there were more people like him around, he wouldn't have been stuck in the tower for 40 years. A message came in. The destruction of the soul had reached 94%. The decomposition process would begin soon. The captain of the demonic destruction squad, Yahello, entered the room and ordered everyone to leave. Yahello said that according to the fourth point, he must destroy Carlton, the captain of the Northern Gate, and one unknown person. Jae Hwang declared that he would not allow this man to carry out his plan. He still had questions for the captain. Yahello was surprised. This guy was able to stop his blade with his bare hands. The captain of the demonic squad said he didn't know who he was dealing with. But Carlton would soon be dead. If that happened, a terrible catastrophe would ensue. It had to be prevented. Jae Hwan took out the horn and said he had to help the captain. The medic exclaimed that it was Garnet's horn. With its help, the captain could be brought back to life. Jae Han clenched his fist and crushed the horn. The medic screamed in horror. How could such a valuable item be destroyed? Jae Hwan sprinkled the powder from Garnet's horn into the mouths of the captain and Mino. James noticed with relief that the patient's condition had stopped deteriorating. Claire rushed to the girl. The medic said that her endurance level was too low, so the decay process was happening faster. A message came in that the level of soul destruction had reached 99%. Decay would begin soon. Yahello took up his sword again. Claire said to call Chanho. He would be able to perform the dead man's blow. Claire added that she had heard that the dead man's blow could help with soul destruction. The woman was told that the divine healer was only called upon in special cases. He should not be disturbed for such a trifling matter. Yahello approached our hero and said that he didn't want to discuss anything, and that the young man should step aside. Jae-han said that he would destroy this woman, because she had asked him to. Claire screamed for the guy to stop immediately. What was he doing? Jae-han had doubts. Suddenly, an old man appeared nearby and asked how his dear Mino had gotten herself into such a state. The old man decided to help the girl and touched her body with his hand. Jae-hwan was surprised. Who was this old man? The old man was also surprised. How did this guy get into his world? The old man asked in surprise, how could such a big soul be in such a tiny brain? Jae-han thought that doubt did not work on this old man. This old man was the source of the destruction of the soul. The old man was surprised. How did this guy manage to stop his sword? The old man shouted in rage, how dare he behave like this in his world? Who was he anyway? Jae-hwan broke the old man's favorite sword made of tricorn. The old man was the divine medic Chang-ho. Jahello asked what the divine medic was doing here, since the master of the fortress was Captain Carlton. Chang-ho said that a beautiful woman was about to die. What difference did it make who the master of the fortress was? The old man asked what the young man was going to do. Why did he prevent him from performing the dead man's strike? Why did he destroy his sword? This strike could only be performed with this sword. The old man saw the young man's weapon and asked where he had found such an incredible treasure. Even a sword made from Garnet's horn. Jae Hwang asked the old man if he could save this woman if he lent him the sword. The old man grabbed the young man's sword and said he could do it. Chang-ho was surprised. Did this guy really give his sword to the first person he met? He seems very confident in his abilities. However, that was not important now. The sword had a strange aura. It was an exact copy of its owner. Chang-ho grabbed the sword with both hands and said he would now see what this weapon was capable of. The young man thought he was seeing hallucinations. It was similar to the effect of the doubt skill. Could such a world really belong to this old man? The old man couldn't handle the young man's sword, and the young man took the weapon into his own hands. Chang-ho said that this young man was unfamiliar with his world and would not be able to repeat such a strike. Jae-hwan said that he did not know how to strike and would not be able to repeat everything exactly. Chang-ho shouted for the young man to stop. The strike of the dead man was not so simple. Jae-hwan told the old man to shut up, saying that this was the first time in his life that he had swung a sword to save another person. Jae-hwan thought that Mino was very energetic and stubborn. She was quite sensitive for a killer. This girl would never betray a loved one. The young man added that Mino was very trusting. Jae-hwan did everything right, and the destruction of the soul began to subside. The process of decay was stopped. Jahello was surprised. How is this possible? Claire said that now the guy didn't seem so narrow-minded. Who was he really? Jahello wondered how the young man learned the dead man's blow. Rather, it was a dead man's lunge. Would the divine medic say so? The old man admitted that the young man had succeeded. However, Chang-ho said that his dead man's blow was not a skill. That was precisely why no one else could repeat it. So this guy was just like him. He was awakened. There are only a few of them, beings who have gone beyond the system. They are those who have rejected the process of adaptation to the system and gained incredible power. These people possess power that goes far beyond chaos. There are only a few awakened ones in all the great lands. Yahello was surprised. Could this guy also be awakened? Chang-ho reassured the warrior. It was too early to draw conclusions about him. Yahello said that if there was another person capable of such a blow, they could save the lord of the fortress. A man entered the room and said that he had received permission from the fortress. Everyone needed to disperse. It was the captain of the Shadow Squad, the internal security squad. The old man was surprised, because the Shadow Squad had nothing to do with the dead. What was he doing here? The captain of the Shadow Squad knelt before our hero. He said he was showing respect to the messenger of the herald. The captain asked to be taken to the fortress and inquired what the destruction squad and the divine medic were doing here. The captain of the Shadow Squad called our hero by name and said that they had finally met. The man said that before they talked, he wanted to introduce himself. He was Jürgen Chiver. He was in charge of internal affairs at the Gorgon Fortress. Jürgen Chiver decided to ask directly whether Jae Huang was a messenger of the herald. Our hero replied in the negative. The captain of the Shadow Squad said that was what he thought. The old man said that the Stone of the Soul was capable not only of increasing spiritual energy, but also of establishing membership in the clan of the messenger's emissaries. If the guy had no connection to them, where did he get the Stone of the Soul? Jae-han replied that he had found it. Jaher asked what had happened to the owner of the stone. Jae-han replied that he had died. The captain of the destruction squad was surprised. Who would dare to destroy a representative of one of the 5 squads of the Great Lands? Jae-han replied that he had done it. Jaher was outraged. How was that possible? Jürgen Chiver told the captain to calm down. There must be some reason for it. Jae-han said that they had attacked him first. They wanted to steal the horns he had obtained, so he had to fight back. Jürgen Chiver thought that the messenger's envoys were very greedy when it came to materials. Jürgen Chiver asked if Shi Huang could tell him in detail about how he ended up in chaos. After hearing the story, the captain of the squad said he wanted to summarize what he had heard. The young man accidentally ended up in chaos, then accidentally received a soul stone, and accidentally ended up in the Gorgon Fortress. After that, he accidentally got into trouble with a divine medic and was able to repeat the dead man's blow, which he had seen for the first time in his life. The captain said that everything about this young man was clear to him. Chang-ho was surprised. Did Jürgen Chiver believe a single word he said? The captain told the old man that in order to gain someone's trust, you must first learn to trust yourself. Jürgen Klinsmann asked if Jae Huang was human. The boy thought about it, decided not to play the game, and left the world, destroying the Tower of Nightmares, so his soul has no clear form. It is highly likely that the Tree of Illusion mistook him for a dead person and sent him into chaos. His body must still be on Earth. How did the captain realize that he was alive? How did Jürgen Chiver realize that he accidentally fell into chaos? Chiver said that no one in chaos would describe their death that way. Does the guy not want to reveal his identity because he is afraid of threats? The captain said he wanted to apologize. His people had been watching the young man for the last 4 days. Jae Huang said he knew that. Jürgen Chiver said that, as expected, the young man was already aware of this. He is much stronger than they thought, so surveillance was not easy. However, they did manage to find out something. The danger level of the targets was determined to be SS. The level of strength could not be determined, but the damage caused was estimated at several hundred million. Did Jae Huang know what people like him were called? Chang-ho said they were weirdos. Jürgen Chiver didn't understand whether he was a hero or a villain. The old man called him crazy. The captain said that he called people like the young man heroes. Such heroes have special qualities. Jürgen Chiver noticed that this guy wasn't that well known. Someone was trying to hide him from the public, and he seemed hostile. If it weren't for him, Jae Huang wouldn't have had any problems with his documents. Jürgen Chiver said that the young man was the main character, pursued by an incredible force beyond his control. That's why he ended up in chaos by mistake. Jae Huang thought that he was being pursued by a force. He couldn't say for sure, but was it possible that the monarch was behind it? He was one of the 12 monarchs of the Great Lands. How powerful were they? The captain said that he would not ask the young man who he was, and would not seek compensation for the damage done to the Gorgon Fortress. They are ready to protect the young man. Is the Gorgon Fortress strong enough to stand up to the 12 monarchs of the Great Lands? Jürgen Chiver asked if the young man was being pursued by the monarchy. The boy replied that perhaps one of them was. The captain declared that monarchies had no right to interfere in the affairs of chaos. Jürgen Chiver asked the young man to do him a favor, to save the lord of the fortress. 2 hours passed. The captain of the northern gate and the unknown woman were recovering in the infirmary. The companion asked our hero if he really wanted to go to the training ground and not to the room for special guests. Chang-ho said that the young man had a lunge and he had a strike. Wouldn't the guy like to settle things with his strength? The old man said that the boy had also cleared the master's tower. Jae Huang asked if the old man knew anything about it. Chang-ho replied that he knew everything. The old man said that if Jae Huang wins, he will answer any questions. Jae-han immediately defeated the old man. The old man shouted that he needed a rematch. Jae-han said that the old man had already lost and had to answer questions. The old man shouted that he had not yet used his strongest technique. Jae-han remembered that the old man had already said that. Chang-ho called the young man heartless and asked how old he was. Jae-hwan replied that he was about 60, saying that he was about 1,000 years old and much more experienced. Jae-han asked if the old man had done nothing but strike blows for 1,000 years. The old man confirmed this. The young man said that judging by the old man's technique, he had not devoted more than 10 years to it. The old man attacked the young man, who flew far back from just a normal blow. The old man said that the young man's technique was quite interesting. What was it called? Jae-hwan said it was a normal strike. Chang-ho remarked that it was a terrible name. Who would think that a technique with such a name would pose any threat? Jae-hai said that he had something stronger in his arsenal. Chang-ho said that he was interested in that. At one point, looking at the young man, the old man remembered the King of Chaos. How could he forget him? Thoughts of the King of Chaos terrified him. Would he be able to repel this attack? Perhaps it would be different from the King's strikes, but it would certainly be no less powerful. Jae Huang warned that he was approaching. The old man swayed with fear and said he would admit defeat. The Great Lands, the 5th region of Steel. The warrior asked what this dark villain had done. The man on his knees replied that, as far as he knew, the monarch of utter darkness currently had ties to chaos. The Steel Monarch, Unbreakable Steel Hoyu, asked why chaos. All the monarchies of the Great Lands had signed a treaty of non-interference in the affairs of chaos. The assistant replied that it was a little more complicated and suggested looking at the screen. On the screen, you could see Jae Huan with a sword in his hand. This video, titled Hero of the 99th Floor, had gone viral at the time. What would Fake say to that? Fake replied that the monarch of the abyssal darkness was going to get in touch with this product. However, this guy refused to play along and broke through the roof of the tower. They say he escaped into chaos. Hoyu said that a cultivator on the 100th floor was supposed to be watching him. Fake said that this guy destroyed the cultivator. Steel Monarch asked if the monarch of the 9th region had any connection to chaos. Fake replied that they had just found out, but the monarch of utter darkness had been doing business with chaos for a long time. Several associations from chaos had long maintained close ties with the monarch. Hoyu ordered a message to be sent that he was going to chaos. Fake asked if the master wanted to interfere in their affairs. Hoyu said that he would observe from the sidelines to understand what was happening. 10 of the best gold-ranked warriors and Haiyon should be sent. This should be handled by 5th-level people. The Steel Monarch wondered how Jong-ho was doing. He would have lived a long life if his character had been softer, but at least nothing would disturb him there. Jong-ho grabbed his sword and asked loudly if the young man didn't know that elders should be respected. Jae Huang replied that he understood everything and told the old man to get off. Jong-ho couldn't understand how this was possible. He had been practicing his strikes for 40 years, so how could the young man have learned this? Jae Huang said that he had performed this strike about 10 billion times. The old man, of course, did not believe him. Was the boy saying that he didn't eat or sleep and practiced 8 strikes per second? The young man replied that he could deliver 100 strikes per second. Why did the old man think that such a lunge could only be done with a sword? Jong-ho thought, could this be the same foreign energy he felt when he saw him? It wasn't even energy or fighting spirit. It was his anger and desire to change the world. Jong-ho looked at this guy and couldn't believe it, because he himself had become a blow and was striking this world every moment. Jae Huang repeated that he had made this strike about 10 billion times. Does the old man remember this paper? The young man showed him the contract. It was the contract they had signed before the fight. The loser would have to fulfill the winner's wish. The contract stated that the divine healer Jong-ho swore on his honor and all the beauties of the world that he would fulfill all the terms of the contract. The old man asked if the young man really wanted to make him his slave. Jae-hwan replied that he did not need that. Jae-hwan said that his request was simple. He just wanted an honest answer to one question. The old man agreed, but suggested they take a walk first. Jae-hwan asked who owned the tower. Did he know that towers created nightmares? The old man explained that towers are ranked from F to S. But there are nightmares that are not interested in this. The master is someone who, as an apprentice, has already created an S-rank tower and become an exemplary craftsman. But if a tower is built by a master, that does not mean that he owns it. Only a special tower that is not related to the cultivation process can be called a master's tower. Jae-hwan asked why such towers are needed. The old man admitted that he did not know. No one can understand what the masters are thinking. They say that they stand for the truth of the universe. Among those who have cleared the master's tower, there are sometimes awakened ones. Johan asked if the old man was also from such a tower. Jung-ho replied that he was from the 4th tower of Melville. This tower is known as the White Whale. On the 1st floor, a huge white whale appears and begins to hunt people. Now it may seem trivial, but back then it was a real disaster. Countless fighters died. The old man added that it was a miracle that he had cleared the tower. Jung-ho suggested that this guy was also from the Master's Tower. Whose tower did he clear? Jae-hwang replied that it was Mulark's tower. The old man was naturally surprised. Could there really be an awakened one who cleared Mulark's towers? The young man asked if the old man knew him. The old man replied that they had traveled together and added that it was a long story. The old man ordered meat on skewers and asked Claire if she would now be selling in the shop on the street. Claire replied that some guy had smashed her establishment to smithereens. The old man remarked that Claire had found the strength to open the shop after everything that had happened. Apparently, she really needed the money. The old man said that chaos is a blessed world. It was a place where souls weary of war in the great lands could finally breathe. Every soul here lived in its own way. Warriors were able to lay down their weapons, and singers sang about peace instead of war. Drunken townspeople were about to start a fight. The old man said that it was not a drunken brawl. They were just pretending. No one here could get drunk, go hungry, grow old, or even fight. However, in this land, people still miss the past and begin to behave as they did in life. In this world, you cannot go hungry if you do not eat, and you cannot get drunk if you drink. In this world, there is a body, and the heart beats again. The old man added that there were those who went against the rules, a team of madmen who dreamed of the impossible. They got together to return to life. It was a group of depth explorers. Jae-hwang was surprised. Why did they need to explore the depths? Jung-ho replied that they were looking for the fruit of rebirth. This fruit grows on the tree of illusions. Jae-hwan was surprised. Could the dead really come back to life? The only way to return to life was to eat the fruit of rebirth. The expedition to explore the depths was formed to search for this fruit. The old man added that around the same time, he himself had become awakened, so he had nothing to fear. By that time, he was only 150 years old. Jae-hwang was surprised. Did Mulark even take part in this expedition? Chung-ho said that Mulark was the leader of the team and was special. Mulark said that the awakening process was quite interesting, but Jung-ho did not fully manifest himself and did not awaken completely. It seems that he went his own way. Mulark asked, "Must it be difficult? Perhaps he doesn't feel well after cultivation?" Chung-ho replied, "Why would a nightmare go into the depths? They create towers because they don't like small, enclosed spaces." Mulark noted that he had nothing to say. His apology on behalf of all nightmares would mean nothing. He had never heard of this. It was just a job he had to do for the rest of his life. Jung-ho said he couldn't believe there was a nightmare who regretted creating the tower. Mulark said he decided to find the Tree of Illusions and explore the depths only because of the tower. Mulark said he wanted to stop cultivation, which is why he was participating in the expedition. Jae-hwan asked if he had managed to stop cultivating. The old man replied that he had not reached the end and was only at the entrance to the depths, but it seemed that Mulark had reached the Tree of Illusions. Jung-ho added that fruits began to fall from the branches of the tree, and the squad was able to return to chaos, not empty-handed. Jae-hwan was surprised. If the old man had obtained the fruit of rebirth, why was he still here? Claire told the guy to at least say the right things. He knew that the expedition had failed, didn't he? The old man repeated that they had obtained the fruit. However, someone was waiting for them as they approached the chaos. They were the lords and leaders of the Great Lands. They were afraid to go into the depths themselves. Even the lords of all the fortresses and the troops that took part in the expedition could not resist them. The difference in strength was too great, and they were from another dimension, so they stole the fruit. With each death, they consumed the stolen fruit and were reborn, and this continued for 900 years. They even had a special palace of rebirth. Jie Huang understood why people were so depressed. They realized that they would never have the life they longed for and would never get the fruit. Jehan noticed that the old man had fallen asleep at the table after drinking. Jehan assumed that after the expedition ended, no one saw the nightmare anymore. Claire remembered that he said something and disappeared. James appeared and thanked our hero. If it weren't for him, their master could have died. James added that the young man could not forget him. Now he would let him pass through the north gate without a pass. The leader of the destruction squad appeared nearby and said that they had problems. Jihan followed the leader of the destruction squad. The warrior said that he was disturbed by the energy. He assumed that the master of the fortress was in a state of death. The spiritual pressure was 10 times greater than what he had felt from the dead before. It was located deep beneath the fortress. Jehai asked if the lord of the fortress was already decomposing. The squad commander confirmed this. He suddenly became enraged, which usually happened no more than once a week. The squad commander warned that there should be no misunderstanding. The lord of the fortress is a good man. He was incredible before he began to decay. The lord of the fortress was one of the travelers to the depths. The squad commander said that Jie Huang also knows how to perform the dead man's blow. This means he can help them if there is no divine medic nearby. Shihan replied that he had simply copied the old man's movements and was not that good. Although the old man could teach him, suddenly everything around them shook. Was it an earthquake? What would happen to the lord of the fortress? The squad commander said that the captain of the Tower of Destruction and the captain of the Tower of Despair had appeared. One of the captains who appeared said that he hadn't seen the captain of the Destruction Squad in a long time. The captain of the Destruction Squad said that he had someone with him who knew how to perform the dead man's blow. These two must retreat immediately. They know this very well. The captain of the Destruction Squad said that this would be problematic, as they had orders. The captain of Destruction asked, "Do they really intend to go against the rules of heaven?" The captain of the Destruction Squad replied that their heaven was the Forbidden Paradise. The captain of the Destruction Squad saw how fast these two were moving and realized that they would not be easy to deal with. The captain of the Destruction Squad told Jie Huang to stand aside and confront the opponents. He did not expect that the Forbidden Paradise had its own people in the fortress. The captain of Destruction noticed that these two had changed quite a bit during this time. But does he know who he is? The captain of Despair said that one should not think that they are the same as before. The captain of Destruction suggested that his rivals think carefully. If they retreat now, the lord of the fortress will grant them forgiveness. The captain of Despair was surprised. What lord of the fortress could he be talking about? Could he be referring to the one who is decaying underground? This man cannot even control his powers and cannot distinguish good from evil. They do not serve such heavens. Could the captain of the Destruction Squad still be loyal, despite everything that was happening around him? The commander of the Destruction Squad replied that he believed the lord of the fortress would return. His rival said that if this warrior were even a little smarter, there would be no need to fight now. However, the captain of the Destruction Squad was determined and, with his sword in hand, was ready to defend the lord of the fortress. The rivals were at the 4th level. There were 2 of them, but they couldn't defeat him. However, the captain of Destruction and the captain of Despair were still very fast and strong. It wasn't just a strengthening. Something was definitely wrong here. The divine medic must flee immediately to avoid being attacked. Jie Huang threw the old man into the hands of the captain of Destruction. The guy said, "This is for pushing me." The captain of Destruction asked our hero if he really knew how to do the dead man's blow. The guy confirmed it. The commanders thought that this guy didn't look anything like them. It's hard to say if he's telling the truth. Did he really perform the dead man's blow? Jie Huan asked if that was the kind of punch the captain of Destruction was asking about, and delivered a powerful blow. A scuffle broke out between the captain of the Tower of Despair and Jie Huan. The warrior called the young man a weakling. Our hero felt a stronger energy. Could it be the energy of retribution? The captain of the Tower of Despair asked if the boy really thought someone like him could save the lord of the fortress. Jie Huan was surprised. Were his rivals really willing to betray each other with such abilities? But that was ridiculous. Jihai thought that he would not be able to save the lord of the fortress. That was Zhang Ho's job. He needed to prepare the ground for this and stop his rivals. The young man said that he would defeat these two. Less than a day had passed since the dead man's blow, when noble persons descended into the dungeon. How did the lord of the fortress end up in such a state? Jürgen Chiver thought about it, because he had seen with his own eyes how the doctor had come to him. After that, the process of decomposition had slowed down. Why had he lost control again? Why did this happen just when there was the slightest hope of recovery? Chung-ho said that there was nothing that could be done now. His dead man's blow would still be only a pitiful imitation. The lord of the fortress was in a more dangerous position than Mino. An ordinary person would have been dead long ago. He was only holding on for so long thanks to his strong will. Jürgen Chiver glanced at those present and thought that one of them definitely knew about Jahuan. There was definitely a traitor among them. The leader was informed that people who knew how to control the process of soul decay had arrived, and that they were messengers of the Herald. The man said he wanted to meet them personally. Jürgen Chiver said that dealing with the decay of the soul was very dangerous. Chiver asked why they didn't send the captain. The leader was surprised. Did his interlocutor really not believe in his powers at all? The leader said that he had survived the hell of war and should not be underestimated. He may have lost the battle for the fruit, but he would never sit idly by when it came to the inhabitants of the Gorgon fortress. Jürgen Chiver was frightened. Was this really the fortress keeper? The keeper went on a reconnaissance mission and returned with a broken soul. The leader told everyone to be careful. This was very serious. Jürgen Chiver said it was very dangerous and suggested entering accompanied by the doctor. The leader declared that the fortress of Gorgon would come to an end if they continued to stall for time. Chiver warned that they would not be able to deliver the death blow without the doctor's help. Did the leader really want the keeper to die? The leader noted that they would not be able to defeat him, even if they joined forces. The leader added that he himself would perform the dead man's blow. Chiver was surprised. Jürgen Chiver said that this was an extreme measure. The leader added that they could not wait any longer. They needed to preserve his spiritual energy with the dead man's blow. Chiver pointed out that they did not have a ghost crystal. The leader said that everyone had known this for a long time, and there was no point in hiding it anymore. A shadow of a man appeared out of the darkness and said he was there. It was the captain of the Dark Shadow. Jürgen Chiver couldn't believe that the commander's confidant was the traitor. He had a chest with him in which lay Mr. Jahuan's crystal. The leader said that the future of Gorgon Fortress depended on them. Why was such an important item being hidden? After all, Chiver knew better than anyone what would happen if the decomposition process was completed. He wasn't going to turn the master into a real corpse, was he? He had seen what a threat an ordinary corpse could pose to Gorgon Fortress. Special admirers bring disaster and destruction wherever they go. Did his interlocutor really want that? Jürgen Chiver thought, the fortress keeper is raging, the doctor is not around, the leader's decisions are justified. However, possessing the crystal does not mean anything yet. The dead man's blow is a special skill of the Herald's messengers. Where can such people be found now? The leader said not to worry. He had already found people trained in this technique. And indeed, figures appeared behind Captain Dark Shadow, their faces hidden by hoods. These people were not messengers of the Herald, but they could perform the dead man's blow. Jürgen Chiver thought that all this was terribly wrong. If such a blow were struck, the master's spiritual energy would be trapped in the crystal. Since the energy did not belong directly to chaos, anyone who took possession of the ghostly crystal would be able to gain the spiritual energy of the guardian and become the master of the fortress. If the Gorgon Fortress fell into the wrong hands, was there anyone other than Master Jihin who could use the crystal? Jürgen wondered, do these people really know how to control the process of soul decay? 6 months ago, the guardian's soul began to decay, and now he can no longer control his own powers. Was this really the commander's plan? Jürgen Chiver stopped hesitating and gave the order to stop the commander. However, those present continued to watch the events unfold calmly, showing no reaction to Chiver's words. Chiver realized that they were all involved in this. There was nothing he could do. He mentally apologized to the guardian. He had failed to protect the fortress of Gorgon because of his own complacency. He was sincerely sorry. Suddenly, the roof was destroyed by an external impact. Jae Huang and the captain of the Tower of Destruction entered the room. They were responsible for this. The leader shouted, "Who is he? How dare he come here?" The captain told the steward to stop. The warrior added that the administrator's treacherous deeds had already spread throughout the heavens. His comrades had long since revealed everything. The administrator suggested that the two had decided to settle the score in this way because the truth had been revealed. Could he be blamed for his inability to prevent death of his own free will? That was ridiculous. The captain of the Tower of Destruction, with the old man on his shoulder, said that everyone needed to pull themselves together. This was a rebellion. However, he thought that they should hurry. If the process of decay continued, the administrator's plans would become reality. The rebels pointed their swords at the captain. The warrior asked, "What are they doing?" One of the rebels replied, "Such is the will of the ruler. No one dares to go against the rules of the forbidden paradise. The captain must remain in place until the process is complete." The captain of the destruction squad said that the fortress would guarantee his safety in exchange for saving the lord of the fortress. The rebel objected that the Gorgon fortress could not guarantee anything. The administrator noted that in that case, the terms would have to be changed. Jihan said he would save the lord of the fortress and destroy all traitors. The administrator was outraged. Jihan added that he would repeat his journey to the depths and that everyone present would help him. The administrator said that he was hearing nonsense. He had already heard the story about the guy who destroyed the dead Janya with one blow. He thought it was a fairy tale, but now he had doubts. "In that case, they will go too," said the administrator. On the order of the overseer, the rebels attacked Jehuan. However, our hero resisted and made his usual lunge. The overseer realized that the blow was impossible to block. The attackers could not defeat the hero. What should they do next? After all, they could not continue with their plan. Jehuan turned to Mian Keldergran, the administrator of external affairs for the Gorgon fortress, the senior member of the Forbidden Paradise squad. The young man said he did not understand what the administrator was trying to achieve and why he was destroying souls. The young man added that he did not like people like the administrator. The administrator ordered the young man to be destroyed. Jehan said that thanks to people like the administrator, he would easily destroy this world. The hero drew his sword and activated its energy boost. A powerful beam of light shot from the sword into the sky. Everyone looked up and saw an incredible glow, an all-consuming hope that no difficulty could break. It was hard to believe that such hope, which the lord of the fortress had spoken of, had appeared in a man from the world of destruction. The administrator was unconditionally destroyed. As he died, he said that Jehuan was too late anyway. The Gorgon fortress and its master could not be saved. Jehuan swung his sword and finished the job. Jehan asked, "Is Jung-ho still asleep?" The captain of the destruction squad replied that nothing would wake him. Jae grabbed the old man and threw him with all his might against the wall. Jung-ho cried out in surprise. The old man cried out that he was experiencing familiar feelings and that his back still hurt. Jehuan said that the old man could have woken up on his own. A message came in. The level of soul destruction had reached 99.9%. Decay was beginning. The old man asked, "What's all the commotion?" The system concluded that the man was completely dead. An automatic warning was activated at the Gorgon fortress. Everyone must evacuate immediately to avoid causing additional problems. The old man told the captain of the destruction squad to evacuate immediately with the fortress keeper. Jong-ho asked Jae-hwan to help clear the way. His lunge was too sharp to save him. Jong-ho approached the lord of Gorgon fortress with his sword. Memories flashed through his mind of the pleasant times they had spent with the lord of the fortress. The old man said that the strike of the dead releases long-forgotten memories. Vivid memories can help avoid the worst outcome. Jong-ho looked at the lord of the fortress and thought, "Something is wrong here. This is not the lord of the fortress. This is a completely different person." The old man who appeared said he was surprised. He didn't think he would be able to descend into this world using a body, but the owner of the body died anyway. Looking at Jong-ho, the old man said he saw a familiar face. Half awake, why was he still in chaos? Hadn't he found what he had come here for in the depths 9 years ago? Jong-ho thought that this was the owner of the Palace of the Dead, located in the center of chaos. Only he was capable of opening the gates to the depths. This was King Catastrophe. Jae-hwang thought that even with the help of doubt, he couldn't figure out what was going on. This old man looks very much like a dead man, but he is not one. Who is he? The King of Catastrophe asked Jung-ho why he hadn't left chaos. Was it really to save this miserable world? Jae-han thought that the King of Catastrophe had wiped out the entire world he had created with a wave of his finger. The King of Catastrophe said that this young man was an interesting, fully awakened person with a living heart. The royal privilege was the descent of the dead. Perhaps this was how the descent of the dead was used on the lord of the fortress. Chung-ho said it was just his clone. However, he couldn't believe that his double could be so frightening. Everything looked very realistic. Jae-hwang said that the old man had failed, so he would think about dealing with that person. The Disaster King laughed. "Is the young man talking about me? What an interesting person he is." Jung-ho told the boy not to do it. He couldn't do anything against the old man. Even Mulark couldn't go against the King of Disaster. Maybe it was just a doppelganger, but it still wouldn't work. Jae-hwang told Jung-ho not to worry. he would succeed. Jong-ho was surprised. Why was this young man so calm in the face of death? The king of disaster said he wanted to see the young man's best strike. He was like a foolish awakened one with a living heart. The king of disaster held a sword of emptiness in his hands. Jong-ho said it was a terrible weapon that had instantly turned the entire expeditionary force into dead men. He couldn't believe he was seeing this weapon again. The king of disaster said that he was familiar with that look. Was the young man striving for the depths? Our hero knew nothing about this old man. Was he also going to the depths? The king of disaster said that there were still those here who sought to reach the edge of the world. However, this young man was very weak. He is not even at the level of the nightmare from 400 years ago. Jaehan attacked the old man and wounded him. Our hero said that he had already partially gotten rid of his rival. The king of disaster said that the destruction of the soul is a disease of all times. The old man added that with one swing of the sword of emptiness, several millennia would pass. Souls that cannot withstand the test of time grow old and decay. They become lost. Jaehan, gripping his sword tighter, said that he would now tear this old man to pieces. The catastrophe king laughed. This guy is just cutting off a part of his lost soul. He has incredible strength of spirit. But that's all he has. The king of disaster said he glanced at the young man's sword. Did he really have the audacity to bring a copy from the Tower of Nightmares? The guy was doing well, considering he was wielding a common nightmare toy. Jong-ho shouted again for Jae-hwang to be careful. The king of disaster said that the young man's soul would not last long if he continued to fight like this. Jae-hwan thought the old man was right. At this rate, he would not last long. Jae-hwan couldn't figure out his opponent's weaknesses, even with the help of doubt. And he couldn't concentrate because of the particles flashing before his eyes. Ji-hai thought that his world was white. In this world, he could recreate images of people who had left his life with the power of his imagination. Every awakened person has their own amazing world. The world is built from a special word spoken during awakening. Usually, it is an expression of a desire or emotion. Strong awakened people can draw more beings into their unique world. A huge eye appeared above the enemies. It was the moon's eye. Jong-ho was horrified. Had he been living in such a world all this time? This is a terrible world built on hatred and disgust. The disaster king asked, "Is this really his ideal world? That's interesting." The particles in front of the young man disappeared and visibility improved. Now it was easier to control the situation. The king of disaster wondered, why was his opponent rushing at him without knowing what to do next? The old man knocked the young man to the ground and stepped on his chest. He said that this guy was one of those who would never give up his feelings of hatred. It had been a long time since he had met such interesting creatures. The king of disaster swung his huge sword at the young man. It was fun, but it was a pity that it was time to end it. However, our hero was able to resist and dodge his opponent's blow. He said that the old man's fun was over. Jaehan got to his feet, leaning on his sword, and said that he had only just begun. The king of disaster said that it was ridiculous anyway. His opponent would not even be able to leave a scratch on him. The king of disaster transformed and increased in size many times over. However, our hero was not afraid at all. The old man said that he had been watching the inhabitants of this world for millennia. Everyone tried to reach the top of the tree to satisfy their own curiosity. Man doubts everything and tries to find answers to questions in his world. But what exactly worries him? The king of disaster said that he finally understood everything. The world of this young man is doubt. What is his world? Destruction, annihilation, perhaps extermination? The end is the only suitable definition for his world. This world is steeped in arrogance, and ordinary people doubt the value of the Tree of Illusions. The young man turns to his world to understand its purpose. Jaehan frankly admitted that he did not understand a word of what the king of disaster was saying. Jaehan remembered that something similar had happened to him in the past. A doppelganger descended into the body of the fortress master. The old man said that the young man's arrogance knew no bounds. He understood that he would never be able to defeat him. The king of disaster declared that he was tired of this and wanted to end it quickly. At the same time, he grew even larger and, opening his mouth, tried to devour his rival. Jaehan logically assumed that this king of disaster must be connected to his physical body and headed towards the lord of the fortress. The old man said he would wait for the young man at the entrance to the depths and disappeared. As always in such cases, Jaehan thought that he must become stronger. His attack was not powerful enough. The strong lunge was good against a crowd. However, against a powerful individual, the radius was too small to cause damage. This time, he managed to use it as a distraction to buy some time. He needed to learn a skill to fight particularly strong individuals. Jaehan lingered near the body of the fortress owner. The old man opened his eyes slightly and asked if the young man could come closer for a moment. The lord of the fortress said that he had become a corpse, but continued to watch over the young man. He took Jaehan by the hand and thanked him for fighting the king of disaster. It was time for change in Gorgon. The old man told him to take this from him, and the young man's hand lit up. The lord of the fortress added that Jaehan reminded him of someone, filling him with warm memories. He said that the boy should take his living heart. When the survivors emerged from the dungeon into the fresh air, they checked each other's condition and saw who was still alive. Our hero appeared among them, and everyone noticed the mark on his hand. Everyone present knelt down and bowed their heads. Jaehan looked around in surprise. Closest to him was Jürgen Chiver, who welcomed the new keeper of the Gorgon fortress. 2 days passed. Jaehan was in the Tower Master's office. Jürgen Chiver addressed him and named him Guardian. The protagonist was indignant. He had no intention of being the keeper. Jürgen smiled and reminded him of his promise. Now he couldn't break it, because he was the new keeper. Jaehan thought that something had gone wrong. He couldn't waste time in the fortress. There were many difficulties ahead, and he needed to get to the depths. Maybe the position could be transferred to someone else? Chiver said that Gorgon would not recognize another caretaker. It was impossible. The mark on the hand was a symbol of the fortress, and a change could only take place after the death of the previous caretaker. He placed the papers on the table for study, only the most urgent ones. Jürgen promised to help if anything was needed. Jaehan noticed a piece of paper on the table. Why was it there? It said 17th Guardian. The scrap unfolded and turned into origami. A little man appeared from the paper and greeted the young man. He said that if he had found this note, it meant that he had become the new guardian and was probably thinking about how to rule Gorgon. Jaehan was surprised. Was it a magic note? The paperman explained that the caretaker had only one task. He must seek pleasure and have fun. Public safety should be left to the management department, internal affairs to the Minister of Internal Affairs, and external affairs to another minister. This is wisdom passed down from generation to generation. According to Big Brother's statistics, many caretakers took on too many tasks, which accelerated the decay of the soul and led to destruction. This advice was important not only for the young man, but also for the fate of the Gorgons. The old guardian hoped that his successor would know moderation and would not change anything. Everyone in the world knows that nothing can be changed. The inhabitants of chaos do not need change, but a long life. It is better to save the majority than to change the lives of a few. A keeper should not be insatiable. A good guardian is one who does nothing. Jaehan began to understand the life of the guardian of the Gorgons. His existence is meaningless for the sake of staying alive, and this deprives the world of change in the name of saving the majority. Jürgen Chiver asked what the guardian was thinking so intently about. Jaehan replied that he wanted to eliminate the guardian of Gorgon. Chiver was surprised. The protagonist asked what a castle was. His interlocutor replied, "A castle is a fortress, a military structure for protection against enemies." Jaehan asked if there would be no enemies, and what then? The existence of the fortress would lose its meaning, and the keeper would also be unnecessary. Chiver was surprised. There are no castles without enemies, it's impossible. Jaehan said that it was possible because he was going to unite the chaos. In chaos, people are not buried. To say goodbye to those who have left forever, a ceremony of the floating soul is held. If a funeral is a tribute to memory, then the ceremony is a way to forget forever. During it, the story of the deceased's life is repeated until it is erased from the world of chaos. This is the last thing chaos can give to those who leave its confines. Chiver said that they remember Imel Groshek, but they cannot bury him. He is no longer here, and eternal memories will become food for the Tree of Illusions. Sooner or later, he will be forgotten too. While the ceremony is going on, they remember him one last time, talking incessantly so that nothing remains. Jaehan now knew the name of the one who had passed on the position of caretaker to him. Those present thought that this stranger had become the new caretaker. He's not even 100 years old. One of the women didn't mind testing her strength against the hero. The man asked Jaehan if he was the new caretaker. The woman said that the leader of the Holy Virgin Guild was falling behind, and the old raccoon from the Forest Scholars Guild had overtaken him. She asked what bets the doctor would make. The man looked closely at Jaehan and asked about his age. The young man replied that he was about 60. The man was surprised. Had the order of succession changed? Maybe he was his son. Those present noted that it was not worth calling him a son. Age was not important. The man extended his hand in a gesture of hope for cooperation. He was Chang Ilhan, leader of the Forest Guild of Scholars. Rumor has it that the new caretaker is an outsider. Chang Il-han decided that he would finally be able to avenge the humiliation he had suffered 10 years ago when the caretaker asked for permission to form a new government in Gorgon. Chang Il-han had been caught by a persistent commander while attempting to bribe the guards at the northern gate. The overseer was surprised. How could he establish a representative office that dealt in bribes and had problems with the law? Chang Il-han was put in chains and punished. He was also brutally rejected by the fortress warden. But now that man is dead and the commander of the North Gate is in the infirmary, the new warden was some kid, inexperienced and lacking authority. The leader of the Forest Guild of Scholars decided that this chance had been given to him by the heavens. After exchanging handshakes, our hero felt the highest level of combat formation skill. Chang Il-han thought the keeper looked strange. Could he have used the 8th gate of hell against the keeper? Chang Il-han thought that the new keeper would appreciate his combat formation skill. He must be watching the hellish fire of the red dragon Tiamat right now. Soon he will start screaming and begging, and he should listen carefully. Jae Huang said that it was a very interesting greeting in the chaos. Chang Il-han was surprised to see that the keeper was completely calm. Jaehan looked into his interlocutor's eyes and said that he must repay his debt. The young man activated Lost Enchantment. The heavenly eye appeared above. Chang Il-han lowered his head in fear. He couldn't believe that this young man had broken through the 8th gate of hell. Jaehan said that insulting the keeper was punishable by public corporal punishment, but he was feeling kind today. Chang Il-han should not do this again. Jong-ho was surprised. Was that all? It was very boring. The woman was indignant. Who was this new warden? Those present decided to listen to the new warden's welcome speech. Jong-ho thought he had a bad feeling about this. The protagonist said his name was Je Huang, and he was the new warden of Gorgon Fortress. He was not familiar with Emil Groshek, so he did not know what that man had done or how he had lived his life, nor did he know what kind of warden he had been. The young man added that he didn't care. The guy added that he could see and understand that everyone present was already dissatisfied with him. They thought he was a talentless novice, and it was unclear how he had become the keeper of the fortress. There was some truth in this. He had taken the position of keeper without wanting to. Jaehan said that the locals were dissatisfied with his candidacy, and he was not interested in the position. How could they achieve the common good? The young man added that, after thinking it over, he had found a solution at. Jaehan said that whoever could defeat him in a one-on-one fight would become the new caretaker. The first person to do so would take his place for a fee. The leader of the South Sea Guild, Cayman, said that this young man was a real daredevil. Imel had chosen an incredible person. The guy added that whoever challenged him but was defeated would be forced to join the expedition team to the depths. The competition would take place in 2 months. Jürgen Chiver believed in this young man. He saved the fortress of Gorgon and was recognized as the guardian who had perished. Even despite his absurd decrees about destroying or, conversely, uniting chaos, he was ready to accept the challenge of anyone who wanted to become a guardian. Even despite his strange behavior during the welcome speech, it was decided to give him a chance. The townspeople were surprised. Could a stranger really become the guardian? Was he from the Palace of Rebirth? What would happen to chaos now? Many candidates shouted for them to make way. They had a chance to fight the guardian. Captain Carlton entered the caretaker's office and saw a huge number of reports. He was surprised. You can't just sit around and pretend to be busy in such an environment. He was even more surprised when he realized that Jürgen Chiver was sitting in the caretaker's chair. At that moment, Jae Hwan was practicing hand-to-hand combat techniques on the statues. Jung-ho was outraged. This kid doesn't even know how much all this costs. Jaehan told the old man to calm down, that he had developed a new skill. Jung-ho admitted that the young man's stance was now more graceful than usual. Judging by the movements of the sword, the boy must have been inspired by his strike. Jung-ho said he had come up with a name for this skill. Chunhu Strike. Jae-hwan asked if he wanted to try this strike on himself. The old man was surprised. What's wrong? After all, he came up with a wonderful name. This guy does whatever he wants, unaware that the heavens have their limits. The old man said that today he would bring the young man to his senses and become the guardian. After a brief skirmish, Jung-ho said indignantly, "Does this guy also give gifts? Wasn't he taught to respect adults? Respect is an unspoken law. Doesn't Jae-hwan know that?" One of the candidates for the position of guardian was deactivated by our hero. The old man asked in surprise, "Did he accidentally defeat someone from the Thunder King clan?" It was indeed the leader of the Thunder King clan, Yunyan. Yunyan asked, "Is the Guardian really training?" The assistants replied that they had already verified this. Yunyan was not satisfied. The leader of the Thunder King clan was sure that he would become the new caretaker today. Even if they called him a coward, for him, destruction was the result of an honest battle. Yang asked in surprise, "Why is the divine medic Zhang Ho here? Who is this Zhang Huan anyway?" Zhang Ho said that this guy is the guardian of Gorgon Fortress, and that's all there is to know about him for now. The candidate said that nothing is known about this guy in the Great Lands, nor is he known throughout chaos. Zhang Ho agreed that it didn't make any sense. Everything related to this man made no sense. The leader of the Thunder King clan said that he would still win if he tried to fight again. Zhang Ho was surprised. Could the future keeper really attack so cowardly from hiding? Jae-hwan beckoned to the candidate and said he could try again if he wanted to. Yun tried to get closer to his opponent and said that he was faster than he looked. However, would Jae-hwan be able to dodge his blow? Yun said that he had no intention of resorting to such measures. But in this case, he was forced to use the power of the Thunder King. Jae-hwan disappeared from his opponent's field of vision and suddenly appeared behind him. This came as a complete surprise to the clan leader. Jae-hwan said that his opponent's skill took too much time. After a while, Yun reported the latest news. The Guardian had defeated the leader of the Thunder King's squad. At the same time, the challenger had a huge bump on his head. Zhang Ho told his protege that it was excellent work, and now the young man had secured the support of the strongest. The young man thought that it had taken him exactly 100 years to get here. Yun was a member of one of the 5 famous squads in the Great Lands, the Yuan Squad. More precisely, he was a slave with all the consequences that entailed. The players who cleared the tower also became members of the squad, deciding to spend the rest of their lives together. In the end, they all died. Some on the battlefield, some in slavery. Yun worked for 100 years, watching his comrades perish. However, he miraculously managed to survive. Thanks to the trust he had earned during this time, Yun received official status as a servant. It was then that the young man first challenged his fate. He was not going to live like this. Betraying the trust he had earned through hard work, he stole the secret treasures of Yuan. The young man acquired the highest level skill, God of Lightning. This skill rejuvenated the cells of his body at the moment of acquisition. The skill also imparted knowledge for further use. This was the treasure of the Yuan Squad. For 20 years, Yuan hunted him, but in the end, they were decapitated. After being called into the chaos, Yun took 9th place in one of the 10-century-old squads thanks to the God of Lightning. It was unfair that a guy who hadn't even lived 100 years had already become a guardian. How could he become a guardian? Did that even make sense? The divine medic admitted that this young man was indeed difficult to understand. Yun was surprised. Was Zhang Ho really the medic who understood the feeling of despair after the expedition to the depths? Why was the old man smiling? After losing the battle, Zhang Ho said that the candidate was still lucky. He could consider that everything had gone smoothly. Yun met this guy before he knew true despair. The head of the Thunder King clan would not be able to understand that there was something special about this young man. A week ago, the Gorgon Fortress was nearly captured by the Golden Skies Squad, who had been preparing for the attack for a long time. However, it was this man who saved the fortress from destruction and defeated the king who had possessed the body of the Guardian. That is why Jae-hwan became the new Guardian. Yun noted that it would have been better to tell him about this earlier, but Zhang Ho pointed out that the clan leader had attacked him without even wanting to listen. A new candidate appeared, declaring his desire to fight the caretaker. The leader of the Flame King's squad, Gang Huang, said that he had come with the leader of the South Sea and was ready to start first. Jae-hwan pointed out that this was not necessary. They could fight together. The Guardian added that he was currently busy practicing his technique and had little free time. Gan Huan was outraged by such insolence. Zhang Ho warned meaningfully that many people could suffer today. Gan Huan told the new caretaker that he would regret his words and rushed into the attack. Gan Huan used a fire attack. Zhang Ho was outraged. Did he really decide to burn down the entire hall? Yun noted that in this state, he would not hear anything. Gan Huan asked his opponent if he was afraid of the flames of his sword. Jae-hwan replied that he was not afraid of anything. In response, our hero asked his opponent to tell him later if he was afraid of his blow. The leader of the Flame King's squad did not expect such aggression and skill with weapons from such a young guardian. Jae-hwan struck with such force that his opponent broke through the wall and ended up in another room. The guardian admitted that using force was still difficult for him. Zhang Ho looked at the hole and asked regretfully how to explain this to Jürgen Chiver. Jae-hwan reminded him that 2 candidates could attack at the same time. Another candidate said that he could not tolerate fire, but was now ready to fight the young supervisor. Jae-hwan thought that first electricity was used against him, then fire, and now water. This candidate seemed stronger than the previous two. Jae-han attacked first, but the candidate blocked the attack. The Guardian thought that this guy was different from the others. He didn't rush forward recklessly, but controlled himself. Kamen was able to dodge another attack from the supervisor. The candidate thought that if he had missed the blow then, he would have been left in pieces. The third candidate admitted defeat. Jae-han said that his opponent had not yet shown everything he was capable of. Kamen replied that it was already clear how it would end. The warrior noted that, having lost, he could now talk about going into the depths. Ganhwan was most annoyed by the defeat. Jung-ho said that the clan leader had only himself to blame. Ganhwan realized that he was indeed to blame. The divine medic asked what the losing candidates were going to do. Jung-ho replied that since they had lost, they would have to join the expedition to the depths. Kamen said that was exactly why he had come here. Jae-hwan asked in surprise if the leader of the South Sea expedition was joking. Kamen confirmed that he was not. Ganhwan thought that this was quite in keeping with the spirit of the leader of the South Sea. As the best friend of the former guardian of the Amel Fortress, Kamen was unable to join the first expedition into the depths. He was not strong enough. Then the fruits of the expedition were stolen, and everyone lost hope. Kamen witnessed the disintegration of the squad. This happened 900 years ago. Kamen sharpened his knife in anticipation of today. Kamen said that he was going to join the expeditionary force in the near future anyway. John Ho did not expect such a confession from the leader of the squad. Chung Ho asked what the Fire King's purpose was in coming here. Ganhwan replied that he had lost anyway, so he had no choice. The god of lightning, Yun Yun, said angrily that he had also made his decision and headed for the keeper. Jae-hwan asked in surprise where he was going. The divine medic asked indignantly if Yun Yun really wanted to try again. Jae-hwan grabbed his sword, but the god of lightning knelt before the caretaker. Everyone present looked at Yun Yun in surprise. Yun Yun bowed his head and said that from that moment on, he, the leader of the god of lightning's squad, swore to serve honestly and obey the overseer. Jae-hwan said that there was no need to swear allegiance. Yun Yun replied that he guaranteed his loyalty and was ready to die for the overseer. Yun Yun added that he was even willing to be a simple captain. Yun Yun explained that he would not hide any secret treasures and asked to be accepted into the expedition. He said this because he had stolen the art of the god of lightning after being accepted into the clan. Jung-ho was surprised. After all, Yun Yun is the leader of the god of lightning squad. How can he say such a thing? What about his squad? Yun Yun said that the lightning god squad no longer existed. It had perished in the chaos. At that moment, Yun Yun turned away. He didn't want to look anyone in the eye. The divine medic was surprised. What did the warrior mean? How could it not exist? Yun Yun said that only 7 survivors remained, including himself. He added that the lightning god's squad had been destroyed a week ago. John-ho asked in surprise, had the lightning god's squad really disbanded? Yun Yun confirmed this. So, the lightning god's squad had disbanded at the same time that the new guardian was announced at Gorgon Fortress. It turned out that Yun Yun had convinced himself that he could become the new guardian, and he was confident of victory. However, as soon as he tried to strike the first blow, he was defeated. The divine medic concluded that the squad had been destroyed, and Yun Yun had failed to become the guardian. And now, he is begging the guardian for help, not knowing where else to turn. However, if the lightning god's squad had disbanded a week ago, why were there no rumors about it? Even considering the distance between Manticore and Gorgon, 1 week is too short a time. Yun Yun reminded the doctor that the guardian had saved the Gorgon Fortress. Jung-ho confirmed that Jae-hwang saved them from the Golden Sky Squad. Kamen was surprised. So the chaos in the fortress a week ago was caused by the actions of the Golden Sky Squad. Yun Yun confirmed that the Golden Sky Squad had destroyed his squad. They weren't the only ones who suffered. The 3rd-rank Shadow Squad and the 1st-rank Sky Dragon Squad. No one was able to resist the Golden Sky Squad. Jung-ho asked what happened to Manticore Castle. Yun Yun said that the castle had been completely captured by the Golden Sky Squad a week ago. The old man said that now he understood everything. It was simply impossible to hide this information for a whole week. This meant that the Golden Heaven Squad that had captured Manticore Castle was controlling the skill system and blocking communication. Ganhwan said he didn't understand. Could 3 squads have been destroyed at the same time? And was it all done by the 10th-ranked Golden Skies Squad? Kamen added that he had heard that the Golden Skies Squad was growing in strength. But how did they manage to become so powerful in just a few years that they could take control of Manticore Castle? Jae-hwang was surprised. Did lower rank mean greater power? Young asked if the warden had only just realized this. The caretaker was burning with anger. Yun Yun was frightened and shouted that he would explain everything now. There are 4 great castles and 10 squads. They are called the 10 Squads of Chaos. These 10 squads are different. Each squad has a rank from 1 to 10. The first ranked troop is the most powerful. The 10th rank is considered the weakest and is very different from the first. The first rank is also different from the third. The 9th rank Lightning God Squad and the 1st rank Heavenly Dragon Squad were defeated by the 10th rank Golden Heaven Squad. Even Manticore was captured. Yang Yeon said he didn't know whose support they had enlisted, but someone was definitely behind them. Jaehwan first thought that they were just ordinary people who were in contact with Nightmare. However, these people tried to capture Gorgon Fortress and had already captured Manticore. They were storming fortresses one after another, probably with the same goal as him. The young man wondered if the Nightmares and that he were in Manticore Castle. The leader stated that they had failed to obtain the Horn of the Guardian. Was there really nothing that could be done about it? The leader was surrounded by the decapitated bodies of warriors. It was Lim Jin-hoon, leader of the Golden Sky Squad. Young Yeon welcomed all the newcomers to Chaos and decided to tell them about the 10 sects of Chaos. These are the main Chaos squads that emerged 900 years ago when the first squad for deep expeditions was formed. Each squad has a leader, a deputy, and a senior member. They prefer to remain in the shadows because Mr. Jaehwang is too powerful. But the leaders of the squads are no ordinary people either. They are capable of destroying dozens of high-level souls. The lower the rank number, the more powerful the squad. Cayman was the leader of the 5th rank South Sea Squad. Gang Hwan was the leader of the 8th rank Fire King Squad. And Yun Yan was the leader of the 9th rank Lightning God Squad. Yun Yan said that now he would talk about the strongest leaders. The occupiers captured the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Squad, but first cut off his ankles. The leader of the Shadow Squad is still fighting, but he will surrender very soon. After these words, the performer was destroyed. The leader of the Golden Sky Squad said that it was great that they had managed to capture the leader of the God of Lightning Squad. Another performer bowed his head and said that they had not yet managed to capture him. The warrior fell to his knees and begged for mercy, but it was not granted. The leader of the Golden Skies asked if they knew where Yun Yeon had fled. The surviving warrior replied that he was probably in the Gorgon Fortress. The leader of the Golden Skies did not think that the leaders of the rivals would be able to unite after the capture of Manticore. He had heard that some madman had appeared at Gorgon Fortress, recruiting people for an expeditionary force to the depths, pretending to be the caretaker. Could there really be such ambitious people left in the chaos? He sent slightly fewer troops there than to Manticore, so he was unsuccessful. However, his assistant was doing everything possible to strengthen the position of the Golden Heavens. Now, a meeting with the monarch of the Abyssal Darkness seemed absurd. The leader learned that the new guardian's name was Jaehwang. The leader of the Golden Skies thought that the new guardian of the Gorgon Fortress reminded him of someone. The commander was informed of a message from the monarch of Ultimate Darkness. The leader became angry, thinking that he would again be tasked with dealing with a product that deviated from the plan. He said he didn't want to be responsible for the system's mistake, and that they needed to make it clear that they understood everything. The leader of the Golden Skies said that what was happening was becoming increasingly meaningless. Did they really want to say that some product was able to destroy the tower's cultivator? And that it could destroy the tower itself and cause chaos? He asked in surprise if there was any sense in this at all. After all, it seemed absurd and crazy. The assistant asked what to do with the leader of the Lightning God Squad if he fled to the Gorgon Fortress. The commander replied that they could leave this weakling alone. The assistant noted that there were rumors that the leaders of all 10 squads had begun to gather at the Gorgon Fortress after hearing about the selection of the new overseer. The leader said that he was going to deal with them anyway in the name of uniting chaos. So this was actually convenient. Soon, the Gorgon Fortress would be flooded with the dead. A week ago, Gorgon Fortress was infected by an evil entity. It was definitely the King of Disaster. His traces quickly disappeared, but the King's descent is not the worst thing. The dead call upon their own kind. Now all the inhabitants of Chaos will understand why the King is called a disaster. Jaehyun suggested that the Golden Heaven Squad has a patron. Yun Young said that perhaps one of the monks of the Great Lands is behind it. Gan Hwan was surprised. After all, monarchs are forbidden from interfering in the affairs of Chaos. Yun Yan replied that no one else could sponsor such a powerful organization. Gan Hwan said that he had heard about the war in the Great Lands, and that perhaps someone was using it as an opportunity to interfere in politics. Cayman wondered why they didn't contact the Palace of Rebirth. The Palace of Rebirth was the place where monarchs, the 5 noble families, and members of the organization who possessed the fruits were resurrected. But if even one monarch dared to interfere, wouldn't that be a violation of the oath? John Ho reminded him that in exchange for the fruits for the Palace of Rebirth, the monarchs and members of the 5 noble families had sworn to no longer interfere in the political affairs of chaos. Ganhuan said that this issue needed to be raised. Cayman replied that they had no evidence and he did not want to ask for help. The divine medic asked what they would do if it turned out that the Palace of Rebirth was not on their side. Zhang Ho noted that the situation was much more serious than they had thought, and asked what to do now. Manticore Castle had been captured, and the 3 leaders of the 10 squads had been captured. If this continues, war is inevitable. The caretaker said that it didn't matter. Enemies were enemies, and they would have to fight them anyway. Zhang Ho remembered Jurgen Chiver's words that Jie Huang wanted to unite the chaos and get rid of his enemies, because without the fortress, there would be no keeper. Zhang Ho asked if Jie Huang really intended to unite the chaos, because that was not the same as capturing the 4 fortresses. The Palace of Rebirth was a far more formidable enemy than all the leaders combined. The old man added that Jie Huang would not succeed with such abilities. There are things in the world that cannot be done alone, regardless of strength. Jihan said that it didn't matter. That was why the old man was here now. Jie Huang admitted that he had little experience, but as long as the old man was around, anything was possible. Zhang Ho was surprised. Why did Jie Huang suddenly decide that the old man would go too? The caretaker asked, "Isn't that so?" Zhang Ho remained silent. He couldn't believe that he was so intimidated by a 60-year-old boy. Jihan asked those present if they hadn't heard that he was recruiting people for an expeditionary force. The caretaker said that first, he wanted to bring order to the chaos. After that, he would destroy the Palace of Rebirth, which had reaped the fruits of its labor 900 years ago. Only then would the expedition into the depths begin. Jie Huang added that he needed loyal comrades who were ready to work for the common good. If those present were unsure of themselves, it would be better to leave right now. Cayman asked what the keeper would do if no one went. The young man replied that, in that case, he would go alone. Cayman noted that this plan was impossible to carry out alone. Jie Huang said that he had come all this way alone. Cayman smiled and said he would join the caretaker. The depths, the Palace of Rebirth. He would go anywhere. Yunyan also said he would join. Zhang Ho asked why the Fire King was silent. Ganhuan scratched his head and said he hadn't decided yet. Everyone looked reproachfully at the Fire King. Gang Huan said that it was quite normal. How could one spontaneously accept an offer from a stranger? Gan Huan wasn't sure that Jie Huang could lead the expeditionary force. The enemies were too powerful. The Fire King wanted Jie Huang to prove his worth. There were already 6 leaders on the Gorgon side. If the remaining 3 leaders, not including them, recognized them, he would side with Jie Huang. It turns out that the Fire King is interested in public opinion. Jihan said, so be it. Gan Huan was surprised. Is it really that simple? Jihan said he had one condition. If those present wanted to recognize him, he had to recognize them. There had to be a competition. The keeper said that he was organizing a competition among the best. They had to be in the top 8. That would be enough for him to recognize them. After that, he would accept any task. Cayman said that made sense. The status of squad leader did not yet guarantee them unconditional power in a world of chaos. He asked when the competition would begin. There was a sudden loud knock at the door and everyone turned in that direction. The door swung open and Jurgen Chiver appeared on the threshold of the fortress. He was holding a scroll with a message. Jurgen Chiver was ready to read the message. Jie Huang said that the competition would begin immediately. Chiver informed the townspeople that anyone who wished to become leader must take part in the first Gorgon competition. The elimination of the worst candidates would begin today towards evening. Gan Huan said that the overseer seemed to have already come up with something. What was his plan? The military reported that the situation was even worse than before. The outer borders of the Gorgon fortress were already flooded with strong chaos fighters and passing onlookers. It was now difficult for all the gates to verify identities. Captain Carlton said that the Minister of the Interior was not very happy with the warden's decision. Jurgen Chiver said that it was not so much a matter of personal preference as of principle. Carlton asked if it would be possible to skip the formalities if the majority agreed. Besides, the warden had already received approval. Chiver said he could comply if 3 of the 5 ministers who agreed had been recently appointed. Among the newly appointed ministers was Claire, the tavern waitress. During the disaster, 4 of the 5 ministers of the fortress were killed. The one survivor was left with many injuries. Then, new ministers were appointed from among the entourage. Claire as Minister of Finance, Zaire as Minister of Security, and Carlton as Minister of Justice. Because of this, everything in the fortress began to fall into disarray. How did a second-level waitress become Minister of Finance, Claire wondered. Was someone unhappy with their master's policies? Did the Minister of the Interior know what values they were building? Claire noticed that it was not worth looking down on her just because she was a waitress. Chiver wanted to object, but Claire said she could see it in his face. Money is always where the people are. Gorgon Fortress is currently experiencing its largest influx of visitors due to the competitions. The finance minister noted that the competition is taking place on North Trade Street, outside the fortress, the very street that was destroyed during the disaster. Residents who lost their jobs are now repairing the streets and helping to run the competition. Chiver knew about the competition, but he did not expect to be able to find people and a suitable venue. Claire reminded him that the disaster had caused more than 12 billion gold units worth of damage to the fortress. But did the Minister of the Interior know how much they had already earned in the past 2 days of competitions? Jürgen Chiver did not know the answer and tried to evade the question. The finance minister slammed her hand on the table and said that it was already more than 13 billion gold units. And the competition was not over yet. Claire said that no matter what world she was in, counting money was her life's work. But she doesn't know what exactly the gentleman has in mind. Does he really want to form a squad to go deep into the depths? Or does he want to rise up against the chaos? But there is one thing she knows for sure. The finance minister added that in the chaos, the time for change has come. In the southern part of the chaos lie vast expanses of sea. The acropolis of these lands is Dryad. There stands the heavenly fortress, made of mighty stems sprouting from the plant monster guardian of Dryad, which has absorbed the seawater. A woman told Dryad that trouble was coming. She was the keeper of Dryad Fortress, Asa Lincroft. Her advanced skill was clairvoyance. Asa scanned the entire accessible area with her gaze. Why were the dead heading for Gorgon? Among them was the walking Magritte. She had to warn the keeper of Gorgon Fortress immediately. The guardian of the Dryad Fortress turned into a bird and flew in the right direction, the northern gate of Gorgon. The stands were filled with spectators and the competition continued. 16 matches were played in 4 days. One of the candidates noticed that the keeper was in too much of a hurry. It was the leader of the Infinity Squad, Shin Mu-gyok. Jung-ho said it was all because of Jae-hwan. Jae-hwan flew into a rage and declared that he was going to destroy everyone. The old man greeted Shin Mu-gyok and noted that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Jung-ho assessed the warrior's appearance and said that he had definitely not been idle all this time. Jung-ho was surprised that Shin Mu-gyok, being a medic, refused to participate in the tournament. Shin Mu-gyok replied that he liked fair fights, and these tournaments were useless brawls. Jung-ho said that Jae-hwan would definitely not appreciate such a statement. In the current fight, Gang-hwan was defeated and lay on the arena floor. The old man declared that the warrior had lost. Mu-gyok noted that the divine law skill seemed familiar to him. Jung-ho admitted that it was his own skill. Hayu, the Steel Lord of the Green Winds, was his subordinate who had defeated the Fire King. Mu-gyok was surprised that Hayu's subordinate was here. Jung-ho replied that he did not know the reasons, but it was clear that many lords were interested in the tournament. The host announced the end of the 16th round. It was time for the long-awaited battle of the top 8. Mu-gyok was surprised that they had reached the quarterfinals so quickly. He explained that the curator did not tolerate delays. The audience eagerly awaited the appearance of the leader of the followers. It was hard to believe that they would have the opportunity to see Jagelman, the best fighter of chaos and leader of the followers, in action. Jung-ho called Jagel an arrogant guy and said he needed to be taught a lesson. Mu-gyok pointed out that he was only 400 years old. Jae-hwang entered the arena to fight Jagelman. Jagelman said he had heard about the curator's plan but considered it useless. Mu-gyok said that this was their new keeper and admitted that he had not known about him before. Mu-gyok wondered if this guy could defeat Jagelman. Shin Mu-gyok noticed that the caretaker reminded him of someone. Could he be Jung-ho's student? The caretaker attacked, and Jagelman flew far back after the first blow, hitting the wall. Jung-ho asked his companion if such a person could be his student, since he was a monster. Jürgen Chiver decided to tell them about the 4 fortresses of chaos. In the north was Gorgon, in the east was Manticore, in the south was Garuda, and in the west was Dryad. The fortresses were built to protect souls from the dead. The majestic walls prevent the dead from entering the castle. The main task of the fortresses is to get rid of the dead who have appeared inside. Zaire tried to destroy Carlton, who had almost turned into a dead soul, because it was his direct responsibility. Each fortress has its own guardian, each with its own mark, a guardian beast. The Dryad Fortress is associated with a plant guardian, the Dryad. Jagelman noticed that his opponent was not listed in the quarterfinal list. When he realized that his opponent was the guardian of the fortress, he rejoiced. He had come here to bring the guardian to his senses. This had happened before. People began to hope and build expectations for a life they had already lost. But unfulfilled hopes lead to great despair. Jagelman has been destroying hope for 400 years. He would never admit defeat. He cannot lose. If he admits defeat, Everything he has done for 4 centuries will lose its meaning. Jagelman reminded him that his opponent had warned him about a one-on-one fight, but had not specified the format. Jie Huang said that he would hand over his position to anyone who could defeat him in such a battle. Jagelman proposed a battle of wits. He believes that this format would be fair. The audience mocked the leader of the scientists, calling him pathetic. Zheng Ho said that this was exactly what should have been expected. Shin Mu-gyuk began to doubt the outcome of the battle of wits. Zheng Ho suggested that Jagelman wanted to use military cunning. Jie Huang agreed and asked what kind of battle of wits it was. Jagelman explained that the keeper had accepted his challenge. Our hero found himself in a world of military strategy. The landscape around him had changed. This world is just a beautiful name. One of the 13 masters, Nightmare Maris, was inspired by military strategies to create this game. All the strategists of the Great Lands love to play it. Jagelman considers himself the best chaos player. The scientist asked if the curator would need time to learn the rules. Jie Huang replied that the game turned out to be easier than he thought. The game is based on the confrontation between 3 races, which must accumulate resources and train troops. The goal is to destroy the enemy's defenses and win. Jahan recalled that there is a similar game on Earth that everyone knows, Power PC Zone. The young man thought that he had played more than 10,000 games. Jagelman asked if the chosen location was suitable for battle. He chose the Lost Garden as the battlefield. Jahan said he agreed. Jahan from the human race competed in this battle. On the other side of the ring was Jagelman from the race of the dead. Jagelman thought, it's surprising that out of the 3 races, he chose the human race. He acts arrogant, but in reality, he's a novice. The race of the dead becomes stronger in the second stage of the game, but sometimes it can win earlier, already in the middle. Jagelman planned to first train his warriors, build fortifications and a base, and then attack his opponent with dozens of fighters. However, the human race proved to be energetic and effectively attacked Jagelman's warriors. The scientist was surprised. Who attacks so quickly and uses farmers too? Before Jagelman could even blink, enemy towers appeared on his territory. Was his opponent using the towers as defensive structures? What kind of strategy was that? Jagelman thought, if he tried to destroy the towers, farmers with high endurance would break through to his territory. But he had no other choice. He had to stop his opponent's invasion. In this situation, it was impossible to accumulate resources and build structures. Our hero's opponent thought again that this was a very stupid strategy. How could the keeper come up with such an idea? How did a newbie come up with such a strategy? It turned out to be very destructive for his opponent. Jagelman angrily asked, isn't it customary not to attack during the first 10 minutes of the game? Jie Huang asked in surprise, what does customary mean? Jagelman said that usually in the first 10 minutes, players build structures and accumulate strength. Jie Huang was surprised. Where is that written? If there are no such rules, then it doesn't matter. Our hero's opponent thought that this guy was ignoring common sense and bypassing all conventions. Jagelman decided that in that case, he couldn't do anything to even the odds. The scientist realized that he would not be able to defeat the Guardian. Jagelman thought that perhaps he had been waiting for this moment for all 400 years. The scientist fell to his knees and admitted defeat. But who taught this guy military strategies? Chong-ho thought that Jie Huang only knew how to lunge. The new break technique was partly inspired by his strike. So it would be wrong to say that he was only interested in lunges. Against Jagelman, the caretaker used the spiral break technique. Chong-ho said that this was the best name for such a technique. Jie Huan replied that he only used lunges. The divine medic noted that the technique was inspired by his strike, which meant it was a strike, not a lunge. Kamen said that both strikes and lunges are aimed at destroying the enemy. You could add the word irresistible. Jie Huan said that he was satisfied with the name Spiral of Destruction. Jie Huan looked at Shin Mu-gyuk and said that he looked impressive and strong. Would he agree to one round? Mu-gyuk said that the local caretaker was not a fan of ceremonies. Jung-ho admitted that this guy did not respect his elders. He even dared to attack first. Jie Huan noted that everyone here was not weak, but experienced fighters. He saw no point in formalities. Jung-ho added that this guy always wanted to have the last word. Mu-gyuk thought that for the first time in 900 years, since the collapse of the Deep Squad, he saw Jung-ho so animated. Mulark was the captain of the squad 900 years ago. He inspired hope in chaos, but ultimately left behind only painful despair. Mu-gyuk wondered, could this guy be compared to Mulark? Could he replace him? Judging by the last fight, the keeper is incredibly strong. It is quite possible that he is as strong as Mulark. However, Shin Mu-gyuk was more interested in the young man's soul. He saw no piety in it. Jae Huang was the complete opposite of the wise and cautious Malark. The old man was interested in why this guy was so full of bloodlust. Mugyuk asked if he was awakened. Jung Ho replied that Mugyuk was correct in his assessment. He was fully awakened. Jung Ho announced that the next quarterfinal match was about to begin. The old man was surprised. Where was Jae Huan going? It wasn't his turn yet. Jae Huan said he saw no point in sitting around doing nothing and waiting for something to finally happen. Mugyuk thought that this guy had overcome the third stage of awakening. Jung Ho was alarmed. What was this young man up to this time? Jae Huan thought that everyone except Kaiman and Yunyeon looked pretty strong. This was especially true of the woman with the sickle. Even doubt did not help to understand her essence. Who was she? Zaire said that it wasn't the caretaker's turn yet. Why was he here? The audience noticed that the caretaker had entered the arena. What would he say now? Jae Huan asked for a moment of attention. The supervisor said that he had already assessed the strength of the participants and made conclusions about each of them. Watching the gray mass is boring, so he wants to change the course of the competition. Unexpectedly, the leader of the priest clan, Jang Gyokryong, asked in surprise what the supervisor had in mind. The woman was indignant. Who gave the supervisor the right to change anything? Why does he make all the decisions? Jae Huang said he wanted to cancel the one-on-one fights. Jang Gyokryong asked, "Is the overseer suggesting fighting in teams?" Jae Huan replied that you could say that. The leader of the priest clan said that this would not work. Dividing the participants would cause many problems. How would they determine the winner? The overseer said that he had been misunderstood. He was not going to divide everyone into teams. There would be only one team consisting of 6 people. To everyone's surprise, the overseer replied that he was going to defeat all 6 of them single-handedly. Jaehaim promised to hand over the position of supervisor to the first person to defeat him. One of the rivals headed towards the warden. The girl looked intently at our hero. Jaehaim waited for his opponents to decide on his proposal. The rival said that the caretaker was to her liking. The girl added that it would be a great pity if he died now. The rival turned around and said that she would end it there. The girl noted that this silly test would soon be over and the one would appear. Yunyeon raised his hand and said that he was also giving up. He did not think he could defeat a caretaker with such abilities. Jongho thought that Yunyeon was a cunning scoundrel from the Thunder King clan. It turned out that he was willing to join the squad in order to preserve his own dignity. Kamen said that the loyal servant was also giving up on the competition. He admitted that he wouldn't even be able to touch the caretaker's hair. Jongho thought, is the leader of the South Sea clan really talking about justice right now? They're just messing everything up. Jae Huang thought, even if everyone else is defeated, the plan will not work. Ja Gyokryong noticed that things were not going as the warden wanted. Jae Huan said that the guardian's arrogance knew no bounds. Everyone was just trying not to embarrass themselves in front of him. The assistant told the lady to show the guardian what she was capable of. His powers were meaningless because he would not be able to repel a simultaneous attack. The clan leader said that they were not here to fight the caretaker. Jae Huang was surprised. Are they really not here to fight? The assistant asked what Heon was going to do next. We need to watch how things develop. Who will cover the Forbidden Paradise squad, forcing the Steel Lord to make a move? The clan leader said that there was much she could not reveal and that she would simply do what she had come to do. In fact, the representatives of this clan wanted to find out who this caretaker was. They wanted to understand what kind of pawn he was. Jang Gyokryong said that they were not going to fight the guardian of Gorgon Fortress. Jae Huang was surprised. Were they giving up? The clan leader said that this was not the correct way to put it. Unwillingness to fight and raising the white flag are two very different things. The clan leader said that they were willing to voluntarily join the expeditionary force. Jahai asked what their motives were. Chae Gyurian was surprised. What motives could there be if they were trying to help people stuck in chaos return to normal life? The woman suggested talking when everyone was present. Wasn't Jaehuan going to take the position of caretaker? Wasn't that logical? Initially, it wasn't about the position of caretaker, but about recruitment for the Depths squad. After the failed expedition 900 years ago, no one had attempted anything on such a large scale. Jae Girayan said she was proud to be here. She believed that everyone here felt the same way. Everyone here is surely not here because of the position of caretaker. Jae Gyokryong removed her mask and everyone saw her unique eyes. The woman looked around at everyone and said she wanted to hear their true motives. Those present noticed that these eyes saw the whole truth and made them delve into the depths of their minds. It was the highest skill, the eyes of justice. Jang Gyokryong expressed her confidence that chaos had not forgotten their prayers. Jae Huang thought that everyone present was enchanted by this skill. The old man who appeared said that he supported the leader of the Divine Ladies squad. He added that he had come from the north not for a normal battle. He was General Han Myungguan. He was as strong as all 10 squads combined. Didn't he understand what had happened to them all? Had they all conspired together? Captain Carlton grabbed the doorknob of his office. The man opened the door and went inside. At that moment, a bluebird flew in through the window and landed on the desk. Carlton was surprised. Could it be the messenger eagle? No one had been in the office for a long time when it flew in. The messenger eagle brought an alarming message. The dead were heading for Gorgon's fortress. The author of the message was the owner of the Dryad fortress. Jaga Kran said that there was no point in inflating internal conflicts. They had to work together. It was time to put an end to this competition. The woman added that they had already achieved their main goal. Behind her were countless souls, ready to risk their lives for the expedition to the depths. Jaga Kyung noted that one question remained unanswered. Who would be the captain of the expedition team? Jung-ho said that this girl was at it again. Mujiak agreed. She uses the eyes of righteousness and the highest illusory skill. Right now, she is using her tricks. What is the leader of the Divine Ladies doing? Jae Gyung-ryun asked if the fortress keeper would take on such responsibility. She thinks that the current guardian of Gorgon Fortress is a unique genius in the history of chaos. His strength and intelligence surpass all the leaders of the TEN squads. Han Myungguan said that the position of squad captain cannot be taken solely by strength and resourcefulness. Jae Juryong asked, in that case, what else does the swordsman think a captain should possess? He must be able to lead countless people. This must be his natural trait. It is necessary to take a closer look at the fortress keeper to determine this. The leader of the Divine Ladies squad could do this. Why not use the righteous test on the keeper? With this skill, it would be easy to understand what kind of person he is. Zaire asked the leader of the Divine Ladies squad to use the righteous check. Everyone except the keeper must leave the field. The girl said she would obey the will of the majority. It seemed there was nothing to be done. Cha Gyok Ryan asked if the guardian would agree to undergo a righteous test to become the captain of the expedition team. Jong-ho said that this woman had tricked them. Mu-gyok noted that almost everyone knew about the outstanding ability of the leader of the Divine Ladies squad. People at a high level of adaptation asked to undergo a righteous test to fill in the missing characteristics and move on to the next level. The Divine Medic thought, if this guy just blows everything up again, the expedition will never start. No one would want to follow a captain who could destroy everything at any moment. But if he didn't intervene, his soul would be tested. After all, it was an immersion into his personality. Jaehan agreed to undergo the righteous test. The sailing ship broke in two under the pressure of the raging hurricane. This time, the location for the righteous test will be the ocean. The ocean is mainly divided into dangerous seas. J.K. Ryan said that sometimes ships sink. A man in a boat lowered an oar overboard and told the people in the water to grab hold of it. Guy Ryan said that, fortunately, a rescue boat arrived in time. The man in the boat pulls one of the victims on board. People shouted that there was another person left behind. But the boat could only hold 10 people. It would sink if they took anyone else. They would have to leave the person behind, otherwise everyone would die. The people said that the captain must make a decision immediately. Jae-hai did not understand how he ended up on this boat. Gyeokryong said that the fortress keeper had two options: save the majority and sacrifice one person, or not abandon anyone and drown together. What would the keeper do? If he chose the first option, he would be accused of heartlessness. If he chose the second, he would be accused of short-sightedness. Whatever the keeper chooses, the people will inevitably doubt his candidacy for the role of expedition captain. Jae Hwang said he would choose the third option. Jang Gyok Ryan was surprised. There were only two. But Jae Hwang repeated he would choose to save everyone and prevent the boat from sinking. Gyeokryong thought, could this man have found a secret way out? The way out only appears when you search for your own solution. This is the only way to save everyone and not lose your humanity. The woman thought she was going to expose the caretaker as short-sighted by offering only two options, but her plans were disrupted. Jae Gyeokrayan said that in that case, she was ready to listen to the caretaker's option. Jae Hwang said, isn't it the sea that is causing people trouble? The young man added, in that case, he would simply split the sea. Gairian was surprised. What is the caretaker talking about? She thought that this guy had lost his mind from overexertion. Jae-hwan took out his sword and stood on the deck of the boat. Gyeokryong shouted for the caretaker to stop. What was he thinking? Chong-ho saw the young man's posture and shouted for everyone to immediately move aside. There was a devastating explosion, and everything flew in different directions. Those present were frightened and surprised. Who solves problems like this? At that moment, a message came in that there was an error in the system. When everything had more or less settled down, a large hole appeared in front of the protagonist. It was a miracle. Everyone was saved. The people thanked the captain for saving them. The righteous inspection was complete. Jae shouted angrily, "What is the fortress keeper doing?" Jae Huang said it was time to stop this nonsense. The Gorgon fortress was given the order to unite. Jang Gyeokryun was extremely surprised by the keeper's behavior, but the young man was no longer paying attention to her. Jae Huang turned abruptly and ran away in the opposite direction. From that moment on, all events were canceled and the fortress gates were closed. All residents must evacuate to the north side immediately. Many did not understand what was happening. It turned out that the dead were heading for the fortress. The Black Spot Squad was completely destroyed. The Lightning God Squad was destroyed in Manticore, and today they encountered a crowd of dead people in the Gorgon fortress. Yunyan said that today might be the last day. Ganhwan asked who would go with the squad into the depths in that case. Jung-ho thought that this guy, who hadn't even lived for 900 years, was now leading the chaos. Best Gray, captain of the South Sea, is a scientist. The Divine Lady, the Fire King, the God of Lightning. 6 leaders gathered at Gorgon Fortress. The Divine Medic did not think that he would ever witness something so amazing. What was happening reminded him of events from 900 years ago. Mugyuk asked the Divine Medic, "Is he talking about fans?" Back then, there really was something similar. It is unclear why this is happening here and now. The dead man calls out to other dead men. When a medium-level dead man appears, small dead men flock to him. When a huge dead man appears, medium-level dead men gather around him. A disaster struck the fortress of Gorgon, the king of the dead. This disaster forced every fortress to build high walls. A terrible catastrophe loomed over the chaos. A mega dead man, the walking Magritte. People cried for help and believed that the end of the world had come. Jaga Krian thought so too. She had never seen such a disaster before. The sinister monster devoured all living things around it. The Honorable Sword General Han Myung-gwan decided to come to the rescue. Jang Gyok-ryan felt relieved and said that people needed help. However, seeing the scale of the disaster, the old man turned around and said that fighting such a dead creature was too dangerous even for him. There was absolutely nothing that could be done. In this world, any choice made ultimately leads nowhere. Jae Gyurian wondered, is it possible to achieve justice in this world? There's nothing left here but blind hope. However, resistance to the mega monster was still offered. There were brave people. Jae-kyung, frozen in horror, continued to watch what was happening. Yunyeon was not afraid of his opponent and tried to attack him. The warrior shouted for the leader of the Divine Ladies to pull herself together. Kamen and Ganhwan also decided to resist the mega monster. Jae-kyung pulled herself together and joined the resistance team. Although the woman understood that a counterattack could only buy a little time, such a monster could not be defeated. Watching Yunyeon, the leader of the Divine Ladies, thought that this warrior was acting fearlessly because of his recklessness. Jae Gyung-ryan looked at Yunyeon's hands and thought that he was afraid after all. His hands were shaking. But then, what was making him fight? It turned out that it wasn't that simple. Enough of these pathetic cries. Many more powerful enemies await them. They just have to resist. There was someone who was not afraid and was capable of defeating monsters single-handedly. Jae Hwan, sword in hand, went one-on-one against a mega monster. The keeper showed what he was capable of, and one of the monsters was beheaded. The other undead, frightened, ran away. During the retreat, everything around them collapsed. The caretaker said that it was not worth carelessly destroying buildings. Jaehan said that the mega monster lifts objects into the air when it approaches, and our hero was annoyed by this ability. The divine medic Jong-ho, sword in hand, was also among the defenders of Gorgon Fortress. Jong-ho thought that all events were repeating themselves, just like back then. Could it be that a simple man can do nothing in the face of absolute despair? The old man thought that the people living here needed hope that nothing could break. All 6 leaders took part in this battle. Jong-ho resisted while on the ground, and Jae-hwan climbed onto the shoulders of a huge mega monster. The old man, amazed at the young man's abilities, asked who he was. Jae-hwan replied that it should have been done earlier. Jae-hwan decided to deal with the monster in the same way he had previously split the sea. The leaders of the 6 factions watched the Guardian's actions in amazement. Shin Mu-gyok was also impressed, but said that the young man was acting recklessly. Jong-ho agreed, but added that he had long ago decided to protect this reckless young man. The faction leaders said they would join the Divine Healer's actions. Jong-ho asked irritably where they had been all this time. Yun-yun called out to the Fire King, but he said he was busy and should not be distracted now. However, the monsters continued to advance, showing aggression and fury. Ganhwan said that his body was beginning to slow down due to fatigue. The Fire King attacked the Mega Monster again. The coordinated work of the warriors resulted in the Mega Monster being entangled in chains. Jurgen Chiver and Captain Carlton came to the aid of the resistance. They said they had come here to fulfill their duty. After another massive attack on the mega monster, a bright flash illuminated the entire fortress. Gorgon Fortress, 10 days after the great deceased Magritte was destroyed. This news stirred up the entire chaos. What can now be considered the biggest change in chaos after what happened? One of the warriors had a huge monster horn on his shoulder. 6 out of 10 leaders of the Chaos factions moved to this place. As a result, there were significantly more resources and horned monsters. This led to a serious economic leap forward. One local official said that overall, the situation still looks very dire. People continue to clear away debris and deal with the aftermath of the invasion of the dead. However, society has become much livelier and friendlier. A warrior with a horn on his shoulder asked a city official if he had not seen the Way of the Waves. Then the Black Sea of the Dead was split with a single swing of the sword. All who witnessed this, as if spellbound, rushed into the wave and began to fight the dead. Then, countless people lost their lives. What did people see then? The warrior said that only the inattentive could assume that life had become much better. To prove that life in chaos is possible, the people in the fortress of Gorgon began to live. Something thundered in the sky again, and the servant was frightened. The warrior said there was no need to worry. This had been happening often lately. The man thought that such a loud explosion could only be caused by high-level adapters fighting with soul energy. The warrior said that the leaders of the 6 detachments were stationed in the fortress of Gorgon. Was there really a war between the clans? Explosions were indeed heard periodically from the outskirts of the fortress. During another training session in which all the leaders participated, hand-to-hand combat skills were practiced. The warrior watching the training said that 5 people had been injured today. Jahan took advantage of the break to rest a little and sat down on a rock. He believed that all the squad leaders still had a difficult road ahead of them. The leader of the Golden Skies squad said that this was some kind of outrage. Could it be that the deceased Magritte, who had gone to Gorgon, had been destroyed? But this undead was on the 9th level in the Great Lands. He was a monster that could only be defeated by a general or someone with a higher rank. How did they manage to destroy one of the 3 unique Dead of Chaos? The leader of the Golden Skies squadron ordered an immediate investigation. The commander was sure that some mistake had been made. 4 days later, news of the destruction of the northern detachment of the Forbidden Paradise near the Gorgon Fortress spread instantly throughout Chaos. Reviewing the latest training session, the overseer said that everyone present had performed very poorly. What had they been doing for centuries? Young Yan thought that it was impossible to defeat the supervisor. Jae Hwan turned to the beaten Lightning King and said that this warrior had nothing but fast legs. Gan Hwan was strong but too slow. Jagelman thought too long. The Divine Lady is agile and has excellent reflexes, but she has poor endurance. Kamen proved himself to be the best of those present. He has a good understanding of the basics, has no weaknesses, but no strengths either. Jae Hwan said that everyone present had a common problem. They could have achieved something with almost no effort. Jung Ho said that it was sobering to hear this from the caretaker. Jae Hwan noted that these old men were also too weak, considering that they had lived for over 1,000 years. 900 years ago, the leaders of the 10 squads were at the 7th level or higher. The leader of the Heavenly Dragon Squad was at the 9th level, and Mulark was even stronger than all of them combined. The expedition proved to be difficult, even for such strong fighters. Such are the depths. During the battle with the northern squad of the Forbidden Paradise, half of those present were on the verge of death, and they didn't even attack their base, Manticore. The keeper said that they barely managed to defeat one squad. How could they go on an expedition? In light of this, starting today, everyone would undergo special training. Jagelman noted that all the leaders here are adapters. It's not so easy to jump to the next level and become stronger. It would take an ordinary person more than 10 years to reach even the first level, and then another 20 years to reach the second level, 40 years to reach the third, and finally about 80 years to jump from the third level to the fourth. Most people would not live to see that moment. Therefore, everyone above the 4th level is called a high-ranking adapter. Ganhuan asked, does the leader really want to make them awakened? However, the awakened do not accumulate power. The awakened can only reach the next level through sudden enlightenment. Jaehuan said that this is exactly what he is trying to achieve, but only if those present are able to leave their native land. To achieve full awakening, 3 stages must be passed. At one of them, warriors will be forced to destroy their world. Those who are capable of doing so will destroy their world and learn its true nature. Jae Gyrian said that this means giving up things such as status, which is a clear advantage. The Divine Lady could not believe that the leader of the God of Lightning Squad was able to take such a position. Yoon Yan said that despite his mental abilities, he too is a Perfect adapter. Perfect adapters have a strong direct connection to skills and the system. They can become 10 times stronger and 100 times faster than ordinary adapters. They are a minority who have received the blessing of the system. Most strong fighters, including the 12 monarchs, belong to this minority. Ganhuan said that everyone present was a perfect adapter. No one would dare give up such a talent. Cayman said that he was not part of this minority. He is willing to give up any skills if it helps him become stronger, and he feels only hatred for the monarchs. Jae Gyeokryong was surprised. Did the leader of the South Sea Squad understand what he was saying? He was suggesting giving up everything they had worked so hard for, and it was quite possible that it would not end there. Could anyone really forget about the Great Disappearance? The woman reminded him that it all began with the appearance of the Rift. 700 years ago, they began to appear in the Great Lands. They fought against the cultivators. The terrorist group known as the Rift was brutally destroyed by the monarchs of the four corners of the world, who launched a major counterattack and proclaimed the following: "Those who wish to awaken must come to the Forgotten Lands. It is necessary to distract oneself from the world." At that time, at least 1,000 adapters of various levels gathered in the Forgotten Lands. However, almost no one knows what exactly happened that day. Rumor has it that they simply ceased to exist. Jae Gyeryong added that only a few managed to return. Among them were her comrades. They said they had awakened, but they were only at the first stage of awakening. Jae Huang asked what had happened to them. The head of the Divine Ladies replied that they had all committed suicide. They had to endure serious shocks. Some went mad, some lost their memory. They all had different symptoms, but they had something in common. Jae Gyeokryan added that they could not understand who they were. Jae Hwan clarified that he had nothing to do with the rift, but he understood why people might suspect him. Jae Hwan agreed that awakening could be dangerous, so he was only willing to accept those who truly wanted to awaken. Jae Kyung asked what would happen to those who refused. Jae Hwan replied that he would still help them become stronger. The caretaker added that he must help them increase their level of adaptation. Jagelman reminded everyone that it is impossible to advance a level in a week. Jaehan said that he would solve this problem. They just needed to follow him. The caretaker led everyone to a new structure that was still under construction. Everyone present was amazed. Was this building really made of horns? Were they ready to accept the call of the Tower of Nightmares? Jong-ho was surprised that someone had managed to create such a Tower of Nightmares. It was impressive, even though they hadn't even seen the second floor. Jagelman admitted that he was excited. He was not here for power, but to get rid of it. Yoon Yeon remarked that he wanted to say the same thing. Jae Hwang explained that all training would now take place here. Time flows about 100 times slower in the tower than outside. 1 day outside equals 100 days inside. However, the speed of soul destruction is inversely proportional to the slowdown of time. The density of time and the wear and tear on the soul increase. To avoid danger, when more than 80% of the soul is destroyed, the system automatically shuts down. Monster horns will always be at hand, so there is no need to fear soul destruction. After that, Yoon Yeon noted that the caretaker had previously seemed cold-blooded and heartless to him. Jae Hwang said that he would now divide them into those who want to awaken and those who do not. Those who want to awaken should stand on the right, the rest on the left. During training, Jae Kyung angrily asked how Yoon Yeon could look down on the Divine Lady's skills. The Lightning King said that soon it would not matter, because in that case, she would not be able to keep up with him. Ganhwan acknowledged that speed was not as important as destructive power. He added that the Fire King had everything he needed. Jagelmen noted that his opponents looked pathetic, which was why they were not getting stronger. The leader noted that Cayman seemed to be the only one who really wanted to undergo the awakening. Jaehwan asked how those who do not want to undergo the awakening intend to level up. For high-level adapters like them, it is not easy. To improve their skills, they need to reach a certain level of enlightenment or master special skills. Jae Gayok Ryan noted that finding a book with the highest skills is not easy. Would anyone really go looking for it in the basements of the 5 great clans? The caretaker said that they didn't necessarily need that particular book. They needed a good teacher. Jae Gyeokryon asked if the caretaker wanted to teach them himself. Jae Hwang shook his head. From now on, they would be teachers to each other. Shin Mu-gyok thought that exchanging skills was truly innovative, as the clan leaders were too proud to have thought of it before. The old man hoped that everything would go according to the caretaker's plan, but he was worried about how Cayman was feeling on the second floor. Cayman trained hard, no longer remembering how many times he had repeated the exercise. Probably more than 1 million. Jae Hwang told Cayman to increase his speed. The The warrior doubted whether it would help, but the guardian was surprised that the guy was still asking such questions. Cayman admitted that he had no particular talent, which made it difficult for him because he had never fought other adapters. Jihan emphasized that the warrior was distinguished by his perseverance and consistency, which made him stronger. His strength of spirit helped him not to lose himself, even when he reached the point of doubt. It is not talent that leads to awakening, but strength of spirit. Jaehuan said that he believes in Cayman and wants him to trust him. The woman with the wine vessel noted that the alcohol was delicious. The Tower of Nightmares captures moments created by humans. They still believe they can change something despite centuries of life. The woman called out to the divine medic passing by. The old man asked what tricks Sol-Ha was using this time. Sol-Ha replied that Jung-Ho was rude for a first meeting after such a long time. The old man must return. Everyone is waiting for him. Jung-Ho said he would not return. He had already said so many times. He would never join the ranks of inhuman scoundrels. Jung-Ho declared that they were fighting for humanity. Sol-Ha said that they were the only ones who were doing so sincerely. Sol-Ha added, only the rift. The old man noted that the rift uses people for its own selfish purposes. This came to an end after the Great Disappearance. Now it is just a pathetic gang that has lost its purpose in life. Sol-Ha couldn't believe her ears and laughed. She reminded him that the divine medic was also involved in the Great Disappearance. The old man replied that this was far from the truth. The woman noted that things did not turn out the way he wanted, and instead of preventing the Great Disappearance, he simply stood aside. Sol-Ha said that if it weren't for them, she wouldn't be who she was now. Did they know that in the rift, there were people trying to awaken using their own method, raising their swords against each other hundreds and thousands of times? Sol-Ha added that they raise their swords and destroy each other over and over again. Only a small fraction of them survive and revive the sword, becoming immune to life and death, transcending human existence, and opening their eyes to the true essence of the world. Thus they find the first key to awakening, destruction. Chung-Ho objected that this was the wrong key. They had not even fully awakened. What did they know? Their unique world remained the same. Fearing the loss of their humanity, they were unable to create anything in their unique world, which they had given birth to with great difficulty. Sol-Ha and Jung-Ho drew their swords. The woman declared that she had filled her world and become the captain of the second squad of the Rift. The old man admitted that he had heard about it. She had even reached the third stage of awakening. Sol-Ha clarified that she was not just at the third stage. The woman asked her opponent, "How does it feel to look at your creation? A sea of blood filled with corpses. The living do not try to appear dead. They understand that nothing can be changed in chaos. The world will remain the same. The divine medic had better return to the rift." Chung-Ho declared that this time, chaos would indeed change. Sol-Ha couldn't believe that the old man still believed that. Had the keeper really influenced him that much? They had no future, just like 900 years ago in chaos, and 700 years ago in the Great Lands, just like when Jung-Ho abandoned them and ran away. Sol-Ha said, "Let them do what they want, but the rift sees everything." The first stage of awakening manifests itself in doubt about the world. The second stage is in understanding the world that gave rise to doubt. The third stage is in forgetting one's former self. Jaehuan shouted for Cayman to come to his senses. The keeper did not want to see this pitiful side of the warrior. He ordered Cayman to fight to the end. Cayman admitted that he couldn't even convince himself of victory, that he had no idea how strong he was. Jihan advised him to start with something else. Had he become stronger at all? The guardian told Cayman to forget the boundaries set by the world. Cayman experienced the third stage of awakening and forgot his former self. The warrior cast aside all doubts. The moon eye was activated. Jaehan reached out and congratulated Cayman on reaching the third level. The fortress keeper was also at the third level. Cayman did not think he could catch up with him, despite all the restrictions. The speaker noted that the expedition plan was shaky. Did they really not want the keeper to be the captain? Organizing a trip through the Gorgon fortress was a violation of the Four Fortresses Treaty. Many years had passed since the violation, so why was it still being observed? This was discussed at the meeting of the Four Fortresses. Yun-Young said that people sat idly by until the creation of the expedition to the depths. So why should they now think about justice? Jagelmen called this outrageous. Jürgen Chiver reminded everyone that they had gathered because of the incident with the Forbidden Paradise Squad, and urged them to calm down and return to the topic at hand. The Lord of Garuda Fortress, the cool-headed golden monarch Gal Huidong, stated that the captain of the detachment should be re-elected after a fair evaluation of all candidates. The mistress of Dryad Fortress, Aisha Lincroft, agreed with this. But where was the guardian of the Gorgon fortress? He was expected at the meeting. Jürgen Shiver explained that they had received the invitation to the meeting after the keeper had left and had not had time to send a refusal. When the adaptation team returned, the keeper, who was part of the awakening team, was still on his way. So now they were at the meeting without the person whose word should be decisive. Gal Huidong indignantly asked how they could trust a 5-year-old boy with such an important matter. Did everyone really want him to become captain? Were they really prepared to hand chaos over to an unknown child? Yunyan objected and, holding a knife in his hand, rushed at the Golden Monarch. Those present tensed up and grabbed their weapons. Were they really going to talk about abilities now? Ganhuan, with the ball in his hand, said that if anyone wanted to change the captain, they would first have to fight them. No one dared to change the captain. Gal Huidong stepped forward and asked Yunyan if he was truly determined and confident of victory. The cool-headed Golden Monarch suggested that the warrior take the first step. Yunyan rushed into the attack, saying that he intended to make the first move even without permission. Gal Huidong parried the attack and noted that Yunyan was quite agile. He couldn't believe that the god of lightning had reached the 7th level of adaptation. How long had it taken him to reach it? Gal Huidong acknowledged that his opponent was stronger than expected. The Golden Monarch said that no matter how hard Yunyan tried to overcome the difference in levels, he would not succeed. He activated the Golden Meteor Chakram and declared that the jokes were over. The god of lightning flew far back and was deactivated. His opponent noted that Yunyan had done well. Gal Huidong declared that it was obvious he had won, so he should become the captain. The Lightning King stood up and asked in surprise, "Who said it was all over?" He was still standing. Yunyan, with his weapon, said he was going to show his opponent something interesting. The Golden Monarch noted that his opponent was too persistent. Yunyan was very predictable. His speed was his only advantage. Yunyan activated the Fire King's 18 strikes. Gal Huidong asked in surprise where Yunyan got such skills. The head of the Garuda fortress noticed 8 invisible traps set against him. But these traps belonged to the leader of the group of scientists. How can leaders teach their techniques to others? Have they completely lost their pride? Yunyan calmly asked, "What's so good about pride?" Gal Huidong replied that in that case, it was time for him to use heavy artillery. Everyone around scattered to the sides, while Shin Mu-gyok calmly watched the events unfold. The huge fire disk, the chakra of the Golden Sea, began to move rapidly across the territory, destroying everything in its path. Gal Huidong wondered where the god of lightning had gone, and whether he would be able to escape. Yunyan appeared from behind the disk and said, "It's time to end the game." The master of Garuda Fortress was strong, but Shin Mu-gyok used a series of Cloud Dragon Heavenly Sword strikes, and the fire disk was destroyed. Yunyan approached and touched the blade of his knife to the head of the leader of Garuda. Shin Mu-gyok stopped the god of thunder and said, "That's enough." The old man declared the contest over and asked the lord of Garuda Fortress if he agreed with this decision. He wasn't going to use the horned monster Garuda, was he? Did he really want to use a weapon designed to kill the dead? Gal Huidong admitted defeat, noting that the god of thunder had fought desperately. Shin Mu-gyok declared the god of thunder the winner and asked who was next. Who was ready to fight? Mu-gyok suggested that Aisha Lincroft test her strength, and if anyone else wanted to, they should feel free to do so. No one responded. The old man asked what the divine lady would do. Jae Gyuryeon declared that she was changing sides. Mu-gyok was surprised by her decision. Jae Gyakryun joined Gal Huidong, believing that the chances of victory were higher there. Another warrior appeared, the Golden Monarch of the Jade Mask, Ban Chonil, who had reached the 9th level of adaptation. Jürgen Chiver was surprised that this monarch was here. Could he be behind the organization of the meeting of the 3 fortresses? Mu-gyok called Ban Chonil an enemy of chaos, who stole the fruits after destroying countless souls 900 years ago, and was outraged that he dared to return. Ban Chonil asked Mu-gyok to stop talking and join him. The Steel Monarch was waiting. Mu-gyok did not want to hear that Ban Chonil served the Steel Monarch. His vassal's weakness was martial arts. The old man assumed that Yahello was already finished. It was surprising that he had accepted such trash. Ban Cheon-il asked why Mu-gyok still held grudges from the past, since Yahello had forgiven him quite easily. Mu-gyok should not be so heartless to his martial arts comrade, because they had been through a lot together. Mu-gyok drew his sword and rushed at his opponent. How dare he speak like that after betraying Murim? Bang Cheon-il accepted the challenge and said that this was their first meeting in 900 years. Mu-gyok asked in surprise how long Bang Cheon-il had been associating with Dryad Garuda and the Priest Squad. Bang Cheon-il replied that he did not understand what he was talking about. They were simply giving advice to help these groups make wise decisions. Cheon-il said that Shin Mu-gyok The keeper of the Gorgon fortress and several other people were living an impossible dream. The warrior urged the mistress of the Dryads not to succumb to this influence. The keeper of the Gorgon fortress is more dangerous than the leader of the Forbidden Squad. He's trying to use the expedition to the depths to unite chaos. It was the messenger of the Steel Monarch, He-Yong. He-Yong said that the monarch perceives the Guardian of Gorgon as a threat. Threat is a label for those who try to change chaos. Every time a threat appears, signs of hope are born in chaos. These signs will sooner or later lead to despair. He-Yong warned that if the Guardian is not eliminated, bloodshed will begin in chaos. He-Yong added that since Aisha had lived for 970 years, it was well known what had happened in the past. The tragedy must not be allowed to repeat itself. That is why the mistress of the Dryads must help. In a week, a meeting of the three fortresses will be held in Gorgon. Aisha Lincroft doubted the correctness of this decision. Ban Cheonil asked why not end it all now, since Mugyok would not be able to defeat him. The difference in abilities between the stages of adaptation is great, but it is especially huge between the 8th and 9th stages. Ban Cheonil blocked his opponent and said that he must reach the 9th level before returning, because no one without the Monarch class would even leave a scratch. Jae Gyeryong thought that this was the power of a monarch. Shin Mugyok was defeated with a single blow. The Golden Monarch, who rules the 12th region, is not a great monarch. Below the Great Monarch, there are still the ranks of Lieutenant and Major, but he does not even have those. He is a brigadier. Jae Gyeok-ryan couldn't believe that the expeditionary force to the depths was being formed against such monarchs. They definitely couldn't win. Ban Cheonil told them to give up this pipe dream. They couldn't handle it. Hadn't they already achieved a good position in the chaos? There was no point in trying to reach heights that could not be touched with their hands if they did not want to disappear forever. Mugyok jumped to his feet and pressed his sword against Ban Cheonil's neck. Cheonil was surprised. Was Mugyok really going to continue in this vein? Mugyok said that 900 years ago, Ban Cheonil, having been conquered by the Palace of Resurrection, stole the fruits, and they lost their comrades. Shin Mugyok declared that times were changing. The old man was determined. Ban Cheonil said that his opponent was rather dull. Had he really chosen death? Shin Mugyok activated the Enigma of the Holy Sword. Ban Cheonil used Holy Destruction. Ban Cheonil told his opponent that once again, he had failed to reach the heavens. He would never understand anything. Ban Cheonil declared that Mugyok could blame the Guardian of Gorgon Fortress for creating this foolish dream. A man appeared at the end of the corridor and apologized to Mugyok for being late. Cayman said that the Guardian of the Fortress was delayed because he was very busy. Therefore, he was ready to fight. Chiver was surprised. What could be more important than being here? The expedition into the depths was about to be shut down, even though it hadn't even started yet. Cayman told the Minister of the Interior that everything was under control now. Cayman asked if Shin Mugyok was okay. Mugyok told Cayman to give up. This monarch is unbeatable. Cayman replied that there was no need to worry. Everything was fine. Cayman warned that Joggleman and Ganhwan should evacuate with the residents as soon as possible. Joggleman was surprised. Even Mugyok couldn't resist this man. It would be difficult to win even if they joined forces. Cayman looked Ban Cheonil in the eye and said he would fight him one-on-one. Joggleman said he did not support this initiative. Cayman told the monarch that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Ban Cheonil was surprised. Were they acquainted? Although it seemed like he had seen him somewhere before. Was Cayman the newcomer? The one who couldn't join the expeditionary force because of his poor abilities? Cayman said that was all in the past. Ban Cheonil suggested that this man must be stronger if he was trying to interfere now. Cayman said that his opponent would soon find out and attacked him. Ban Cheonil parried the attack and said that he would now see what Cayman was capable of. Ban Cheonil said that wasn't bad. What skill is that? He asked. It's weaker than a heavy blow, but much stronger than a normal one, Cayman replied. Cayman said it was a total strike. Cayman warned his opponent to try his best, otherwise he would die at his hands. Ban Cheonil was surprised. Did this guy really think he could destroy him? He was just a regular weakling. Ban Cheonil was extremely angry, but Cayman said that his opponent's days were numbered. The monarch said that Cayman should know his place and moved to attack. Cayman remembered how Jae Huang congratulated him on reaching the 3rd level. Then Cayman asked again, had he really become stronger in just 2 years? Jae Huang replied that on the 2nd floor, where they were now, time was measured differently than on the 1st floor, where the other leaders trained. Could Cayman really have made 10 billion strikes in just 2 years? Ban Cheonil realized that the world of the boundless ocean had been used against him. Could it be that he was facing an awakened one? He had heard that the caretaker was an awakened one. But could there be someone else? Ban Cheonil said it was an amazing move. Cayman showed something unimaginable. Even his comrades were surprised by what they saw. A heavy blow was activated. Cayman repeated the effective attack. At that moment, Jang Gyokryong threw shurikens at Cayman. Cayman dodged. He was surprised. What was the leader of the Divine Ladies doing? The keeper told him how she had almost betrayed them. Jang Gyokryong told the leader of the South Sea Squad to stop. No matter how strong he had become, he couldn't provoke a fight against the monarch after only 2 years of training. Was he even thinking about the consequences? Cayman said he had been training this strike for 200 years. It was a spiral strike. After such a strike, nothing alive remained at the epicenter. Mugyak said that Cayman had won. The caretaker had predicted everything and guided Cayman. He knew that House would not rely solely on him, but would rise up himself. Cayman said that Aisha was the only one of the leaders who changed her mind. Aisha said she was there because he convinced her to come. The woman added that they knew better than anyone else who the dangerous lords were. Did Cayman really want to fight the lords? His interlocutor confirmed this. Those who came from the Forbidden Paradise are nothing compared to the representatives of the Palace of Rebirth. Cayman, of course, managed to defeat the Pearl General, but among the 3 ranks, he has the lowest rank, Junior General. This means that he will have to face even stronger lords in the future. Cayman said that they had already run away 900 years ago, and that this could not continue. Aisha thought that she was looking at an adapter who always doubted himself because he was not a superhuman. He was always surrounded by despair because of his inability to overcome the wall of obstacles alone. It was surprising that Cayman had changed so much. Was this really the same person she knew? There was some noise outside the window. A crowd of people had gathered there. The head of the fortress was surprised. Could it be the Tower of Nightmares? The woman asked, "Is Cayman undergoing cultivation there?" Cayman replied that it might seem that way, but it was completely different. No one could become a product in this tower. This is because there is no cultivator in the tower. Aisha was surprised. How can there be a tower without a cultivator? Cayman suggested that the head of the fortress see for herself. Cayman said that now chaos could stand on its own 2 feet. Even ordinary people were now trying to enter the tower despite their fear, because of their long-awaited desire to finally make a choice. The freedom they lost 900 years ago would be meaningless if they did not try to regain it on their own. Aisha said she understood everything. Cayman was trying to believe in himself again. Lincroft asked where the guardian of Gorgon Fortress was now. Jongho and Jehuang were on the shore of the lake in the oasis. The old man said that the meeting of the 3 fortresses must be coming to an end. Jongho asked if there would really be no consequences for the young man's absence. Surely they had brought influential people with them. Jaehwan said that in that case, Cayman would take care of it himself. The caretaker noted that Cayman was now stronger than the old man. The old man replied that this was nonsense. Jaehwan asked the divine physician why this had happened. After all, he had almost reached the 3rd stage of awakening. Jongho said that he had chosen the wrong path. If he had awakened with a different word, the direction would have changed. Jahan noted that they had different views of the world. Jongho said that he and others from the Rift had awakened through the same stages. The first was destruction. After the 2nd stage, consciousness. A person reaches the 3rd, self-denial. The awakening he knew about was not so incomprehensible. The old man added that he had cut down enemies on the battlefield. Destruction did not cause him to doubt. Consciousness did not cause him any pangs of conscience. So he went through awakening without questions or suffering. But for Jaehwan, everything was different. Doubt made him question himself, and awareness led him to agonizing reflections on the nature of the universe. Thus, Jaehwan went through endless torment and doubt. He found a unique path that forced him to constantly question the fairness of the world order. It was a thorny path. The old man asked if the young man had been on the 3rd floor of the tower. They say that time flows 100 times faster there than on the 2nd floor. By the standards of chaos, he had been off the 2nd floor for 2 days. Jongho suggested that he had been on the 3rd floor. How long had he been training there? Jaehwan replied that 2,000 years had passed. Jongho said he didn't believe it. Jaehwan asked if it was true. Would the old man start addressing him formally? Jongho replied that he would not wait for that. The caretaker said he couldn't stay there as long as he had hoped. The sun was setting and Jaehwan got up and said it was time to go. The divine medic asked the caretaker if he really wanted to go to the Palace of Rebirth. The young man confirmed this. The Palace of Rebirth was a formidable opponent. The old man said that it would not be too late to go there after waiting for those awakened from the Gorgon Fortress. Jaehwan was surprised. Did the old man really think that the Lord would wait for them? He was surely waiting for action after gathering the awakened ones. Therefore, they must attack when they least expect it. He was not going to fight the entire palace. only to take away the most important thing. Jongho asked if Jihuang was going to steal the fruit. The young man replied that he was going to steal something else as well. The treasure of nightmares that turns a man into a lion. The narrow gate. So, it is possible to enter chaos alive by passing through the narrow gate? Jaehwan explained that if someone stole all the fruits and destroyed the narrow gate, the lords would not be able to enter chaos. Of course, they could through death, but who would be willing to do that? In any case, in order to carry out the plan, one must first get there, to the Acropolis, at the entrance to the Palace of Rebirth. Jaehan said that the Manticore now rules the Forbidden Paradise, and these guys won't let them pass so easily. He asked what he was going to do. Jaehan replied that he would do as always. Jongho asked if he understood that the two of them would have to challenge the fortress. Wouldn't it be easier to sneak in unnoticed? Jaehwan repeated that he would do as usual. Jongho warned him to conserve his strength. Don't forget that the Manticore is only the gateway to the Palace of Rebirth. Jaehwan said he knew. The head of the Forbidden Paradise said that this was the first time he had heard that the rumors were not exaggerated, starting with the destruction of the northern division of the Forbidden Paradise and the terrible devastation. It was all the work of one man. It was surprising that it was this product that the monk of the tiny darkness had asked to find. If only he had seen him earlier. Just one look at this man sends shivers down your spine. No wonder the monarch of tiny darkness was after him. The leader of the Forbidden Paradise greeted Siren. The girl said that she had finally found chaos. The leader said that Serena could only wear this vulgar outfit in his residence. The girl replied that before criticizing her clothes, he could take a look at his brown canvas mat. Siren sat down next to him and added that martial artists always consider their base to be murim. She looked at the image and asked what kind of technique it was. Everything flies apart from a single blow. It's impressive. The girl wanted to tell about one amusing incident. In the chaos, the golden monarch of the Jade Mask appeared. The leader said he had already heard about it. All the troops sent to Garuda had been destroyed. The golden monarch of the Jade Mask had done this, defeating Garuda and the Dryads in exchange for help. The agreement that the monarchs would not interfere in the affairs of chaos should still be in effect. First, the monarch of pitch darkness intervened, and now the subjects of the Steel Monarch. This is an indirect war between the monarchs of the Great Lands. Serena added that she had heard that the golden monarch of the Jade Mask had been destroyed. Her interlocutor was surprised. Who had dealt with him? The girl replied that it was one of the 10 leaders. Serena asked if the leader of the Forbidden Paradise had heard about the expeditionary force into the depths formed by the guardian of the Gorgon fortress. One of the participants, the leader of the Southern Sea Detachment, had destroyed the Golden Monarch. The leader of Forbidden Paradise thought this was impossible. Even with hidden skills, one cannot take such a risk. The Golden Monarch of the Jade Mask was under the protection of the Steel Monarch, one of the 12 supreme monarchs ruling the Great Lands. All monarchs with the rank of brigadier and above are important figures. The leader of the South Sea Squad must know what interference in the affairs of the Golden Monarch leads to. Serena asked what the leader of the Forbidden Paradise was going to do. The product he was supposed to watch over became the guardian of the fortress because of his negligence. The monarch of pitch darkness would be furious if he found out that his product was roaming around so freely. The leader of Forbidden Paradise replied that he had sent the demonic dead, monsters that use the power of the dead, so there would be no problems. Jihuan and Jongho dealt with everyone who was guarding the fortress in this region. However, the old man noticed that something was wrong. It couldn't be that the Forbidden Paradise squad had defeated all the chaos with a single army. Jihuan said that perhaps everything was not as it seemed. A huge crowd of strangers gathered around the hero. Who were they? Where did they get so much evil energy? They seemed to be dead people. One of them asked if he was the famous Earthwalker, whose name shook the paths of chaos. The attacker admitted that he did not expect to meet the evil hero of rumors. The stranger noticed that the divine medic was also nearby. Jongho asked who he was, as if they knew each other. The stranger with the scar on his face said that he collected horns for treatment and transported patients. The old man recognized him. It was Heinz, a pious warrior. He said he felt relieved when he met the old man. The old man asked what the guardian of the Gorgon fortress was doing in the Forbidden Paradise squad and why he was hanging out with such people. Heinz retorted, "How could a divine medic say such a thing without knowing what had happened at the fortress of Gorgon?" The old man recalled the events of 100 years ago. The Gorgon fortress had been at war with the now-vanished Scarlet Combat Squad. Heinz told the divine medic that the Scarlet Squad had appeared in his absence. 50 guards, including the captain of the South Gate, had disappeared forever in an ambush. Only one survived, Heinz. After this massacre, he was the only one left. Heinz asked the divine medic to help him become stronger. After all, he was from Marima and must know how. Chung-ho said he understood the despair of the weak. He had seen such people for 1,000 years in chaos. Heinz remembered the old man's words. If a warrior wants to become stronger, he must work harder. But he noticed that hard work was a privilege reserved for those who were capable of it. Most people in chaos never made any effort. Heinz took off his mask and revealed his disfigured face. He said he had worked hard to protect his honor. Chung-ho asked why he looked that way. Heinz replied that the pious warrior was a second-rate weakling who had died 100 years ago. He was Heinz, the vice leader of the Forbidden Paradise Squad. Heinz said he had heard that the guardian of Gorgon Fortress only used lunges and offered to fight him, activating the 8 fangs of the volcano and his perfect carotid artery severing technique. However, Jae Hwang was so strong that it was decided to attack him with the entire team. The leader of Forbidden Paradise did not understand how he could cut down the undead so easily and decided to join forces with the remaining troops. But on the front lines, half of the fighters would have to be sacrificed, and if they died, all plans would collapse. Serena told the leader of Forbidden Paradise to stop annoying her. She had done everything as requested. She found the Soul Stone, created a cloud of smog, and formed half of the undead squad. The girl asked if he wanted to make a deal with her. The keeper of the Gorgon Fortress, the legend of the Path of Waves, the seeker of the impossible path. She hadn't received all these titles in just a month, but there is nothing attractive about him. Heinz thought that even after 200 years, he remained an ordinary person, while someone who had awakened here just a month ago had already become a guardian. He was angry and promised not to leave it at that. Heinz decided to show all the power he had achieved through his hard work in response to the mockery. Jae Hwang said it was time to end it. All people in chaos are the same. He made his middle lunge. The assistant was surprised. His opponent had knocked down the 9th level vice leader. He ordered his comrades to attack the guardian first, to give the vice leader time to recover. Jong-ho prevented the attack on the fortress keeper and reminded Jae Hwan to be more careful next time. Jae Hwan looked at the attackers and said that each of them was trying to give it their all. In the end, everyone would say that they had tried their best. Heinz, seeing Jae Hwan's next attack, thought in fear. What was that? Could this be the world of the awakened? The very world he had heard about? The world seen by those who went against everything? This eye illuminates and notices every detail, watching over the world. Is this man really trying to oppose them? He is an amazing madman. Who would have thought he would dare to fight? Heinz wondered, if he had remained pious, would he have been able to follow this path to his dream? Jae Hwang destroyed the Manicore's 1,000-year history in an instant. In that case, it should not be called a strong attack, but a world attack. Jaehyun said it was time to act. He had paved the way. Jung-ho agreed that those who remained would not be able to stop them. Jung-ho asked how the young man did it. The old man added that wherever the attack landed, the ordinary world broke apart and turned into something unique. Jaehyun replied that he had simply made a strong lunge. The old man was surprised. Could this man really be nearing the end of the Oblivion stage? The divine medic agreed that thanks to the Guardian, everything would be much easier. Jae-hwan noted that he did not feel pressure from the lieutenants or generals. The attack caused a lot of inconvenience to the leader of the Golden Heaven Squad. The old man and the young man heard a cry of, "It's too late," and looked up. The old man said that before them was a transcendental skill of movement, distortion. Serena asked why everyone was so scared. Jaehyun asked the girl who she was. Serena was surprised. Didn't he know her? Didn't he have a holographic panel at home? Jung-ho replied that this woman was a nightmare. The old man added that every soul in chaos knew about her. Serena praised his taste. However, he probably didn't know that a succubus couldn't be called a nightmare. Serena explained that all nightmares come from different races, and the old man should know that by now. The girl introduced herself, Serena Armel. She was not just a nightmare. Jae Hwang thought she was a nightmare from the Golden Heavens. He had many questions, but there was no time for them now. He said that if she was done talking, she'd better step aside. Serena replied that she couldn't do that because she had received orders. She added that this guy had gone too far. Jae Hwan said that there was nothing he could do about it and prepared for battle. Serena was surprised. Why was he so impatient? Couldn't he wait a minute? The girl said that the one who asked her to stop was now dying from his blow. Jae Hwan attacked, but to no avail. Serena offered him to become her product, because the guy had to understand the situation he was in. The young man realized that the pressure of the soul was much stronger here than outside the fortress. She must have the rank of Major General, which he had heard about. Serena said that the pitch-black darkness was looking for this guy, and he had to understand what that meant. But she could help him hide. If he went to her, no one from the 12 regions would be able to lay a finger on him. Jaehwan refused. Serena declared that she would make him go to her anyway. Chanho advised Jaehwan to be extremely careful. The powerful magic of the nightmare was activated, and a huge monster appeared above the hero. Monstrous snakes attacked the old man and the young man from all sides. Jung-ho said that there would be no end to this. However, Jaehwan activated his lunge, and the snakes were deactivated. The siren said that the young man was trying to hide behind a cloud of sand. Jaehwan dealt with the snakes and changed his position. Sirena said she could see everything because it was all reflected on the screen. He couldn't hide from her. The girl suggested that her opponent calm down and think, he understands that only she loses from the deal. She introduced herself as Serena Armeld, the enchanting fire, who would easily take first place in popularity in Little Brother. Serena was surprised to see that her opponent had materialized his images. He was a real monster. Jaehwan approached her, grabbed her by the throat, and pushed her into the sand. The hero asked if she wanted to continue. The guy felt that this nightmare did not harbor any hostility towards him. If he spared her life and listened to her, she could help with the expedition to the depths. Perhaps he could get information about the first nightmare, which, according to rumors, was at the top of the Tree of Illusions. The hero had many questions. Jahan said she had to go with him to Gorgon. Siren asked if he was giving up. The girl replied that he shouldn't joke with her. She would never do that. Serena broke free from his grasp and grabbed him from behind by the neck. The young man was surprised. Jahan found himself in front of the gates of hell. Serena asked if he was surprised. Did he know about the 8 gates of hell? He was already familiar with this technique. She noted that these gates were different from the false ones he had seen before, because the 8 gates of hell was a skill created by a nightmare. The first gate was Storm Hell. The 4th gate was the Hell of Black Chains. The 6th gate was the Ice Hell. Siren said she was impressed by him. Was he really human? Jaehwan asked if the girl had any more tricks up her sleeve. Serena admitted that he was amazing, but her next attack would be a heavy one. Jaehwan stood before the next gate of hell, from which a huge number of hands peered out. Penetrating the gate, the young man saw the horror that reigned there. Serena said that even this guy would have a hard time because, since the creation of this skill, no one had been able to pass beyond the 7th gate. Jahan looked at the people who met him behind the gates. They asked the girl who she was. The 7th gate is one's own hell. Jaehwan and these people exchanged glances. Jahan didn't understand what was going on. Images of a child appeared before him. It was himself, only at different stages of his life. Jahan stood alone against several armed men. These people not only looked like Jaehwan, but also possessed the same skills. It seemed that they could even make the same decisions. Jaehai thought that his opponents were now trying to assess his strength before attacking. Our hero decided that he could make the first move and engage them in combat to test their techniques. He had no choice. All of his opponent's actions were predictable to our hero. Everyone here only knew how to lunge. Jaehwan noticed a cloud of smog appearing. However, it was not just smoke. At one point, Jaehwan came face to face with his rival. They looked exactly alike. Jaehwan found himself in another room. There were bodies lying on the floor, and an armed man was standing in front of him. He said he was very sorry. These were our hero's memories. Memories of his life before the tower appeared. The armed man told Corporal Jaehwan that he had really tried his best. The corporal understood everything himself. The man thanked the corporal for everything and pointed the barrel of his machine gun at his chin. Jaehwan shouted loudly, but he couldn't change anything. This man was our hero's successor and advisor. All the unjust humiliation directed at him forced him to destroy all his predecessors and superiors in the middle of the night. Jaehwan was the only survivor. All the leaders, platoon commanders, and even the battalion commander were replaced. All charges against Jaehwan were dropped, thanks to the records found, which confirmed that he was not involved in the bullying. He was sent to prison for 15 days. Our hero believed he could have saved that guy. It must have been then that Jaehwan began to hate the system, long before he entered the world of skills and status. Jaehwan thought that perhaps he was already in the system back then. Jaehwan lived in a world where a huge system suppressed individuality. A small child with tears in his eyes begged Jaehwan to save him. The same child asked our hero who he was. What is it like to pass through the 8 gates of hell? Serena said that the awakened say that self-denial is rebirth and forgetting oneself. Is this true? The awakened who have experienced self-denial are even more vulnerable to the 8th gate of hell. Even nightmares would prefer to take their own lives because they simply cannot cope with such a huge ego. Siren tried to bring our hero to his senses and told him to wake up. Can a soul forgotten after self-denial return in time? Our hero left all his memories in self-denial, and this places a world where he must destroy himself in order to move on. Jae-hwan stood with a sword in his hand and pondered the essence of being. To be or not to be, that is the question. Jae-hai thought that his body had become heavy, he could not see anything. What is awakening, really? Jae-han saw a Cayman with an old man. Awakening is the ability to see. Awakening is the ability to see the true essence of the world. The old man said that the awakened see the value that represents the essence of the universe and are able to recognize the particles that make up the world. Adapters are able to read information that is invisible to the eye and see things in a completely different way. This is the stage of self-denial. But the awakened must be careful with forgetting. With the ability to see so many details, there is a risk of losing one's sight altogether. Jihan understood everything. This is the forgetfulness that the old man spoke of. Those who see too much inevitably go blind. Those who hear too much lose their senses. But does any of this really matter? Jihan believed he had already accomplished a great deal. Jaehan believed that no one else had managed to go this far. The protagonist stood in front of the crying child, thinking that he was simply going through difficult times. Jaehan looked at the falling stars and couldn't answer the question of who he was. He had countless memories that he had left behind during 2,000 years of continuous training and the connection between those memories. Our hero couldn't understand what was happening. Why were the seventh gates open and why were his opponents running away? There was a flashback and the young man realized that his life spanned much more than 2,000 years. Jae-hai stood before the gates of hell and tried to remember what word came after self-denial. Before our hero were the 8th gates of hell. He decided he had to get out of there. Jae-hai opened the next gate and stepped over the threshold. However, there was nothing in front of him. The young man did not understand why the room was empty. Some inscriptions appeared in the sky. Someone had passed through all the gates of hell and wanted to tell their story. These inscriptions must have been left by those who created the 8 gates of hell. He still remembered the day when the first squad of the expedition to the depths fell apart. The inscriptions were left by Mulark Armel, a reminder of his defeat. Chong-ho shook the young man's shoulder and told him to wake up. Serena was sleeping nearby. Chan-ho resigned, wondering why the keeper still hadn't regained consciousness. He had brought Nightmare here, who had used his technique on the young man, but it seemed he would not wake up anytime soon. As soon as Nightmare loses consciousness, the illusion should dissipate. The people from the Palace of Rebirth are about to arrive here. The 11th level adapter, the monarch of the secret fragrance, Samyun Garam, was looking for the old man and the young man. He was sure they were somewhere nearby. The old man is worried. What did this man forget in the chaos? One of the most powerful has entered the fray. Samyun Garam ordered his people to stop wandering. If these people had escaped, everyone in the Manticore had to be mobilized to find the leader of the Forbidden Paradise Squad. Siren asked with interest how many times she had nearly died today. Siren tried to bring our hero to his senses and said that she had saved the old man's life. Why is he silent? The old man was indignant. After all, he was the one who saved her life. She had already forgotten who had been protecting her all this time. Serena suggested that it would be best to head to the Gorgon Fortress now. The girl said she had business with the keeper of the Gorgon Fortress. Chong-ho said that he had already sent a letter to Gorgon by Postal Eagle, but did not expect Jae-hwang to be unconscious for so long. After reading the message, Kamen said that the additional troops must have already split up. Kamen added that the fortress keeper had informed them of the fall of Manticore Fortress. Now the Seize the Moment squad and the Gorgon army would split up and head for Manticore. This would be done with the aim of striking the Palace of Rebirth. Jagelman was surprised. An army of 300 awakened ones. They had a real chance of winning. Yoongarm himself was surprised. Wouldn't it be better to accept the world order and sit quietly? They are too ambitious. Jagelman was surprised to see such an opponent and assess his potential. The leader, engulfed in flames, ordered an immediate retreat. Yoonyeon realized that there was no time to lose and shouted, "Everyone attack Samyun Garam!" The Gorgon Liberation Army and the Seize the Moment squad cleared the way to the entrance to Manticore. However, with the appearance of the monarch of the secret fragrance, the situation in the battle changed dramatically, and a turning point came. 10 days later, the Cabinet of Internal Affairs of the Gorgon Fortress, Jürgen Chiver, reported that, starting with the company of third stage awakened ones, the commander of the first detachment, Carlton, and ending with the gates of the 9th stage adapters, half of the army had been destroyed in just 10 days. This was a turning point. The loss of 5 third stage awakened ones who were part of the main force. Aisha admitted that it would be difficult to continue the war. The army of the Palace of Rebirth was already close to the gates of the Gorgon fortress. Ganhuan asked if Aisha would suggest surrendering and handing over the fortress and tower just to save her life. Cayman replied that they could not betray the keeper. Aisha may be far-sighted, but she cannot predict the future. It is not worth blindly trusting her abilities. Didn't the keeper talk to them about this? They need to find a way forward. Aisha stated that they had no chance of victory now. Everyone present understood that. Why not ask the monarchs for help? Cheever asked, "Are you talking about the Steel Monarch?" Aisha confirmed this. All the monarchs sent by the Palace of Rebirth are now in the 9th region of the Abyss. Almost everyone knows about the centuries-old feud between the Steel Monarch and the Monarch of the Abyssal Darkness. Jurgen Cheever reminded them that they had destroyed the Jade Mask Monarch. Technically, he died because anyone who enters chaos through the narrow gate simply returns to their body after death. Cayman said that even if the Steel Monarch wanted to help, they should not seek the support of other monarchs. Chaos must be liberated. Jaehan still hadn't recovered from his trip to the gates of hell. Jongho and Serena were at the head of the caretaker's bed. The old man asked if Serena thought it was worth bringing the guy back to his senses after she had put him into this state. What spell had she used if he still hadn't regained consciousness after 10 days? Serena was surprised. Wasn't the old man a divine healer? Serena added that if Jongho was so concerned, perhaps he should do something himself. The old man replied, "If I could, I would have done so long ago." Jongho asked in surprise why Serena was still here. Wasn't she on the side of the monarch of the Dark Abyss? Serena replied that their contract was no longer valid. After all, a person capable of passing through the 8 gates of hell had appeared. Serena said that the 8 gates of hell were an incredible skill. Keep in mind that the gates were not originally intended for humans. The true power of the skill lies in the fact that it can only remove nightmares. Serena hoped that someone else would be able to master this skill, so she taught it to the leader of the team of scientists. The girl added that so far, no one had managed to overcome the 8 gates of hell. Although she had seen them broken through several times, it was not humans who had done so. Only the consciousness of those who were there was destroyed, not the skill itself. Serena said that Jaehuan was not like everyone else. He not only destroyed her consciousness, but also completely destroyed the skill. He broke through the 7th gate, something no one had ever done before, and approached the last 8th gate. The 8th gate is the gate of reward. Those who manage to pass through the 7 gates receive an incredible reward. A person capable of overcoming all the gates and approaching the 8th can become the king of chaos. That's what Jagelman said, and it turned out he wasn't joking. Jongho asked what the 8th gate was like. Serena replied that it was the legacy left by her godfather. Jongho and Serena saw that Jaehuan had regained consciousness. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. Jongho told our hero everything that had happened while he was unconscious. Jaehan got out of bed and said he was going to the meeting room. Jongho tried to stop him and said that it wasn't a good idea to go there now. There were people everywhere who were going to hand over the caretaker to the Palace of Rebirth. Jongho said firmly that if the young man wanted to go there, he would have to step over him first. Jaehuan did just that. Jaehuan, accompanied by Siren and the Divine Medic, entered the conference room, and everyone present was surprised. Ganhuan and Cayman were glad that the caretaker had regained consciousness, and said it was a great relief. Aisha and Jurgen Cheever lowered their eyes. They were ashamed to look the keeper in the eye. Jaehuan said firmly that he was going to the Palace of Rebirth. Cayman was surprised. What was the caretaker talking about? That was not possible. Yunyan told the caretaker to think carefully, as he definitely couldn't go there. Yongyang added that while the keeper was unconscious, they had lost several comrades. They would not have died if they had not known hope and freedom. The Lightning King said that they didn't even have time to hold a farewell ceremony. Jaehuan replied that he was very sorry about that. Yunyan said that he hated the keeper with all his heart for this. However, they all needed the guardian very much. Everyone present said that, whether they went to the palace or not, they wanted him to stay here. It was better to fight and die in battle together. Jongho thought that the guardian had given these people something so incredible that now, in order to protect it, they would give their lives. Those present wholeheartedly wanted the caretaker to stay with them and not go to the Palace of Rebirth. Jae Huang said that these people were mistaken. He was not going to the palace to surrender. Our hero declared that he was going to the palace to blow everything up. Jurgen Cheever thought that this man was up to his old tricks again. Young-ho decided that this guy was a real madman. Yunyan said that the caretaker had gone mad. Jae-hwan declared that he was perfectly sane. Cayman was surprised. Did the caretaker really want to destroy the Palace of Rebirth? Gang Hwan asked when the caretaker was going to do it. Jae-hwan replied that he wanted to do it right now. Serena decided that he was a very strange person. It felt as if the word reality was simply missing from his vocabulary. However, people are always forced to bow to circumstances. No one would follow this guy. However, one of those present said that in that case, it was necessary. Cayman and Ganhuan told the caretaker to take them with him. Others joined in too, to destroy these scoundrels. Serena decided that they had all lost their minds. Why are all these people rising up? They used to be ordinary souls and lived peacefully. Why were they suddenly so concerned about real life and salvation? Was it all because of this man's influence? Jaehai said he was grateful for the words of support. But this time, he would only need 4 people, including himself. Jaehai added that besides him, they would need the divine medic, Jong-ho. The old man understood that without him, no operation would be possible. Cayman must also go on the expedition. The warrior was undoubtedly delighted and said that it was a great honor for him. Jaehwan said that the last person would be Serena. The girl, on the contrary, was very surprised. What did she have to do with it? Siren was surprised. Why would she go anywhere? Ganhuan said that 4 people would not be enough and asked to be taken along. Serena continued to protest. Maybe they should listen to her first? The girl said she wasn't going anywhere. Jong-ho told her to behave appropriately. Jürgen Chiver thought, would everything really come to an end after the destruction of the Palace of Rebirth? What would happen after the chaos was united? Aisha said that not everyone recognized the Gorgon Fortress as the center of chaos. Therefore, there would undoubtedly be a series of rebellions. The remaining troops would deal with them. Yang Yeon asked why not save some forces for the plans following the destruction of the Palace of Rebirth? In any case, the lords would not be able to enter the chaos if they destroyed the narrow gate of the Palace of Rebirth. The lords would no longer pose a threat. Jaehwan was surprised. How could he be so sure that destroying the narrow gate would end the war with the lords? The narrow gate is not the only way into chaos. What about through death? Yunyan said that was simply impossible. The keeper said they had to be ready for any outcome. Serena continued to insist that she would not go anywhere, but no one listened to her. Jaehwang asked if Serena really didn't want to know what lay beyond the 8th gate. The caretaker added that if the girl helped him, he would tell her what he saw at the 8th gate. Siren's personal laboratory, Cayman, studying the children's figurines, said that after becoming a master, everyone becomes obsessed with themselves. The old man looked at the clothes with the image of Serena. The girl warned him not to touch anything with his hands. Siren, blushing with embarrassment, said that she didn't make them herself, but that her godfather did. Serena couldn't believe she had brought people into her private laboratory. She wouldn't have allowed it if they hadn't asked to use her devices to travel to the Palace of Rebirth. Chong-ho noticed that Serena had even built a tower. Serena said that no one should look at her toys. She had warned them about this from the very beginning. The girl warned that she had made it when she was only 1,200 years old. Cayman wondered, could she be one of the 500 famous masters? Chong-ho watched with interest as the frightened girl watched the others examine her toys. It would be better to watch a dancing deer than this. Chong-ho decided that he had grown old, because what he saw did not evoke any emotions in him. Cayman said that enough time had passed, but things had not gotten any better. Siren looked at her figurines. They were once products, creatures locked in the space of imagination. The very same products where nightmares create towers. Huang pointed to a figurine and asked what this tower was called. Serena replied that it was the world after destruction. The girl added that this tower was not yet finished. This tower was what she imagined when she first looked at Jahuan. Serena couldn't imagine what Jahuan felt when he looked at this tower. The girl had never thought of the tower as a product. Serena announced that everything was ready and invited everyone to come in. Siren had a strange feeling that something had gone wrong. The reason her godfather had gone on the expedition had something to do with this feeling. The Palace of Rebirth. General Hickmeyer, Lord of the Palace of Rebirth, said, if there were anyone here truly capable of rebirth, they would have been sent to the fruit store long ago, rather than left standing in the crowd. They had already waited 6 months. Wasn't it time to give up? The general added that he could not do anything due to his limited authority. His subordinates were surprised. What was the problem? After all, the Lord was not so different from them. The general energetically attacked these malcontents, and they began to suffocate. Hickmeyer asked, did they really want to die? Why were they so talkative? The subordinates fell to their knees and begged for mercy. The general said that he was tired of everything here. If it weren't for the agreement, he would have left long ago. The lords who died during the war and returned to chaos take over the powers of the Lord of the Palace of Rebirth. The term of office is limited to the death of the next lord and his appearance in chaos. He wished the next lord would appear soon. That way, he could get out of this piece of chaos. However, there are strange rumors that the Lord of the Jade Mask recently appeared in chaos and was defeated by the Awakened from the fortress of Gorgon. Now, somewhere in the depths, a squad is forming, intending to attack the Palace of Rebirth. Would they dare to come here? People had no doubt that something had happened, as the lords had passed through the narrow gate. Because of his title, Lord Hickmeyer could not leave this place. Otherwise, he would have seen everything for himself. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Had they really been attacked? General Hickmeyer's experienced eye determined that a double invasion had been initiated. The attacker was definitely on the same level as him. Hickmeyer wondered if the attacker was the one called the Lord of the Gorgon Fortress. Cayman appeared before Hickmeyer and said that he was not the Lord. The attacker used water energy. Cayman said that they had come to take revenge for what had happened 900 years ago. Johan and Ho were also nearby. General Hickmeyer counterattacked the attackers, and Cayman shouted that he couldn't see anything. Cayman couldn't believe that he was unable to locate the general, despite his extensive training. Cayman remembered Johan's words, who claimed that he could do anything. He believed it and would continue to believe in his strength. Cayman also believed in his strength and tried to focus. The general was surprised when he realized that Cayman had sensed his presence. Hickmeyer decided that he was dealing with a very arrogant and conceited warrior. Jihan told the old man that he was going to grab the nightmare and head for the Lair of Delight, and that Cayman would take care of everything here. The Den of Delight stores fruit and, like the narrow gate, is located at the top of the Palace of Rebirth. The energy emanating from the Den of Delight is not good news. It is better to be cautious. Chongho said that he and Cayman would try to get rid of the monarchs heading for the Palace of Rebirth. The general of the Ring of Fire and the general of the Seven Dangers arrived to defend the palace. They said it was quite noisy here. Nothing could be seen through the smoke, but the general said they knew where the attackers were. Why is the Healer of Despair here? They were told to bring the Fortress Keeper, but here is some strange old man. How dare they attack the Palace of Rebirth? Chong-ho thought that these two had easily dodged his blow. He needed to be more careful. The general of the Ring of Fire said that it was not too late to bring the Fortress Keeper here. Even if they could resist, they would not be able to defeat the generals guarding the fruits. With the support of his energy beast, Jung-ho told the two not to waste time with empty talk and to attack. The Palace of Rebirth is the upper chamber of the Den of Delight. The revelry is in full swing. Rat General Laika said there was some commotion at the main gate. Maybe it's worth checking out? The second Dragon General replied that it was not worth paying attention to. Hickmeyer would take care of everything. Every time they visit Chaos, they stop here and are satisfied. The first Dragon General wondered why the people of Chaos complain so much about life. After all, they live in such a wonderful place. The Rat General Laika thought that the noises outside sounded strange. Maybe it would be better to pack everything up and go check what was going on. The second general said that the Palace of Rebirth would take care of everything. There was no need to spoil the mood. However, if something bad happened, the Rat General would be held responsible. The general said that Laika was getting carried away. He'd better shut his mouth and have fun. If he wants to, he can go and check for himself. The second general asked, "Is Laika really suggesting that they do this?" The Rat General Laika said he would go and check everything himself. Laika thought angrily that one day he would definitely take revenge on them for everything. Rat General Laika saw the first general's intense gaze and got scared. He said he would quickly check everything and come back. The first general said that he simply could not stand loud noises. Time passed, the candle burned down, and the generals grew tired. There was no response from Rat General Laika. The generals sensed something suspicious. They felt the presence of an unfamiliar energy. Could this be an attack? How could they do such a thing? Who was brave enough? There was an explosion. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw the keeper of the Gorgon fortress. He had a sword in his hand. The general asked, "Must this be the guardian of the Gorgon fortress?" The general said that this guy had come in person. He must have gone completely mad. Had he come to keep his word? Serena said that these generals were, as always, disgusting in their aspirations. Shehan declared that he had come here to get rid of them all. The general was surprised. How dare a worthless soul from Chaos say such a thing? His arrogance knows no bounds. The general attacked the guardian of the Gorgon fortress. How dare he even approach the Palace of Rebirth? Jahuan lost his footing and flew far back. The general told the keeper to get up. He would make him pay dearly for disturbing the peace. The general added that he would condemn everyone dear to this man to suffering. The general ordered everyone present to attack this guy. Jahuang dodged the attacks. He said that powerful blows were useless if they missed their target. However, the attacks were intense and did not even give the hero a chance to catch his breath. The general stated that no matter how strong this guy was, he could not win alone. Even the major general could not repel their attack alone. Jae-hwan admitted that it was a bit difficult for him to fight back alone, and that was annoying. Jae-hwan said that in that case, he would just blow them all up. Another explosion rang out. The divine medic continued to fight in his section. He was surprised. Why was there so much noise? He realized that Jae-hwan had joined the battle. The general withstood the hero's attack and looked invulnerable. Siren was also surprised. How could such a blow be repelled? Were the defenders of the Rebirth Palace really that much stronger than ordinary people? The general couldn't believe that the fortress keeper was using these tricks to besiege the Rebirth Palace. Did he really want to make them look ridiculous? He would show how far this keeper was from them. The representatives of the Rebirth Palace, a huge energy dragon representing the opponent, appeared before the hero. Jae-han decided to give it his all, but he would not retreat. His opponent asked, did the young man really think he could leave even a scratch on him? However, Jae-hwan did not flinch and attacked effectively. The general said that this boy's blows would never be able to pierce his scales. Jae-hwan replied that they would soon see otherwise. He attacked again and achieved his goal. The general thought that this young man was directing his blows to the same place, which was dangerous. Jae-han made a powerful lunge. The powerful blow achieved its goal. Hearing the crash and seeing the bright glow, Kamen thought that the keeper had succeeded. Silence reigned. Jong-ho assumed that this guy was completely finished. However, trying to catch up with him was terribly exhausting. Jong-ho also achieved victory in his section. When Jae-hwan said that only 4 would go to the palace, Serena thought that the keeper was simply rushing things. The wounded general said that he would make this guy regret what he had done, that he would never forget such humiliation. He would return and tear the fortress keeper to pieces. No matter what he did, they would not die. Ji-hwan suggested that the general was right, because they had passed through the narrow gate. The general was surprised. How did his opponent know this? As long as their bodies and souls were connected to their brains, they would never die. They would simply return to their real bodies in the Great Lands. Ji-han said it was too late to regret anything. The general realized that this guy had cut off the connection. Jae-han asked his opponent what it was like to face the true face of death. The general couldn't believe that Jae-han had severed the connection to his mind. It couldn't be. The general shouted that he didn't want to die. His opponent asked what the young man wanted. Skills? Status? He was ready to ask the great monarch for it. The general said he was ready to talk to the monarch of pitch-black darkness, who would grant any request. He was ready to do anything if the young man spared his life. Jae-han did not listen to the general's plea and destroyed him forever. Rat General Laika couldn't believe it. One of the 5 monarchs was dead. Laika intended to check the main gate because of a strange noise and return immediately. This guy cut off communication. Who is he? Rat General Laika decided that in any case, he needed to notify the major generals. Jong-ho grabbed Laika and asked who he was and why he was spying here. Who was he going to notify? Kamen, the leader of the South Sea Squad, said that he had returned after completing his mission. He had a prisoner on his shoulder. Jong-ho also brought a prisoner, Rat General Laika. The old man said that they had left the enemies alive, as Jae-hwan had said. But because of this, they had almost died themselves. Jae-hwan looked at the Rat General and asked who he was. Jong-ho replied that he had captured him because he was hiding at the entrance. Serena said that he was a timid monarch. He had acquired the general's spiritual power, but everyone despised him because of his insignificant abilities. She asked why Jae-hwan had asked to spare their lives. Jae-hwan drew his sword and said that he needed to see for himself that they were destroyed. Jae-hwan finished the job himself. Laika was frightened and pressed himself against the wall, for he was not a warrior general. After the rebirth of the Rebirth Palace, the monarchy gained eternity. Ordinary people must count the days until their demise, because their lives are limited. But monarchs who have gained eternal life through the fruit are freed from this burden. This is how eternity helped them forget about the finiteness of life 900 years ago. He thought he would soon perish at the hands of this man. He was madly afraid of death, which he had carelessly forgotten about. The Rat General begged for mercy because he had no intention of fighting in the first place. Laika sank to the ground and looked at Jae-hwan with pleading eyes. Our hero said that he would let the general live. He needed a witness anyway. Laika couldn't believe it. Would they really let him live? Jae-hwan asked where the fruit was. The Rat General pointed upward and said that the fruits were stored in the dome. This storage facility is called the Break. It was created by the Nightmare Craftsman and generates endless combinations of passwords. It would be difficult to open it without the help of the master of the Palace of Rebirth, who had just died. However, there is a chance if a nightmare creator with exceptional skills can be found. Jae Hwang said he would simply try to break through it with a lunge. It won't be easy, but it's the only way out. Jung Ho said that the keeper must control himself. Kamen regretted that they did not have a nightmare of the creator level. Siren said that she was still here. Using her unique skills, Siren was able to open the vault. The expedition into the depths began for this very reason. After so much time, they finally got what they came for. Jaehwan was surprised. Were these all the fruits there were? There were far fewer than expected. Jung Ho said that they had been using the fruit for 900 years. The supplies had run out. It was definitely not enough to distribute to the people in the Gorgon fortress, let alone the whole chaos. Jian handed the fruit to Kamen and said he could take it if he wanted. He more than deserved to get his life back. Jae had added that Kamen should decide for himself. Kamen thought that a lot of time had passed. It had been a difficult battle in which he had to face many challenges. In order to obtain the fruit, he had to sacrifice a considerable number of souls and endure dishonor. Kamen decided that this was the reward for everything he had gone through. However, the warrior clenched his fists and crushed the fruit. Everyone present was terribly surprised. What had he done? Serena said that this was not the right thing to do. Laika added that it was a priceless fruit. Jaehan asked Kamen why he destroyed the fruit. Kamen replied that there were only 10 left. The moment the fruit was in his hands, he realized that these 10 would sow a series of conflicts. They would start fighting each other in the hope that at least 10 people could return to life. In that case, chaos would be inevitable. Johan acknowledged that it was not an easy decision. Kamen asked if he could do the same with the remaining fruits. Jihai thought that not everyone was capable of doing so. But someone from the chaos had to do it, so he took Kamen with him. Jongho said that everyone would be amazed if they saw it. Our hero believed from the beginning that Kamen would do this, because Kamen would prefer lonely despair and seek salvation in despondency. Kamen smiled and said he would never regret what he had done. Suddenly, there was an explosion that engulfed Kamen. Those present were perplexed. How could this have happened? When the smoke cleared, everyone saw Kamen lying motionless. His body was covered in wounds. Someone's voice said that they were just pathetic insects. It was Major General Kaniel, the Storm Monarch of the 10th level of adaptation. He asked how they dared to touch the fruit. Major General Megito, the Monarch of Silence, 10th level of adaptation, also appeared. Kaniel said that this man had completely crossed the line. His life was not worth the consequences of his actions. Rat General Laika noticed the appearance of Sam Yun Garam, a Major General from the 9th region. It was surprising that a real monster, one of the 5 strongest Major Generals of the Great Lands, had come here in person. Laika decided to hide. The fruits had been stolen, and he could face death. Sam Yun Garam ordered Kaniel and Megito not to touch him. This head belongs only to him. Jaehwan ordered Siren to take Kamen and the old man away. Megito noticed that Jaehwan had no time to care about others. As always in such cases, a bloody battle began. The protagonist fought with dignity. The opponent attacked and declared that Jaehwan had nowhere to hide. The young man noted that his opponent was very fast. Jaehwan thought that these monarchs were on a completely different level than all the previous ones. Yun Garam himself admitted that he had expected more. There are many rumors surrounding the young man, but here he is not impressive at all. Perhaps Jaehwan had already used up all his strength on previous enemies. Megito added that this guy was just an insect pretending to be a hero. Yun Garam himself declared that it was time to end it, and Megito supported his words. Jaehwan fell to the ground but did not let go of his sword and was about to get up. After another blow from the young hero, the building was destroyed. Jong Ho said that this guy was a real monster. His blow divided the 1,000-year history of Manticore into before and after. It wasn't just a strong attack. It was a universal attack. The old man warned the young man not to use such a strike too often. The awakened ones can use the energy of the spirit without limit, but in return, they lose their mental strength. The divine medic added that if the guy used powerful techniques carelessly, he wouldn't last long. Jihen realized that his opponents were equal to him in terms of the level he was at when he first appeared in Chaos. He needed to get rid of them, while they naively underestimated him. He decided it was time to end this, and prepared to repel the monarch's attacks. Jaehwan activated a series of 5 strikes and finished them with a universal lunge. Yun Garam himself was surprised. Had the young man developed such striking power solely through physical abilities? It was unbelievable. Sam Yun Garam noted that although the battle was dragging on, it was worth it. Long ago, there lived a nightmare who sought out the monarchs of the 12 regions. He was rejected by all of them, but he did not give up. Finally, he visited the 9th region, asking for a little strength to climb the Tree of Illusions. The value of existence and the elevation of life are not normal. It is important to remember the suffering experienced in weakness. This world can be changed by destroying the first nightmare at the top of the Tree of Illusions. Yungaram himself said that the monarch of the pitch-black darkness refused to meet with him because the Great Lands are a place for the strongest. If the nightmare wants to change the order, he must prove it with force. He fought the nightmare for 3 days and 3 nights, and on the 3rd day, he learned its power. The warrior could not believe that he was facing an adapter. It was truly bad luck. Then he thought that if his opponent was strong without magic, then it would be possible to negotiate with him about the Tree of Illusions. Nightmare bypassed all of chaos and headed into the depths to change the world. But after the monarch stole the fruits, all information about him disappeared. Nothing had changed. Yungaram himself admitted that his opponent's attacks were strong, but that was not enough. The monarch said that the young man had trump cards in his hands, but he did not know how to use them properly. Jaehuan couldn't believe that his opponent was blocking his attacks so easily. Sam Yungaram called him a child who had been given a sword by mistake. After another attack, the monarch ordered the young man to get up. The guardian of the Gorgon fortress was not finished yet. Yungaram himself beckoned to Jaehuan and demanded that he show his strength if he was talking about the Tree of Illusions. Jaehuan realized that his opponent was stronger than all the previous ones combined and did not use any special techniques. Even with the help of doubt, one could only see experience. Could ordinary experience create such incredible physical potential? Jaehuan used a universal lunge, and his opponent said he was using cheap tricks. Was he really doing a universal lunge with his fists? Yungaram himself said that spiritual power does not work on him. The system does not support it. Why are the awakened trying to destroy the structure of the system? He grabbed Jaehuan by the throat and lifted him off the ground, saying that this was another person's unique world. Jaehuan thought that his opponent's power was much more natural than spiritual power. The world itself is the root of this power. He realized that the monarch was the essence of the system itself. The moon eye was activated. The monarch said that the young man was still using someone else's non-fundamental technique. A unique world without original creation is no different from witchcraft. True awakening is something else. Jaehuan was discouraged. The impulse of the moon eye was powerless in this battle. Yungaram himself said that he had met his enemy, but he didn't care. Jaehuan must clear the way to the beginning of this world and show it. Birth is the 8th gate of hell. Behind it, Mulark left a message from the depths, a story about his awakenings. The first 3 stages, doubt, awareness, and self-denial, are designed to destroy the old world. These stages are necessary after the fall of the old world in order to create a new one. The second half consists of 3 stages of Genesis. Jaehuan felt that the next stage was incarnation, but he did not fully understand birth. Yungaram himself was surprised. Could this man really not use his world? He is waiting for the beginning of birth and intends to open it by force. The monarch noticed Serena's concern for Cayman and thought that for them, life was everything they had. Things were different for humans than for him, who was able to be reborn at any time. Jaehuan used the universal attack again. Yungaram himself felt a vague awareness approaching. Their only world was countless memories. Our hero had never doubted the world around him before. He lived because he did not question the universe. The system of this world was created thanks to this confidence. So, in order to begin birth, one must believe in one's world. Faith is a long-forgotten but very powerful part of conviction. The world can only come into being through a feeling of all-consuming faith. Jihai thought that he was not capable of this alone. The new world was needed not only by him in the present, but also by the numerous versions of himself from his hazy memories. He tried to convince himself that the world he was talking about was fake, that it was time to stop running away from reality. No one should help him. Jaehuan was ready to accept that there was no help coming, and decided not to try to change anyone's mind. Yungaram himself said that his opponent was clearly exhausted. Was Jaehuan really going to die a pitiful death? If he fell, everyone around him would die too. Had he forgotten everything he had gone through to get here? Jaehuan shouldn't do anything stupid. It's better to run as fast as he can. But our hero had reached the height of despair. His strength was leaving him. Yungaram himself had expected this guy to hold out longer, but now he was extremely disappointed. Jaehuan's gaze changed. He gripped his sword tighter and asked what exactly the monarch was disappointed about. Jaehuan almost lost his mind. He had a split personality again. But he stood up straight and decided that he had not given up yet. He would try to resist once more. He surpassed the limits of what was possible, and all his personalities came together again. Yoongaram himself understood that this was the birth stage. The fourth stage, when power turns, lies into truth, and conviction into reality, is called destruction. Yoongaram himself said that this world is catastrophic and created solely for the destruction of other worlds. However, this does not change the course of events. The rivals continued their fierce battle without a clear winner. Yoongaram himself was satisfied. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The last time he was so excited was 1,000 years ago, when he was fighting a nightmare. Jae Hwang helped him feel that unforgettable feeling again. But he said that everything would soon come to an end. He thought for a long time. Why did he live his life trying to survive and perfect his lunge? All this time, he had simply performed the lunge, as if he did not understand how the world worked. He imagined himself as a child holding a battle sword and crossing the road at a red light, a path full of danger. Back then, he was just innocently playing around. In any case, he was glad to meet such an opponent. Now he hoped that this moment would last a little longer. Was this all that the system had to offer? Yoongaram himself replied that it was not all. The monarch couldn't believe he had met such an opponent in the chaos. He hadn't had this much fun in a long time. Jae Hwang told his opponent that he hoped he would feel the same way as Sam Yoongaram. He had perfected his lunge over thousands of years, while Sam Yoongaram had endlessly honed a single skill. Jae Hwang regretfully admitted that for such a great general, he was just an ordinary adapter. Sam Yoongaram asked what the young man wanted. Jae Hwang replied that he was heading into the depths. The monarch said that this man reminded him of a nightmare. The depths were full of creatures far superior to him. Great monarchs had surrendered, and so had nightmares. Why did he naively think he could change anything? Yoongaram himself ordered Jae Hwang to show a skill worthy of such ambitions, and activated the Dark Gatekeeper. Serena thought that she was facing a demigod gatekeeper who had long surpassed the rank of general. What rank did this Sam Yoongaram possess? He transformed and said that the guardian of the Gorgon fortress must confirm his words. A gatekeeper guarding the world system. Could a person who had accepted the system summon such a being? Jae Hwang understood this when he met the gatekeeper. He lived to destroy this world. Deciding to give his all to the battle, Jae Hwang gathered his strength and delivered a crushing blow. Yoongaram himself said that a human being could not stop a gatekeeper who had lived for thousands of years. Jae Hwang said that it was time to say goodbye to the Dark Gatekeeper. The monarch admitted that it had been an entertaining fight. Sam Yoongaram couldn't believe he had lost. He only understood it now. The eye that controls the universe, the top of the Tree of Illusions, the end of the depths, and the place where the first nightmare resides. His opponent must get there. Jae Hwang said that he must destroy it. Yoongaram himself said that in the depths, this man's world would no longer be so important. This truth is cruel. It is harder to accept than to lose hope. After seeing this world, no soul would want to live on. It is surprising that such an unusual world descends from the heavens. But there will still be those who believe in Jae Hwang's world. These people will be able to regain what they lost in the past, but they will be doomed to despair for the rest of their lives. Yoongaram himself told Jae Hwang to sever the connection before his body returned to the Great Lands. The protagonist asked if his rival had anything to say before parting. The monarch said that if the man reached the depths, he should find Gyanak and tell him about it. He should beware of Miyad. If anyone found out that the young man had reached consciousness, they would not stand idly by. Jae Hwang said he wanted to ask one last question. Why didn't Sam Yoongaram deal with him? Jae Hwang noted that the monarch had many chances to destroy him before he awakened the final stage. Why didn't he take advantage of them? Mulark asked to borrow strength to climb the Tree of Illusions. This world is unusual because life is not valued at all in it. However, this world can still change if the first nightmare at the top of the Tree of Illusions is destroyed. Mulark believed that this world could not be changed. The nightmare's last words lingered in his mind for a long time. Yoongaram himself said that in this way he had repaid his debt to Mulark. The monarch noted that it was not an easy battle. The young man must finish it. On this day, 900 years ago, Mulark's expedition failed. Jae Hwang finished what he had started and dealt with the monarch, Sam Yoongaram. Today, chaos was finally freed from the Palace of Rebirth. Jae Hwang returned to his permanent location. The fortress keeper noted that Jagelmen was still alive. However, he did not appear at the meeting. Jagelmen replied that he could not afford to die so easily, especially since he was one of the 10 commanders. Jagelmen heard that the keeper had killed Sam Yoongaram. He was a great lord, great in everything. Jae Hwang asked if they were really good friends. Jagelmen said that everyone in his family was acquainted with the Sam Yoon family. It was the Sam-Yun family that drove the Yahello family out of the Great Lands and took their place among the noble families. They are also known for training the best soldiers. Jae said that if he attacked Sam-Yun Garam, they would not just sit idly by. However, Jagelmen need not worry about that. Jagelmen was surprised. Had the Guardian taken control of the narrow gate? Jae confirmed that this meant their chances of entering the chaos were very low. Previously, the narrow gate was their only way to enter the chaos alive. However, it was too early to relax. After all, they could reach chaos even without the narrow gate. Jae agreed, but only on the condition that they were willing to give their lives to catch him. Jae said that it would be profitable to do business with them. Jagelmen thought that this man never ceased to amaze him. Jae thought that he had been in the Gorgon fortress for quite some time. Since he arrived here, much had changed. He had even unexpectedly become a caretaker. These days had been difficult. Jong-ho said that Kamen had begged him to drink with him. When had that ever happened before? The old man said that when adults were talking, Kamen should just listen and agree. He never had a kind word to say. Kamen replied that he was not a child. He was 1,154 years old. The old man pointed out that he was 1,200 years old, so he was still older. Watching this endless conversation, our hero thought it was time to leave. Captain Carlton asked if the caretaker was even listening to him. They were talking about the Tower of Nightmares and the Seize the Moment squad. Time flows abnormally fast in the tower. The number of walkers who had committed suicide was growing. Jae thought that this was quite possible, because time on the first floor flows 100 times faster. Too fast, a flow of time can harm the soul, because surviving for several years is not so easy. However, awakening cannot be achieved without effort. Jahan told Carlton to tell Michael the blacksmith that the flow of time needed to be adjusted. It is impossible to awaken by lunging several thousand times. This must not be forgotten. This system helps to continuously cultivate the awakened. Those who do not want to awaken must be eliminated through training. Awakening is not the only way to survive. It is possible to adapt. Carlton said that there are as many opinions as there are people. Awakening is not salvation. Some will be able to find themselves by becoming adapters. Jae looked at Captain Carlton and asked what had happened. Carlton said that he had recently entered the third stage of awakening. However, he had not yet seen his unique world. Jae thought that couldn't be true. Worlds differ depending on abilities, but all awakened ones who have achieved self-denial find their unique world. Even spiritual energy exists only because of the system, but the awakened try to destroy this system. Therefore, it is not immediately clear that this world is someone's unique world. Jae told Carlton not to worry. Perhaps his world is part of the system. Carlton was surprised. Is that really possible? If his unique world is part of the system, does that mean they will have to fight each other one day? Jae answered in the affirmative, unless, of course, Carlton wanted to save this world. The captain asked if the keeper really wanted to end this world. Captain Carlton asked the fort keeper to take him along on his next expedition. According to a special law, all captains are required to defend the fortresses in an emergency. Jae noted that Carlton was no longer the captain of the Northern Gate, and he would soon cease to be the keeper of the fortress. Jahan said he would leave Gorgon in a week. Carlton said that if Jahan left, the fortress would fall. Not only the fortress, but the entire chaos would fall. Jahan said there was no need to worry. He had already thought everything through. He needed to finish his last task as guardian. The people stood in the rain, their heads bowed, their faces filled with sorrow. Jürgen Shiver held out a cloak and said that the caretaker might get wet. Ye replied that he was fine. Jae asked those present to give him a minute of their attention. The fortress keeper thanked everyone for coming here on this day. The protagonist said that they had done everything possible to protect Gorgon Fortress. Everyone present had worked hard. Jae declared that it was time to say goodbye to those who had laid down their lives in defense of Gorgon Fortress. The warden said that all the innocent victims would be mourned at a 3-day farewell ceremony. Isaac Kendall. Instead of his body, there was a broken sword. Rachel Veldor, instead of her, there was a pendant with a stone. Kashim Zil, an ordinary warhammer. Those present were curious about what was hidden under the huge cloak. Jae noted that they had all done well in battle. However, everyone knew that this was not the end. The keeper said that the war was just beginning. Under the cloak, everyone saw the narrow gate. But what were they doing here? They must be destroyed immediately. The caretaker must get rid of them as soon as possible. Jae said it was too early to be surprised. He had something else. Everyone saw the captured monarch. It was the rat monarch Laika, a monarch from the Great Lands. Jae approached the frightened captive and grabbed his sword. Laika asked if Jae was going to kill him. The frightened monarch said that in that case they should do it as quickly as possible. but the fortress keeper would pay for it. The monarch of the pitch-black darkness would never forgive him. Jaehan told Laika to shut up immediately. The keeper said that he would not destroy the monarch here. He wanted to return him to the Great Lands with a message for his master. Jaehan said that if they wanted war, then let them come. The keeper added that he would wait for his opponent at the top of the Tree of Illusions. A scout bird spied on Jaehan and Siren. Serena wondered how someone who was about to step down as the fortress keeper tomorrow could do such a thing. Was he really going to fight the monarch of the Dark Abyss? If the Guardian was going to destroy the Narrow Gate, it would be better to do it quietly. What did he hope to achieve by sending the monarch Laika back? Serena said fearfully that a monstrous retribution awaited them all. Jaehan told Serena not to make a fuss. If anyone comes, it will be the lieutenant. Since the war is being waged with the Great Lands, no one with the rank of Great Monarch will be able to escape from there. Serena asked if Jaehan really thought that only one lieutenant would come to avenge the death of the Monarch of Silence. There would be at least 2 or 3. Representatives of the 5 great clans may also appear, in which case, everything that happens will take on incredible proportions. Jaehan said that this is exactly what he wants, because only their death could radically change reality. Jaehan asked if Siren had come to ask him questions. Was she interested in the affairs of chaos? Siren said she wanted to hear what she had been promised. What did Jaehan see beyond the 8th gate of hell? Jaehan told her everything. The girl was surprised. Was the caretaker sure that Mulark had left it there? Jaehan said that there was a message from her godfather. Jaehan asked how she could believe that. In response, he said, "A cold winter, a cracking egg, the winter of the Tree of Illusions, the 6th region, its very center. In these vicious lands where a severe ice storm had broken out, a sparkling egg awaited the Mulark. It was very disturbing because it was the first time in his life that he had witnessed the emergence of life from an egg. He would never forget that moment, a tiny life hatching from a fragile shell. He realized that his godmother was right. The newborn child was wonderful." Jaehan said that this was quite compelling evidence. Serena told her interlocutor not to reproduce other people's memories as if they were his own. Judging by this memory, all nightmares come from the egg. But what are the winter approaches to the Tree of Illusions? All nightmares are born through the dreams of the Tree of Illusions and hatch from eggs. Siren asked if her godfather had left her nothing. There must be some kind of message. Jaehan said that Mulark's message was not left in the form of a book. It was more like a star cluster of chaotic memories, fragments of events from the past with no beginning and no end. Perhaps the Mulark simply did not want his memories to be formed into a coherent story. Jaehan said that this was why he couldn't tell anything special, even though he wanted to. The protagonist asked why Serena was looking for the Mulark. Was it just because he was her godfather? Jaehan said that if Serena wanted to access Mulark's memories, she'd better stay close to him. The keeper added that Mulark disappeared in the depths. She was interested in that, wasn't she? Serena became very angry. She understood what Jaehan's goal was. How dare he fool her? The girl came to her senses because Jaehan had just said that the godfather had left a message in the form of memories. In that case, she had a great idea. Serena reminded him that she had her own laboratory. Jaehan reminded her that she had promised not to let anyone else in there. Once in the lab, our hero reminded her that Serena had been upset about him interfering in her personal life. The girl replied that it had been a long time ago, and now she had something to prepare. Serena showed him something special and said that this thing would help them with the extraction. This object resembled a torture device. The device connects to the soul and extracts memories. Nightmares that have lost their spiritual power often use it. It allows them to gather all their emotions and memories together. Thanks to the extractor, nightmares always have plenty of ideas. She herself will try it for the first time. The extractor is the best thing a nightmare can experience. Jaehan realized that the girl wanted to look at the godfather's memories using the extractor. Serena told Jaehan to take his place. Serena restrained our hero's movements and announced that she was starting. The girl was curious to see if Jaehan would remain as calm after the extraction began. The extractor causes unbearable pain. However, this only applies to the victim on whom the device is used. However, after the mechanism was activated, our hero remained calm. Serena felt more pain than Jaehan. His spiritual strength turned out to be much higher than expected. Serena saw the inner world of the awakened one. It was incredible. It turned out that the other nightmares were not exaggerating. Could a person really hold so many memories? Serena thought that when he broke the 8th gate, she immediately realized that he was not an ordinary person, but she did not think he was that strong. The girl decided to pull herself together because if she made a mistake, she could remain in his consciousness forever. She needed to read the memories and leave immediately. The deeper Serena delved into his consciousness, the more memories she found. However, she did not find the memories she needed. She decided not to sit idly by. She had to gather her strength and break through the fragments of the past. Siren saw those very fragments of memory depicted as stars in the sky. The girl saw the memories of the Godfather. She found what she was looking for. In his memories, Mulark addressed Serena. Mulark reached out his hand and told Serena to come to him. The girl reached out her hand. Tears welled up in the siren's eyes, for she had been searching for her godfather for so long. The girl had been searching for him for over 900 years. Could he hear her? The siren said she would definitely find him. The mermaid opened her eyes, a tear running down her cheek. The girl came to her senses and remembered that she had entered Jahuan's consciousness. But what happened next? Serena looked around. Where was she now? The girl was in an unfamiliar place, on the roof of a high-rise building. The girl thought that changing her appearance was a good idea. She always wondered if her guesses were correct. Serena was right. She was on Earth, surrounded by carefree people walking around her. This was the 194th world, Earth. This place is sometimes visited by nightmares, moving along the roots of the Tree of Illusions. Serena used to visit here often. Thanks to the desperate attempts of nightmares to protect Earth, she managed to remain hidden from the rulers for a long time. Serena assumed that she had entered the supernatural, the foundation formed together with the knowledge of Earth. Mulark told Serena that within the universe there is a kind of subconscious substrate, the supernatural. It is formed together with the place of birth. All the illusions of the world are created through the supernatural. There is only one way to get out of there, to find a piece of consciousness, a guide mule in the subconscious world. The girl thought that the only one who knows the way out of here is the conductor. But where to find him? A boy ran past the girl and coughed to get her to move out of the way. Two adults ran after the boy, shouting for the rascal to stop immediately. The boy found himself in a dead end. However, he did not want to give up. He had a piece of iron pipe in his hands. The child was aggressive and held his weapon out in front of him. The man in uniform swung his stick at the child and said that children were nothing but trouble. Siren yelled at the two to stop. Why were they picking on the poor kid? One of the men told the young lady to step aside. It was too dangerous here. The man said that this child was dangerous, that he refused to grow up. Refusal to become an adult is a gross violation and grounds for execution. It was their duty to chase after this boy. Siren was surprised. Is being a child really a gross violation? Is there such a law on Earth? One of the men said that the girl was very strange and headed towards her. This girl speaks unusually and dresses strangely. Maybe she's cosplaying. The siren was asked for her documents for verification. The men noticed the horns on the girl's head. The siren remembered that she had forgotten to hide them. Mulark told the siren that if she ever ended up in supernatural, she shouldn't stand out. This place rejects anyone who's different. If the siren is spotted and recognized as different, no one knows what will happen to her. The girl remembered that the Godfather had warned her to be careful. However, there was nothing she could do now. The girl realized that she would have to resort to magic for self-preservation. The siren activated her fire skill, completely exposing herself. However, in this case, the magic did not work. An alarm sounded. The boy shouted for the girl to be careful. A message came in that a suspicious body had been found within the world. It must be destroyed immediately. The boy came to Serena's aid and began to fight off the people who had attacked her. The child accomplished his task, and the girl was freed. The siren didn't even have time to blink. This child was a part of consciousness in the subconscious world. The conductor of the supernatural was a reflection of the mental age of the ego. Siren asked, "Who is he?" The conductor of the supernatural? The girl asked, "Is the young man really not afraid of anything?" After all, he is moving forward so confidently. The boy replied that if you want to survive, there is no other way. The child asked, "Does the girl really think she can stay alive?" She replied seriously that she had no problem with that. Did she really seem so helpless? The boy told her to follow him. Siren saw the child's sharp eyes and face, expressing unwavering determination. Perhaps this was him as a child. But if the guide reflects the mental age of the ego, then deep down he is still an innocent child. The boy said that if the girl was telling the truth, then she had been swept into the channels of memory. There were fragments that led people astray and dragged them here. The child said that this girl was the first such creature here. Why was she looking at him like that? Serena thought that this world belonged to adults and that she was looking at an ordinary child. The girl asked why the boy was staying here. After all, the police were constantly chasing him. Why was this world trying to get rid of a child who refused to become an adult? The boy replied, "Because there are only adults around. In this world, everything is identical. So the system tries to get rid of anyone who is even slightly different. The boy said he also had a question. What was he really like on the outside? Siren thought that she knew nothing about Jaehwan. What could she say to make him happy? The girl replied that on the outside he looked like his current self. The boy was surprised. After all, he was an adult. She said seriously that he was a child. The mere thought of him drove her crazy. The boy was embarrassed. Was he really a child on the outside too? Serena thought he liked it. The boy said he would set her free. The child handed the girl a red crystal. Serena asked what it was. The child replied that it was a fragment of memories. The girl was surprised. Had she really come here with it? Had this piece gotten tangled in her hair? The girl asked if the boy wanted to send her away with this fragment. Did he know how to do it? The boy replied that this was exactly what he was doing now. The boy said that he wanted to return the memories that had been lost along the way. Serena thought, that's why such people are called conductors. Judging by the red glow of the crystal, these memories were very valuable. The fragments were sorted by importance. The particles of memories were divided into white, green, blue, and red. If a particle was not returned to its place, problems could arise in the present. An important memory. A threat to the monarchs of the 12 regions. The siren asked if the boy could send her back right now. The child replied that it was impossible. He would only be able to return her along with the memories when the portal opened. The problem was that he did not know when exactly the portal would open. The boy said it was late. They needed to rest in the underground passage and continue their journey tomorrow. Tired, Serena asked how he would know when the portal opened. The child replied that as soon as the portal opened, the internet signal would become weaker. Then, he would use a communication device to pick up the signal. Now they just had to wait for the signal. Tomorrow they would wake up early and go to the store. The boy said that they would need to get something to eat at the store. The store has a large selection of onigiri and burgers. Serena asked if he always woke up so early to eat. Serena wanted to ask if the boy was okay, despite living such a life. However, she remained silent. Perhaps he was locked up here because of a nightmare. After all, there was a good chance that his world had become this way because of the Tower of Nightmares. The horrors that Jaehwan had experienced did not break him, because that was what his world was made of. When dawn broke, the young people were already awake. However, there was no signal for a whole week. The boy said that as soon as the device picked up a signal, he would go and return the memory fragment himself. Serena asked what would happen if the police came after him again. The child replied that this usually happened if he was simply unlucky. It didn't happen often. Serena asked if he was just returning memories to their place. The boy said that he also looked at other memories. Not all of them returned to their place. Serena asked if it was disturbing for him to hold such things in his hands. The boy said that what he had in his hands was a white memory. He added that the memory reacted to touch and demonstrated this. Serena saw the boy's memory. It was like in a movie. The woman told the child that now they would read a book. Serena knew this book very well. It was The Little Prince. It is a popular book among nightmares. The child asked, "Did the little prince come to Earth?" The woman confirmed this. Once the little prince said, "You cannot see what is most important with your eyes." This is a story about the little prince, who sees the world in his own way. He addresses adults who love numbers and think they are doing something important. This is a beautiful story about a prince who trusts the power of his imagination and values his own innocence. This wonderful story ends with the death of the little prince. Serena thought, perhaps such an ending is inevitable. He must die, so that his story remains pure forever. After all, everything pure and innocent is destined to fade away. The child asked his mother what had happened to the world the prince had left behind. What remained in that world? The woman said that the little prince remained there. The boy was surprised. Hadn't he died? The little boy told Serene that the little prince wasn't really dead. The child smiled and added, because he continued his life on Earth. Siren thought that the little prince had not died and had remained on Earth. Obviously, this was a lie invented for the child. But the little prince did not abandon his world. It was an implausible story, but it became a source of strength for him. His world was born after a collision with the system. Although it is not realistic enough, does not have a well-thought-out system of perception of the world, or an intricate story, this world is unyielding. All of Jaehwan's true values came from this world. It was the moment when the world was born after destruction. Serena was surprised. Why was this fragment of memory white? White memories are not particularly valuable. What memories did Jaehwan have to give up in order to survive? The boy shuddered and stared at the gadget. Serena was also excited. Siren asked where he was going. Had the signal been caught? The boy said that it had begun. Everything had to be prepared as quickly as possible. Serena asked, what had begun? Something resembling a portal had appeared in the sky above the city. The boy said that it would soon open completely. The portal would take her away from here. People began to approach the building above which the portal was located. Serena and her companion were already at the entrance. Serena asked, were they running because of the portal? The boy said that the portal was a foreign object in this world, and people instinctively wanted to get rid of it. The portal appears for a short time, soon it will disappear. You need to get to the roof before the portal disappears. The monsters tried to get into the elevator with the heroes. The boy began to fight back fiercely and fend off the attacking monsters. After dealing with the monsters, the child told the girl to quickly get into the elevator. Siren was confused, however, the child was not afraid at all. On the other hand, this is Jaehwan's ego. Of course, he is not afraid of anything. It is in his nature to fear nothing. There were a large number of monsters outside the elevator doors. The child began to destroy the monsters left and right. The girl thought that these were just rules invented by the adults of this world. Monsters do not exist. Many people were running upstairs to the roof of the building. But where was the exit? The boy said they had to run a little further. Siren opened the door to the roof and told the boy to hurry up. The monsters were reaching out for him. The child said he would hold them off, and she shouldn't delay. She needed to jump into the portal. The boy told her not to worry. He could handle it himself. The portal would close soon. They had to hurry. Serena cried out that she wanted to go with him, that they had to get out together. After all, if she left, the boy would be left here all alone. They had to leave together. The boy said he couldn't do that. This was his world. Young Jaehwan declared that he had to stay here. The boy told the girl to hurry up. He couldn't hold them back any longer. At the last moment, the boy said he had one last question. Does he really have friends? Serena replied that he had many friends. Jaehwan smiled and said he was very happy. The boy began to fight off the monsters again and told the girl to hurry before the portal closed. Siren thought that when she returned, she would definitely tell Jaehwan about this child. When he felt lonely and couldn't move on, she would let him know that the version of the little prince he had been told was real. The little prince that Serena saw continues to fight for his world. The girl found herself in a stream of memories again. She realized that she had returned. She would have to leave the memory of her godfather behind. She didn't know the time difference between reality and the supernatural. She couldn't allow herself to get lost again. Serena did learn something, though. Upon her return, she would be able to create a new tower. Serena decided that she would go on an expedition with Jaehwan and try to gradually learn more about her godfather. Serena looked at the red crystal. She still hadn't unlocked that memory. It was his memory, but everything should be fine. As the boy had taught her, she touched the tip of the crystal with her finger and entered the memory. Serena saw her godfather. The memory was connected to him. Opposite the godfather stood a huge monster, the king of disasters. A dialogue took place between them. Anyone who wants to enter the depths must face catastrophe. But it is not necessary to fight him. It is impossible to fight the king of disasters. Even monarchs are incapable of doing so. Siren decided that she needed to return to reality urgently. She had to prevent what was coming at any cost. Reality turned out to be different from what they expected to see. Jung-ho said that 900 years had passed. Jaehwang said that they were already here. He was holding Serena, who was unconscious. Our hero said that this was the last gate to the depths. He had seen it in Mulark's notes. Our hero, accompanied by a detachment, arrived at the last gate. A strange factory stretched out before them. Jürgen Cheever asked if the keeper was really going there. Jaehan said that he was no longer the keeper. Jaehan told Cheever not to expect too much. He would not save him. Cheever replied that he understood. But for him, the young man was still the keeper of the fortress. He had already repeated several times that not everyone could go to the depths, and if someone insisted, there would be 3,000 more people with him. There were too many people behind him. They didn't want to listen to pleas to stay. After all, the expedition to the depths was a long-held dream of all chaos. Jürgen Cheever picked up Serena. Why should he carry her around? But Nightmare could still be useful, so he couldn't just leave her behind. Cayman said that the gates had begun to open. Captain Carlton was surprised. Why so suddenly? Everyone noticed that horned monsters appeared on the other side of the gate. Jaehwang said that they wouldn't be allowed in so easily. The monsters were approaching. Cayman grabbed his sword and told everyone to prepare for battle. The ninth region, an ancient castle of pitch darkness. The rat monk Laika bowed his head before the leader. Laika thought, his soul may have suffered when he lost his arm in chaos, but he was able to return to his body in the Great Lands without incident. He could not imagine what they would do to him when they found out he had returned alone. The leader said that Garami was no more. He knew that this might happen one day. What were his last moments like? Was he happy? The ice monarch Vargas and the white-haired monarch Masaha were near the leader. The leader said that the 5 dragons brothers with the rank of Major General had died. Moreover, the 17th Major General Kaneo, the 21st Major General Magito, and the 1st Major General, a blood relative. The monarch of the hidden fragrance Sam Yun Graham, had all died. However, Leica, a simple brigadier general, survived. The leader came closer and told Leica to lift his head and look at him. It was difficult for Leica to withstand that gaze. That guy was strong, but compared to the leader, he was significantly weaker. The difference in level was too great. Black Shadow strategist Sam Yun-hoon was a true monarch and lord. Sam Yun-hong said that a few days ago, he found himself at the top. He just wanted to get out of these mortal lands. He was full of expectations, because this world is hidden by nightmares and truly lives up to its name. Leica did not yet understand the meaning of what was said. Sam Yun-hong said that he had taken something with him, and now they would look at it together. Leica replied that it would be an honor for him. The Rat Monarch was looking for an excuse for his behavior. After all, he really couldn't do anything about it. Who knew that some pathetic product would turn out to be so powerful? Yun-hong himself noticed the painting on the wall and said that it was very beautiful. Leica said that the gentleman had good taste. He had never seen such paintings before. Leica thought that the leader knew nothing about art. There was nothing to look at here. Yun-hong himself said that the magnificence of this work was not in the fact that it was a painting. Leica asked, "What was it then?" The leader asked if Leica knew what was depicted here. The Rat Monarch replied that it might be a teacup. Sam Yun-hong said that it was a special object in the shape of a teacup. Could his interlocutor read the inscription at the bottom? Sam Yun-hong read it himself. "This is not a teacup." The creator depicting a cup obviously meant that it was not one. Isn't that wonderful? How could such an amazing idea even come to mind? Yun-hong himself grabbed Leica by the chin and asked, "Does he really only see a mug here? But this is not a mug. It is only something that resembles one." But isn't that strange? Everyone calls it a mug, even though it's not real and you can't drink from it. The leader laughed. "Usually everyone says it's a mug. Isn't that strange?" The frightened Rat Monarch said that it was indeed very strange. Yun-hong himself said that it was not just a drawing. There are countless mugs in the world, and they are all different, but they are all collectively called mugs. If you think about it, a question inevitably arises. What is a mug, really? Does it even exist? It is a mug, and at the same time, it is not a mug. He understands that this work of art makes one think about the meaning of life. Yun-hong himself said that it is an incredible masterpiece. Such thoughts would never have occurred to an adapter who had adapted to the system. The leader asked if Leica now understood the true value of this work. The Rat Monarch replied that it was magnificent. Yun-hong himself said that in that case, it was Leica's turn to answer. When he first looked at the painting, he wondered, who is the monarch? Leica replied that the monarch was the greatest, most noble, and most important figure in these lands. The leader asked, what is the meaning of these words? Does this refer to the Ice Monarch or to the white-haired monarch? The leader looked at Leica and asked who he was. He had not been able to destroy a single product and had returned alone, having lost all his comrades. Yun-hong himself asked, can Leica be called a monarch? A knife flashed in the leader's hands and blood spilled down the steps. The ice monk handed the leader a rag and told him to wipe himself off. Sam Yun-hong, looking at the bloodstains on the floor, said that he liked the pattern. The ice monarch replied that the pattern was magnificent. Sam Yun-hoon said he would name this pattern. This is not a monarch. Sam Yun-hong asked where they were now. The ice monarch replied that they had already reached the strange factory. That meant they were about to reach the depths. They needed to prepare for battle. They needed to summon the 5th and 6th lieutenant generals. They had to teach this fool a lesson for his arrogance. Sam Yun-hong said, Earth, the 296th world. He liked this planet more and more every day. The leader looked at the instruments on his desk and said that there were many interesting things on other planets as well. Sam Yun-hong noticed that there was something special here. Manor said he would go there precisely because of him. A man was crucified on chains under the high ceiling. One must have the courage to accept one's death with honor. That's a good idea. Sam Yun-hong looked at this man and asked if he had enough courage to stop them. There was a knock at the door. The leader reminded them that he had asked not to be disturbed when he was alone. The assistant apologized and said that the situation could not be delayed. The leader had to intervene. The man reminded him that the narrow gate was closed. How are they going to get into chaos? Yun-hong himself reminded them that he had said it was worth accepting one's own death with honor. They would have to get rid of him with their own hands. The leader noted that they had no choice but to listen to his words. Sam Yun-hong said that he wanted his interlocutor to be the first to go there. Jae-hwan and his squad cleared the approaches to the factory. Gan-hwan couldn't believe that horned monsters lived here. They would have to use their swords. Kamen and the Divine Medic were amazed every time they saw how Jae-hwan fought. Jung-ho said that he had been feeling a little depressed lately. Was he worried that he wouldn't be able to go on the expedition? Cayman needn't worry, Jae-hwan would definitely take him along. Jae-hai thought that he constantly wanted to improve his sword with horns, but it couldn't be repaired. The sword was badly damaged in the last battle. Maybe he should have made a new one? But this is a spiritual weapon. It is capable of regenerating. Blacksmith Michael said that the evolution of spiritual weapons consists of 3 stages. Each time the weapon improves, it becomes stronger and its abilities grow. But now it seems that it is not changing at all. Someone else appeared from the depths of the darkness. Chiver was surprised. Who else is it? Even from a distance, it can be heard clearly. A huge 8-horned monster emerged from the darkness. The warriors scattered. People knew little about monsters stronger than the 5-horned. It was hard to believe that they had encountered a real 8-horned. Chiver thought that to deal with this monster, they would need someone with the rank of Brigadier General. Everyone noticed that the monster was heading towards the overseer. Why was it targeting him? The 8-horned beast was furious. Had they met before? The monster was angry at the loss of its comrades. Cayman yelled at the keeper to be careful. Jong-ho said there was no need to worry. The monster attacked Jae-hwan fiercely. Even Cayman took cover from the monster's descending energy. Could such power appear after the beginning of gestation? Jae-hwan was not afraid and, resisting, destroyed the huge 8-horned beast. Our hero said that these horns would be useful to him. Jong-ho said that the leader had dealt with Gainak. Our hero and his squad saw that someone else had appeared after the monster. It was a monster standing at the head of all chaos. The ruler of all horned monsters. He said that he was facing a strong man, but he did not sense the energy of a monarch. It had been a long time since he had seen such a powerful creature capable of defeating Gainak. Jae-hwan and his squad saw that the 10-horn had appeared before them. He was not alone. They were the rulers of the strange factory. Jae-hai knew that there were only 3 10-horns. Jae-hwan and his men waited for the monster to approach. The 10-horn said he had heard that some people were trying to get into the depths, but he could not have imagined that it would be Jae-hwan. The 10-horn was the owner of the Edsak factory. The owner of the Jonyak factory said that they were in the presence of a brave and virtuous man. The owner of the Eyes factory said that they were pathetic little people. People thought that they were creatures weaker than Sam Yun Gram, but they were much more powerful than the monarchs of Silence and Storm. However, if they all attacked at once, it would not be so easy to deal with them. Jong-ho said that there was no point in fighting them. He didn't like them either, but the factory owners were not enemies. Yas said that they already knew the old man. Had he really returned, despite all the suffering he had gone through? Edsak told Yas not to be rude. These people are guests of the great master of the factory. Edsak told Jae-hwang to come in, as the great master of the factory was waiting for him. Captain Carlton said it was amazing. Who would have thought that all the horned monsters would end up here? Jong-ho noticed that the 8-horned beast, which Jae-hwan had defeated, seemed to be recovering. The old man thought that thanks to their leader's persistence, Carlton had also managed to get inside. Joniak said he was a guest, strong, long ago. Joniak said he was a product. What was this man's name? The young man replied that his name was Jae-hwang. Joniak said that Gainak was a magnificent product. He could not be destroyed. He was born every 10 years. Jaehan thought that because of the difficulties of creating the 8 horns, there weren't that many of them. Joniak said that the fallen demon warrior attacked, and Gainak suffered a great defeat. Jaehan asked if they had fought against the fallen demon warrior. Joniak said it was in the Strange Palace. There had been an invasion. Carlton couldn't even imagine that he would meet the famous apostles of God on his way to the depths. Joniak was surprised. Did people really know about them? Carlton asked, are they apostles of Dias? Ias said that these people from Chaos had bright minds. Edsek said that the people were already there, in front of the office of the great master of the factory. The great master of the factory, Aniak, asked our hero, is it you, the awakened one, who has begun the birth? Jae-hai thought that Aniak sounded quite familiar to him. Our hero thought that all the factory owners were familiar to him. They were more like product names. Jae-han asked the factory owner if he had heard of the planet Earth. Jae-han said that Earth was his home. It seems that here, they call it World 294. Our hero noticed that all the machines here have names. Aniak said that they were tasked with being God's creations from the world of change. It is quite possible that the world of change is this man's home. Aniak asked our hero if he knew anything about the depths. If the rulers of the great lands are monarchs, then the rulers of the depths are gods. Aniak added that this is a place where gods fight for influence. The factory owner explained that he was referring specifically to the depths. Chanho asked, does that mean that in the depths, the gods play the role of monarchs? These roles are similar, but they cannot be called interchangeable. Most monarchs are adapters of the system. Gods and adapters are different. Jay Huang said that in his world, the gods are omnipotent. What are the gods in the depths like? Aniak said that the gods of the depths are not omnipotent or omniscient. Sometimes it is even possible to become a god. Aniak noted that since he is a creation of God, he cannot perfectly describe who he really is, but he can tell what God is like. Aniak said that Jaehuan is God. Our hero was surprised. Aniak said that the man before him was awakened and had begun to be born. Those who have awakened, begun their birth, and are building their unique world are like the gods of the depths. In a sense, Jaehuan is even higher than these gods. Unlike gods, the awakened do not need representatives. All gods in the depths need a representative. They can do nothing on their own. They exist by providing their representatives and followers with a special world. The more followers a god has, the more powerful he becomes. And those gods who have few followers usually do not reveal their true potential. Jai thought that the one with more followers becomes stronger. It's like some kind of platform. Aniak said that in reality, people like Jaehan very rarely achieve godhood. Most gods are created by more powerful beings. By collecting karma and giving it physical form, they accumulate karma through control. In other words, these are special voluntary points. Great beings who have accumulated enough karma points can become independent as soon as they receive permission from Big Brother. Those who manage to take possession of their own unique world and become independent are gods. Jihai thought that Big Brother was someone from whom every great being had to obtain permission to officially become a god. Our hero was well aware that this was very important information. But nothing came to mind. Jihan did not understand why such important things were not mentioned in Mulark's notes. He asked who Big Brother was. Captain Carlton said that Big Brother was the name of the organization that monitored the system. Jung-ho added that he had also heard about it. And Ike said that for ordinary people, this was Big Brother. But he didn't want to talk about it so openly. Anik added that all he could say was God. He is the greatest of all gods, the guardian of the system. That is his essence. Captain Carlton decided to remind everyone who the monarchs of the Great Lands and the gods of the depths were. In the Great Lands, there are not only supreme monarchs, but also lieutenant generals, major generals, and brigadier generals. Most of them are adapters. Most of the gods of the depths are developed great beings. They accumulate karma through control and receive permission from the Big Brother to obtain the title of God. Great beings are angels and demons who grow and sell products. Those who have awakened and begun the process of birth receive the right to become as powerful as gods. Unlike other gods, they can act without a representative. Gods become stronger if they gain followers. Joniak said that this man understood everything correctly. Jahuan was surprised. Did Big Brother destroy their god? Anek admitted that they had indeed lost their god because of Big Brother. That is why they were exiled here from the depths. The notes on the depths contain tons of information. Anaik repeated, they lost their god, but thanks to the useful powers they possess, they were able to make a contract with Big Brother. At one point, Anaik asked Malark for help. He wanted him to find their Titan warrior. Our hero did not know the details, but he already understood the essence. They lost their god, but ended up here because they were useful. Anaik said that he came to see Jaehuang for one reason only. The young man must stop trying to get into the depths. Zhonghuan said that they would decide for themselves and did not need any help with hints. Yas said that the man was being arrogant. Anaik told Yas not to interfere. Anik acknowledged that it was not for them to decide. However, he was trying to convey that the one who had the right to decide forbade them from going there. Jaehuan asked again, is it really the king of the dead who is stopping them? Anik confirmed this and added that he was very angry with these people. Jaehuan asked, because he killed the Megadead? Anik confirmed that he was referring to the dead man Magritte. He was one of the king's most valuable confidants. The king of the dead is the only being capable of opening the gates to the depths. The king of the dead is throwing a tantrum like a child because his servant was destroyed. The king is offended, so he will not open the gates to the depths for them. Shihan said he understood everything and demanded that the gate be opened. Anaik noted that the man did not understand the seriousness of the situation. Jaehan said that he understood perfectly well. He would settle the matter with him personally, so the gate must be opened. Anaik replied that he could not do so, even if Jaehuan asked him very nicely. Our hero grabbed his sword and said that in that case, he had no choice. Yas understood the man's intentions and said that this was how it should have started. Jongho suggested that this was how it would all end. Anaik's face changed. He blushed and said that there really was no choice. Jaehuan decided to make an offer that the machine god could not refuse. Our hero said that if they opened the gate, he would find the Titan warrior they had lost in the depths. Anaik was surprised. How did the man even know about him? Jae-hwan said he didn't want to go into details. Anaik accepted our hero's offer and opened the gate. The god of machines said he had never met anyone like Jae-hwan before. Anai asked, "Does the man really think he can change the king of the dead's mind?" Jae-hwan replied that he had to try. Anik said that he could see the mark of a deity on Jae-hwan, but that he was not using it at all. The mark is one of the gifts that the apostles give to people. Initially, they gave it together with a horned monster as a guardian. If the mark is used, the horned monsters will not attack. If a person encounters other apostles hiding in the depths, he will be able to befriend them thanks to the mark. Anaik said that they had arrived at their destination and that the person must go on alone. Jae-hai thanked them for their help and said he would return soon. Anik noted that the man must return within an hour. If he does not make it in time, the gate will have to be closed. Jae-hwan told Anik not to worry. He would not take up any more of his time. This time, Jae-hwan was not entirely sure of himself. Our hero tried to calm himself down. After all, he had Mulark's notes, so everything was under control. This was the only way to solve all the problems. To destroy this world, the protagonist had to follow this path. Jae-hwan reached the Palace of the Dead. The gates were made of monster horns. The dead must be locked up there. It must have been difficult to create something so magnificent. The king asked if the man had come to give his life. Was he the awakened one? Jae-han thought that the voice of the king of the dead alone was tearing his body apart. The king asked how the man had the audacity to destroy his servant and appear at the Palace of the Dead. Jae-hwan said he had come to negotiate. How dare a pathetic man, who has no right to be here, propose some kind of deal? Jae-han said that the king of chaos was Catastrophe, the first awakened one. He was a deity, but now he was just an ordinary king. How could the most powerful god of the depths have fallen to the rank of a mere gatekeeper? Was that all he was capable of? Does he not want to take revenge on the one who expelled him from the depths and locked him here? Jae-hwan repeated that he had come to negotiate. The king calmed down and said that this man was much more conceited than he had thought. He was ready to listen to him. The king expressed hope that his words would justify his arrogance. Only then would the man be able to leave here alive. Jae-han said that he knew about the promise that the king and Mulark had made 900 years ago. Only Catastrophe was surprised. How did the man find out about this? Jae-han said that he would take on this promise himself. King Catastrophe asked, "Did the man even understand what that meant?" Our hero answered in the affirmative. Jae-han declared that he was ready to bring King Catastrophe to the depths. Our hero's squad continued to wait for him outside. Jurgen Chiver checked the necessary information. Chiver saw that Serena had woken up and said that she had been asleep for a very long time. Serena asked in surprise where she was now. Jurgen Chiver replied that they were in front of the strange factory. Siren was frightened and asked where Jae-hwan was now. He needed to be stopped urgently. Jurgen Chiver asked in surprise what had happened. The man added that the leader had already entered the strange factory. One of those present pointed upward and said that fireflies had appeared. His colleague added that it had gotten much warmer. Ganhwang said that they should not be touched. Yoon-yeon noted that they were completely harmless. After all, they were just fireflies. Yoon-yeon tried to touch one of the fireflies, but the insect reacted negatively. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and debris and stones flew in all directions. Monarchs appeared in front of the factory. But what were they doing there? Yoon-hong himself told the keeper to come out. As he requested, they came to wage war. Our hero's squad prepared to repel the monarch's attack. Yoon-hong himself ordered his companions to destroy everyone except adapters above the second level. He didn't care what they did with the rest, but they had to destroy this Jae-hwan. They must not be allowed to resist. The Emerald Beetle, Deputy Lieutenant General, the poisonous monarch Nok Myung-cheong, took part in the battle. The poisonous monarch said that this man had exterminated part of his family who had gone to chaos. Anyone who dared to cross the Emerald Beetle family would have to pay. One of the generals doubted that Sam Yoon-hoon had started a war against chaos simply for revenge for Sam Yoon-garam. He was definitely plotting something. The 4th Lieutenant General of the Sam Yoon family, monarch of the Stormblade, Sam Yoon-yuha, and the 1st Major General of the 7th Region, monarch of the White Art Nashimoto, also took part in the clash. Nashimoto said that it was necessary to keep an eye on the representatives of the 9th Legion. Judging by the skills of these people from chaos, one can determine the level of the Watcher. It's hard to believe that some product could stir up about 100 monarchs. Yun-yuha himself said that after 3,000 long years, we would have to taste death again. Yun-hong was not lying when he said that there would be enough fruit for everyone. The expedition was commanded by the Deputy Lieutenant General of the 9th Region, the strategist of the Black Shadow, Sam Yoon-hong. He said that there was nothing to worry about. After all, He was first and foremost the eldest son of the Samyun family, and only then the strategist of the ninth region. There are so many representatives of different families here now, and the goal is horribly obvious. Most likely, everyone was deceived by the lie that there were still fruits left. Sam Yun-hong said that he had come in person, and everyone blindly believed that he would never lie. He himself was a little annoyed. Yun-hong himself told his comrades not to be too upset. Lies are the consequence of unrestrained promises. The fruits can be obtained without reaching the bottom of the depths. After all, there are 7 supreme gods who rule the depths. They can get what they need by making a deal with the great gods. There is nothing that the 7 gods cannot access, so a deal is impossible. However, there is something that even the greatest gods crave, the awakened. For gods who exist thanks to their followers, there is nothing better than the awakened, who can easily accept a new, unique world. Because of this, there are a huge number of awakened here. Yun-hong himself told Vargas to lead the troops and find the product. The 7th region and the Emerald Beetle family do not yet fully realize the value of the product in the tower, but when they do, they will be ready to steal it. Yun-hong himself said that the tower was originally created to protect chaos, but now all of chaos has turned into the Tower of Nightmares. With the help of the tower, they will prepare even more awakened ones and use them to make a deal with the gods and take possession of all the fruits. Yun-hong himself added that thanks to the fruits, he will be able to turn the 9th region into a new palace of rebirth. With the help of the fruits, he will be able to change a lot. The 9th region will become the only place where monarchs do not fear destruction in the Great Lands. Enemies will have to surrender and submit to them. All the Great Lands will belong to the 9th region of utter darkness. Our hero's squad resisted and engaged in combat with the arriving monarchs. Cayman told everyone to stick together and not stray. Cayman declared that they could not be allowed to break through to the factory until the keeper was finished. Yun-hong himself said that it was time to smash these nasty insects. The poisonous monarch said to bring a man named Jae Huang to him immediately. Sam Yun-hoon saw Siren and said that this girl seemed to be here too, a nightmare who betrayed the monarch of pitch darkness for his own desires. Siren said that the monarch had another lieutenant general, and he was the most dangerous one. Sam Yun-hoon told the poisonous monarch that it was not too late to stop. Nok Myung-chung replied that he was too excited to stand aside and watch. Yun-hong himself said that he was personally responsible for this operation, so the poisonous monarch could just watch. Sam Yun-hoon attacked both the Siren and Gan-hwan at the same time. Cayman was surprised by such power. From just one swing, they just needed to be put in their place so they wouldn't even think of approaching. Gang-hwan, defeated, lay on the ground, but grabbed Sam Yun-hoon's leg. He said he wouldn't let the monarch go so easily. Sam Yun-hoon noted that these people were quite resilient. It was interesting to watch their attempts to get up. The monarch said that he would take real pleasure in finally trampling them into dust. Suddenly, the factory owners appeared. Jung-ho was surprised. What was going on? Yes said that these people couldn't sit still, so they decided to cause a commotion. Aniak ordered Joniak to check the situation outside. Joniak said that there were scary people outside. Subordinates, people who posed a danger. Aniak shouted for the people to stop and not try to run away. Jung-ho said that his guesses had been correct. He had foreseen that they would encounter monarchs even after going deep underground. Had they already created a new narrow gate? But that would have taken several months. Jung-ho thought that these scoundrels had indeed risked their lives and crossed the threshold. They wanted to crush chaos so that it would never rise again, just as they had done 900 years ago. The wounded warrior told the divine medic that he did not want to die. The warrior added that he could not be helped and handed something to the old man. He asked the medic to tell everyone, to tell them that they had not lost, that they had the fruit. Therefore, the expedition into the depths had not failed. The old man thought that when they returned last time, he said that they had not lost, that they had obtained the fruit. He told everyone this, as if forcing himself to believe it. Jung-ho thought that he had endured humiliation for many years, and these scoundrels wanted to take everything away from them again. Captain Carlton told the divine medic to pull himself together and get a grip. Jung-ho added that he was no longer the pathetic medic he used to be. The old man called on Mugyak and Cayman to take decisive action. They had to fight back and put up a worthy resistance. Yun-hoon himself recognized the desperate medic. Fortunately, there was an awakened one here who was not so useless. The monarch said he was upset because no one would tell him where Jae Huang was. The old man appeared just in time. Sam Yun-hoon said that he likes such strong souls, but he cannot afford to waste so much time. So Cayman will be the first victim. Cayman was not afraid and said that he was sorry to let the fortress keeper down. The resistance continued, and everyone who could stand on their feet actively fought back against the enemy. Jung-ho was pleased with the coordinated actions of this unit. Where did such unimaginable spiritual strength come from? Had Kamen been fighting such a monster all this time? The factory owner asked what the Black Shadow strategist was doing here. What was he up to? Yun-hong himself said that he had not seen the factory owner for a long time. The factory owner demanded an answer. The monarch said that he was looking for a product and would leave as soon as he found it. The factory owner said that this product was awakened and had begun the stage of germination. Yun-hong himself asked if his interlocutor knew who he was talking about. The factory owner said that Monarch had not changed even after thousands of years. He still perceived beings with souls as objects. Yun-hong himself expressed hope that the factory gates would be opened for him in any case. The factory owner asked what Monarch's goal was. In any case, it would not be possible to do so right now. Sam Yun-hoon said that the product had escaped to the factory. The owner repeated that now was not the time. Sam Yun-hong declared that his interlocutor did not understand him. Sam Yun-hoon's expression changed, and he menacingly demanded that the pathetic pieces of metal open the gates for him. After these words, the factory owners were attacked. Ayas asked how he dared. Had Sam Yun-hong forgotten that monarchs were forbidden from entering the factory? Sam Yun-hong said that the factory owners continued to hide him behind the walls. Were they protecting the king in this way? That was why they had not been touched before. Catastrophe is known as one of the three ancient gods. This creature can only be sealed by all 12 monarchs. It is the most powerful god of the depths. Sam Yun-hong said that now the Catastrophe King is just a fallen deity who turns trash into ghouls. Thousands of years ago, the supreme monarchies of the 12 regions were much weaker than they are now, and he is stronger than those monarchs. The factory owner said that Sam Yun-hong was making a mistake and that it would be better if he stopped. Sam Yun-hong replied that he was a strategist of the Black Shadow and would not listen to the words of tin cans. Young Yeon asked the divine medic, after what they had seen, did they still have a chance to win? The old man thought that the Lightning King could no longer see anything. If he had seen it with his own eyes, he would have understood how crazy it was and would not have asked such a question. Such a monster cannot be defeated. The woman asked, are they really going to run away again? The old man's whole body was shaking and he was afraid. Why, fighting such people, did she continue to believe in her own victory? Yun-yeon asked the divine medic if the fortress keeper had returned. Jung-ho replied that Jae-hwan had not yet returned, as he had gone to see the king of catastrophe. The old man drew his sword and said that they had not lost yet. Jung-ho added that they could still fight. The warriors regained their confidence and began to get to their feet to put up a worthy resistance. Yun-hong himself was surprised. He had shown these people enormous power, which should have broken their fighting spirit. Where did they get the strength to fight? How dare they look him straight in the eye? The monarch thought that he could see greatness in their eyes. They were choosing their own destiny. They were not monarchs, but their gaze conveyed nobility, honor, and dignity. They could be described as the intellect, honor, and conscience of their era. Such people did not care about the status of those standing opposite them. These people seemed to assert that no monarchs exist. Yun-hong himself thought, if all those awakened in the tower are like this, then they can be sold into the depths. The monarch told his people that they were changing their plans. Sam Yun-hoon declared that all the awakened ones here must be destroyed. They would leave only the tower and the product itself. Suddenly, the factory gates opened, and Jae-hwang appeared. Sam Yun-hong declared that the product itself had arrived. Jae-han apologized to those present for coming too late. Jae-han thanked his comrades for their help and told them to run away from here as far as possible. Yun-hong himself asked our hero if he was the keeper of the Gorgon Fortress. Jae-hwan confirmed this. Sam Yun-hoon was a little disappointed. He had come such a long way to meet this ragamuffin. Could the unclean energy that surrounded him be a trace of the king? It was surprising that the king of disaster had left him alive. It was very strange. It's hard to believe that the man in whom all chaos has such confidence is actually some kind of beggar. Did they really go through all that trouble just to see this pathetic product? The 5th Lieutenant General of the 9th Region, the Black Cloud Monarch, Megata, said they had been fooled. The 6th Lieutenant General of the 9th Region, the Dragon-Legged Monarch, Sarum, asked Sam Yun-hoon why they had come all this way. Sam Yun-hoon told them not to worry. It was simply necessary. The stone blocking their path to the fruits of the depths. The creature capable of deciding who is allowed to enter the depths and who is not, is the king of catastrophe. If the king did not allow them to enter the depths, they would have to force the gates open. Jihan said that he was not going to waste the whole day talking idly. One of the monarchs said that it was very interesting, a unique view of the world. Monarch Magada said that a huge window was watching the first nightmare. Monarch Sarum asked, "Isn't this a reflection of Big Brother?" It is very unassuming, no matter how unique this world may be. But inside, it is completely empty. Chong Ho asked what the young man was thinking. He had not yet reached the level that would allow him to fight lieutenant generals. The old man said that the caretaker must have some kind of plan. What a view of the world. It's really not often you see it, but he's still a long way from the people of Kraslam. Yunhong himself asked, "Is that all a person can boast about?" Our hero was attacked, but he effectively repelled the attack. Sarum continued to press on and said that Jae Huang was nothing special, yet he dared to make so much noise. Sarum noted that there was no need for them all to fight, as he could handle this man on his own. Sam Yun-hoon said that he himself wanted to deal with Jae-hwan. Sam Yun-hoon remarked that he himself had to clean up the mess he had made. Emerald Beetle Nak Myung-chung said he wanted to join in. Sam Yun-hoon replied that it was completely unnecessary. The monarch added that he could handle this man himself. Nak Myung-cheondo was outraged. What kind of strategy was Sam Yoon's? He knew that his clan had several issues to resolve with this man. Jae Huang asked what his opponent wanted. Sam Yun-hong replied that it was a favor he was granting to someone he wanted to praise for his courage. Sam Yoon asked if the man would only be satisfied after a one-on-one fight. Besides, he himself did not like it when outsiders interfered in a fight. The monarch said that he had everything prepared, so there was no need to be afraid to strike first. He had no doubt that the fight would be laughable. Jae Huang declared that this would be the last foolish thing the monarch would do. Yun-hong himself wondered, could the man be hiding something under his clothes? However, that still wasn't enough. Sam Yun-hoon said that over the past 6 months, he had seen 10 awakened ones. Many of them were only at the 3rd stage, but there were also geniuses who had reached the 4th stage. The monarch said that this man was the weakest among the awakened at the 4th stage, and among all those he had met. Our hero barely managed to withstand his opponent's attack. He thought that this monarch was very strong. Yoongaram himself would not have been able to defeat him. The monk said that the young man had begun his awakening and achieved incarnation, emitting quite powerful energy. He hoped that things would not be so boring from now on. Jae-hwan showed what he was capable of, and his opponent noted that now he was not surprised that the man was able to defeat Sam Yoon-garam. Jae-hwan said that the monarch was mistaken if he thought they were on the same level. Sam Yoon-hoon is surprised. Does the man naively believe that he has achieved everything as soon as he began his journey? This is only the beginning. Sam Yun-hong remarked that he intended to finish, or was the man ready to demonstrate something more interesting? Jihan asked what the monarch was trying to achieve. If he wanted to destroy, he would have done so long ago. Sam Yun-hong said that Jae Huang was quite clever. The monarch suggested that the man switch sides to the 9th region and take the Tower of Awakening with him. Jihan asked what would happen if he refused. Sam Yun-hoon was surprised. Did the man really not want to agree? The monarch snapped his fingers and Jae Huang saw a computer above him. Sam Yun-hoon assumed that the man was surprised to see a familiar object. However, the gift he was going to give the young man was much better. Sam Yun-hoon said he would give the young man a chance to regain the life he had lost. Did Jae Huang not miss it? He could return to his former life and also receive the title of Lieutenant General. And that's not all. Yun-hong himself promised to give back all the time that Jae Huang lost. Jae-han replied that he would not return. Sam Yun-hoon said he knew it would be like that. Judging by his behavior, this guy is one of those who would never return to his roots. Jae-han was surprised. The monarch understands perfectly well, but is still trying to negotiate? Sam Yun-hoon said that he was not suggesting that the young man return at all. These terrible times will not disappear anyway, so what is the point of returning to the past? Even if he returned, Jae-hwan would still not be able to get rid of his scars, but he doesn't need to. After all, these scars helped the young man find himself. These wounds became a part of him. Is that why the guy constantly chooses to live in the present? Definitely. He wants to find not the past, but the present that he lost. Yun-hoon himself said that he was still extremely curious. Is this place the present he so desperately seeks? The monarch said with confidence that this place simply cannot be Jae-hwan's reality. The times he deserves to be in are the present that he lost through no fault of his own. Yun-hoon himself said that he would now show the young man this very present. Projections of images from the past appeared above the young men's heads. This was the present that Jae-hwan had lost. The people who were dear to him. Everything remained there. If Jae-hwan becomes the Lieutenant General of the 9th region, he will be able to go there whenever he wants. Jae-han grabbed his sword with both hands. Yun-hong himself asked what the young man was thinking. The protagonist said that he would not return. He intended to move on. The monarch was surprised. Didn't the young man want to see his loved ones? Was he going to give up so easily on the real thing he had been striving for so long? Jae-hai thought that Sam Yun-hoon must be right. He really missed his close friends. The young man realized that he would like to see many people. He was human too and had emotions. But whether it's the past, the future, or the present, nothing matters in this world. Perhaps upon returning to Earth, he would feel happy for a while. But what for? Sooner or later, the monarchs were going to cultivate the planet anyway. Yun-hong himself acknowledged this because cultivation is the law of this world. Here, the cultivation of people is the norm, and it is not just one person who is to blame for this. It is not the fault of the Cayman, who has forgotten the times when he was a product. It is not the fault of the siren, who was born and raised with such a worldview in the tower. It is not even the fault of the angels and demons responsible for the progress of cultivation. If anyone is to blame, it is those who did not reject this way of thinking. The world itself is to blame for everything. Jae-han said that this is precisely why he must destroy this world. Yun-hong himself replied that this was childish. Everything that is dear to the young man is part of this world. Is he really ready to destroy it with his own hands? In reality, no system exists. It cannot even be touched, let alone destroyed. The system is part of nature. Jae-han thought that he would not be able to defeat this opponent alone. He had too little time to gather strength. But he would succeed thanks to what had brought him here. A red crystal appeared in the hero's hand. He decided that if he couldn't win on his own, he would borrow someone else's power. The guy bit into the crystal. A tornado formed around the hero. John Ho and Captain Carlton cried out in fear. What was happening? Yun-hong himself thought, it would be better if this guy just followed them silently. Now there was nothing to be done. He had crossed the chaos while being a living being, so his brain was connected to his body. If Jae-hwang died, his soul would return to his present body. This guy's soul will suffer, so we'll have to forcefully send him back to the Great Lands. However, the monarch noticed that strange metamorphoses were happening to the body. What was this? What kind of foreign energy was this? He did not absorb the horn despite the impure energy. He will have to pay for this. What is he trying to achieve? Jae-hwan's appearance has changed significantly. He now resembles a monster. He said he hadn't seen vermin in a long time. It was the descent of the true body of the King of Disaster. Was the god really freed? Yun-hong himself said that it was chaos. Sol Ha was there, but what was going on? Huge, aggressive monsters appeared before the monarch. How was the king sealed by the supreme monarchs of the 12 regions? This is definitely stated in the Akashic records. That's why he thought that bringing 100 monarchs was overkill. The Akashic records are a lie. Now even the presence of the monarch of the pitch-black darkness does not guarantee victory. We must do everything possible to get out of here. The monarch said that they were not going to do that. They only want to get the product. The Catastrophe King said that nothing would come of it. Yun-hong himself reminded him that the King of Disaster promised his big brother not to interfere in the affairs of chaos. The king became angry. How dare the monarch utter that name in his presence? Sam Yun-hoon apologized. But as far as he knew, that was why the king had not chosen a representative. The King of Disaster said that this guy was not his representative. He was trying to protect his world at the cost of his own life. They signed a contract. King Catastrophe said that this matter did not concern Sam Yun-hong. The king said that only one thing was clear to him. All these monarchs would die here. Yun-hong himself became angry. Was King Catastrophe really going to break the promise he had made to Big Brother? The king replied that he had never done anything like that. Such was the power of his forces. He could do nothing about it. Sam Yun-hong initiated a gathering and ordered everyone to assemble around him. The monarch said that now was the time to unite. The king was using the descent of the dead to remain here. No matter how strong he was, the vessel he had descended into was the body of an ordinary man. Soon, he would fall. They had to wear him down. They had to hold out for at least 5 minutes. The Emerald Beetle said he didn't want to mess with this monster. Yun-hong can deal with it himself and do whatever he wants. King Catastrophe asked the Emerald Beetle if he had studied the world and created the Soul Stone. They are fools if they intend to pass themselves off as gods. Do they really hope to get out of here? They don't even deserve to be dead. The king repeated that no one would get out of here alive. The king suggested they take a look at the trouble they had caused. Yun-hong himself could not understand how this had happened. After all, there had been no warning signs. One of the monarchs shouted that if they continued to behave so pitifully, they would die a foolish death. As the strategist said, they only needed to hold out for 5 minutes. The king suggested that there were some brave souls among the monarchs. Some of the monarchs tried to break through and destroy the monster's defenses. Yun-hong himself thought that As long as their fighting spirit was alive, they had a chance of winning. Losing a few people was better than losing everything. The monarch strategist decided to strike a blow that would throw the king off balance, although no one knew how it would end. The king said he was interested in watching the monarchs tear their hair out in order to survive. Come on, sitting still is getting boring, he added. The king took the initiative, and the monarchs were attacked. They didn't even understand what had just happened. Did they really have no chance of defeating Catastrophe from the start? Yunhong himself admitted that the Catastrophe King was the winner, but he would not allow his opponent to achieve everything he wanted here. The king said he hadn't had this much fun in a long time, but using his powers was becoming boring. Jae-hai thought that his soul controlled the king's powers, but everything seemed unreal. The power of the first awakened one, the king, is much more powerful than the destruction of part of the world. He rules everything. This is definitely the last stage of growth. To reach it, one would have to spend the rest of one's life in suffering. But even the king could not resist Big Brother. Our hero thought that he still had a lot to learn. Jae-hai asked how many more times he could use this power. King Catastrophe replied that since the young man was not his representative, he could summon him 3 times. He had already used one summon. The king said that the young man would have to summon him again when he met Big Brother. Using his power would drain the man's soul. Soon, he would begin to turn into a corpse. Jae-hwan had chosen this path himself, so he had to show everything he was capable of. A man must keep his word. As soon as the connection was broken, our hero felt unbearable pain in his chest. His body felt as if it were about to be torn to pieces. Jae-hai thought that the closer death was, the fewer memories remained. Losing your memory is like losing yourself. When you lose yourself, you become a nobody. You become a dead person. Jae-hai thought with horror, is this fate awaiting him too? Our hero felt himself sinking to the bottom, as if he were in some kind of liquid. The protagonist's memories filled his entire space. At one point, Jung-ho began to shake our hero and told him to wake up immediately. Jae-hwan opened his eyes and told the old man to stop shaking him, as it was uncomfortable. The old man was glad that the caretaker had come to his senses. Jae-hwan woke up. Jung-ho said it would be bad if the guy turned into a corpse. Ji-hen replied that he just knew that the divine medic would be able to wake him up with a dead man's blow. Our hero looked at the weapon lying nearby and asked, "Is it all over?" His people had suffered considerable losses, but many members of the expedition had still made it through. They would always have new awakened ones. Everything would be fine after he left. Now even the monarchies would not venture into chaos. The balance of power in the Great Lands had been disrupted, so they would direct all their forces to solving the problems that had arisen. Chaos had finally found true freedom. However, the monarch had no intention of letting these plans come to fruition. The man crushed the remains of Cuba in his hand and asked, "Did they really manage to come back here alive?" Chung-ho asked what he was trying to achieve. Jae-hwang replied that he had risked his life for them, which was very important. The man said that all the souls in chaos had perished. Had the keeper not taken a single fruit from the Palace of Rebirth? Cayman asked, did he use the only fruit to bring himself back to life? They just wanted their lives back. The man asked, how else can this be explained? Jürgen Shiver said that it was necessary to remain calm. However, the public was interested in where all the fruits had gone. Shiver understood that people would not calm down. They were about to spill all their pent-up despair. Everyone wondered, was the keeper of the fortress they had followed a human being? Seeing the abilities of the fortress keeper, they decided to follow him in the hope of regaining their lives. They did not care at all about the changes in the world that the keeper so desired. The fact that the keeper was human, and the events that the crowd could not explain, all began with Jae-hwan. The crowd really wanted an answer from the keeper. Even Jung-ho couldn't hold them back. Yoon-hoon himself thought that the caretaker was in a very pitiful state. People were so agitated because of the confusion. But this skill would not work just like that. The envy and doubts that had built up over a long period of time caused this explosion of emotions. Perhaps they had needed the caretaker before. However, these people never trusted the caretaker. Now everyone was interested in the question. What happened to the fruits? Why did the caretaker deceive them all this time? Yun-hong himself thought that perhaps the man had interfered with his plans. But now it was his turn to face difficulties. Cayman wanted to tell the truth, but Jae-hwan took a sword in his hand and declared that he was the one who had destroyed all the fruits. People were surprised by Ji-hwang's actions. Why did he do it? He knew how much everyone needed these fruits. True life cannot be obtained with the help of such fruits. If someone in the Great Lands returns to life with the help of the fruit, war will break out, and everything will plunge into chaos again. Our hero's comrades were surprised. What was he thinking? Jihan replied that if they wanted to know, they could see for themselves. Was it really a connection with the mind? The dissatisfied warrior said that the keeper was indeed connected to them. He had been deceiving them all this time. The warrior added that Jaehuan used them to get to the fruit by himself. Why is everyone silent? Jaehan said that he didn't care what true life was like. The protagonist raised his sword above his head and declared that the current reality was his life. Sam Yun-hoon gloated as he watched Jaehuan's behavior, calling him completely insane, because he himself had severed his connection with reason. People were surprised. Was the monarch Sam Yun-hoon still alive? The fortress keeper announced to everyone that he was going to the depths. From the very first day of chaos, Jaehuan walked this path completely alone. Captain Carl helped the young man up and supported him. Due to his injury, our hero was still feeling unwell. Jürgen Shiver knelt before the fortress keeper. No one said anything, but everyone understood perfectly well that soon countless kings would appear in the chaos. However, for the inhabitants of chaos, there is only one king, the last king recognized by chaos, and he is leaving these lands. A woman in a black cloak appeared and said in surprise, "Is this really the chaos I remember?" The woman added that everything here had changed greatly. 3 months after his departure, she woke up and, thanks to Claire, learned about the changes that had affected the lands of chaos. The agreement between the King of Men, the owners of the strange factory, and the King of Disaster was sealed by the unification of chaos. The United Chaos built a new fortress on the site of the factory. They named it Seize the Moment. Humans, the dead, and horned monsters, who had been enemies in the past, now coexisted peacefully. However, Mino cannot get used to this. Seize the Moment began to flourish, and then hostile border guards began to appear. All these people were from the Great Lands. The 9th region of the Black Shadow Strategist suffered greatly from the destruction of the monarch. Other regions took advantage of the situation and unleashed a fierce war. Now, because of this, hundreds of monarchs die every day and are sent into chaos. Fortunately, Zihan left the Tower of Awakening to chaos. Chaos used it to create awakened ones who could oppose the monarchs. Major generals, possessing the power of the highest level of 10th level adapters, remain formidable opponents. Therefore, the factory owners came up with a brilliant solution. When monarchs die, they are summoned to another place. Previously, they were summoned to the Palace of Rebirth, but the factory owners changed the location. Now they are summoned to the Seize the Moment Fortress. At first it seemed absurd, but everything fell into place when Mino heard the reason. One of the monarchs said that they had already died. Was the Palace of Rebirth really gone? They heard a voice that called them insects. What was that? Who would have thought that after rebirth, a king would appear before them? They were destroyed by the king. Changes in the chaos that had remained unchanged for millennia would have been impossible without him. Mino looked at the image of the King of Catastrophe in the body of Jaehuan. Mino thought that when she woke up, she was holding a stone, the Stone of Return. Mino heard that on the day she left the strange factory, Jaehuan visited her and placed his hand on the stone. Why did he save chaos? You can't tell by looking at him that he loves people. That means he has no reason to show mercy. Perhaps there was some other reason. The girl wanted to know why he saved this world. Mino wondered if the tower he left behind would give her the answer. Mino saw the emotions on the faces of the people who entered the tower with her. Now she understood these people better. Mino thought that Jaehuan talked a lot about destroying this world, but he left behind a ray of hope. Mino thought, perhaps this is a kind of destruction of the world. The girl sincerely hoped that they would meet again. She did not know if there was salvation in his world. However, Mino's imagination painted different pictures. It was a tree without roots, with bare branches. Thoughts of his world saved the girl from loneliness. After all, even if everyone else abandoned the world, there would still be one person left to defend it to the very end. A world saved by one person, and its name is the World After Destruction. The depths are also called Trees of Illusion. The area there is divided into sides. Each side is a unique world. The 7 great gods are the supreme deities who rule the worlds. So, what is the most dangerous corner of the depths? There were times when the carefree gods discussed this for hours. Some said that the most dangerous was the first side, created by the Big Brother. Others insisted that it was the 4th side, created by a mad god. But even these minor gods are mythical creatures that are almost impossible to encounter. There's another place that gods are better off avoiding. This place is the 8th side, the Blue Forest. The goddess wanted an answer. Is there really a place to fish here? The goddess confirmed this statement. Don't they believe her? The guy said he couldn't find it. Maybe he should go back. What if the Dark Soul appears? The goddess asked, does he really think it's that easy to encounter a Dark Soul? More than 100,000 years have passed since the fall of the 3 ancient gods. No matter how many followers they had, they must all be dead by now. But she is here, so there is nothing to worry about. The guy said that this was precisely why he was worried. The goddess was surprised. What are you hinting at? The guy asked if he should gather followers here. The goddess replied that she saw no other way. The young man thought that he had gone with the goddess to this dark place precisely for their sake. In the depths, the number of followers determines the power of a god. The more followers a god has, the more majestic he is, the more rare items and events he will have. But if a god has no followers, his world will begin to disappear. The goddess said that otherwise their world would be destroyed. That is why they are here now. The young man asked if he could simply lure people with words. The goddess asked, has he forgotten how the newcomer he attracted robbed their cellar and ran away? The goddess reminded him that this was not the end. Then, another god declared a holy war on them because they had lured away his followers. Has he forgotten? Fishing is a typical way to find followers. The principle is simple. You need to catch the souls of real people. The young man was surprised. Is there really a place like that somewhere? Public places are usually used for fishing, but sometimes you can find secret spots. The young man asked the goddess how she knew about him. The goddess replied that she had heard about him in Minerva's shop. The goddess said that she had paid 300 to the goddess of luck, Minerva, who owns the shop of luck. The goddess noted that Minerva's cards had told her something. She would find luck in the northwest of Caspian, in a deep forest near the water. This is the only suitable place, and water is a sign of a place for fishing. The young man was surprised. Is that all? The goddess replied that Minerva had promised a meeting with someone important here. The young man suggested not wasting time and returning. The goddess agreed, thereby admitting her mistake. The young man thought this was too harsh. The goddess must also be in despair, for she has no followers except him. This meant that the goddess's world could disappear. The young man suggested looking around some more. The goddess was delighted. The young man said he would like to find a newcomer. Minerva had deceived her, so now they had to do everything possible. The young man thought that every time he heard her voice, he became kinder because he remembered his younger sister, whom he had lost several years ago. She was the only one he had left after losing his family. He had to help her. The young man asked the goddess if she could smell water. The goddess replied that she had no nose, so she couldn't smell anything. The young man moved forward and told the goddess to follow him. She was surprised. Where is Runnard going? Ahead was a lake with a small waterfall. Runnard said they had found a place to fish. The goddess said that everything had worked out for them. Runnard said that maybe they would indeed find a new follower. Maybe the catch would be good. The goddess said that they would gain many followers and accumulate items. Runnard reminded her that the most important thing was his unique item and story. An hour later, Runnard asked in surprise, "Does it always take this long?" The goddess said they had to wait longer, that catching souls was like catching time. 24 hours passed. Runnard had completely lost hope. Runnard suggested returning and giving Minerva a scolding. The goddess reminded him that Minerva was a high-ranking god. Runnard looked at the float on his fishing rod and thought that they had found a good fishing spot, but there was nothing here. Maybe this place had been abandoned long ago. The goddess told Runnard that the float had moved. He should pay attention to that. Runnard jerked the rod and said that something big had been caught. The young man grabbed the rod with both hands and couldn't understand what was happening. Could someone so strong really be on the hook? He didn't think such powerful souls existed. Perhaps it was a soul from Murim. The goddess said that something was wrong here. This soul was not from the border, it was from chaos. This was not good. Runnard had to take off his clothes. Runnard took off his clothes and told the goddess to connect his story quickly. Anderson's story was connected. The young man pulled the rod toward him with all his might. The struggle with whoever was on the hook continued. However, the guy managed to pull in the catch. A man appeared on the ground. What had they caught? The goddess said that this guy possessed the power of the world. Runnard looked at this man silently but with surprise. The goddess suggested that they had caught a god. The young man lay unconscious on the shore. The goddess said that even if he was not a god, he was very similar to one. Runnard declared that he simply could not be a god. There are no gods with souls. All gods exist thanks to faith, and can only manifest themselves through an avatar. This is one of the main laws of the depths. Runnard reminded her that the goddess herself had taught him this. Maybe he is an avatar or a follower? If he is studying the power of the world, the goddess suggested that Runnard now also senses something strange. Runnard wondered, who is he? Runnard said that, according to her words, gods exist only in the depths. Otherwise, all the accumulated knowledge about followers and avatars loses its meaning. The goddess said that there is a god in chaos, and a rather frightening one at that. but he cannot have an avatar, so that can be ruled out. Could this soul really be from chaos? The goddess said that if it is not an avatar or a follower, then it is definitely God. Runnard asked the goddess to tell him everything because she knows what is going on here. It was not for nothing that she said that it was definitely God. The goddess asked if Runnard had heard the story of the strong rat. Once upon a time, there lived a unique rat that was truly very strong. This rat did not feed on scraps, but hunted and obtained food for itself. Thanks to this, it gained incredible power. The rat studied its strengths and weaknesses. This animal realized that it could even stand up to its main enemy, the cat. On the outside, the animal remained a rat, but on the inside it was something more. When this rat awoke, the other rats began to fear it. The only animals that saw the rat as an equal opponent were cats. The goddess said that she calls such rats awakened. These are creatures that have surpassed themselves and attained the rank of God. Unique rats that create and spread their own world. Creatures that go against the system and are capable of resisting predators. Cats with their own strength. The only creatures capable of gaining divine power without losing their souls. These are the awakened. Runnard asked in surprise, "So this guy is awakened?" The goddess replied that the probability of this was quite high. Maybe this awakened one is from the rift? What will they do with him? The goddess replied that first they need to understand whether he is a god or not. Either he will become a comrade, or they will have to absorb him. They need to make sure of this before he comes to his senses. Runnard expressed his hope that he was not a god after all. After all, if he is human, he could become a new follower. He could even become an avatar. But if they have to devour him, he shouldn't be angry. It's nothing personal. Devouring another god is not uncommon in lawless corners like Caspian. It is forbidden elsewhere, but the only way to expand one's world without gaining followers is to devour a god. Runnard said he would not want to lose a companion they had searched for so long. If this person became an avatar, he would become a follower. Runnard was sure that an avatar with such power would be hunted everywhere. The goddess would also like this outcome. Runnard touched the man's chest and felt something was wrong. He told the goddess about it. There was no response, so Runnard decided that the connection with the goddess had been severed. Runnard asked the goddess to give him an answer. At that moment, some people were watching Runnard from the forest. The young man thought that this was not just a disconnection. He did not feel her presence at all. What was really going on? The king of the dead said that it was necessary to follow the corridor to reach the depths. So, is this the entrance to the depths? They say that the gods dwell in the depths. Monarchies are very afraid of this place. There is no room for complacency here. Jehuan thought it was good that all his comrades were nearby. It was a pity that he couldn't take the Cayman, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, only the Cayman could be trusted with chaos. Jung-ho was surprised. What was happening? Jehan stopped sensing the presence of people. What was this? The young man did not feel the energy of the catastrophe. The girl appeared unexpectedly and asked, "Are you surprised, Jehuan?" They hadn't seen each other in a long time. This was their first meeting since the tournament. Jihai thought that she was the captain of the break that the old man had mentioned. It seemed that her name was Sul-ha. She was definitely no lower than the rank of lieutenant general. Jaehwan asked what she had done. Sul-ha replied that she had simply deployed a barrier to talk to the young man. The assistant said that they were opposing the king, so the barrier would not last long. Sul-ha replied that she knew everything. Sul-ha said that the rift had been watching everything the young man was doing in the chaos with curiosity. But they did not expect Jaehwan to contact the king and destroy the monarchs. Jaehwan asked Sul-ha to get to the point. Sul-ha told Jaehwan to join the rift. The girl explained that they had left him because he was striving for almost the same thing as them. However, they changed their minds after seeing the technique he had recently used. It is unclear where Jaehwan learned it. The connection strike, better known as disconnection, can only be used in the rift by those with the rank of captain or higher. Jaehwan was surprised. Did Sul-ha really think that this technique was only available to them? After all, others knew how to use it too. Sul-ha replied that the technique is very dangerous and can destroy the soul. It is only used in the rift. Jaehwan asked, "So she wants him to join them, otherwise he will die?" Our hero immediately refused. Sul-ha stated that she had not come here to joke around. It was naive to believe that a half-dead body could resist her. The assistant warned that the barrier would soon disappear and that it was not worth getting into a fight now. If they were hit by the connection, they would be stuck here. Sul-ha was surprised. Was this a hint of defeat? The assistant explained that this was not what she meant at all. Sul-ha said that this guy would regret his refusal. Jaehwan remarked in surprise, "Were they just going to leave like that?" If he fought in this state, he could be in danger. It was good that they were leaving silently. He thought he had spent too much time on her, and the entrance to the depths was probably already closed. Jae-hwan assumed that the others were already inside. If he went there again, they would probably meet in the depths. The only question was how to get there. The protagonist's body was unresponsive. Fatigue had accumulated, and it seemed as if he was about to lose consciousness. The king's voice said that the young man was very weak now and should follow the light. Jae-hwan was surprised. What did that mean? The voice explained that he would soon understand everything, and if he was lucky, he would wake up in the depths. Jae-han felt his body weaken and his consciousness fade as if he were underwater. He felt calm as if he had turned into a fish. Ahead he saw a light, his last chance. Jae-han decided he would get out no matter what. The girl leaned over him and shouted for him to wake up immediately. Jae-han thought, where was he? It didn't feel like the depths. Everything seemed familiar. It was his world. The girl asked if he heard her. It was all his fault. What to do now? Jae-hwan was surprised. Who was she? Why was she making so much noise? What had she forgotten in his world? He asked who she was and how she got here. The girl replied that he shouldn't be arrogant and introduced herself as Anderson, the goddess of the depths. Anderson said that this guy had just swallowed her. Jae-hwan was surprised. How did he absorb her? Anderson replied that now he had to figure it out for himself. He asked how. Anderson tearfully asked him to save her only follower. At that moment, Runnard hoisted the man onto his shoulders and tried to escape from his pursuers. Runnard looked back and realized that things were bad. The people who had been following them in the forest suddenly appeared and demanded that they hand over their catch. It all happened just when the goddess was not around. Retreating, Runnard found himself on the edge of a cliff. The pursuers declared that the man was trapped and could not escape. One of them repeated the demand to hand over the boy. Runnard recognized the leader as Belkin the Scythian. He was the lord of the Scythians, and a mid-level god who recruited traitors. Rumor had it that they had already moved to Caspian. But who would have thought they would make it to the Forgotten Blue Forest? Runnard said that this was his goddess. Belkin declared that they had seen the boy break the rules by fishing. He must let him go and leave. Runnard thought that if he left the boy, he would lose his goddess. Those who lose their god lose their mind and become monsters wandering forgotten places. And that was what Runnard feared most. He remembered that Anderson was the only goddess who had come to his aid in the depths. Belkin approached with a menacing look. Could the boy not hear him? Runnard put the man on the ground and said he would not give him up for anything. Belkin pushed Runnard and stepped on his chest, saying that he would have to force the boy to leave. He swung his arm to strike, but something unexpected happened. Belkin's arm flew off to the side and fell to the ground. The man Runnard had caught got to his feet. The guy said that in the chaos, he had at least some clothes on. Belkin asked who he was and ordered his comrades to destroy him. Jae-hwan drew his sword and began to resist. Anderson became interested. Where did nudity come from? This story came to her from the ancient gods. God is powerful but eccentric. This god was cruel, merciless, and hated clothes. No one was allowed to appear before him dressed. Usually, people would run past him, holding their clothes and warning those around them. Runnard thought he was some kind of pervert. Anderson said he had his own philosophy. The god believed that clothing breeds duplicity and hypocrisy. The main thing was that the real fight began when he took everything off. Jae-hwan asked Runnard if he was a follower of Anderson. He asked the guy for a favor, to get her out of his head. The hero used doubt and saw how the world's essence takes the form of history. Is increased power the power of nakedness? Anderson replied that it was more like undressing. Nudity and the process of removing clothes are different things. Jae-hwan did not feel spiritual energy. This world was very different from chaos. Anderson asked, did he just decide to ignore her? In chaos, spiritual energy was used to activate skills. But in the depths, everything was ruled by the power of the world, hidden in the soul. The hero knew this thanks to Mulark's notes, but in practice, everything felt completely different. Runnard asked God to take him as a disciple. Jae-hwan replied that he was not God. Anderson was surprised. What was wrong with Runnard? Was he really ready to betray her? Runnard was sure that Anderson would not object. She told him not to even think about accepting this young man as a follower. Jae-hwan ordered them both to be quiet. In the Great Lands, each monarch has his own region, and in the depths, each god has his own land. The difference is that the gods in the depths rule their lands much more carefully than monarchs. They call them pages. There are both huge pages belonging to high-ranking gods and tiny ones the size of a village. They are ruled by middle or lower gods. Jae-hwan clarified. So a page is just a certain corner of the earth. Runnard explained. What is earth for lower and middle-ranking gods is a sanctuary for higher gods. Through a page, high-ranking gods can open their own world. It is their weapon. Jihad thought that the chaos catastrophe could have been one such page. It turns out that there are gods here whose power is comparable to that of a king. It is difficult for high-ranking gods to spread their power across the entire page, so they create stories. Runnard added that undressing is also one of such stories. Renard declared that Jae-hwan was a god, but he again asked not to be called that. Renard asked if Mr. Jae-hwan was going to destroy Anderson. The hero thought that the guy was only following him out of fear of losing his goddess. Anderson also asked, was he really going to destroy her? The goddess noted that she was absorbed by this man's unique world, and that he could block her exit at any moment. She added that she had expected this. She had felt it from the moment she arrived here. Anderson couldn't imagine that this man would turn out to be the destroyer of monarchs. Jae-hwan also had vague memories of being absorbed. He remembered his first encounters with Anderson. Jae-han was surprised. Could Anderson have once been a cultivator? Why did she need to become a god? Anderson replied that it would sound like a pathetic excuse, but all gods lose their memories of the times when they were cultivators. So, did nothing happen if she doesn't remember it? Anderson understood what he was getting at. She didn't deny that she had done terrible things in the past. The hero remembered Mulark's words that higher beings, such as angels and demons, are born to become cultivators. Perhaps they had no choice, but he doesn't excuse anyone. Anderson said that he could destroy her, but he had to take Runnard as his disciple. Jihan was surprised. Did Anderson really care about the boy? He couldn't wrap his head around it. She wasn't asking for understanding. She just didn't want the young man to be lost because of her past. He probably doesn't understand why this former product ended up next to him. But not all gods live up to his expectations. Anderson said that her reasons for living were changing, but her emotions remained. They belonged only to her. Suddenly, Runnard coughed up blood. What was happening to his body? Anderson said that his soul was darkening. Jae-hwang remembered that the owners of the strange factory were called dark souls. Except for exceptions like Aniak, most dark souls are just monsters who have lost their minds to despair. He thought that if he didn't help Runnard, he too would turn into a monster. Anderson begged him to help the young man. The goddess said that Runnard was the same kind of person as Jae-hwan. Jae-hwang was surprised. She called him a human? Was he worthy of such a title? Anderson said there was no time. Runnard must be helped. Jae-hwan asked what he should do. She replied, "Take the boy as a disciple." The goddess added that if he wanted to, he could erase her from his memory forever. She would not resist. Jaehan said it would be better if she kept her promise. Runnard opened his eyes and wondered, where was he? This wasn't Caspian. What was this place? Followers can see the world of their god, and how they perceive it depends on the god himself. Runnard thought that the world of the goddess Anderson resembled a fairy tale. So, was this the world of Mr. Jae-hwan? The young man wondered, had Jae-hwan really taken him as a follower? He saw a huge tree in front of him. This world seemed gloomy to him. The young man fell motionless. The protagonist thought he had lost consciousness. Anderson said that Runnard was too young for such horrors. Jaehan brought him to his senses and reminded him that Runnard himself wanted to become a follower. He made the decision himself. Our hero noticed that it was time to get going. Anderson asked, so the man wasn't going to get rid of her? Hadn't they agreed that if Jae-hwan helped, she would allow him to get rid of her? Jae-hwan said he had changed his mind. Now Anderson had to prove she deserved to live. The goddess replied that she would definitely prove it. Caspian, the 84th gate. Our hero found himself in front of it. Jaehan noticed that everyone was turning to look at him in surprise. Was everything all right? Runnard said that the depths respect any stories. Jae-hwan asked, even walking around naked? Jae-hai thought that maybe they were right. People are different from gods. It's good that Captain Carlton isn't here. Jae-han was surprised. Is this really considered normal here? Our hero decided that the depths were an amazing place. Jahan saw a man in handcuffs. He was also naked. The man who met Runnard and Ji-hwan was amazed. Who could have come up with a story that gave strength to nudity? These perversions are necessary in order to calmly enjoy one's unique world. What were they doing outside? Anderson said it was strange. They had a perfectly normal story. She had accurately recorded this plot. Jae-hwan thought he would kill Anderson. The assistant informed the captain that this man was telling the truth. There were records of this story with the exact date. The captain was surprised. Was there really a record? According to the document, it used to be the story of a high-ranking god. Anderson said that now this story belongs to an ordinary god. The captain asked, was Anderson in front of him and the follower behind him? That is what the notes said. His world power was different, and there was only information about one follower. Anderson said that Jae should agree immediately, otherwise there would be problems. Jae agreed. The captain was right and could let them go. Runner noted that even among followers, there is a hierarchy based on the rank of god. He is a follower of a high-ranking god, so it is worth being more polite. Jae had thought that he didn't care about such matters. Runner asked him to be quiet. He would take care of it himself. After a while, our hero said that they had somehow managed to get through. Runner did not expect the captain to be such a person. Usually, no one interferes in the affairs of other gods. Anderson reminded everyone that Jae is not a real god. If he were alone, he would never have made it here. Anderson said that real gods are those who are not mentioned in the Akashic records, or Big Brother. Usually, after becoming a god, registration happens automatically. But Jae case is different. The factions of Big Brother will never recognize him as a god. Jae said that this world is very problematic. The man shouted for everyone to hurry up. The gods are waiting. The man with the whip in his hand said that the slowest would be sold into slavery. Jae asked Runnard who these people were. Runnard suggested that they were new souls caught while fishing. It would be nice to put them up for auction, but first they would have to serve time in prison. Anderson said that it might seem inhumane, but they had their reasons. If the newly caught souls did not find God, they would go mad. Usually, souls wandering around the Tree of Illusions would surface. Jae kicked the stone with his foot. Anderson said that in rare cases, souls who died in the Tower of Nightmares would surface. Runnard noticed that Jae had stopped and asked what was wrong. Jae saw the young man and asked what Kim Young-hwan was doing here. Kim Yoon-hwan was handcuffed. That meant his soul had also been captured. All the prisoners were sent to serve their sentences, and the gate was closed behind them. One man asked his colleague if he had noticed anyone. He replied that they all looked pitiful. Most likely, they would end up at the market. Jae asked Anderson how many followers he could take. The goddess replied that he could take as many as he wanted, but he shouldn't say that he wanted to save his friend. That was exactly what Jae wanted to do. The man asked if they were from an unorthodox faction. From Pangea? The man said that it was not the Central Plains and certainly not Murim. It was not some notorious Pangea or Astrium. Kim Young-hwan thought it was a damp and gloomy isolation ward. How did it all turn out this way? He had arrived here a week ago. He tried to figure out what had happened, but he couldn't remember anything. What was he doing here? Had the world been destroyed? Kim Young-hwan said he didn't know the name Jae. Kim Young-hwan was attacked by the cold of the depths, and now he can't remember anything. A fragile, glass-like anxiety hangs in the air, as if it is about to shatter. It is like an insect waiting for an explosion at the epicenter of chaos. Kim Young-hwan involuntarily muttered the name Jae. It was as if he were uttering the name of God. The guard called out Kim Young-hwan's prisoner number and told him to come out. God is calling him. The girl standing behind him was also told to come out. Kim Young-hwan was taken to the right place. The man was told that these people had left the tower. The confirmation came from the Nightmare Association. The woman only made it to the 74th floor, but she is very nice. This guy didn't manage to clear the tower, but he made it to the 99th floor. You won't regret this purchase. The buyer was surprised. Shouldn't it be cheaper? The seller replied that they were following the orders of the Nightmare Association. Only these two had memory problems. The salesman wished him luck and left the buyer alone with Kim Young-hwan and the girl. The man told Kim Young-hwan to follow him. Jae grabbed his sword and said he was leaving. Anderson objected. That shouldn't be done. Jae was surprised. Why was she stopping him? Anderson said that he was going to smash the entire isolation ward to smithereens. Jae said that he just wanted to save his friend. The goddess pointed out that it was the same thing. Did the young man even realize how many high-ranking gods were here? What's more, there was even a World Energy Suppression Bureau here. This bureau was created to ensure the safety of the pages, so no god or avatar could use the combat abilities of their story in the center of Caspian. Jae said that this would not stop him. Anderson warned him again that he would not even be able to fight here. The man at the door said that entry was prohibited. Jae replied that he should get out of the way. Our hero added that he had come here for a friend. The man repeated, "This is a restricted area. Does the guy only understand the hard way?" Jae thought of Kim Young-hwan, the friend who had climbed to the 99th floor with him. But why didn't he return to the past like everyone else? What happened to him? Our hero noticed that he couldn't feel the energy of the world. What was going on? Jae thought that someone was interfering with him. However, looking around, he saw no one. The guard said that if this guy was done messing around, he should get out of there. Where do people like this even come from? Anderson reminded him that she had already said that fighting was not allowed here. If a person tried to use the power of the world, the big story created by the Suppression Bureau would use the seal of the world's energy to seal his powers. Anderson suggested that before helping her friend, they should go to the big building. The goddess added that this would be much smarter than rushing in thoughtlessly. Caspian, World Energy Suppression Bureau. Excited people rushed to the central office. What is happening? The gates to the isolation ward had been opened without authorization. The director of the bureau and his assistant saw many deactivated people lying in the isolation ward. About 80 followers were found to be missing. What happened here? The assistant reported that a strange energy was detected near the isolation ward. The Seal of World Energy is a story supported by hundreds of followers serving various gods. Since the bureau was established, there has never been a case where the story has been so severely disrupted. The danger level was raised to 8. A month ago, something happened that caused half of the followers to lose consciousness. At that time, there was a fierce battle between avatars and high-ranking gods. But things weren't that bad. The director said that reinforcements must be requested. The world's energy level must be at least 3. An entire battalion would be needed. The assistant asked who to request reinforcements from. The director replied that reinforcements should be requested from the highest-ranking gods. Jihan told his companions that they had arrived. Anderson confirmed that this was the building. In front of our hero was an auction house. It was highly likely that Jaehwan's friend was there. Anderson told Jaehwan to listen to her carefully. First, they had to go inside. Jaehan decided that he would act, depending on the situation. Anderson forgot that her ID had expired. The security guard warned that gods without ID were not allowed to enter the auction house. Anderson said that if the young man had at least 5 followers, he could obtain a temporary certificate. Runnard tried his best to get followers. Jaehwan thought he was doing well. The guy had already adapted quite well. He was definitely more useful than Anderson. The man asked Runnard, "Is this some kind of new world?" Runnard confirmed, if a person follows them, they will receive many benefits and become a high-ranking follower. The man asked, "What kind of world is this, and what is its history? Why is the avatar completely naked?" Jay had extended his hand to the candidate follower and said that he would show him everything now. The man took our hero by the hand and saw a completely different world around him. The candidate was frightened and shocked. Runnard said that this man had lost consciousness. Anderson said that this was not the way to recruit followers. Jaehwan suggested that they would have to use force. The goddess said that everything could not be decided in this way. The young man had to reconsider his view of the world. Most followers of the depths live ordinary lives, but Jaehwan sees the world too darkly. It's not easy for them as it is. Who would want to complicate their life? Anderson said that the world needs to be made more joyful. She can lend her view of the world. Her world is called the world of nudity. In this wonderful place, all followers are naked. The only drawback is the creepy men who periodically appear there, but it is not forbidden there. Anderson said that this is a fairy tale for adults. If the young man does not want to change his view of the world, then, at this rate, he will not find a single follower. Jaehwan said that he would not change his view of the world. Jihan thought he would observe a little longer. If nothing changed, he would just break through. Anderson suggested planting flowers and trees. That way his world would become more beautiful. People passing by wondered, where had all the souls who had ended up in the isolation ward this week gone? Was it because weeks were now the universe? Most likely, all the souls from public fishing spots would end up there. Jaehwan overheard this conversation. Jihan stopped the man and asked him to repeat, "Where do all the souls from the fishing spots go?" Runnard couldn't believe he was in this place. Jaehai thought that these people must have been talking about this very place. Jaehan asked, "Where did this come from?" Anderson said that the depths are vast and diverse, so it's full of crazy people. Among them are those who want to feel the pain of the product. After visiting so many amazing worlds, sometimes you start to miss something simple. Our hero did not expect to see the Tower of Nightmares here. Jaehwan saw the words on the screen and thought he had seen them before in the records about the depths. Long ago, a tower was built with the goal of reaching the top of the Tree of Illusions. The tower was created specifically so that the old nightmare could challenge the end of the world. It was a tower of ideals, the metaverse. Jihan thought that this tower was the metaverse. Our hero asked the goddess what she knew about this tower. Anderson replied that the worst gods lived there. The goddess added that when she went there, she lost everything she had. Jaehwan saw a guard leading captured souls. Perhaps Kim Younghwan was among them? Jaehwan said that the guy who passed by the auction house was right. Anderson warned in advance that it was not worth wasting energy. The young man had not forgotten about the Suppression Bureau, had he? Looking at the captives, our hero wondered what would happen to them. The goddess replied that they would probably become puppets in the hands of the gods. That's what they call avatars who have lost their souls. All the puppets in this tower lose their minds and become toys of the gods. But don't the gods seek to gain as many followers as possible? Anderson said that the gods who dwell in this tower cannot stand followers. Jaehan asked the goddess how he could save his friend. Anderson replied that he would die if he went there. The goddess added that if he wanted to save his friend, he had to take part in the events of the meta-universe and reach the 7th floor. The puppet auction begins on the 7th floor, but it is very dangerous, so it is better to think twice. Runnard said that to get through, you need to buy a ticket and showed where the entrance was. Runnard noted that it could be dangerous. Jae-hwan said he was going to go there anyway. Runnard said that the goddess Anderson was involved in this auction. The guard said that admission for the day costs 50 ver. If you buy a ticket for a week, it will cost 250 ver. Runnard said that VR was the currency of the depths. It was the materialized faith of the followers. Anderson said that she was not going to give up such faith. Jihen received a small advance from the goddess. The guy was surprised. Is that all? Runnard said that 200 ver here was 2 tickets for 2 days. The warning said that if the paid period came to an end and was not extended, the visitor would become a puppet. Jae-hwan thought that Anderson had told him about this. The guard showed our hero where to go and which gate to use. A person would be struck by lightning if they tried to get through the upper gate, so it was better not to risk it. Runnard couldn't believe they were going there. It was his first time there, so everything seemed so exciting. The goddess Anderson had always forbidden him to approach the tower before. Zhe-huang saw a girl in a hood and thought her face looked familiar. Anderson asked if the young man was aware of the reality. Was he really going to compete against those monsters? And that's not all. He has no idea how powerful the gods of the tower are. Jahan declared that he would go anyway. Anderson couldn't understand. Was this man serious? Anderson was a cultivator who once ruled the Tower of Nightmares. For some reason, she hated this tower with all her heart. Jahan asked the goddess if she really lost everything in this tower. Our hero added that in that case, the loot must be returned. The director asked his assistant if he was sure they were going the wrong way. The assistant said that this was where the reaction had been observed. It was faint, but they were trying to track it down. It was the power of the world, presumably of the 8th level. However, no further traces were found. The assistant said he had brought a witness who was nearby at the time of the incident. The witness said he didn't see any fighting, but suddenly a naked pervert appeared and caused a commotion. The director asked if there were any casualties. The witness said he was just holding a sword. The director asked when it happened and if he could look at the CCTV footage. The CCTV footage was immediately presented. The video did indeed show a naked man with a sword in his hand. The assistant said that the time matched the moment of the incident perfectly. The director couldn't believe it. An 8th level warning was triggered because he simply picked up a sword? I would like to agree and say that this is impossible. But the depths are a place where inexplicably powerful people meet. So anything is possible here. A month ago, an awakened child appeared, luring away the followers of all the high-ranking gods and disappearing without a trace. The director asked why the video was of such poor quality. There was no answer. Only a high-ranking god could cause the interference that appeared in the video. In the worst case, it was the work of a vassal of the 7 great constellations. But such assistance would have been detected long ago by the inspection center. It is necessary to gather all the inspection captains who have noticed anything unusual in the last few days. The assistant brought one of these captains to the director. The inspection captain said he had seen a strange naked avatar who was constantly talking about his worldview. But he was a novice and a follower of a low-ranking god, so no one paid any attention to him. The director thought that the avatar's nudity was part of his worldview. Could the name of that god be Anderson? The director asked where the Anderson avatar had last been seen. The assistant replied, at the entrance to the meta-universe. The director thought that a lot of time had passed and people had completely forgotten about Anderson's nudity. The director said that if the Anderson avatar was really here, then a catastrophe on the scale of Caspian was looming. Zhe-huang approached the entrance to the metaverse. Anderson warned that they did not belong here and neither did Runnard. The goddess declared that she was not going to help humans and that they should not complain afterwards. Jae-hwan thought that Anderson could do whatever she wanted. He could manage without her help. The hero told the goddess to be quiet. Anderson noted that he had chosen the wrong path. She said he should go on the right side. Jae-hwan was surprised. Hadn't she said she wouldn't help? It sounded as if she had been reborn. But in reality, she was more like a dropout than a reborn. This information about her failures could be useful to them. Anderson warned that the right path would be faster. Jae-hwan replied that the main thing was that her words made some sense. The goddess demanded silence. Now he depends on her, and she has no choice. A message appeared, but Jae-hwan couldn't make anything out. Anderson explained that the awakened one was unable to see the system. Then the goddess decided to share her eyes with the young man. He would be unlucky if he did not read the message. Jae-hwan was surprised. Was this the first floor? But he couldn't see anything. Runnard noticed that he had to pay attention to the space. The system reported that the man was a passenger on the first floor of the metabus. The hero is now in a safe zone. The power of the world is displayed in the real world and is accessible to everyone. The system reported that the person did not yet have a rank. The power of the world needed to be assessed. Jae-hwan was surprised. Can power be measured? Isn't it similar to spiritual energy? The system reported that it was unable to measure the power. Anderson explained that the awakening had affected the system's data. Metabus is divided into 10 floors. After completing a task on one floor, you can move on to the next. A person can earn and spend faith, currency, to purchase items and enhance their view of the world. Passengers can use parking spaces to descend to lower floors, but a penalty is charged for moving more than one floor. Each floor has a landing bell that can be pressed, but using it on the 6th floor and below costs 1,000 faith and half of the faith earned on that floor. Only 9 people can be on a floor at a time, and only they will have the right to challenge the top floor. A passenger who reaches the top floor can ask the metabus owner, the driver, for anything. Jae-han saw nothing unusual and thought that he had 3 tasks in this tower. To save Kim Young-hwan on the 7th floor, to try out the unique fighting techniques of the gods, to find out how to get to the top of the Tree of Illusions by finding the clue left by Muark at the end of the tower. According to the records, the mark had already been here. The girl greeted him and introduced herself as Renee, who was trying to climb to the top of the metabase again. She added that she had no subscribers, so this was not an advertisement. Renee thanked them for comparing her to Serena. She was a big fan of hers. Renee said she had prepared a lot of interesting things and, among other things, introduced a newcomer. They are rarely seen here. She suggested chatting with the newcomers because they were staring at her the whole time. Renee said she had questions for the newcomer, but that he shouldn't be afraid of his first interview. Miss Renee gave the newcomer $100. If he answered all the questions, he'd get more. Anderson advised him to agree, and Runnard supported her. Jae-hwan thought he didn't care about faith, but if it was live, it might help find Kim Yoon-hwan. Renee asked the newcomer's name and why he went to Metabus. Jae-hwan introduced himself and said he came to save his friend. Renee was surprised. Had the newcomer really gone to such a dangerous place for his friend? That was very touching. Renee added that she couldn't let a person with such a story slip away. She asked if the newcomer wanted to team up. It was very dangerous here, and it was better for a newcomer to have an experienced companion. Renee warned that the area was full of terrifying creatures that destroyed for pleasure, and it was not worth getting involved with them. Such creatures are extremely dangerous. It is impossible to stop them. She asked if the newcomer understood how dangerous it was here, and reminded him that it was wise to team up. Jae-hwan thanked her for the advice. Jae-ha asked how Renee was different from the others, whether she could be trusted. Renee said that the newcomer was very smart. The girl admitted that the newcomer might not believe her, because if the gods asked her to betray him, she would do so. But if he joined them, she would help him find his friend. The system announced that the first floor of the metabase would open in 5 minutes. Renee asked which floor her friend was on. Jae-hwan replied, "The 7th." Renee was surprised. Had he become a puppet? Would the newcomer be able to reach the 7th floor? Renee smiled and asked if the newcomer's friend was handsome. Jae-hwan was surprised. What kind of questions were these? Renee explained that handsome puppets could break through to the 8th or even 9th floor, which meant he could be even higher. Renee noted that the newcomer definitely needed her. There was little time left, and a decision had to be made, because an experienced companion would be needed. Anderson noted that Renee looked strange. Jae-hwan asked when the goddess was last here. Anderson replied, "About 500 years ago." Anderson warned Runnard not to thoughtlessly accept gifts from strangers. Renee said that Runnard could buy whatever he wanted. Anderson was surprised. Did he really want to continue his journey with this girl? Anderson advised caution. This girl had a suspicious energy. Renee was definitely from another universe. The system announced that the entrance would open in 1 minute. Renee said that time was almost up. So they were on the same team? Anderson noted that something about this girl bothered her. Renee suggested switching to informal address. Jae-hwan refused. Renee said that the newcomer was very rude and disrespectful. Renee asked, "Thank you, how old is the newcomer?" Our hero replied, 2,000. The girl didn't believe him and said that in that case she was 20,000. Jae-han was surprised. Is she really not joking? Renee asked. If you don't believe her, how old would you say she is? The system invited everyone to the first floor of the metabus. Those present expressed their hope that it would not be difficult. The girl asked, how is the young man on the first floor? This change is the planet outside. Nightmares love this place. She had been there several times and each time had a strange feeling. Don't these tall buildings look strange? Jae did not think that the atmosphere on the first floor would be like that on Earth. Runnard said that he had already seen this place when he was studying different worldviews in the Forge. In this world, he becomes a hunter and exterminates monsters. Jae Hwan thought he had heard about hunters from Kim Yong Hwan. He wasn't very interested, so he didn't ask any questions. He should have been more attentive. Renee said he was lucky. Usually in such worlds, the tasks involve destroying monsters. There's nothing complicated about it. It is not that difficult to do. The difficulty depends only on the monster. With weak monsters, everything is very simple. The participants decided that the first floor was very easy. Even if they only fought goblins, no one could take credit for their achievements. Everyone hoped to take first place. Here you can get an achievement for mass destruction of goblins, so you need to hurry. One of the participants had already received a reward for the first destruction. Runnard asked what Jaehwan was waiting for. Renee added that everyone else had already moved on. Jihan said that he was still here for the same reason as Renee. Renee said that this newcomer was indeed very smart. He should not act rashly before the floor task was announced. The system announced that the passenger on the first floor, Daners, had taken first place in terms of points. The participants said that the first two passengers had already scored the most points. If they didn't hurry, there would be nothing left for them and the goblin. One of the participants put the goblin in the water and wanted to see how long it would last. The gods enjoy spectacles. One of the participants asked if the gods were curious about how a roasted goblin smelled. Some of the gods were interested. Zhou Huang said that the situation was heating up. Why were they going so far? Renee replied that the goblins had managed to annoy everyone, so everyone hated them. The gods would applaud if a person was destroyed by a passing goblin. They would simply try to gain faith. Renee noted that she was not going to earn money that way. The participants familiarized themselves with the mission on the first floor. Renee said that this was not what she expected. Usually, there is some kind of trap behind such tasks. Runner suggested that it was just a goblin hunt. Renee noted that, with such a mission, it was better to hunt separately. Ronard decided to look around. Jaehwan said they could do whatever they wanted. Renee said goodbye and told them they would see each other again, and also advised her companions not to die. Runnard said he would go first. Anderson told Jaehwan not to worry. Runnard was an excellent runner. Everything would be fine. Jaehwan thought that they needed to find someone as quickly as possible. They needed to collect 10 tokens. However, there weren't many goblins left. The protagonist activated the first stage of awakening, doubt. The second stage of awakening is awareness. Anderson said that the awakened had an advantage. One of the participants shouted that he was the first to earn 10. Another said that he was almost done too. The system reported that the passenger, Beast Target, was the first to receive 10 tokens. He demanded a reward for completing the mission. The participants said that it was necessary to fight to the last goblin, to work hard until all the goblins were exterminated. The system reported that a goblin with 10 tokens had appeared. Many noticed what was above the head of one of the participants. The young man was surprised. Why was he marked as a goblin? There was a crystal above his head. Participants with weapons in their hands approached the one marked with a crystal. Suddenly, a goblin with more than 10 tokens appeared. Someone said that it was necessary to catch the people with marks above their heads. People shouted that they should be cornered. The participants approached the marked one and said that it was time to finish him off. The unfortunate man said that if they destroyed him, they would also become goblins. The participants said that they had to hold out for at least another 20 minutes. They had to deal with this and move on. The young man shouted that he would give away all the tokens and threw them aside. Many began to collect these tokens. Runnard noticed Jaehwan and waved to him. Anderson was delighted. Runnard happily said that he had collected 9 tokens. Runnard did not realize that danger was lurking. A crystal appeared above his head. The system announced that a goblin with more than 1 token had appeared. Everyone who collected tokens now had marks above their heads. Jaehwan thought that it was possible to become a goblin, even without collecting 10 tokens. But nowhere did it say that you could only become a goblin by collecting more than 10 tokens. The mission of the first floor was to destroy goblins and collect 10 tokens. Initially, the first floor was created for passengers to fight each other. One of the participants was surprised. Did he become a goblin just because he collected tokens? Runnard was also surprised. The participants approached Runnard and demanded that he give them their tokens. Zhou Huang approached Runnard and told him to wait behind. Our hero grabbed his sword. The players wondered, what is this newcomer doing? Does he even have tokens? Which god does he serve? Jaehoan counted about 12 people in front of him. That was enough to test his strength in the depths. Anderson assumed that something was about to happen. The participants said that Runnard should just give up his tokens if he didn't want to die. At that moment, our hero attacked the players. It all happened in a flash. Everyone present was deactivated and called for help. Jaehoan and Runnard were the only ones left standing. Runnard recognized these people and told Jaehoan about it. We must be careful because there are many here who destroy for pleasure. Runnard remembered the moment when he was being pursued after catching souls. We must avoid meeting these individuals at all costs. Otherwise, there was a high chance that they would turn out to be followers of a high-ranking god. Anderson said that these guys were apostles. They were stronger than followers, but weaker than avatars. One of the apostles used a token scanner. They determined that the guy behind had 9 tokens, while the one in front had none. So, they decided to get rid of the loser and take the young man with the tokens. The apostles attacked our hero without hesitation. Jaehoan effectively repelled the attack with his sword. The apostles were armed with scythes. The main characteristic of a scythe is physical strength, but the apostles can use melting. The attacker was puzzled. After all, his opponent's sword should have melted. However, he himself could not reach his weapon. Jaehoan said that this apostle was before him and advised him to eat better in the future. The observers were interested. What was the story behind this participant? How much world power did he have? However, it was impossible to measure world power. Jaehoan thought that his opponents were behaving very carelessly. Why were they all saying the same thing? One of the apostles, looking at our hero, suggested that he knew him. Low-ranking followers had recently been spotted, and this naked guy was probably one of them. The apostle said that if the newcomer dared to go against his people, he must be prepared to face the consequences. Anderson said that this was the chief avatar Belkane. He was much stronger than the other followers. The god Belkane sensed that Jaehoan was looking at him. The god Belkane was dissatisfied with our hero. Jaehoan thought, could this really be a god? Jaehoan wondered if his energy sensor was rusty. The young man could not determine his opponent's level of power. Anderson said that the main avatar could use about 90% of his god's power. Since there is a big difference between low-ranking and mid-ranking gods, it is better to avoid fighting them. Jaehoan thought that Anderson wanted to see how he fought. Anderson agreed that she wanted to see the suffering of Runnard's offenders. Even more, she wanted to see how strong the awakened one she had chosen was. She wanted to know the truth about him being the destroyer of monarchs and assess the chances that he would take revenge on the tower. A message from the little brother appeared in the sky. The novice god supports Avatar Belkane. Anderson wondered why they could see it. Jaehoan understood how to behave and decided it was time to act. Anderson tried to hold him back. Chief Avatar Belkane realized that his opponent was not interested in a constructive conversation. He ordered his men to destroy this naked man. However, Jaehoan proved to be impenetrable, and moreover counterattacked effectively. Renee thought that everything looked as if it were going according to script. Some gods were curious. What kind of stupid lie was this? Renee said that the only thing that mattered now was that Diner was Belkane's avatar. People call him the Avatar of Promotion. This is the so-called Destruction Squad, the title given to people who always strive for destruction. They serve the mid-level god Belkane and always start from the first floor. Renee said she hates running into them. They're just disgusting. The god of flame, Ignis, suggested that Jaehoan was hiding his powers. But it is impossible for a follower to hide his power. The spiritual weapon in Jaehoan's hands was incredible, but such a replica can now be found anywhere. Jaehoan was surrounded, and it seemed that he was about to die. Could he really be hiding his power? If he was hiding his power like that, it looked very suspicious. What was he up to? Another participant appeared, deciding that it was time to help. However, it was not easy to oppose our hero. When the smoke cleared, the apostles lay defeated around him. They had been severely deactivated. Renee and Runnard thought that Jaehoan was indeed hiding his powers. There were still 10 minutes left, and Avatar Belkane was trying to figure out who he was facing. His opponent thought that this guy was able to deactivate 5 apostles and a mid-level god with a single attack. Jaehoan assumed that a mid-level god was capable of withstanding a normal lunge. Many gods couldn't believe in Jaehoan's victory. Many gods paid attention to the battle. Avatar Belkane thought that he was not going to expend so much energy on the first floor. But if he started doing that, Belkane would never forgive him. Belkane, the god of the Scythians, expressed disappointment at the powerlessness of his followers. The apostle declared that he had no choice and added that no one should get in his way now. The apostle asked our hero who he was, from the association, or perhaps he was promoting the raid. Jaehoan said he didn't understand. The apostle said that a strong man like this guy had no business being on the first floor, but if he was honest, his life would be spared. Some gods became interested in Jehuan's identity. The apostle wondered how high he could climb with skills like his. The apostle was surprised. Could this guy really not communicate properly? The young man replied that he could personally reach the 6th floor. Jehuan was surprised. Is that all? The apostle Avatar Belkine said that this guy was good at provocation. His opponent declared that he would now cut the young man to pieces and rushed to attack. However, Jehuan, trying to avoid the collision, managed to hide from his opponent. The villain demanded that he come out, and did not believe that the young man's confidence had ended. He thought that he would now run away. Jehan chose the best position for a counterattack to test how strong someone who was able to reach the 6th floor was. He decided to wait until his opponent showed all his skills. The apostle assumed that his opponent had decided to wait until the time was up. Avatar Belkin considered himself elite, having been promoted to the Destruction Squad. But why couldn't he even scratch this young man? The Scythian god Belkin was furious. The apostle decided not to let the young man's plans come to fruition. Anderson assumed that this apostle was up to something. The apostle grabbed the pendant and declared that he would show how great the gap between them was. Avatar Diner used a skin. He asked his opponent if he knew why they say in the metabase, "The poor get poorer and the rich get richer." The fact is that there are items that further distance the strong from the weak, thanks to the skin, dexterity, and other characteristics increased by 20%. This rare skin of the monarch of secret fragrance belonged to Sam Yun Garam. Jae Huang was surprised at how Diner managed to take on such an appearance. Avatar Diner said that now Jae Huang understood that he had no chance of winning. Belkane, the god of the Scythians, came out to support his avatar. There was a powerful explosion. The connection between Avatar Diner and the god Belkane grew stronger. Anderson said that the synchronization had increased thanks to Belkane's support and urged them to use this power. The goddess noted that Jaehuan could lose this way. Diner attacked his opponent using the skill Belkane's Story. He said that Jaehuan could have avoided this if he had simply given up the tokens. The apostle added that Jaehuan had dug his own grave with his stubbornness. His comrades admired Diner, who defeated this monster in the blink of an eye. Diner thought his opponent was finished, given his skin and history. He got too carried away and expended too much energy on the first floor. However, Jaehuang emerged from the rubble of the destroyed building and asked, "Is that all?" Our hero said that now he knows what a metaboss is. Thanks to his opponent, he understood the level of difficulty of the 6th floor. Jaehuan stated that everyone present was much weaker than the monarchs. Diner was surprised. Did my opponent get up as if nothing had happened? Jian said that the major generals of the Great Lands had repelled the attack 4 times. How long can these apostles hold out now, he wondered. Diner told his comrades that they needed to connect the power of the world. Thanks to the support of the god Belkane, they could deploy his sanctuary, and now they had to attack together. The worldwide lunge skill was activated. Jaehuan initiated the all-seeing eye above himself. Many gods were intrigued and surprised by Jaehuan's behavior. The system reported that time was up, and the conditions for clearing the first floor of the metabase had been met. Anderson asked what he had done. The goddess believed that Jaehuan had accomplished the impossible. The young man was surprised. What's wrong? The system reported that the participant had received 86 tokens. The protagonist believed that he could not spend so much time on everyone who stood in his way to the 7th floor. If this tower is the world, then it can be destroyed, he thought. Jaehan stated that in this regard, he had decided to break through directly. Renee thought this man was just a know-it-all braggart. Who would have thought he would destroy the metabase? Renee said that this newcomer was more amazing than she had thought. Runnard waved to our hero and headed for the meeting. Jaehuan had already forgotten about this young man. Anderson reminded him that nothing would happen to this guy because he was a good runner. Jaehuan thought that he had only made it to the 5th floor, and something had stopped him on the 6th. There was someone there who could block his attack. Our hero looked up and noticed changes in the sky. He was summoned by the first-floor conductor of the metabus, who lowered a special elevator cabin for transportation. The system reported that the participant had sent a request to stop. Moving past, Jaehuan saw pictures of what was happening on the first floor. The nightmare that created this tower pursues its goals, just like the siren and the mason. On the first floor, everyone becomes a goblin. Some turn into monsters, others hunt monsters. People sacrifice themselves for the sake of the tower. Our hero heard that those who wish to experience the pain of the product have gathered here. The souls of the depths either never climbed the Tower of Nightmares or tried but failed. The gods of the depths are those who have forgotten the times of cultivation. Jahan said that once you see the end of the tower, You won't want to reach it again. Anderson agreed. The elevator stopped and our heroes got out. Anderson said that this was a requested stop. The conductors were here. Jae thought that he was now facing a meta-based conductor. A glowing image of a stone appeared before our hero. There were inscriptions on the stone. It seemed to be the meta-base rating. The stone had the inscription Rachel Yoon. Jae thought that name was familiar. Could it be her former avatar? Renard asked why Jae name wasn't there, since he had broken all the records. Someone with the head of a horned animal appeared and asked if this young man had set a new record on the first floor. He added that he was glad to meet him. Renard and Jae thought, could this really be a real goat? Renard couldn't believe it and asked if he could touch it. Wasn't it just a costume? Anderson said that he now works here. Times have changed. Jae suggested that Renard knows this goat. The goddess asked to borrow Jae body for a while. She wants to talk to the goat. His name is Virtus. Virtus asked how the fallen god knew his name. Virtus recognized the aura. Could it really be Anderson? Virtus invited the guests to the table, treated them to tea with goat cookies, and said that he had nothing else to offer. His reception was modest. Renard asked, is this really tea? Virtus replied that he had acquired it in the closed zone of Caspian. It is useful for restoring the power of the world. Virtus did not expect Anderson to return here. The goddess asked, did he miss you? Anderson asked how Virtus became a conduit, since he used to be the avatar of Sable. Virtus said that Sable was no longer alive. An avatar who had lost his god had almost nowhere to go. Anderson wondered if Virtus had become a slave to the tower. Virtus noted that he had no other choice if he wanted to survive. Virtus asked why she had returned. Anderson said she had no choice. Virtus was surprised. Had she forgotten? Virtus reminded her that she could die if she returned. She promised the association. Anderson asked, did the association keep its word? The goddess added that she had seen what they were selling during her ascent to the tower. Anderson pointed to the screen and asked why it had turned out that way. What were those goods? Since when had such things been sold in the metabase? Anderson added that on her way here, she saw some kind of monarch skin. Had her followers also been turned into skins? The goddess asked what had happened to her followers. After all, Virtus had said he would save them. What had happened to them? Virtus said that it all ended badly. Virtus reminded the goddess that 500 years had passed. That was enough time to become a low-ranking god. Virtus did not know what they had planned with this return, but what Anderson was looking for was not here. Anderson said she knew that, which is why she came back. The goddess shouted menacingly that she would destroy this cursed association and all the traitors. Having lost her strength, Anderson collapsed onto the table and said, the power of the world. Renard and Virtus asked if Miss Anderson was all right. Jae regained consciousness and said that Anderson had fallen asleep. Virtus suggested that due to the lack of world power, everything could have ended sadly. Who would have thought that Anderson would use a buff? Jae suggested that Virtus knew the goddess well. Virtus said that it had been 500 years since he last met her avatar. Jae asked who was at the top of the tower. Virtus replied, the driver. Our hero asked, what driver? Virtus said that he is called by many names. The driver of the metabus, the conductor of 10,000 gods, heir to the heavens, master of the stars, ancient memories, idle monarch. Virtus added that he was the only one here who knew how to reach the top of the Tree of Illusions. Jae thought that this was exactly who he needed. Our hero asked if he could meet the driver on the top floor. Virtus replied that the guy could get there if he could. Virtus asked the man not to destroy the tower. Jae said it would be much easier to tear everything down and reach the top instantly. Virtus said that the man would pay dearly if he destroyed the playground of the unfortunate gods. It was difficult to imagine what this place meant to them. Virtus said he had heard that the young man had come here to save his friend. Jae asked if Virtus knew where his friend was. Virtus replied that he did not have such information, but the gods above must know. However, they would not appreciate the young man's actions. Jae said that he was not here to carry out these childish tasks. Our hero asked if Virtus was suggesting he become a clown. Virtus replied that he was offering the young man the chance to become a hero. Jae declared that he was not interested. If the meta-universe is destroyed, the arrogant gods will come out themselves. Virtus acknowledged the young man's strength. The hole in the ceiling will surprise everyone, but this is not the first time. Something similar happened several hundred years ago. The Rift did the same thing here as Jae. This time, someone from their group is also involved. No matter how strong the young man is, this cannot be overlooked. Inscriptions appeared in fire before Virtus. He said that this was a special case. Virtus said that God had paid for everything and asked to send the young man to the upper floor. Renard, as usual, was surprised. Virtus added that this guy had caught the attention of some gods, and he had also received an offer from his superiors. Runner decided that they wanted to use them for advertising. Virtus confirmed that the boy could become the symbol of the season. After a short trip, Jehuang said they had arrived. After reviewing all the offers, Runard said that Mr. Jehuang was even being offered 2 million. It was the first time he had seen such a large sum. Jehuang asked, "Is that really good?" Virtus replied that it was very unusual. Virtus acknowledged that souls from the depths were flocking here because of Jehuang. He had a more detailed explanation of the terms of the promotion. It's about goods. The Flame Union introduced various products. Currently, there is an event to obtain skins. The skin of Thor, the god of thunder, the skin of Ignis, the god of fire. Virtus explained that these are unique costumes. The appearance changes according to the selected skin, and the owner can use the abilities embedded in it. Virtus showed the most popular skin right now. It was a new legendary skin based on the story of a man who made a name for himself around the world. King Kim Dokja. Jaehuan thought it was a strange name. Runard suggested buying this skin. Jaehuan asked if it was necessary to buy a skin with the money he had earned. Virtus explained that this was the point of advertising. There were gods who watched over his appearance. The young man was surprised. Was that fair? He had read something about justice. Virtus remarked that it was not something to worry about. In any case, this offer was a good opportunity. She took a nap, and when she woke up, she discovered that something terrible was happening. Who supports whom? They don't need this help. If she has to earn money, she will do everything herself. Jehuan said that he already understood everything. Virtus was upset. Would Jehuan really just leave? The gods of the Flame Union found the young man's choice interesting. The gods of the Hope Union did not understand this choice. Virtus said that a person does not deliberately choose a sponsor in order to increase their importance. Jehan did not want to incur the wrath of the gods until he found out where Kim Yong-hwan was. Virtus said that if a person refused sponsorship, he had to accept compensation. This is a reward given only to the best first-level players. Our hero received a 5th-level Reynolds combat uniform set. It was a new line of exclusive items, including a combat uniform and a cloak. Such items were only available in the meta-universe. Virtus said that this combat uniform set could be removed at any time with the push of a button. Runard told Jaehuan that he also had a new uniform. Jaehuan decided to wear this outfit for a while. Anderson said that it was humiliating for her. Virtus reported that additional rewards had been sent. 2,000 Ver were received as an additional reward. Access to the 6th level was opened. Virtus reminded him that one of the gods had bought him access to the upper floors. Jaehuan said that such an offer could not be refused. Runard said goodbye to Virtus. As a farewell, Virtus asked Jaehuan to take care of Anderson. After a while, Virtus was asked if the newcomer had come. Virtus replied that he had been there very recently, had not accepted a single advertising offer, and had left. Renee said, "As expected, this newcomer is fun to watch. Many people are still interested in the broadcasts." Virtus asked why the God of Fate had sponsored his passage. Renee replied that she just felt like it. Virtus expressed hope that the God of Fate did not plan to contact the tower, because the gods might find out. Renee asked if Virtus really thought she was afraid of them. Virtus said that the 7 supreme gods could find out. Was she really going to interfere? Renee asked if Virtus thought it was all in vain. Renee pointed to the screens and said that there were actually many believers. They were trapped in the tower and pursuing a futile goal. Virtus said that they need this world. For them, it is the only paradise. Renee was surprised. Is this really paradise? You have to risk your life, earn faith, buy skins and sets. You have to be obsessed, and then climb the tower again for skins and offers. Is this really paradise? Renee noted that the metaverse had long since lost its original meaning. Wasn't it reminiscent of events from 500 years ago? Virtus noted that on that day, the rebellion was suppressed, and the tower system remained unshaken. Renee replied that she would try something else. Virtus asked, "Is that why the goddess is helping him?" Virtus said that this guy had no chance of reaching the top floor. Renee was surprised. Did her interlocutor really think so? After all, Jaehan had set a record on the first floor that had remained unchanged for hundreds of years after the melee. Virtus said he wasn't sure if this guy would have succeeded if he hadn't been Anderson's mediator. Renee asked if Virtus had accepted a bribe from the Union. Virtus replied that this was not entirely true. The goddess had not forgotten that she was on the 6th level, had she? If this man was really Anderson's mediator, he would not succeed. He would perish along with his god. Jaehan arrived at stop 6-3. The 6th floor task is available. Jaehan thought that there were many doors at this stop. Anderson said it was time to act. After reviewing the information, Jaehuan chose the short passage time. The passage was open. Zhehuang and Runnard immediately encountered a huge flock of monsters. Zhehuang said he was going to tear them apart with his lunges until there was no living spot left on the monsters. After dealing with the attackers, our hero said that the job was done. Anderson noticed that almost all of the young man's clothes were torn. Runnard said that he had almost died of fear. Runnard asked if they had completed the mission correctly. Zhehuang said that the first map was just about survival. It was pretty easy to handle. The second card was different. It would be a Starstream collaboration with an extreme level of difficulty. Other passengers would be moving around the map. They would have to deal with the approaching wave of monsters. Zhehuang declared that he would destroy this world. Everyone admitted that this guy was the strongest here. If he was destroyed, the mission would be accomplished. The monsters could be forgotten for now. The mission ended with the death of half of the passengers. Zhehuang said that this was not part of his plan, but that's how it turned out. Runnard admitted that thanks to Mr. Zhehuang, they finished everything very quickly. At the end of the mission, Runnard admitted that they would become richer. The faith they received could be used to renew their entry tickets. The god Ignis was interested in what mission Zhehuang would choose this time. Anderson asked if this was the Ignis she knew. Zhehuang was surprised. Did they know each other? Anderson said that everyone in the depths knew Ignis, and he would never watch such a broadcast. It must be an imposter. Zhehuang said that this time, they would open the door that Runnard chose. Runnard noticed that all the uncleared event cards were closed. Only the regular ones remained. Zhehuang thought that the selection of such cards had been deliberately made impossible. Anderson said that the 6th floor had its own peculiarities. After the release of a major update, the previous version would disappear and end up on the 6th floor in the so-called Meta-Universe Museum. Runnard said that almost all versions here are classic. Anderson noted that this is precisely why many passengers gather here. The goddess added that the Metabus used to be a fairer place. Passengers were given special honors only for their merits. Runnard said that he could hear the goddess's voice but could not see her. Anderson said that his world power had increased slightly after clearing the 1st floor. Runnard said that he would like to go to a place with good reviews, but there are none with a rating higher than 2 points. Anderson noted that everyone is naive at first. Runnard remarked that if they were presenting the classics to passengers, it should be the very first version. He added that he would try to find it. Runnard failed to accomplish the task. Zhehuang thought that the gods found this tower amusing. Anderson noted that 500 years ago, everything was completely different. Back then, there was a feeling everywhere that the end of the world was really near. Zhehuang asked the goddess if she was here to have fun. Anderson replied that she was here for the same reason as him. She also wanted to save a friend. Runnard noted that a map of increased difficulty could yield more rewards. Our hero chose Metaboss version 3.12. The young people found themselves in a snow-covered area. Runnard admitted that it was cold here. Zhehuang saw a pit and said that there were traces of his blow from the 1st floor. Had he really made it this far? However, there was no crack in the sky, so someone must have blocked the blow upstairs. Anderson admitted that nothing had changed here, only ruins, nothing to destroy. This world was very similar to the 8th floor she had once challenged. Some had fallen, some had run to another floor. Zhehuang noticed that there were lights straight ahead. Could there be a village there? Zhehuang said that there were no clues, so they would have to figure it out for themselves. Runnard noted that it was better not to go to the village. Would they definitely be able to handle it? Armed guards stood near the gate. The guard shouted for the travelers to stop. Who were they? Zhehuang grabbed his sword and told the man to step aside. Zhehuang was surprised. What was Anderson doing? The guard saw a strange glow. The power of the world seemed familiar, and a very warm feeling came over him. The guard asked, "Could it be Miss Anderson?" The goddess recognized him and said it was Gantz. The young people found themselves in Gantz's house. Anderson thanked Gantz for his hospitality and refreshments. Runnard said it was very tasty. Gantz asked the young man if he was Miss Anderson's new follower. Gantz asked if the goddess had descended into a new avatar. The goddess confirmed this. Gantz said that Anderson had finally returned to the tower. Anderson asked what Gantz was doing here. The man said he lived here, modestly, but he was happy. Gantz said they would be back soon. Christian and Marianne, the others, are here too. At midnight, everyone leaves to work. Anderson asked who was forcing them to work. Gantz said that they do it themselves in the name of saving the world. Gantz stepped outside and saw people standing nearby. Anderson asked what they were carrying. Gantz replied that it was ore found in the ruins, or the bodies of monsters that had been hunting nearby. One of the newcomers said he didn't want to come here because of this man. However, there was no choice. Among the survivors of the past 500 years, there were no people left who had retained their sanity. They would have to return here anyway to replenish their supplies. Anderson wondered who they were. These gates can only be purchased in a shop, which means they are definitely above the 7th floor. What are they doing here? Gans said they were reapers. The reapers asked, "Is that all there is?" One of the reapers got angry and kicked the man in the chest. Are they really offering to settle for this trifle? You can't even make 5 enhancement stones out of this. The girl said it was better not to argue with them. Gans decided to join the conversation and address the reapers. The old man said that monsters hadn't appeared here for several days. They should be understanding. The reaper said that in that case, there was nothing to be done. They would have to make up for the shortfall with something else. The reaper pointed to the people and told them to follow him. His colleague warned that they couldn't take people away from here. The reaper said that no one needed them anyway, so there was no need to be afraid. Gans told the reapers to stop their rampage. The reaper grabbed the old man by the beard and said that the godless scum couldn't do anything to them. The villain inflicted a fire wound on Gans and asked, "Is there something wrong with the old man?" The reaper said that the old man was very proud and wanted to see how long he could last. Such rabble cannot even protect their own god. Do they really think that showing pride will change anything? The reaper said that these people should beg for mercy if they did not want to die. At that moment, Jae-hwan grabbed his arm. Anderson said that she was using Jae-hwang's body. The villain flew far back. As he flew, he thought in surprise, "Where did this man get such strength? Does he even know who they are?" Anderson said they were pawns of the Alliance. The fire god Flamers sensed Anderson's presence. Anderson said to him, "How dare some flamer mock her people?" The offended reaper said that they would destroy everyone here and open the sanctuary. Anderson found herself in the center of the fire circles. The sanctuary was opened. According to Mulark's records, all gods of the depths have their own unique worldview. Worldviews exist thanks to believers. In worldviews, avatars have virtually unlimited power. Sometimes a powerful god uses his worldview in battle. This is called opening the sanctuary. The colony of fire demons of the Flamers Sanctuary was used. Runnard was frightened and called for Jae-hwan and the goddess Anderson. The Reaper said it was too late to regret anything. There was a powerful explosion, and Anderson was in close proximity to its epicenter. Gans pushed Anderson away and, trying to protect her, took the brunt of the explosion himself. Anderson said she would reset everything, but it would cost several versions. Gans's friends heard the music and were very surprised. Where did it come from? Long ago, there lived a naked goddess. The burned Gans was surprised. The fire had gone out. The goddess hated clothes. Anderson said that the Reaper had crossed the line and headed towards him. The Reaper was surprised. How did his rival do it without opening the sanctuary? Why is he walking around naked? They say that the goddess spent her whole life naked. Anderson grabbed the Reaper by the head and said that this world was her sanctuary. Anderson squeezed her opponent's head with all her might. Mulark said that if he were asked to voice his main regret after visiting the depths, he would say that he did not meet the god who inherited the history of the ancient deity. He is one of those who, according to rumors, is closest to the 7 great gods. And this god is called the Naked God Anderson. The Reaper looked at the naked man with fear. The naked man told the Reaper to tell the Alliance that Anderson had returned. The surviving Reaper turned around and ran away while he still had the chance. Gans and his friends rejoiced that the goddess Anderson had returned and had not forgotten them. Anderson said that she had not forgotten anyone for a moment. Jae-hwang thought that they were Anderson's followers. What had really happened earlier? Earlier, Gans had shouted for the goddess Anderson to run away. They would take care of everything themselves. The followers thanked her for everything she had done for them. Jihan realized that Anderson's memories had flashed through his mind. It felt as if the balance of the world had been disrupted, and the memories that had flooded Jae-hwan were actually Anderson's emotions from 50 years ago. Anderson asked why her followers were being treated this way. 500 years ago, Anderson fought to protect this world. The goddess asked who dared to turn those who fought for freedom 500 years ago into puppets. Now she must destroy this world. Jae-hwang told Runnard that the goddess fell asleep immediately after talking to her followers. Anderson regretfully informed him that she needed to rest for about a day. She was exhausted and couldn't continue in this state. She would tell him everything later, but he shouldn't do anything stupid while she was around. Looking at the Reaper, our hero asked if they should just leave him. Gans nodded affirmatively. After all, he was barely breathing, and his connection to God was severed. No matter how evil the enemies were, Anderson always spared them. They still couldn't just destroy the Reaper from the Alliance. This man's fate was in his hands. Runnard said that Jae-hwan should also rest. Gans offered to escort Jae-hwan to the restroom. Walking through the streets, our hero thought that the streetlights did not fit in with the image of a medieval village at all. Somewhere around here was the one who had stopped his attack. It must have been one of them. However, our hero did not see anyone with that level of energy. Runnard looked at Jaehwan in surprise. Jaehwan caught the young man's gaze and asked what was bothering him. Runnard replied that he would tell him about it tomorrow. Once inside the building, the young people admitted that this recreation room was very cozy. Our hero once again had the impression that things were out of place. First the street lamps, now a night light on the table. What technology that didn't fit the era. Runnard barely touched his head to the pillow and immediately fell asleep. Jaehwan decided that he wouldn't be able to do anything until Anderson woke up, so he might as well rest too. However, our hero couldn't sleep, even though he was in a soft and cozy bed for the first time in ages. Was it because of Anderson's memories? It had been a long time since our hero had thought about the past. Suddenly, memories of the time when he climbed the Tower of Nightmares flooded his mind. His first battle with a monster. The first night in the Tower of Nightmares after selling their skins. He fought for survival every day and almost forgot about it. Jaehwan wondered what he looked like back then. Our hero decided that in the morning he would practice his lunge again. In the morning, Runnard woke up, but Jaehwan was no longer in bed. At that moment, the protagonist was already practicing his lunge with all his might. After training, our hero thought that after falling into the depths, his lunge had become more than just a technique. It was now history. Jaehwan saw Runnard nearby and said that he had woken up early. Surprised, Runnard asked if Jaehwan could teach him that too. Jaehwan replied that he had been practicing for thousands of years. It was not a skill that could be mastered in a day. Runnard said that he simply realized how useless he was. From now on, he would only get in the way. He did not want to be a burden to Jaehwan and the goddess. Runnard responsibly declared that he also wanted to become strong. Runnard held his blade forward and showed the seriousness of his intentions. Jaehwan didn't think he could teach the young man much in such a short time, but it was better than nothing. After all, everything starts with the first strike. Training would definitely take a long time. Although it might seem pretty easy from the outside, practicing lunges takes a lot of effort. To achieve mastery, one must tirelessly hone one's technique day and night. There is no other way to practice lunges. Wounded and bandaged, Gans asked if he could try too. Others joined in with the request. Jaehwan was surprised, and Runnard said that everyone really wanted to try. The girl apologized to Jaehwan for the commotion. Jaehwan was surprised. Was she here too? The girl said that it was not often that one could see such a thing in the village. She thanked them for saving them the day before. Mariana was Anderson's fourth follower. Mariana said that everyone had gathered to see Jaehwan. After all, he was the new avatar of the goddess. Jaehwan said that he was not the avatar. The goddess had simply entered his mind. Neriel said that maybe that was true, but he had arrived together with the goddess Anderson. For the villagers, this was a huge gift. Gan said it was time for them to go. Mariana explained that there was a celebration at the temple today. Would Jaehwan like to go with them? Everyone had been waiting so long for this holiday. Tired after training, Renard said he wanted to go too. Jaehwan thought that because of the metaverse, old memories had been coming back to him lately. If Kim Yoon-hwan and Sayol were here, they would surely laugh and say that he simply couldn't refuse. Jaehwan thought that the world of this village was unique. Mariana agreed. The girl added that Anderson herself was unique. Even though she was a goddess, there was something human about her. She called the other gods her friends, and the village was created by one of her companions. Jaehwan wondered if they were followers of Anderson. If she returned, would they become her followers again? Mariana said she would like that, but it was impossible. Now they could not become followers. Jaehwan saw a huge temple in front of him, to which people were flocking. The god of justice, and his intermediaries. Ilium, the goddess of the past, Artana, and her intermediary, Euban, the god without intermediaries, Ethan Cart. Everyone remembers the four gods who, hand in hand, went through a 500-year revolution. Jaehwan wondered if there were any goddesses without intermediaries. Runnard replied that he had heard about it a long time ago. Rumor has it that there is a god without a follower in the metaverse. Jaehwan did not know that this god was Anderson's friend. Could Anderson have been the great goddess? Runnard noted that Anderson always avoided talking about events from 500 years ago. Jaehwan and Runnard found themselves inside the temple. The stained glass windows depicted the goddess. There were almost naked people in the temple. Many of them were wearing only underwear. Runnard said that they were all naked because it was Anderson's temple. Jaehwan agreed with this statement. Jaehwan said that they should follow their example and show respect in the temple. Runnard noted that Anderson always said that one should not be ashamed of one's nakedness. Jaehwan asked Gans where he could sit down. The old man said there was a free seat in front of him. Gans was surprised when he saw Jaehwan and Runnard naked. The old man told Mr. Jaehwan that it was inappropriate to behave that way in such a place. Our hero was surprised. Wasn't everyone naked here? Jaehwan said that Anderson had a naked worldview. Gantz agreed that one should have a naked soul, but not undress. Jihan realized that he had acted rashly and got dressed again. Runnard also got dressed and said that he hadn't been to a temple in a long time. Runnard said that in his homeland he was forbidden to visit the temple. He liked that in the depths, everyone could believe in their own god. Jaehwan knew little about Runnard's past. He was wanted for ordering bread, and in trying to defend himself, he got into trouble. That's how he ended up in the suddenly appearing Tower of Nightmares. Souls striving for something unattainable ultimately face despair. All they can do is rely on God. Jaehwan said that even if you believe in him, nothing will come true. However, faith is necessary because it allows you to feel safe. Runnard really wanted to get the skin of the ugliest king. Runnard asked if Jaehwan himself prayed. Jaehwan replied that there was a religious man living in the Tower of Nightmares, which he had conquered. In his homeland, there was a device capable of reading prayers. Rumor has it that prayers will be counted even if you don't know the language, although he doubts that God would hear such prayers. Runnard said that it was an amazing device, but it wasn't really a prayer. Jahan wondered what, in that case, constituted a true prayer. Jihai thought that everyone prayed for something. Who do these people pray to if Anderson is no longer there? The protagonist looked at all these people and thought that he could try it once, too. The young man understood what Anderson was talking about. She mentioned that she had lost everyone 500 years ago. Death in the depths causes the soul to disappear forever, leaving only an empty shell. Jihai thought that what was happening now could be called prayer. But why were they doing it? They were like dolls. Mariana addressed those present and said that they had waited a long time for this day. The stranger with the goddess Anderson had come to them. Mariana asked this man to give a short speech to everyone gathered here. Renee announced it on the 6th floor of Metabas. The gods welcomed Renee. The god said that Renee's new outfit was very beautiful. Renee presented her new skin, which was not an advertisement, but something she had bought with her own money. The skin is called Divine Girl of the Descending Moon Yusang A. Renee won the skin in the Starstream lottery. Renee said that climbing to the 6th floor was very difficult. Renee said that she got the money for the drone thanks to donations. The drone's name is Balbal. Renee said she was here for a newcomer from her last stream. He is the one everyone has been talking about lately. He took over the metaverse and his little brother. Renee warned that she did not give permission to use her photos. Renee said that regardless, she followed the newcomer. This participant has a rather interesting view of the world. As everyone knows, the 6th floor consists of old Metabas maps. Balbaloo managed to track down the newcomer. Mariana said that the stranger with the goddess Anderson had come to visit them. Could the esteemed guest give a short speech? Jae-Huang rose from his seat and said that he was not Anderson. Those present, like puppets, asked the stranger with the goddess Anderson to pray for everyone present. The same phrase was heard from all sides. Runnard was surprised. Why were they behaving so strangely? Jaehan thought that these people were still unable to understand him. They were responding based on their memories. Now he understood what Anderson was talking about. He immediately remembered the believer who died in the Tower of Nightmares. Could Jaehwan turn on the box sometimes if he died? I wonder if his god heard the melody of the box he left behind. Would he be able to say anything if he heard it? Perhaps even if he did say something. What does that have to do with the music box? Are gods lonely too? Jihai thought that now he understood why these people prayed constantly. Surely the believer from the Tower of Nightmares lived the same way. Gods exist only because of the prayers of believers. That is probably why they have been praying for 500 years. They want their god to continue to exist, to preserve his memory, to remember him. Jihai asked Gantz if he could stop praying. The young man added that they had all done their best. The old man continued his prayer. Jahan said it was time to take a break. Gantz looked at our hero and asked if he would pray for them. His eyes were like those of a doll. Jahan grabbed his sword. Runnard asked fearfully what the master was going to do. Anderson screamed for Jahan to stop. Jahan told the goddess that these were no longer the believers she remembered. It was time to grant them freedom. Anderson was just a selfish woman who intended to keep them captive. Anderson asked if he would do the same if his friend had been turned into a puppet. Jaehwan replied that if that happened, he would kill him with his own hands. Anderson asked if, even if there was a chance to return a person to their normal life, he would still destroy them. Jaehwan was surprised. Is that even possible? The goddess replied that it was possible. Anderson said she wasn't entirely sure, but there was a possibility that the creator of Puppet was capable of it. Jaehan looked back and saw a woman with a bird on her shoulder entering the temple. The woman said that strangers had not been here for a long time. Those present looked at her in fear. The woman asked what it was. Jaehwan thought he had seen that face before. Jaehwan asked if she was the former Avatar Anderson. Rachel yawned. The woman said that the aura was familiar to her and that she knew who he was. The woman's eyes lit up and she said she hadn't seen her dear friend in a long time. Like the other puppets, Rachel's image was just an empty shell. Could God really be inside? Anderson found herself back in Jaehwan's body and asked how she dared. Now she was in for it. The woman suggested that Anderson liked her gift, but she had weakened considerably over the past 500 years. Anderson asked why Eden turned Rachel into a puppet. Ethan Cart was one of the 6 most powerful gods of the metabase and the first creator of puppets, a god without avatars, a creature called the Lord of the Ravens. Eden was someone Anderson considered a friend. Anderson said that Eden was not her type. Anderson demanded that Eden turn these puppets back into humans. 500 years ago, after Anderson's revolution failed, the gods from the same faction were either destroyed by the Alliance or exiled. Eden was the only one who wasn't caught. Rumors spread that he had defected to the Alliance and betrayed Anderson. Apparently, he is now one of the strongest gods in the meta-universe. Unlike the other broken gods, he still possessed the power of the supreme god. Eden said that Anderson had a good attitude, but she was no match for him. He had more than 2,000 battles and immeasurable difficulties behind him. Eden said that he had seen enough fighters of her level. Ethan Cart activated the Eye of the Raven skill. Worldview settings. God without followers, unique skill, Eye of the Raven. This skill allows you to display the abilities of all followers in numbers. This ability allows you to search for followers with the best abilities. Many followers fell under the Eye of the Raven and turned into puppets. Eden Cart asked who Anderson had brought. Jaehwang asked if it was Eden Cart who had blocked the attack. Our hero said that the marks on his opponent's blade could only have been left by his strike. Eden Cart couldn't believe that he had met the author of that attack. Jaehwan told Anderson not to interfere now. Our hero drew his blade again. The protagonist announced that he would destroy Eden Cart and move on to the 7th level. Eden asked if this man was really going to oppose the power of the world. It had been a long time since something like this had happened. Jae had prepared for battle and told Runner to be careful. Eden asked in surprise why his opponent was not attacking. Was he afraid that his blow would be blocked again? Frightened people began to run out of the temple. Perhaps he was waiting for the puppets to flee. Eden Cart was surprised when he saw how powerful his opponent was. He shouted for the man to stop. However, our hero activated the Series of Universal Lunges skill. It was already impossible to stop Jaehwan. Eden Cart activated his Raven Armor skill and asked his opponent's name. Our hero introduced himself as Jaehwan. Anderson told Jaehwan to be careful. Eden rarely asks his followers their names. When he asks for a name, it means he wants to take control of a new puppet. Eden said that Anderson had brought a magnificent avatar. Jaehwan said he was not an avatar, but Anderson's ally. Ethan was surprised. Does Anderson still have allies? Didn't all her allies die here 500 years ago? Eden shouted angrily that all of Anderson's allies were dead. Anderson said that Eden was still as crazy as ever. Jaehan said that it was all just an act. As soon as the attack began, he immediately led the residents away. For some reason, he is protecting them. Jaehwan said that creating puppets and forcing them to pray endlessly would not bring back the old world. Why is Eden doing this? Eden said that humans don't understand anything. Their prayers used to be sincere. The girl said that they would all be accused of lying. The appearance of the tower, the destruction of the world, the return to the past. Kim Yong-hwan replied that it sounded like fiction. Who would believe what happened to them? But those who came here with them would remember everything. Kim Yong-hwan and Seo Yol, who were chatting so carefree, would probably not remember the past now. Only Jaehwan reached the top of the tower and retained all his memories of the training. The days when they fought to protect the present and risked their lives to climb the tower are now gone forever. Eden also remembers those events. That is probably why he still cannot leave this world. Eden said that an ordinary person couldn't understand. If he really is Anderson's ally, he must prove it. Jaehyun turned around and told Runner to run away immediately. Eden Cart activated Opening the Sanctuary. Jaehwan tried to resist the attacking energy that rushed at him. Anderson said that Eden had opened the sanctuary, and that was bad. Jaehwan saw people clinging to him and asking for help. They told him not to go alone. Eden said that these were Jaehwan's most cherished memories. Jaehyun experienced consciousness. The people who appeared grabbed our hero by his arms and legs, and he tried to resist and fight back. What was happening was not so easy to interpret. This worldview has existed for thousands of years. Jaehwan thought, if this continues, he will not be able to absorb it. The stage of self-denial had begun. Our hero decided that he needed to come up with a solution while the stream of thoughts was still flowing. Anderson asked, is there really no faith left? Anderson said that the only thing that would work was a sanctuary. Jaehan thought, could it be this sanctuary? The only difference between the sanctuary and the world is the use of physical force. So if you add a little incarnation to the world, everything will work out. Awakening, the fourth stage, incarnation. Eden Cart couldn't believe it. His sanctuary was disappearing. How could this be happening? At that moment, the sanctuary was open. However, this sanctuary is only accessible to gods. This is not Anderson's sanctuary. What is happening? Eden Cart said that the sanctuary is God's view of the world. In other words, the sanctuary is influenced by history and God's imagination. This world is the early fruit of Anderson's imagination. Did man choose it? The opening of the sanctuary was activated. It was a world after destruction. Zhe said that Eden Cart's world is not unique either. Eden Cart saw the eye in the sky and asked why it was there. Was this really his world? Eden Cart declared that he was giving up. This happened after Zhe put a sword to him. Eden Cart admitted defeat. Eden said that it would not be easy for his opponent to stop him. After all, he had come up with the idea himself. Eden found himself chained to a chair. Jihai thought, why not just destroy him? Anderson reminded him that he had promised to listen. Anderson noted that they were facing the sixth god of the metaverse, who was clearly not so simple. Runnard said that it was quite difficult to predict his intentions, since he had decided to surrender so suddenly. Anderson said that Eden had been unpredictable 500 years ago as well. People approached our hero. Is Jaehuan going to destroy Eden Cart? Zhe replied that he had turned them into puppets. Why were they so worried? Gans replied that Eden did them a favor. They themselves asked him to turn them into puppets. Anderson suggested that this request was made in order to save her. Jaehuan himself knows that all forgotten gods perish. The support of God is this idea. Any forgotten idea disappears. Did the puppets' prayers work? But Anderson did not disappear. In the end, they ended up in the tower. Anderson said that all believers were afraid of becoming his puppets. But Eden did not force anyone. Jaehuan thought that Eden was not so terrible. Anderson said that Eden only turns believers who are about to die into puppets. Jaehuan wondered why Anderson rushed to destroy him. The goddess replied that Eden had crossed the line by contacting her avatar. Jaehyun wondered why Eden Cart hadn't explained everything right away. Eden replied that he simply hadn't had the opportunity to explain himself, but he could do so now. Runnard was forced to admit that Eden had not attacked first. Anderson suggested pretending that nothing had happened. Eden said that he was now completely immobilized, so they could ask him any questions they wanted. Jaehuan said that his friend had been captured here, and that he had heard that they might turn him into a puppet. Eden replied that this was quite common. Jaehuan said he wanted to find his friend. Eden said that was touching, but he didn't think he could help. He doesn't buy souls to make puppets. Jaehuan reminded him that Eden created the first doll, so he must have connections. Eden Cart said he would try to find out. But why should he help this person? Jaehuan grabbed his sword again and said that if Eden didn't help him, he would destroy him. Eden was not afraid. If the man destroyed him, the puppets would also perish. Would Anderson want that? People shouted that a fire had broken out on the outskirts of the city. A fire broke out in the rural warehouse area. Everyone panicked and began to scatter in different directions. Eden Cart was still chained to his chair. After the fire was extinguished, the first victims were discovered. Anderson said she was very sorry. Jaehuan asked if there were any theories. Anderson said that it was undoubtedly the work of the Alliance. Anderson added that one of the burned bodies had the symbol of the Alliance on it. It literally means God's punishment, and she had seen such a symbol 500 years ago. All the marked villages had disappeared. They said that this village would be punished for daring to challenge the Alliance. Eden Cart angrily asked what they had done to her village. Eden said he had to tell her something. The Alliance would arrive within a week, and nothing would remain of the village. Jaehyun had heard that Eden Cart was quite powerful. God recognized this, for he was the sixth god of Metabasa. Jaehyun proposed a fight. Eden said that if it were possible, he would already be sitting in the Alliance. Eden advised our hero to leave the village before they arrived. Eden remembered that Jaehuan's friend's name was Kim Yoon Hwan. Eden reported that he had found his traces. Apparently, he had already been taken out of the dungeon in Caspian. There is only one source reporting movements from the prison. If nothing had happened, he should have been transferred to this tower. Jaehuan asked if his friend was still alive. Eden replied that a person does not die when they become a puppet. Some become soulless dolls. Those at the top simply adore living dolls. Eden said that it seemed Yoon Hwan had not yet turned into a doll. His name was not on the list of souls turned into puppets. Jaehuan sighed with relief. Could there be a chance? Anderson said that his friend would not remember him. Perhaps Kim Yoon Hwan had already forgotten about the Tower of Nightmares. Jaehuan thought that he didn't care, because he didn't live to be remembered. Runnard held Jaehwan's hand tightly. Eden asked if Jaehwan was going to leave. Our hero replied that he had something to do. Jaehwan declared that he must destroy this place. That was the task of the 6th floor. Eden told Anderson to take this madman away immediately. After all, she knew very well what the Alliance was capable of. Jaehwan said that Anderson can only speak when he allows him to. Ethan said that he understood, because this man was not the Avatar. Eden held out the crow doll and said that the young man could take it. Jaehwan said that it was a rather strange name. Why doesn't the doll move at all? Eden told the young man to incorporate it into his worldview, and then he wouldn't have to give up Anderson's body. Ethan told the man to turn the key inserted into the doll. The doll reacted and the connection process began. Anderson said that now she could speak too. Anderson told Eden that 500 years had passed. Eden said again that he hadn't seen Anderson in a long time. The 7th floor of the metabase. Barris said that the legendary skin wasn't that easy to get. Was it a hologram again? Barris said that there were more and more offers. He didn't know where to find these guys, but if he saw them, they wouldn't last long. Barris said that God shouldn't overdo it. He had already spent 50,000 ver. Will there really be a new legendary skin within a week? Ugly King is something new. Barris asked how one could even get a legendary skin. After all, they are chosen based on donations. Still, it's good if the gods are satisfied after watching the stream. However, you can't move on the metabase without paying. The god of lightning, Ray Ray, said that there is someone who strikes without clothes. Barris was surprised. Is he really completely naked? Barris was surprised. Do they really think that this naked man can defeat him? So, there is someone among the gods who has a higher effect? Metabase is a battle of skins. The cooler the skin effect, the higher the stats. Some gods claim that one guy collected over 100 tokens on the 1st floor. Barris thought this was false information. Barris saw a photo of this guy and was surprised. Who is this guy? The god of flame, Ignis, sent 500 fans and asked them to find this naked man. Barris agreed and thanked him for the donation. Barris was surprised. Are there really naked skins? Does he really attack naked? That's very strange. Barris suggested that the gods take a look. This simply cannot be free. There are many enemies around him, and he throws them all away with one blow. Some gods left the broadcast. Barris shouted, "Not the views!" Some gods urged Barris to take off his clothes. Barris was puzzled. Why is he naked? Is that why he has several times more views? Barris answered a phone call. The god of flame, Ignis, is interested in how he dares to talk on the phone during a stream. The god of madness asks if Galatian is the leader of the 6th floor alliance. Barris continued talking on the phone, ignoring everyone else. Barris called the low-ranking god Flamut a bad name. Barris said that now is not the time to think about that naked man. Now, a moment of truly worthwhile content. Barris stated that the list of gods on the 6th floor would change. Eden and Anderson talked without witnesses, standing opposite each other. Anderson reminded him that she had almost disappeared. When she recovered from her grief, all the believers in the tower were already dead. Anderson continued. Then she met Runnard, thanks to whom she survived. 2 years flew by, and then she caught Jaehwan. They wandered everywhere and suddenly found themselves in the metaverse. After that meeting, many strange things happened. Eden interrupted Anderson and asked what had happened to the village. Anderson said it wasn't her fault. It was Eden who had touched her believers. Eden replied that Anderson was out of her mind. Eden told Anderson to leave the village or she would die. Anderson was surprised. Would anything change if she left? To declare war on the Alliance, she sent the puppet back. Eden said she had indeed gone mad. Anderson declared that now he knew everything anyway. She was going to complete the mandatory task and was counting on his help. Ethan said that Anderson was shamelessly asking for help to destroy the world again. Was she sincere? Anderson asked how long Eden intended to stay in this world. He knows why she can't leave. Anderson thanked him for caring for her fallen followers. However, Eden understands that one cannot remain in the past forever. Anderson was surprised. Is Eden really okay with everything? Eden said it's not too late. Eden added that the Alliance only operates in the metaverse. If she leaves them alone, they will leave her alone. She must abandon her mission to leave the tower. He will tell her how to find the exit. Anderson said she was not going to leave, but if she did, she would find him. She wants to conquer the tower and help this guy find his friend. Eden asked if Anderson planned to take revenge on the Alliance after that. He was sure that their defeat was still fresh in her memory. Anderson said she had relived that day hundreds of thousands of times. Eden remarked that she must realize that even together, they cannot win. Even if all her fallen comrades were resurrected, it would not work. No one in the entire universe could defeat that guy from the Alliance. the strongest of the 6 gods of the metaverse, the leader of the Oblivion Alliance. After his appearance, the title of the strongest man had never been taken away. It's like feuding with one of the 7 great goddesses. Anderson asked, "Is Eden sure that Rachel and the believers are dead? Can the puppets be turned back into humans?" Eden replied that, as far as he knew, it was not possible. Anderson said that anything is possible in the metaverse. The driver has absolute power over everything. The rules for passengers on the metabus state that there are things that everyone knows about, but they are impossible, and therefore useless. Passengers who reach the top of the tower can ask the driver to grant them a wish. Anderson said that all deaths occurred here, in the metaverse. This space is neither real nor virtual, it is fictional. Ethan was surprised. Did she really think that even the dead could be resurrected? Times had changed. Now Anderson had neither believers nor allies. Anderson said she did have allies. Jae Huang said he hadn't signed up for that. Runnard reminded him that he had agreed in Gantz's office. Anderson added that she was also counting on Edan. Eden was surprised. Anderson had been through so much, but she still looked at the world the same way. Where did she get such a positive attitude? Why did she believe so much in illusory changes? Eden couldn't help but wonder, how could anyone see the world through such eyes? Anderson said there was no need to be afraid. Perhaps it wasn't that important. There are people who dream of more absurd worlds. Eden said he would help. He didn't really want to do it, but he had no choice. So there was no point in getting his hopes up. A message has been received stating that the metaverse currently belongs to the Alliance. Passengers are advised to leave the map within 5 days. Anderson said that they hadn't changed at all. Eden noted that even though she had annoyed the Alliance, at least she had warned him. She had definitely become smarter. Anderson asked what Eden was going to do. Eden replied that the time had come. Everyone was alarmed by the news. He had originally planned to make sure she was alive, and then leave this world with the puppets. Anderson suggested that they go together. Eden said that it was better not to quarrel with the Alliance. If Anderson fought against them now, she would surely lose. Before the Alliance arrived, they had to complete the task and go to the 7th floor. Then there would be at least some chance of victory. Anderson asked if he had a plan. Eden replied that there were gods on the 7th floor who remembered her. They needed to enlist their support. The main thing now is to get to the 7th floor. The condition, destroy this world. Jae Huang said he wanted to destroy everything here. Eden asked what he meant by destruction. He wasn't asking about the meaning of the word. She believed that the world would be destroyed if one village was eliminated. It turns out that you just need to destroy absolutely everything. Eden said that if he was thinking of breaking through the ceiling again, he'd better not. After all, he's the only one who can block these blows. After the 6th floor, the structure is so strong that it cannot be destroyed so easily. However, Jae-hwan made his move and destroyed the structure, but the hole began to close. Eden repeated, "He said it was impossible." Despite its power, the world cannot be destroyed with a single blow. It's not easy, even with a more powerful attack. The world is not that simple. Eden said that the world was destroyed 500 years ago. There is a volcano in the center of the map. It all started with a meteorite falling. Simply put, if the volcano is awakened, the world will be destroyed. It has been dormant for a long time, so it will not be easy to revive it. There is a possibility that a whole chunk of the world's power could fall into the crater. The problem cannot be solved with a few blows. Jae-han looked at the structure forming above his head. Lightning was flowing toward that spot. Eden was surprised. This guy really broke through the ceiling. Jae-hwan said he just tried again. Barris appeared and said he had found the destroyer's head. Barris and his minions approached our hero. Jae-ha used the world strike compression technique from his own history. Eden said that his strength was running out. Jae-hwan, meanwhile, stood confidently on his feet. Eden activated the opening of the sanctuary with his last ounce of strength. Jae-han was going to turn the village into a whole world, hide, and then escape. Eden was surprised. Did Jae-hwan really have this ridiculous plan in mind? Jae-hwan replied that Eden hadn't said there was no other way out. If there was no way out, he would have to use the last option. Jae-hwan grabbed Runnard and Eden by the shoulders. Many gods joined the stream. Barris greeted the gods and said that today they weren't there for gotcha. Their enemy was the Naked Destroyer, and he wasn't alone. The gods had surely heard of Anderson. She was the legendary goddess who had destroyed 6 metaboss gods. The Naked Destroyer was her avatar, and that wasn't all. Rumor has it that the King of Ravens is in cahoots with them. Don't they still understand what's going on? This company is again plotting to plunge the metaverse into chaos. However, the Alliance did not consider the situation to be that serious. According to data from the World Center for Measuring World Power, Anderson had fallen to the rank of a low-level god. The naked destroyer may inspire terror, but in reality, it is just an avatar. The only real enemy is the Raven King. He is now one of the 6 gods of the metabase, and his power was measured 500 years ago. All these years, he has been in isolation. He would not have been able to retain his power without finding a single follower. The reason for all this fuss is that there is good money to be made from it. The Alliance will not stand by and watch such atrocities. Galadion, leader of the Death Squad, sent troops to the King of Ravens and warned that the revolution would repeat itself. Barris asked, "Don't they understand at all? It all started after their priests were destroyed. They came only to administer justice." After the stream ended, Barris said that these gods were unbearable. They act powerful, but in the end, they will still applaud. The avatar of the god of the whirlpool, High Circle Ji-han, said that the Diamond Spear would be in the cleanup squad because he had met with the other 6 gods. 500 years ago, Anderson destroyed the 3 strongest gods of Metabas and almost passed through the gates of the 10th floor, guarded by the Alliance. If Anderson returns with her former strength, even the Death Squad will not be able to stop her. Barris was frightened. Was she really that strong? He was reassured. They were talking about her strength 500 years ago. Now she was just a low-ranking god, so there was nothing to worry about. Although it was unexpected that the Death Squad would be the vanguard. They said that the King of Ravens had arrived in this world. Barris noted that he knew this god well. Barris said he wasn't trying to offend anyone. He noted that there was a lot of envy towards everyone involved in this incident. Barris asked, "Wasn't this day predicted? Everything was supposed to happen 5 days later. Would they be able to deal with the King of Ravens, even if countermeasures were prepared?" Barris said that today was his last day. He had a mechanical box with a clock in his hand. Anderson said they had to hurry. Their opponents had combat skins, which meant they were very fast. Runnard shouted that they were almost caught up. Zhehuang was forced to engage the pursuers in combat, using his battle sword. Eden reminded them of the plan. They didn't need to kill everyone. Anderson said there was no need to worry about that. There were too many pursuers anyway. It was impossible to destroy them all. Eden and Anderson agreed to be cautious. Eden said that they had arrived at their destination and now needed to lure their pursuers to the crater. Zhehuang thought it was an incredible sight. What would happen if such a huge volcano began to erupt? In that case, this world could be destroyed in an instant. Ethan said it was time to begin. Barris said that they did not know when to stop. Their demise was only a matter of time. In 10 minutes, the cleanup squad would arrive. What could these people hope for by jumping into a volcano? There was nowhere on this map where they could escape to. We need to send as many people as possible after them. The number of casualties doesn't matter. The pursuers couldn't understand what was happening. They heard something strange. The beginning of the volcanic eruption was recorded. A large number of pursuers were in the immediate vicinity. But why did the volcano suddenly awaken? Barris was frightened. Were they going to use the power of the volcano against the Alliance members who had jumped into the crater? Were they using people as a catalyst? After all, the volcano had erupted 500 years ago due to a meteorite strike. Jahan said that sounded like an idea. So they had to get rid of their pursuers first. The crow bomb was activated. Eden said it turned out to be easier than he thought. While fending off the attack, Runnard said that there were a lot of pursuers. Jahan worked intensely with his sword, but the attackers did not diminish in number. Our hero thought that everything was going faster than he had expected. If this continued, the volcano would erupt at any moment. Runnard warned Mr. Jahuan of the impending danger. Another participant in the clash confidently declared that he would destroy this man. It was the ugliest king, Kim Dokja's skin. Barris used this skin. Barris said that such rags to riches characters as his rivals would never get this item. Anderson was surprised. Did Eden really want this skin? Eden replied that this skin was very popular right now. Jae Huang was surprised. Why is it called that? What part of it is ugly? God told Eden that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. 500 years had passed. Eden didn't think the Alliance would send him. Did the Shining Spear order it? His opponent said he came on his own to settle the score. The ugliest king said that Eden had been doing well without skins, but he shouldn't have defied the Alliance. At that moment, Jae Huang attacked his opponents and dealt irreparable damage. The god with the skin was shocked. Where did this guy get such speed? God said that he had a legendary skin, and his opponent shouldn't even try to do anything. However, the protagonist grabbed his opponent by the face and knocked him to the ground. God did not understand how this ordinary person was able to defeat his strongest skin. Runnard and Anderson watched the battle and were also amazed by Jahuan's strength. Black Raven thought that the reinforcements had already come to an end. The alliance had become significantly weaker. God said that he had not been counting on the alliance anyway. His opponent said he had heard that Eden was still involved with puppets. 500 years ago, when he was his follower, it was even entertaining. I wonder if gods ever compare themselves to believers. Eden said that the alliance treats his opponent well. The god said that his knowledge of puppets had been very useful. It was a god without a personality. It only gives the power of peace. Some consider it ideal. Eden said that it was indeed the ideal god for someone who had betrayed him and joined the alliance. The rival said that Eden was already very weak, so changing gods was a good idea. Eden attacked his opponent and said that he had betrayed him, so nothing had changed. The nameless god said it was a decisive attack. The rival declared that he was Eden's favorite follower and understood how sad it was there. Opening of the sanctuary and grave of the raven were activated again. The nameless god said that this sanctuary was unstable. Eden had become very weak. The nameless god was surprised. Hadn't they absorbed the entire village when they fled? Eden said that his opponent underestimated his power. The suddenly appeared sanctuary would be enough for his enemies. The ugliest king began to flee and thought that at this rate, they would all come to an end. The nameless god said that he understood everything perfectly well and did not underestimate Eden's power. If the sanctuary were fully revealed, there would be only a few people in the entire metaverse capable of opposing Eden. He did not rely solely on his own strength from the beginning. The nameless god said that Eden's madness was, to some extent, beneficial to him. A mechanical box with a clock reappeared in the god's hand. Eden saw this cube and ordered everyone to retreat immediately. They had to run as far away as possible. Runnard was confused and did not run away. He found himself in close proximity to the mysterious cube. Anderson asked where he got the cube of time. His opponent said that he had prepared this cube especially for them. Even the sixth god of the metaverse could not escape so easily. Barris grabbed the Raven and Runnard dolls. He said that although the skin was legendary, its strength was like that of a paper doll. Barris looked at the cube and said that this thing was really good. It was used to defeat Anderson 500 years ago. There were rumors that this cube could seal even 6th-level gods. We need to finish everything quickly. Anderson will be consumed by the higher gods of the Alliance. Runnard must be destroyed and turned into a puppet. Anderson said that if he touched Runnard, he wouldn't get away with it so easily. The Raven doll attacked the god, and Runnard was able to break free from his grasp. The god became angry and struck the Raven doll. Runnard shouted for Ms. Anderson to be careful. The opponent stepped on the Raven doll with his foot and said that it should be sent to the Alliance, but he just wanted to destroy it. Runnard found himself surrounded with no way to retreat. Barris was very frightened when he found out that the broadcast was on. He was sure he had stopped it. Runnard held his sword forward and decided he would not give up so easily. Barris said that this child could not be taught anything good. Barris took out a knife and said that now it would be fun. Runnard was frightened and mentally called for Mr. Jahuan's help. The girl said indignantly, "Are the gods really going to stand aside? Runnard is in trouble now." An anonymous god asked what was so terrible about the death of this young man. Many gods agreed with him. Little Brother is a streaming platform for gods. It is a kind of open forum where gods who challenge Big Brother can oppose the 7 great gods. The girl thought that because of her plans, she tried not to interfere, but she couldn't just let the newcomers go. Maybe it was time to step in. The girl announced that someone had finally come to the rescue. Serena Armalt was a successful influencer and a true opinion leader. She participated in an expedition into the depths with a guy, wandering everywhere trying to find the person she lost in an accident. 2 years later, Serena became a pirate. Zone 5, Ragnarok. Serena said there was a beautiful sunset in front of her. Siren asked her assistant when the old man would return. She was told that it would be very soon. Siren said that if they stayed here too long, they would be caught by high-ranking gods. The assistant said that the lady had not been broadcasting lately. Serena reminded him that they were always on the run. What broadcasts were they talking about if they could be pursued? The assistant asked if the lady reads the comments. Serena replied that she was tired of the same thing. Lady Armel said she was tired of such popularity. Serena decided to watch some popular clips and asked what streams were currently trending. The girl said that someone was copying her manner of speech, even her hairstyle and clothes. The assistant said that the lady was not the only one. Serena refused to watch. The streams only talk about how to get more views. They should be punished with angry comments. The assistant reminded her that hateful comments are a serious crime. Serena said that piracy is also a crime. Serena's assistant was Captain Carlton. The girl became interested in a stream called Catching the Naked Destroyer. It was being broadcast live. Siren said that she recognized the silhouette. Siren and Carlton recognized the person on the screen. It was clear from the expressions on their faces. Even the old man recognized this person and shouted that it was Jae Hwan. The girl was surprised. When did the old man come here? Jung-ho shouted at the girl to admit where Jae-hwan was now. At that moment, Serena was checking the address. Carlton didn't know what had happened, but he understood. Jae-hwan had started a war with the Alliance. The divine medic said that Jae-hwan was as good as ever. The strikes he had taught him had become much better. Serena was surprised. What strikes were they talking about? Jae-hwan only did one lunge. Serena and the old man saw a cube on the screen. It couldn't be. The old man asked what it was. Serena asked in surprise where they got it from. Looking at the screen, they could hear someone shouting for Runner to run away, otherwise he might get hurt. Chung-ho said they needed to get there urgently. Serena said she was still looking. The pirate girl said it was a 6th-level metaboss. Carlton admitted that it was far away. Even if they risked everything, the journey would take at least 2 weeks. Was there really no way to get there faster? Serena cursed and said that she had finally found him. Serena Armal had been searching for him for 2 whole years. Stealing the treasures of the 7 great gods. Creating an airship. All of this was for the sake of finding Jae-hwan. The more popular they became in the depths, the easier it would be to find the master. The girl thought she had barely found him, but now there was nothing she could do. Jung-ho said there was one place where Jae-hwan could be helped. Jung-ho added that this place was right here. Captain Carlton and Serena Armal were surprised. Why was the old man hesitating in that case? The old man said that only one thing could help the pirates who stole the treasures of the great gods, destroyed the monarch, and passed through chaos. It was the most terrible group of all. This organization was called the Rift. Runnard felt exhausted and could barely stand, leaning on his sword. With his last ounce of strength, Runnard gathered momentum and tried to attack his opponent. However, the enemy asked in surprise, "Didn't this young man know who he was?" The god grabbed Runnard by the belt and lifted him off the ground. Runnard was punched in the stomach and crouched down in pain. The Raven doll was already in the cage. Runnard thought he had only been punched, but it felt as if his whole body had been broken. Only now did he understand what a monster Jae-hwan was. The anonymous god said that he was already bored and needed to deal with this as soon as possible. The god with the skin added that he was just about to do that, although he didn't think it would get many views. How did this boy even manage to survive? How could a god choose such a weakling? Runard knew he was weak. It had always been that way. The young man thought that in this case, his weakness didn't mean anything. Runnard grabbed his sword again and suddenly attacked his opponent. He shouted that the god he served did not consider him weak. Runnard made a light lunge, just as Jae-hwan had taught him. His opponent received a glancing wound from the lunge. The villain shouted and punched Runnard in the jaw. The god with the skin stepped on the body of the young man lying on the ground. He said that at first he wanted to finish the guy off, but now he had changed his mind. The villain added that he had decided to cut off his limbs. At that moment, the raven in the cage cried out loudly. Someone from the side asked, "Is that the same rotten child?" A girl appeared and asked, "Is that him, that guy?" She was there to save him. It was Jin Yunsi. She had the fastest time to reach the 7th level. She belonged to the Rift. Those present were surprised. What was the Rift doing here? Many gods expressed hatred for the Rift. Jin Yunsi, looking down from above, said that the alliance wasn't bad either. Now it would be even easier to catch the awakened ones. One of the gods shouted for everyone to prepare for battle. "This man is very strong." The god with the cube added that it was just the Union. However, everyone in the Rift was awakened, and it was very difficult to resist them. Barris shouted, had the Rift really decided to attack them? Jin Yingxi was indeed very strong, and no one could inflict any damage on him. Jin Yansa activated the Tumbler skill. His opponents were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Yunsi's 3rd-class block, Hammer, was activated. Barris shouted in rage, "What was he doing?" The enraged god added that it was time to put an end to this. Another god shouted for the representatives of the Rift not to interfere. It was not their jurisdiction. Jin Yingxi said she had a question. Did they really think that the alliance posed a threat to the Rift? Even the 12 monarchs and 7 great gods feared them. The rival said that he might not be able to handle the entire Rift, but he could certainly handle one. The god thought it wouldn't be that difficult. Jin Unsei is here alone. The 4th-class block, Theft of Honors, was activated. God did not understand why there was such a difference in strength between them. Jin Yonsei took the cube and said that no matter how much his opponent trained, he would never reach the Rift. The deactivated god shouted that Insi understood nothing about the awakened. The villain ordered his subordinates not to stand still and to attack Jin Yunsi. Jin Yunsi dealt with all of her opponents and said that now it was all over. Runnard was surprised. This follower had single-handedly defeated an entire battalion. Could there really be someone in the metaverse as strong as the 6 gods? Jaehwan thought that even his level was too low. Several surviving opponents tried to resist, but Yunsi suggested that they save their strength and simply surrender. Suddenly, the crow doll snatched the cube from Yunsi's hands and flew up. Runner jumped to his feet and rushed after the crow doll. Suddenly, an old man descended from the sky to the ground. He said that an uninvited guest had interfered with the metaverse system. It was Galatian, the Shining Spear, the sixth god of the metaverse, head of the Throat Alliance. He added that this matter did not concern Yun Se. Jin Yunsi had heard of the sixth god, but did not think she would ever meet him. She activated the fifth form of the silver block, the spinning umbrella. Yunsi thought that the sixth god would be comparable in strength to the leader. Maybe it's because he's fighting a puppet? Galatian stated that all gods use puppets because there are no worthy enemies. Galatian said that no matter how strong the rift was, they had to stop further interference. Jin Yunse wondered what to do. She wasn't going to lose to some puppet. Anderson and Runnard continued to run away and thought it would be great if Jaehwan were nearby. Jin Yunse was nearby and asked, could the boy still run? In that case, they needed to get to the 7th floor and find the Black Moon Tavern. One of the gods attacked Runnard and said that he should not try to take the cube anymore. Anderson was surprised at how he did it. The god said he was not the one Anderson knew before. She understands why he is here. Anderson said he should stop. She doesn't know why he joined the alliance, but he used to be different. Her opponent said that if Anderson continued in the same vein, she would die. It would be better to give up the cube and leave. Then, he would spare her and her followers. They would guarantee the safety of the Raven King. Anderson asked, how can he be trusted? The opponent swore by the god of the whirlwind, or even the king of ravens himself. God said if Anderson does not surrender, she will have to be forced to do so. Barris said that now was not the time to relax. The cube must be returned immediately. Galatian was waiting. His partner replied that Barris had nothing to worry about. He was not going to give the cube to the Alliance. Barris was furious about the death of the puppet. The anonymous god expressed surprise. His rival said he couldn't wait any longer. Anderson asked what he was going to do. Was he really going to take revenge? The god said that he didn't need the King of Ravens, but the boy inside. He would devour him and become his follower. Anderson asked, thank you for just thinking? Had he forgotten the oath he made 500 years ago? Where had the desire to create a world of equality between humans and gods gone? His opponent declared that a mouse would never be friends with a cat. The only way for a mouse to get close to a cat was to become as strong as it was. Anderson said that he was only an avatar. He could never become a god. Her opponent replied that Anderson had forgotten who he was. From the Raven King, he learned more than just how to create puppets. God said that Anderson must choose, believers or followers in the cube. Jin Yun-se, looking at Galatian, said that a good battle was coming. Galatian asked if she was trying to buy time for Anderson to escape. Galatian said that there was no point in keeping him here. He added that he was the only one of the 6 gods who had come here. His opponent told Anderson to hurry up and not keep him waiting. Seeing an unusual movement in the sky, similar to an attacking maneuver, the god was surprised. How was this possible? After all, the second group of the alliance was the Throat, led by Galatian. Another god appeared in the sky. He asked if he really thought he could get rid of Barris's puppet and hide the alliance's cube. It was Rakos, the god of destruction, one of the 6 gods of the metaverse, leader of the secret history group. The owner of the cube did not expect the arrival of 2 commanders at once. Now it was impossible to open it. Rakos said that this scoundrel was going to betray the alliance. The god shouted at Anderson to give up the cube, otherwise everyone would die. The mechanical clock installed on the cube began to break down. Ethan reminded him that he had suggested leaving. If you strike with great force, the blow may come back. Ethan added that there were signs of tampering with the system settings. It was done by someone very skilled. Jaehwan suggested that it was the work of Nightmare. Apparently, the space had been turned into a sanctuary using the tears of the waterfall of time. Jaehwan asked how to get out of there. Aiden replied that it wouldn't be possible right away. It would take at least 10 days. Jahain said that if they stayed here for 10 days, there would be nothing left of Runnard or Anderson. Yoon Hwan couldn't be saved either. It was impossible to wait that long. Eden said there was no need to worry. Time flows differently here. A whole day had passed here, but outside no more than a minute had passed. Jaehwan asked, is that why Eden just sits here and trades? Eden replied that without it he couldn't survive. He needed faith in order not to perish. Jahan said that other gods don't need that. Anderson uses faith only to quickly restore the power of peace. Eden said that for gods with followers, it was just a formality. They could do nothing. and their world power would gradually recover and increase. He reminded him that he was a god without followers. Gods cannot restore their world power, so it diminishes over time. If it is not replenished, it disappears completely. Jaehan said that this is precisely why he avoids battles. Eden remarked that Jaehwan was lucky. Jaehan replied that luck was on Eden's side then. Jaehan asked why Eden had no followers. The god replied that he had been betrayed 500 years ago. Eden added that his method of creating marionettes had been stolen and discarded. It was Ji-han who did it. He wasn't particularly good-natured, but he couldn't be called a villain either. He was an extremely determined person. Eden noted that it was precisely this determination that led him astray. Jaehwan asked, "Are all the gods in the depths so talkative?" Eden said that it varied. Most members of the alliance also had no followers. The gods in the tower dislike followers. They consider them insects that eat away at their essence. They strive to become gods without intermediaries, so they create puppets. They simply do not need followers. Jaehwan said that without these insects, there would be no great gods. Eden added that this is why the gods have no choice. They cultivate followers to preserve their world. Jaehan noted that all this seemed extremely flawed. Would followers remain with their gods if they knew the truth? Eden replied that every believer needs God, because in the depths, one can only survive with a strong worldview. Jaehan asked, why shouldn't these believers believe in a better God? He added that he didn't want to admit it, but Anderson was a good goddess. Although she was low level, she cared for her believers. Eden agreed there really are good gods in the depths, but not all believers want a god like Anderson. They need a strong god to prove themselves. Jaehan was surprised. What does that mean? Eden asked. Do you really think believers act on behalf of God? Had Jaehwan never considered that perhaps it was God acting on behalf of the believers? He remembered how people talked about whose followers they were. Jaehan wondered, is value determined by God? Gods need believers, not the other way around. Their value comes from faith. This is a world where those who cannot cope alone rely on each other to survive. Eden said that gods, believers, and monarchs all hate Jaehwan for one reason. It was because the young man was capable of acting alone. Eden added that he became interested when he saw his interlocutor's sanctuary. Does he really act on his own behalf? Perhaps Jaehwan is also just a believer, living off his view of the world. Sam Yoongaram once said, the difference between an adapter and an awakened one is as thin as a sheet of paper. They just believe in a different world. Sam Yoongaram was a slave to his system. Perhaps our hero has also become a prisoner of his own world. Eden asked, does this world belong entirely to Jaehwan? Jaehwan replied that Eden would find out for himself when he saw it. Eden immersed himself in the hero's world. Does Jaehwan really see this every day? He added that he understood what that eye in the sky meant. Jaehwan noted that everyone who had seen it said the same thing. Eden said that in the depths, everyone knew what it was, but no one wanted to look closely. He had once seen someone else create something similar in the sky. A person who had passed the last level of the meta-universe 700 years ago had a similar formation rising in the sky. It was not an eye, but it had common features. Jaehwan thought, so there was a god with a similar worldview. Who was he? Eden replied, Huang Sang-soo, commander of the nightmarish group, The Rift. Jaehwan thought that he was hearing about Rift again. Eden noted that he had the same gloomy view of the world. But Jaehwan was more lonely than gloomy. He asked, has Jaehwan decided to fight? Does he want to destroy the Tree of Illusions? Why would a person try to save their friends if the world was doomed anyway? It was strange, and someone who wanted to destroy the world was still trying to save someone. Jaehan replied that the guy deserved to see the end of the world. The tower pierced the sky and soared even higher. Jaehan shouted that he seemed to have found a way out and rushed up the inner steps of the tower. Eden noted that memories from the tower were seeping into his mind. He thought, this is the very tower he himself had conquered. Memories arose of an old blacksmith who said that the boys were in a great mood today. There were other memories as well. Jaehan promised his wounded companion that he would destroy this world. Eden thought that he couldn't bear the emotions and passed them on to the marionettes. And Jaehwan created a tower inside himself. Could he still remember that guy? Jaehwan relives all his memories alone, perhaps because no one in this world knows his past. If he had let go of the past, those who conquered the tower would not have suffered so much. Although the system wiped people off the face of the earth, Jaehwan continued to remember. Anger, sadness, and despair live within him. How can an ordinary person become so strong? Now Eden understood where God with one follower got such enormous power over the world. This Tower of Nightmares was the creation of Jaehwan. His world power came from the memories of the tower itself. Jaehan remembers his nightmare in every detail, and these horrors feed his power. Eden thought that Jaehwan seemed to already be a god. Jaehan asked his interlocutor, "I wonder if he controls his own worldview." He himself does not know. The protagonist noted that he could only say one thing. He was witnessing the end of this world. Jaehwan reached the top of the tower. Eden noted that, whatever the case, something seemed to have happened outside. Reiko said that he did not like this god, and he considered the very idea of entering into an alliance to be wrong. He was against it, despite the approval of the other 6 gods. Reikos grabbed his opponent by the throat and said that someone who had betrayed once would betray again. Reikos added that he had kept him alive for too long and that it would be good if he created a new puppet. Anderson said that they were now out of sight. While Reikos was in a rage, they could try to escape. Reikos replied that he and Galatea would be enough. One of the 6 gods of the meta-universe, the leader of the Fire Union, said that confidence is the mother of everything. Anderson thought that this was her comrade from 500 years ago. He should be ashamed of his betrayal. It was the god of justice. Justice. The victim did not think that 3 of the 6 gods would appear. Was it really over? Renard told our hero that even though they hadn't known each other for long, he knew how cool Jaehwan was. Renard added that he believed Mr. Jaehwan and threw the cube up in the air. The gods tried to catch the cube. At one point, it ended up in the hands of the rebellious god. The owner of the cube said that now he would get rid of everyone. There was no doubt about that. The god raised an energy ball above his head to strike. Many were injured in the collision and chaos ensued. The rebellious god said that the alliance was no longer his enemy. They simply could not withstand his highest circle. With this power, he could do anything. The supreme god Reikos was surprised. Was that all he was capable of? Reikos activated his superhuman regeneration and restored the fingers on his hand. Reikos approached and grabbed the rebellious god by the head. Reikos said that this was the limit for an insect and threw his opponent down to the ground. The victim was puzzled because he had definitely awakened. How could this have happened? Reikos must have reached a completely different level of power. Reikos asked if his opponent really thought he had everything. It was funny to watch him indulge in a fleeting fantasy. Reikos told his rival to wake up. They weren't done yet. The victim thought that 500 years ago, he had given up everything to gain power, and the result of betraying his comrades and the god who had accepted him was precisely this. Reikos raised his foot over his worthy opponent and said that now he would be destroyed. However, something incredible happened. Reikos' hand holding the cube was cut off and flew up. The anonymous god looked at this with surprise. A young man with a sword in his hand appeared before Reikos. When asked, "Who is he?" he replied that his name was Jaehwan. Reikos thought it had been 542 years since he had entered the meta-universe. The god was being asked to add new components. Then how long will they continue to use these strange settings, he thought. If this continues, I will have to change my worldview. Reikos fled to the meta-universe from demanding believers. To survive in this place, Reikos got rid of all believers. He sold his beliefs. He sold the gods he once trusted. So, 542 years ago, he became a god. He caught the revolution 500 years ago, but couldn't hold on to power, defeating 6 new gods that appear once a decade. When new skins came out, he held raffles to attract attention. Several hundred years have passed under the rule of the 6 strongest gods. The alliance steadily grew in power, investing the faith it had earned. Now everything had become mundane. Reikos thought that the only thing that could truly interest him was the King of Ravens. Before him now was the very same naked destroyer. Reikos assumed that this guy was very tasty. In a place where no one dared to challenge him, he was waiting for such an opponent. The power emanating from him was terrifying. Reikos declared that the naked destroyer was incredibly strong by nature. Reikos said that he was already anticipating the pleasure of this man's demise. The opening of the Shadow of All Ill's sanctuary was activated. Reikos said that he wanted to taste this man's soul alive. Jihan thought that a technique blocking his vision had been used against him. It was not surprising that the realm of the 6th god could not be easily destroyed with doubt. Jihai thought that now he couldn't even see himself. Apparently, his sense of touch was also blocked. Our hero couldn't understand where he was going or what he was looking at. Everywhere he looked, there was only pitch darkness. It felt as if he were locked in a basement. Jihan noticed that he could still feel pain. For the first time in a long time, he felt like a target. The protagonist decided to explore this pitch darkness. Jaehwan felt the approach of a foreign blade and threw it aside with a sharp movement. Reikos was surprised. He shouldn't have been able to see anything. How was this possible? Jaehwan swung his sword, deflecting a series of attacking blades. Reikos was puzzled. Where did this man get such skill and reflexes? He even thought that it would be fun to pursue such talent. The Supreme God decided now was the time for a noisy battle. The Naked Destroyer proved to be a worthy opponent. Reikos asked if the Naked Destroyer could block his next attack. Zhehuang set his weapon to Sword of Destruction mode, took a second stance, and parried the attack. Reikos was amazed. What kind of settings were these? This guy seemed to absorb all his weapons. The Supreme God declared that the young man dared not do so. Destruction awaited him. Zhehen replied that if the weapons were so precious, they shouldn't have thrown them. Reikos prepared to attack with Naked Destroyer. He activated the Lightning of All Ailments ability and prepared to repel the blow. Zhehen was surprised. Was that all the Supreme God was capable of? Reikos understood that this was not just a battle in the sanctuary, but that it was gradually being destroyed under the onslaught of the hero's settings. Runnard called out to Zhehuan and began to approach him. Reikos couldn't understand why he had weakened so much. He simply had to destroy his opponent. The Supreme God could not intervene because the sanctuary was not revealed. Zhehuan approached Reikos, who was kneeling. Reikos asked fearfully, "Who is this guy?" Suddenly, he remembered some words. Once every few years, a true monster appears in the meta-universe, shaking the tower. The legendary Nightmare appeared here 900 years ago, destroying the 9th floor and annihilating the 6th god. The head of the Alliance created it after receiving support from the 7 gods of the meta-universe 600 years ago. 3 such monsters had already appeared in 2,000 years. So no one would come now. That's what Reikos thought. At first, the Supreme God thought it was just a new game, a toy, a brave fighter that no one would seriously fight. Reikos thought that his opponent was only aiming for the place of the 6th god, who appeared once every few decades. But now the Supreme God realized he was wrong. He was facing a real monster. Renee was surprised to learn that 2 of the 7 great gods were watching her broadcasts. And that's not all. Comments poured in from anonymous users. Previously, due to her low level, she couldn't get on the front page of her little brother. But now all the gods and believers are flocking to her broadcast. Viewers were shocked. The defeat of the 6th god of the meta-universe, Reikos. Was the long-awaited change of gods finally beginning? This would inevitably lead to war. No one could believe what was happening. Renee was also extremely surprised. Reikos' defeat is an event that happens once in hundreds of years, and it has shaken the entire meta-universe. The real reason for all this attention is that it won't end with the replacement of just one god. Of the 6 current gods, 5 are members of the Alliance. The victory of a newcomer over one of the strongest is a hint at the collapse of the entire Alliance, which has ruled the tower for almost 600 years. Among the lower-ranking gods, they eagerly await a turning point in history. Renee said that something greater than the audience expected could happen. Jin Yunsi knew it would be difficult, but it turned out to be even worse. Galatean said that his opponent was tired and preparing for a new attack. Jin Yunse was so focused on the attack that she forgot about the volcano, and the eruption is about to begin. Jin Yunsi admitted that she hadn't lost. She just didn't know when the eruption would begin. Renee delivered terrible news. A crack had appeared in the crater of the volcano, and things were not looking good. If the eruption happens, the outcome will be monstrous, especially if Galadion joins in. Will Zhehuan and the King of Ravens be able to win? Renee thought that defeating Reikos was not a fluke, but true talent. It was no wonder that Reikos recognized his opponent as a true monster. Zhehuang asked his opponent, "Is that all the dog is capable of?" The King of Ravens declared that it was all over. Zhehuan asked if Runard was injured. Runard replied that they were all right. Zhehuan noted that he also felt fine. Eden said that it was a pleasant sight, unlike the behavior of a traitor. Zhehuan suggested keeping quiet. Anderson told Eden to calm down. 500 years had passed. The rivals in the sky said it was not yet time to celebrate victory. The god standing next to Reikos asked why they were talking as if everything was already over. A message came that the destruction of the 6th floor was beginning. In 20 minutes, the world would completely disappear. Zhehuang asked if the eruption was really about to begin. God replied that he no longer had time to watch this game of friendship. In the end, they returned with renewed strength. Nearby were Reikos with his restored arm and Galatean, filled with determination. Runnard thought, could Jin Yunse have lost? God said it was an excellent battle and exciting to watch. Who would have thought that Reikos' sanctuary would be destroyed so easily? The Supreme God offered one last time. Did this man wish to join them? The Flame Alliance offered the best conditions and free medical insurance. Anderson said that he had joined the Alliance and began to imitate the Alliance. He betrayed his comrades 500 years ago. The God of Justice also guaranteed the safety of Anderson and the believers. Anderson said she had a feeling he wanted to take them hostage. He wanted them to fall into his trap. Justice swore that he would not do so. Ethan asked if he swore in the name of justice. The Raven King wondered why. In that case, he used that silly nickname, Justice God Justice. It was very funny. Justice said he hadn't seen Eden in a long time. Eden replied that he should have known who he was talking about as soon as he heard the nickname. Eden noted that neither the god of flame Ignis nor Cage could defeat him. The Raven King said that if he explained what he was talking about, Justice would lose his soul. Justice remarked that it was not yet time to relax. The King of Ravens wondered if his opponent had the courage to say such things after meeting the Naked Destroyer. The King of Justice acknowledged that the Naked Destroyer was strong. However, Eden seemed to have forgotten who the Alliance was. Eden has no idea what the Alliance has become over the past 500 years. Eden saw a giant door. It was a weapon from the Great War, the Nebula. Justice asked if his opponents were now ready for negotiations. The King of Ravens said that their rivals had even used this to fight them. Did they really want to start a war so badly? Apparently, threats and shelling were methods of negotiation for the Alliance. Jihuang noted that they had the wrong idea about negotiations. Our hero added that if the opponents really wanted to talk, they should bring their leader. The protagonist gave them 5 minutes. Jihen demanded that his friend, who had become a puppet, be brought from the 7th floor. Our hero added that only then would he spare his opponent's lives. The King of Justice said that he was hearing some nonsense. But if the Naked Destroyer wanted it so badly, Justice asked what this friend's name was. Jaehuan said it was Kim Yong-hwan. Justice checked the information and said he couldn't find anything. Perhaps he was already registered as a puppet or was waiting for his turn. Jaehuan said that the opponents did not seem ready for negotiations. Jaehuan added that he would go up and find out for himself. The protagonist added that all he needed to do was conquer the tower. The King of Justice asked why Jaehuan was going there. Our hero replied that he had already explained everything. Justice stated that the wealth, fame, and power that the Naked Destroyer would receive after conquering the tower, he could also receive from them. Jaehan said that there was something they could not give him. Galatean declared that the conversation was pointless from the start and rushed into the attack. Justice joined the attack and said that this arrogant awakened one thinks he is the only one of his kind. Jihen repelled his opponent's attack and made it clear that he was ready to counterattack, swinging his sword. The protagonist said he planned to smash his opponent's heads. The King of Justice asked his opponent if he knew what made a person vulnerable when he became a god. It was prayer. Anderson shouted for Jaehuan to be extremely careful. A multi-level attack was launched against him. Our hero lost his balance and began to fall. The King of Ravens and Runnard jumped up in time and grabbed the young man, preventing him from hitting the ground. Justice asked how his opponents liked the world of God. Some hear the cry of justice, while others hear the cries before death. There are gods who hear only the voices of death. Some are only interested in naked bodies. No god is able to hear all prayers. Justice noticed that God chooses only one theme and ignores the rest. Such is life. The wave of prayers is a special weapon against the awakened. This technique allows one to see the world of God in the mind of the awakened. Those who fight based on faith cannot help but hear it. If you simply close your ears, it will be impossible to use the power of awakening. Justice noticed that long ago, the second leader of the Rift turned the metabase upside down. Who would have thought that the weapon created by the Alliance against the awakened would be used again? Zhehuang said that thanks to this, the Alliance would have an awakened puppet. Justice thought that this was impossible. After all, the awakened were powerless to resist. The awakened either get lost and die in the flow of prayers, or shut themselves off from the voices. Ignis, the god of flame, supported Zhehuan. The anonymous gods are rooting for him. Justice said it was a waste of time. This is not a soul they can conquer. If they can't get it, they'll have to get rid of it. The awakened one, torn apart by prayers, is unable to stop. An endless stream of voices flooded Zhehuan's mind, and he felt a piercing pain in his skull. Unlike the other gods, Zhehuan does not know the main theme of his prayers. However, he hears all the cries, and it is unbearable. But his spirit is so strong that even the loudest cries cannot break him. Zhehuan is not the god of nakedness, or even the god of destruction. He said that he is not a good person at all. He is a man walking on the ruins of this world. The protagonist thought that too much of the world's power had already been spent. This is the limit. The mind is splitting from prayers. Now there is too little strength left. It is difficult to resist. If friends were nearby, perhaps there would be more strength. Runnard and Anderson shouted that they were nearby. Justice was surprised. Would anything change if he added more mana? Jaehuan activated the Anderson naked setting. This time, he decided to borrow some power. Justice asked in surprise why they weren't retreating and what they were doing. Jaehuan activated additional power and increased his offensive power, but now in naked mode. Eden said that this was the personal weapon of the awakened. Creatures that are not gods live rather depressing lives. Justice wondered if they were going to interfere with him again. The King of Ravens admitted that Justice could hardly be called a good person. Justice said that Jae Hwan was rude and had no respect for his elders, and that he would undress anywhere. The King of Justice remarked that he did not harbor any ill will toward this man. Jae Hwan asked Justice if he had little worldly power. The King of Ravens reminded him that he had said he had no followers, but he had not said that he had little power. Jae Hwan thought that Eden was indeed conserving his power in the battle with him. Be that as it may, the King of Ravens was clearly above the level of a general. Justice told Rakos and Galateon that he needed help. It was necessary to keep an eye on the warship. The shelling could be very dangerous. Justice declared that his opponents had lost 500 years ago. Did they really naively believe that they could stand up to the Alliance now? The fierce battle did not stop for a moment. Eden asked Justice if he knew what he had been doing for the last 500 years. Eden said that when he was alone, he bought items and then sold them at a higher price. The Raven King said that now he was ready to show what the power of one of the 6 gods was. Eden converted hundreds of millions of vert into the power of the world. Jae Hwan thought that the scale of Eden's sanctuary was on a completely different level than before. This was the true power of Eden Karta. Justice called on all forces to attack their opponents. He would personally deal with the King of Ravens. The order was clear: get rid of the Awakened One and capture Anderson. Eden said that Justice seemed to have forgotten that this was the world they had fought in 500 years ago. As long as his sanctuary remained open, countless followers immersed in sleep would endlessly relive their past lives. The Raven King declared that he had no intention of losing this war. The puppets came to the rescue. Gantz said that the day had come. Now, they would all fight together. Justice thought that the King of Ravens was indeed difficult to oppose. Fighting the puppets is simply useless. They need to get rid of Eden, who supplies them with the power of the world. Eden asked if his opponent had time for appliques. He was very confident. Justice said that, as before, he couldn't stand Eden Karta. The King of Ravens responded in kind. Eden grabbed his opponent by the head and said that he had always been annoyed by Justice's terrible character, but he could not have imagined that he would betray his comrades. Eden asked why he did it. Did he really want a little power? Justice thought that Eden Kart had been hiding here all this time. Had he managed to fully recover his strength? The Raven King said that the jokes were over. Justice knelt before him and said that Eden didn't understand anything. Eden declared that if Justice didn't stop, he would have to destroy him. His opponent said that the Raven King had no idea what he had gone through to get here. Eden had no idea what he was willing to do to achieve his goal. Eden asked in surprise what had happened to Justice. What had the Alliance promised him? Justice betrayed his dying comrades and stabbed them in the back. Are the Alliance's promises worth blood? Surely that's not the only reason. Less than 10 minutes remained before the opening of Justice's sanctuary. Justice said that Eden had pushed him too far. Justice claimed that Eden had taken Anderson away from him. Long ago, Justice was a failure who was exiled to the meta-universe, to return here with the remaining believers. The believers said that even though Mr. Justice had been expelled from the sanctuary, he could still develop here. If they worked hard together and created their own worldview, everything would work out. These were believers who followed God, and a young God full of ambition. However, the harsh reality of the metaverse awaited them. Justice told his follower that it was too early to give up. If they followed their goal, they would achieve everything one day. The follower said he was tired of pathetic games of justice. Thus, Justice lost all the believers he cared for. When Justice began to turn into a forgotten god, he was saved. Ethan and Anderson asked what Justice was doing there. Maybe he was lost? Justice told them to go away. Ethan was very surprised, and after all, they were his companions. Justice did not want to see anyone. Artina began to argue, proving that Anderson's piece of bread was bigger. Tired of arguing, the friends sat down around the fire. Justice often wonders where he would be if Anderson and Artina hadn't saved him back then. What would have happened if Eden Kart hadn't been there that day? These thoughts constantly trouble Justice. Justice told Eden Kart that he was the one who had pushed him to it. Eden Kart took Anderson away from him. At that moment, Justice pierced Eden's body with his sword. The King of Ravens asked, "Is it still only possible to manifest in the sanctuary of another god? It would be better if Justice changed his name to God of Bugs." Justice said that Eden always laughed at his name, but he had already said that he was not the god of justice. Justice said that he was the god of clarity. Pierced through by the sword, Eden Kart fell to his knees. The world is ruled not by justice, which protects the existing order, but by clarity, which affirms existence itself. Justice said that his divine name exists precisely because of scoundrels full of prejudice. Eden replied that he was hearing this for the first time. The Raven King told Justice to show this clarity. Justice said it was better not to provoke him and kicked Eden. The King of Clarity struck again with his sword. Eden knows about his sanctuary and yet tries to resist. That's foolish. Even if only for a short time, he can change the damage dealt by fulfilling several conditions. The only weakness is its short duration. If he could hold out for another 10 minutes, he would have a chance to win. The destruction of the 6th floor began. In 10 minutes, the worldview will be destroyed. That is exactly how long his abilities will remain active. Justice said, this is Eden's fate if he decides to let him live. The King of Ravens can prepare for his demise. He thinks Anderson will be happy to see the one she loved so dearly. Justice stabbed Eden in the shoulder with his sword and said that Rachel was Anderson's messenger, that Anderson had come to save him. Maybe she would be disappointed in him now. But in the end, he was her true companion, not Eden. Ethan said Justice was crazy. He was the one who fell into the trap 500 years ago. Justice said he wasn't interested in this pointless conversation and that Eden couldn't understand their connection. Justice swung his sword and said that Aiden would now die in the world that was so dear to him. Jie Huang appeared from behind the trees. Justice asked if this guy had followed him after all, amid endless prayers. The King of Clarity declared that this man was a true monster. Jie Huan told Justice to take his hands off Eden. Justice acknowledged that Jie Huan was strong, and that no one except the head of the Alliance could match him. Justice added that he had thought so until he opened his sanctuary. However, our hero did not listen to this monologue, and dealt a devastating blow to his opponent. Jie Huan offered to repeat what he wanted to say. Justice was surprised why his skill wasn't working. After all, the condition was a direct contract with the soul in the sanctuary. The Naked Destroyer said that the King of Ravens was right. Justice was defeated or lying on the ground at our hero's feet. Jie Huan added that the gods themselves are captive to their worldview. Justice tried to retreat. The wave of prayers was quite strong, but the situation got out of control. Our hero noticed that the Supreme God had decided to intervene again. Rakos decided that until he dealt with Eden Cart, the crows and puppets would not end. Anderson shouted for Justice to come to his senses and pull himself together immediately. Did Justice really think that Eden was against him? Would someone who knew everything about his abilities test him? Justice said he didn't believe them. Did they still consider themselves heroes? Anderson said that was 500 years ago. They didn't care about that now. Anderson asked if Justice had really come to fight them. He himself had recently said that he would guarantee her life and that of her believers. Anderson said that Justice didn't come here to fight. He came as soon as he heard about her return to the tower to protect her from the Alliance. Anderson said that Justice was a coward, but a loyal one. She could not accept his offer. They would fight the Alliance. Justice said that Anderson would lose. Anderson said that's why she doesn't want to ask about the reason for the betrayal. She's just asking for help. The volcano has begun to erupt. This world is about to disappear without a trace. God said that this world is also finished. Justice warned that they would die if they went higher. Justice added that it would be better if they left the route here. Ethan thought that Justice was a master at creating problems. Anderson stated that it had wiped out half the army 500 years ago. The Raven King said that Anderson had done a good job. The goddess replied that she had no choice. There was no time left, with only 3 minutes until the volcano erupted. Eden said he would tell them where to leave the floor and that they needed to get out of there fast. Jie Huan said that Eden had been so confident of victory just a moment ago, and now he was giving up so easily. Eden Cart said that expectations do not always coincide with reality. We have to try again. Better that than dying here together. Jihan said that if Eden was going to leave, he could do it himself. Anderson told Runnard to add faith. After all, he had gained a lot of faith from the Alliance representatives. The Naked Destroyer said they were going to the top. Runnard handed over the necessary amount of faith from hand to hand. Eden said that the Naked Destroyer might succeed. The Raven King offered to lend his worldview. The sanctuary is the fruit of a divine view of its unique world. A world built on stubbornness and prejudice. The union of two completely different worlds seems absurd. Moreover, Jie Huan's worldview is designed to destroy other worlds. The world of Eden Cart was no exception in this case. Justice saw this world and was surprised, because there were no such settings in the sanctuary of Eden Carta. The sanctuaries of Jie Huan, the world after destruction, and Eden Carta, the grave of the Raven, were united. What kind of worldview did this result in? Eden Cart ordered his sanctuary to move forward. A female pirate watching the events during the stream shouted that it was not necessary to take off her clothes. Pirate John Ho asked if they had already reached Caspian. The girl reminded him that the journey would take more than 2 weeks. However, this seems strange, because a man from the Rift was supposed to come to their aid. Why wasn't he visible? Captain Carlton reported to Miss Siren that the enemy was moving strangely. Cyrene said that their ship was there. Of course, she had created protection against attack, but now there was no time to use it properly. How could a person without the necessary equipment handle such weapons? Chungho was surprised. Was such a thing possible in Jaehuang's world? This was Mr. Mulark's second creation, the Tower of Nightmares, the Fortress of Regrets. Siren thought that the Godfather was watching too. The man who destroyed Mulark's tower shows contempt for the gods. Captain Carlton noticed that even monarchs had begun to join the broadcast. Serena thought that the news about Jae-han had reached not only the abyss, but also the Great Lands. It was possible that even the 12 lords were present on the air. Several years ago, Jae-huang had already defeated the monarchs of the Great Lands while fleeing from chaos. It is quite possible that the gods associated with the monarchs will also relocate. How far could he go? The Union of Shrines still existed. The Union of Shrines. Unlike the absorption of God, which is pure predation, this is an act of complete acceptance of another world. A scene of the union of two worldviews and opposing values. Even for Anderson, who had lived for thousands of years, it was only a legend. Jahuan was surprised when he realized that Eden had not died. In that case, why did Eden behave that way? After all, it was not yet time to relax. The battle was not over. Renee, continuing the broadcast and watching from the sidelines, said that the Naked Destroyer was moving forward. Even after the worlds had merged, the confrontation continued with renewed vigor. Galatean wondered how much longer Justice would participate in this senseless struggle. If the leader found out about everything, it would be the end for all of them. Galatean said that unlike that guy, their troops did not participate in the war on the 6th floor. If the world is destroyed, they will also perish. Even if their reputation suffered, it would be better to leave. Reikos disagreed with this line of reasoning. Did Galateon really think he could handle such a monster on the 7th floor? They couldn't let him go any higher. Justice said they couldn't send him to the leader. They had to deal with him here at all costs. Galateon said that in that case, they would have to attack together. Justice admitted that this was impossible. Justice said that if they were tied to the sanctuary, it could be dangerous. Galateon asked what to do in that case. Justice looked up and said that they had another trump card. Above them was a destroyed clock mechanism. Galateon asked in surprise, "Is Justice serious? What will happen to the Alliance troops then?" Justice said he couldn't see anyone. The assistants told Mr. Justice that another squad was needed. They couldn't handle it with this lineup. Galateon declared that this could not go on. The assistants asked in fear, "Why are the gates closing?" They were still inside. Runnard said in surprise that the higher gods had closed the ship's door. What are they trying to do? Anderson said that Nebula's true power was revealed when it was controlled by God. They were going to get rid of them with one final blow. Justice said that everything could have been different if they had surrendered immediately and joined the Alliance. Justice added that the Awakened One had only himself to blame. The Shining Spear Sanctuary has been opened, Galateon said. Reikos, the god of destruction, also opened a sanctuary. The god of clarity, Justice, opened the sanctuary. Many gods were struck by the inaction of the 6 gods of the metaverse. Justice said that no god or monarch could survive this bombardment. Justice was sure that his rivals were finished. The Raven King said that he had endured 30 seconds, as promised. The Raven King added that they could not continue this war forever. He had lent his power, but everything had its limits. They had both expended too much energy, and soon the sanctuary would collapse. 3 of the 6 gods had managed to recover. Jihan said again that there was a way to turn things around. They just needed to hold on a little longer. They needed at least another 30 seconds. After the time had passed, Jaehuan said that Eden had done well. Countless experience had been gained in battles against the strongest opponents. Jaehuan had fought against the monarch Sam Yun-Garam and other high-level opponents. Our hero stood face-to-face with disaster, assessing the power of the 12 rulers and the 7 great gods. Our hero realized that if he didn't deal with his opponent now, he would never destroy the world. Despite his despair and disappointment, he couldn't give up. Justice thought that this guy was going to attack 3 gods at once. Zhehuang said that they had joined forces not just to show off their worlds. It only made sense if they were willing to accept someone else's world. Galateon said that the opponent had destroyed not only the puppets, but also the worldview. Reiko shouted that he did not want to die. Jihan said that this was his world, the world of the awakened. Eustace was told to find something he could think about for eternity. That would be his world. Long ago, under the guidance of the guide responsible for his awakening, Eustace saw gods. The lesser gods joined forces to seize land. The other gods rallied to gather followers. They were happy to see a new believer. He met Anderson and Artina, who joked about each other's worlds. They bragged about their intermediaries late into the night. It was a time when they gravitated toward communication, even though they couldn't afford it. The days when he could rely on them were full of betrayal. Justice reached out to Anderson. Burning to ashes, Justice said that Anderson had stayed with him in the end. Jahuang picked up Eden and said that he had finally woken up. The molten lava indicated that a volcanic eruption was taking place. Eden asked if Jahuan was going to do this to all worlds. He remembers his world well, which opened up when the sanctuaries were united, the terrifying truth and gloomy loneliness. No one would want to live in it. He didn't want the inhabitants of this world to know him. He hoped that the end that Jahuan dreamed of would not come true. Jahan said that if Eden had the strength to talk nonsense, then nothing terrible had happened to him. Eden said that Jahuan must get rid of his loneliness. Eden Cart said that Jahuan will achieve what he wants anyway. But until the world is destroyed, Anderson must be protected. Eden promised our hero that he would give him his settings. The settings of the meta-universe of the 6 gods will still be useful. Jahuan said that it was time for him to go, as he still had something to finish. Anderson was surprised. What was he talking about? Eden said he would take the marionettes and go with them. Ethan said he had something for Anderson too. Ethan Cart concentrated on transferring energy. Rachel had not yet become a full-fledged puppet. Ethan said he couldn't bring her back to life, but he put part of her soul to sleep. Anderson asked why Eden was controlling Rachel. Ethan said that Rachel had to be taken away. He couldn't save her. However, there was someone at the top who could help her. Jahan said he would place Rachel in his sanctuary. Ethan told them to hurry up and leave, as there was little time left. Anderson asked if Eden would really come. Eden replied that she had to trust him. Anderson said that Eden simply had to come. Runnard said that they would meet on the 7th floor. The doors to the 7th floor began to open. Ethan asked Jahuan to promise to fulfill his request and said goodbye to Anderson. When Eden was left alone, a message came that he did not have enough faith. Eden said that 500 years was a long battle. Eden had spent a long time with the puppets, accumulating faith. And even though he was torn to pieces thanks to him, the battle had finally come to an end. Eden thought it was a high price to pay for such an experience. Barris said that Eden had done well. Eden asked if Barris had been waiting for an opportunity to absorb him. Barris replied that he would not survive such a thing, even if he were absorbed. Besides, both hands capable of using divine absorption had been destroyed. Barris shouted that his body had already been destroyed. That scoundrel Rakos had taken everything from him. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would remain a nobody forever. Barris sat down nearby. Eden expressed his hope that Barris would disappear. Eden said that it had been peaceful here until Barris showed up. Barris asked if Eden was really okay with that. Did he really not want to see the world after its destruction? Barris added, hadn't the raven flown enough? Barris told Eden to make him his puppet. He had the power and the faith. If he made a puppet, he would be able to survive. Eden replied that Barris should stop talking nonsense and go up to the next floor. He was seriously wounded, but he could still survive. Barris said he was aware of his condition. Time was short, and he wouldn't last long. God, without an intermediary, takes only dying followers as puppets. Eden warned Barris not to regret it later. Barris said it was good that you didn't need hands to pray. After all, Eden was a god who never cared about such nonsense. Barris added that he had already forgotten about the equality between God and man. But what was the point now? Their era had come to an end. Barris said that the passion burning in his soul had died out. The people dear to him had died, leaving nothing behind. He had long sought a god who would give him the peace he desired. But in the end, this was his last world. Although looking back, it's not so bad, especially the world that can be seen now. Although against the backdrop of the erupting volcano, everything looked catastrophic. Barris thought that this was his last prayer. Live, God, without an intermediary. The world of the age of the Great Revolution was destroyed. Not a single passenger survived. All tasks on the 6th floor of the meta-universe have been completed. The meeting place of the families of the great gods, the Sacred Hall. It was a shock. The 6 gods of the meta-universe were dead. Who would be the next ruler of the meta-universe? The lesser gods knew how to enjoy the battle. The third among the 7 great gods, the lord of the tropical night, the mediator of Ignis, the god of flame, asked what Ignis thought about this. Ignis said that the naked destroyer was a very curious fellow. The lord of the tropical night remarked that they were late again. Although the 7 great gods had never once gathered on time, the lord of the tropical night said that one god would not be present again. Ignis admitted that he had never seen him either, although he might already be there, but they just couldn't see him. The second among the 7 great gods, the lord of hell, the dragon god Droyan, said that he was a little late. Another god appeared and also apologized for being late. The god looked like a cat. The cat said that he was always late and deserved to be punished, and he was very sorry. It was Droyan's personal companion, Mimi Meow. However, he was called knowing that he would be late. The Lord of the Tropical Storm thought it would be easier to destroy this cat. Ignis said that there was no need to hold back. The Lord of the Tropical Storm said that they were not just anyone. The seventh among the seven great gods is the Lord of the Era, the god of madness, nameless. The speaker said that there were three of them now, but their meeting was very important. Despite the fact that one of the six gods never attends their meetings properly, the regulars at the meetings turned out to be a guy who always looks at marionettes, and the one who never uttered a word at their meetings. Why didn't the fourth and fifth gods come? After all, everyone received an invitation. A participant asked, is it because of the Caspian meta-universe? Lately, the third god has been obsessed with that naked young man. What does Mimi Meow think about this? Why has Ignis become so reluctant to support the Awakened Ones? Mimi Meow said that it smacked of Ignis's betrayal. The Lord of the Tropical Storm replied that it was more of an observation with interest. The god said that if it wasn't support, then they would take him away. The speaker said that his colleague can do whatever he wants. The speaker added that with such behavior, one might not live to see the next day. God said that the time had come to determine the superiority between the black and red flame dragons. The tension was mounting and aggression appeared at the round table. Something had to be done to diffuse the situation. The nameless god opened his mouth for the first time in 200 years and shouted loudly. Hadn't they gathered here to discuss something important? This childish squabbling could be left for later. The speaker thought that it must have taken a lot of strength for this god to say such a thing. The Lord of the Tropical Storm said that one of the seven great gods had violated the neutrality agreement. The neutrality agreement stated that the seven great gods could not interfere with what was happening in the neutral zone. According to the agreement, this place was the 8th zone, Caspian. Mimi Meow asked who did it. It was done by the fifth among the gods, the god of time, Kronos. Droyan asked, where are the facts? The speaker said that everyone had heard about the Alliance's power in Caspian. Everyone knows that the Alliance has ruled the meta-universe for 600 years. The head of the Alliance is Kronos' right-hand man. Even if their leader is not among the seven great gods, if you take the 50 strongest gods of the depths, his name will definitely be on that list. The Alliance has earned more than 100 billion in faith. The meta-universe is a special tower where everyone competes with each other. The Alliance is ruled by its leader. The remaining seven great gods cannot be together, even if the Alliance's beliefs escape. The Lord of the Tropical Storm said that not long ago, the faiths of the meta-universe were discovered in the 5th zone, a playground for the losers of the meta-universe, and ruins for the gods. The seven great gods did not interfere in the affairs of the universe, as internal problems never went beyond its boundaries. If this universe began to interfere with reality, everything would be completely different. The speaker added that additional circumstances had been identified. A few days ago, Kronos' tactical squad, the Blind Watchmakers, secretly infiltrated the 8th zone. The Lord of the Tropical Storm said that as far as he knew, they were heading towards the meta-universe, so the goal was obvious. Droyan asked, could it be that the Watchmakers intend to capture the Awakened One? The Lord of the Tropical Storm replied that this guy had destroyed 3 of the 6 gods of the meta-universe with a single sword. Therefore, it was not out of the question. Droyan asked what to do with the third god now. The Lord of the Tropical Storm said that they were starting a vote. The silent god noted that the leader had attracted the elite troops of Kronos. This was proof that the alliance was no longer limited to the 5th zone. Most likely, Kronos was now moving troops to intervene. The Lord of the Tropical Storm said that if we assume that the water is true, then it will not end well. The third of the 7 great gods, the god of flame, Ignis, intervenes in the affairs of the meta-universe. 7th floor stop. Our heroes follow the given direction. Runnard was surprised. Could they really enter the 7th floor already? Anderson said they had to go in. After the 7th floor of the tower, the territory of the strongest players begins, and it is very different from what they have seen before. Runnard asked if Mr. Jihuang hadn't defeated the 6 gods. Anderson replied that this only caused more problems. Anderson added that now they definitely had to side with the alliance. 2 of the 6 gods remained in the alliance. They were both stronger than justice. No matter how strong Jihuang was, it would not be easy to defeat the head of the alliance. Runnard asked what kind of god this leader was. It seemed that it was because of him that the revolution had failed 500 years ago. Anderson said that it would take a long time to explain. The only thing she could say was that it was impossible to fight him one-on-one. There was no god in this meta-universe capable of opposing him. It seemed that Eden was delayed, so there was a suggestion to go to the 7th floor themselves. Jaehan said he was tired but ready to move forward. Anderson thought it would be strange if Jaehan wasn't tired after such a battle. We can take a short break. There's no need to rush. Jae-hwan said he had to find Kim Yoon-hwan. Justice replied that he had not been able to find a soul named Yoon-hwan. However, it was possible that he had missed something or was simply lying. The protagonist decided to check everything himself. The participants entered the 7th floor of the universe's subway. You can go to the 7th floor one at a time, and the missions of this world will be available after entering. Jae-hwan thought that they couldn't all go to the 7th floor together. Our hero was asked, what is he looking for in the meta-universe? Jihan replied that he was looking for the sword with which he entered the tower. A man called out to the protagonist and asked what he was doing there. Our hero recognized Kim Young-hwan. This is where they met. Jae-hwan asked Kim Young-hwan if he was okay and if he remembered him. Had Yoon-hwan forgotten everything that happened in the Tower of Nightmares? Yoon-hwan was surprised. What was he talking about? Yoon-hwan said they needed to hurry and come up with a plan. The scientist Sakamoto said that Yoon-hwan was still not himself, as he had been through a lot the day before. It was the same Sakamoto who had talked about different dimensions. Herbalist Hailin, who brewed the best potions, said that Jae-hwan had been waiting for everyone for a long time. Blacksmith Jae, who always kept an eye on the weapons, was also there. He said that Sayul would be coming soon. Sayul soon appeared and hugged Jae-hwan. Shul asked, did the succubus drive you crazy yesterday? Jae-hwan remembered that yesterday they had cleared the 66th floor of the tower. He kept thinking about the succubus he had met. Seol asked what he was thinking about. Jae-hwan said he remembered a long dream. Seol was surprised. What long dream? Jae-hwan really thought it was a long dream. A dream about how he conquered the Tower of Nightmares alone. Sakamoto returned, Jae and Hailin left, and Seul and Yoon-hwan died. He reached the top floor alone, destroyed the tower, and went into chaos. In the chaos, he met Mino, the old man Jong-ho, Carlton, Siren, and the people from the Gorgon Fortress. He fought the monarchs, chased after Mulark, and reached the depths, the branch of the Tree of Illusions. In the depths, he met Eden, Anderson, and Runnard. After that, he got into a fight with the gods. The protagonist calmly told the people in the tower about his life. Sakamoto said that the fantasy was excellent. In a parallel universe, such a thing could indeed happen. The day when reaching the 100th floor of the tower turned into a tragedy. Times when everything around was filled with despair. Seal asked, is there a new world waiting at the end of the tower? The depths? Chaos? However, Jae-hwan continued to talk about the future, overcoming the wounds of the past. The period that became a nightmare for everyone became the warmest memory for our hero. Jae-hwan told the girl that he himself would like to believe that. Suyul asked in surprise, why did Jae-hwan bring this up? Our hero's friends, deceived by the Stone of Return, may have once felt the same way. Perhaps they trusted this wonderful time and decided to believe in a new reality. Unfortunately, the protagonist couldn't believe it because of the cursed awakening. An unauthorized explosion occurred, and Sayol, frightened, screamed loudly. As a result of the explosion, Kim Young-hwan was seriously injured. Jae-hwan said that he had had enough of jokes, that he had encountered such illusions too many times, and that it had even become boring. Jae-hwan said for his rival to come out, he would completely destroy him now. Who would have thought that such a person even existed? He couldn't destroy this world. All 5 of his senses screamed that the world was real. Huge figures of people appeared around our hero, calling his name. This world is real. All the emotions that people experience and the fears that overwhelm them are real. Does Jae-hwan not trust himself? It's not too late to stop. Why is Jae-hwan so confident? The protagonist knew that this was just a pathetic fiction. Jae-han felt strong. The young man wondered where his friend was. Everyone already knew except him. Most likely his friend was already dead, whether he was in the metabase or in prison. A being without God cannot remain alive. Participant Jae-hwang passed the entrance mission. The 7th floor of the metabase is a team quest. The team will be determined based on the completion of the mission. Our hero was assigned the status of a terrorist. Jae-hwan was surprised. Jae-hwan saw Anderson and asked, wasn't she locked up? Anderson said she was subordinate to his worldview. In other words, they shared one body between them. Jae-han found himself in a cocoon room. The young man was surprised. What is this? Anderson told Jae-hwan to follow her. They needed to find Runnard. There were cocoons everywhere. Our hero counted at least 1,000 of them. Could all of them be passengers who had climbed to the 7th floor? They looked happy. Anderson said that they were in front of the metabase power room. Anderson explained that this was where the tower produced faith, using it as currency or a means of expanding its power to activate basic worldviews. Our hero did not expect the system to draw energy from the passengers directly. He assumed that such a place existed, but he did not think it would be like this. Anderson said it was a reward for breaking through all the floors without learning anything. Things used to be much worse. She wanted to free them all. Runnard was found in one of the cocoons. That's where he ended up. Jahuan said he could pull him out. Anderson warned that this should not be done. If careless, he would be struck when the cocoon broke, damaging his soul. Jahuan exercised caution but tore open the cocoon. The liquid in which Runard was immersed spilled out. Runard was fine. The connection had not been completed. Jahuan asked how the boy was feeling. Runard said he had a nightmare. Everyone was naked, like Jahuan. Anderson was surprised. What was wrong with nudity? After the cocoon was broken, an alarm went off, and dangerous insects appeared in the room, attacking our hero and his companions. Anderson shouted that they needed to run away. Jahuan said that he couldn't deal with these insects yet. His world attack wasn't ready. Anderson noticed the exit and said they needed to leave the room immediately. Increasing their speed, our heroes managed to escape pursuit through the necessary passage. The protagonist thought that with Runard, they would not be able to run forever if they were pursued or did not stop. Jahuan said that if there was no other way, he was ready to fight and drew his sword. Anderson told Jahuan to stop, saying it was too much for his body. Jahuan thought that, as always in such cases, there was only one thing left to do: fight to the bitter end. Our hero was unbreakable, and his opponent's attacks did not reach their target. Suddenly, Renee appeared. She greeted them and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The girl reminded them that she had promised to take them to the 7th floor. Renee told the newcomer that she had kept her promise. Renee decided to tell him a little about the gods of the depths. The stronger the gods, the higher they are in the pyramid. They are somewhat reminiscent of the monarchs of great lands. Among them are the Supreme Monarch, Lieutenant General, Major General, and Brigadier General. The 7 great gods of the abyss are powerful gods who stand on the same level as the Supreme Monarch of the great lands. Anderson decided to talk about the 6 gods of Metabos. They have no relation to the hierarchy of the gods of the depths. Metabos has its own rules. The 6 gods are those who occupy the top 6 places in the ranking. Right now, Jahuan has defeated everyone from 3rd to 5th place. Jahuan said that Renee arrived faster than they did. Renee admitted that she could be considered a true veteran. Renee told our hero that she wanted to introduce him to someone, a real fan of his. The young man said he was pleased to meet the Naked Destroyer. Jahuan asked who it was. It was the god Ray Ray. He was sad that he had been supporting Jahuan all this time. Anderson and Runard turned away, squinted, and said that the fire needed to be put out. Renee explained that the god was embarrassed. Was he really that hard to understand? Jahan suggested that Ray Ray was the god with the strange name. Ray Ray said that he had been watching the Naked Destroyer because he had defeated 3 of the 6 gods. The god noticed that the other participants were also eagerly awaiting Jahuan's arrival. Our hero was surprised. Was there really someone else? Ray Ray said there were several. The guys want to escape from the 7th floor. They gathered in a safe place called the Black Moon Tavern. Runard said he knew such a place. His savior had told him about it. He said they must find this place when they got to the 7th floor. Ray Ray said it was good that they got there so quickly. Ray Ray said that they don't know when the drones will attack again, so they have to act first. At the Black Moon Tavern, Renee said that the one everyone had been waiting for so long had arrived. It was the very same Naked Destroyer. Could he really win this time? Renee said that all these guys were also quite famous. Gale, the god of rain and wind, was good in battle. This guy's a mid-level god. Drake, the mediator of the red dragon god, Pilgrim, said that our hero had a magnificent sword. Had the Naked Destroyer ever hunted a dragon? Jehai thought that the pressure of the world was extremely great. This Pilgrim is not far behind the 6 gods. Renee said that they were finishing their introductions and would slowly begin. After all, everyone had been waiting for this for a long time. The girl said that the mission would be announced soon, so everyone should be ready for anything. The participant joined the terrorists. Now you can familiarize yourself with the conditions for victory. It is necessary to capture the factory and declare yourself to the residents of the 7th floor. The more factories are liberated, the higher the reputation will be. It is necessary to free the residents captured by the factory and gather the people. Elections will begin one day after the start of the mission. If you win the election, the team will win. Anderson said that the 7th floor has hardly changed in 500 years. Jahuan asked if the goddess wanted to help this time. Anderson said that she always helps a lot. Runner did not understand what a factory and elections were. There were a lot of difficult words in the task for him. Anderson said that there was nothing complicated about it. Capture the factory, free the residents, win the election. It was all very simple. The goddess suggested that Runnard look out the window. From the window, he could see the factory where the room they had passed earlier was located. The residents are the passengers inside. Runnard was also in that trap. They needed to capture the factory and free the residents. Anderson noticed that it would be faster to try everything out for herself. The team consisted of Jae-hwang, Runnard, Renee, Ray, and Pilgrim. Renee greeted everyone and announced that she was starting the stream. Today they had special guests. Anonymous God shouted Jae-hwan's name and called for revolution. Runnard noticed that there were a huge number of comments on the stream, and many gods were praising Jae-hwan. Renee, looking at the screen, said that Ms. Serena was here again. Renee announced that today they were going through the 7th floor of the metabase. Anonymous God asked if a good team was enough to pass the 7th floor. Renee admitted that she had chosen the terrorists' side in this tournament. She reminded viewers that she was on the same team as the Naked Destroyer. Runnard wondered why many people consider their team to be bad. Anderson added that viewers consider their team not only bad, but also irritating. Anderson noted that on the 7th floor, it is not necessary to complete the mission if you choose the right team. The king, the leader of the country team, can open the door to the 8th floor at any time. Runnard asked if it would be better to change teams right away in that case. Anderson asked who would become the king on the 7th floor. Renee announced to the audience that they were setting off. Renee stated that the team's strategy was quite simple. Gail's team and the others would occupy the factories on the edges. They planned to move from Factory A56, the most difficult location, to the central area. To capture the factory, they need to occupy all 5 points and cut off the power. Pilgrim said the plan was crystal clear. He added that he has high expectations for the collaboration with the Naked Destroyer. Pilgrim shouted forward, and everyone moved quickly in the right direction. Jahan reported that the forces of peace had recovered somewhat, and that they could now proceed. Pilgrim suggested activating the instant breakthrough, to which Ray replied that he would also like to be able to do that. The team members saw people approaching the gate and asked in surprise if there weren't too many of them. The competitors noticed Ray and Pilgrim and decided to test their strength. One of the rivals said he wanted to test Ray himself. However, when they saw the Naked Destroyer, who was completely unclothed, the competitors were frightened. They say that he takes off his clothes one by one when he is serious. The rivals decided to retreat. No one expected to meet the Naked Destroyer here. Runnard said that they ran away as soon as they saw Jae-hwan naked. Anderson noted that they needed to show them who they were dealing with. Renee reminded viewers that the newcomer had defeated 3 of the 6 gods in the Tower of Nightmares. The anonymous god praised the Destroyer's head. Now the newcomer's reputation in the metabase is even higher than that of the 6 gods. Our heroes arrived at their intermediate destination. Runnard was surprised. Hadn't all the passengers completed the entry mission? Anderson replied that half of them had. What happened to the other half? Anderson explained that they had chosen the country team. Such passengers become residents of the 7th floor in exchange for being supplied with the power of the world. As Anderson had already said, if you choose country, you don't have to complete the 7th floor mission. In addition, you can get eternal yesterdays. That's what they call their dreams. In these dreams, some gods reach the top, and some even reunite with their loved ones. The metaverse was originally a tower for such people, a gathering place for those who had lost something in the real world, who were trying to escape or save something that did not exist in reality. Passengers who reach the top floor can have their wishes granted by the driver. In pursuit of an illusion, they come here, and perhaps find what they have been searching for so long in their dreams. Runnard objected that this was wrong. It was just a mirage. Anderson asked if Runnard believed that there was truth in his understanding. Jae-hwang said that truth does not require proof. Runnard agreed that is the truth. Only fakes require proof in comparison with unshakable truth. Truth is what you feel. Anderson asked if all these faces were real. Some probably know that they are seeing an illusion. Nevertheless, they are happy because they have found what they were looking for in the mirages. Jae-hwang thought that they had once used the Stone of Return in the same way. Runnard asked if there were people with a common dream. Anderson explained that this place was the day before yesterday. Those who had fallen into the trap of yesterday gathered here. The large building was the castle of the country. The queen stood on the terrace of the castle. Jae-hwan asked his companions if they knew this queen. Anderson nodded affirmatively. 500 years ago, she simply adored attention, but now she has become the leader. Now she's called the goddess of yesterday. Anderson said that she was her former comrade in arms, Artina. Artina, the goddess of yesterday, is one of the 6 gods of the metaverse and the head of the prayer union. Like Anderson, Eden, and Justice, she is one of the 4 heroes who lived 500 years ago. Jae-hwang wondered, could it be her who sent him the illusion during the entrance mission? However, the people from the day before yesterday don't seem very happy. They just argue and shout. Runnard looked at one of the people and was surprised by his behavior. What did this person from the day before yesterday just do. Anderson replied that he was playing Little Brother. There are many like him in The Day Before Yesterday. After all, you can do anything anonymously here. The anonymous god laughed at the naked destroyer and said that he was not real. The victory of the naked destroyer over Reikos was just luck. Runnard was indignant. What was he saying? Runnard thought, was this the yesterday they were looking for? Renee saw her comrades and shouted that she would shut down the plant's power. The power was cut off for 10 minutes. Now it was necessary to free the people. Runnard said that it was wrong to delude themselves with the trap of this world. They would listen if they talked to them calmly. It might be difficult at first, but they would come to their senses when they woke up from their sleep. Runnard still remembered his feelings. Runnard told the people that they should not be surprised. They were simply trapped and asleep. Runnard added that it can sometimes be difficult to accept reality. The man asked fearfully what had been done to him. Why had he been awakened? The man from the cocoon lunged at Runnard and shouted that he would kill him. Zhehuang told the man to let the boy go. The man in the cocoon realized that he was facing the naked destroyer and jumped back in fear. The rescued man was frightened and begged for mercy, saying he would never do it again. Jaehan said that he had no intention of harming him, so there was no need to be afraid. The man decided to climb back into the cocoon and said he couldn't live here. All the people at the factory were returning. Runnard assumed that this was happening to everyone. The man wished the naked destroyer luck and told him not to wake him up again. Runnard shook his head, asking the man to stay and support them. The team of participants was unable to free the people. The team was unable to capture the factory. Renee was surprised. Did it really not work? The anonymous god said that there was nothing special about the naked destroyer. Renee said that there had been failures here before. She understood that the naked destroyer was a novice, and many here found it difficult to cope. Renee said it was time to leave. The drones would arrive soon. Runnard looked out the window and asked, "So, the room with the cocoons is the factory?" Renee said that no matter what the naked destroyer did, people would never leave yesterday behind. Renee looked up and said that under this light, some people see a beautiful dream, while others see a dream that is no different from reality. It doesn't matter whether the sleepers are happy or not, they live by it. It is necessary to continue to carry out tasks, capture new factories, and recruit supporters. The elections will begin in less than a day. Stuck in yesterday, unwilling to face today, they refused to leave. Zhehuang asked, "What if there is no yesterday?" Renee replied, "If a participant fails to complete the task, they will be forcibly expelled from the metaverse." Runner decided to tell them where they were now, the progress of the metaverse. Jae Hwan went to the metabase to save Kim Yoon Hwan. To do this, he needed to participate in the doll auction, which was held above the 7th floor. Jae Hwan cleared the first floor of goblins and took first place. Then he received an express pass and went straight to the 6th floor. Renee stopped Renard. She said she didn't know what he was up to, but she had a feeling he wanted to destroy the 7th floor. Anderson asked what Jae Hwan was thinking about. Our hero replied that he was a little tired. Jae Hwan said he needed to rest for 12 hours and fully restore the power of the world. Anderson warned that they would be kicked out of the metabase if they didn't capture the factory within 12 hours. Pilgrim and Ray Ray were again unable to save the residents. Pilgrim said that all the gods had gone mad. Runnard was puzzled. Was this mission really so difficult to accomplish? Why didn't any of the people want to wake up? Runnard thought that many gods were against the alliance. Ray Ray said it was because people had become accustomed to it. Runnard objected. It was only an illusion. Ray Ray said that it didn't matter whether it was true or fiction. When you become a god, you have more responsibilities. You need to develop your worldview. You have to attract believers and manage them. Make the necessary adjustments. You have to keep a close eye on your little brother so as not to fall behind the trends. You also have to constantly compete with other gods and take care of your followers. Years, decades, centuries. It repeats itself forever. Ray Ray added that everyone was simply tired of today. Runnard was surprised. He didn't think life was so difficult for them all. Many gods do not do everything, so followers prefer other worldviews. Still, most gods have a hard time. Ray Ray said that it was on the 7th floor that they could forget about their hardships. The god of yesterday takes care of the hardships. Initially, the gods were not very attracted to the 7th floor. They remained the proud masters of their worldviews and did not want to give up so easily. But here, their worldviews, followers, and settings are managed for them. They realized this very quickly. Once they experienced such comfort, they quickly became addicted. In places where their worldview is taken care of, all that remains for them is to indulge in drunkenness and idle revelry. The gods who became famous here can gain recognition. Ray Ray noticed that he too had once been such an anonymous god. He had been in yesterday for quite a long time, so everyone there had already heard of him. Runnard asked why Ray Ray had left. Ray Ray said that it was difficult for him to name a specific reason. He just felt that he was not living this life correctly. Renee told the man in the cocoon to wake up. They would destroy the Alliance together. The man in the cocoon did not react to Renee. Runnard was surprised. Was Renee really going to expel the Alliance from the tower? Ray Ray agreed. Renee continued streaming, despite the small number of viewers, in order to expose the Alliance. Now, she had the naked destroyer by her side. So there was a chance if they captured the 7th floor. That's where most of the Alliance's income is stored. If they captured that place, the destruction of the Alliance would no longer seem so unrealistic. Ray Ray said that he had seen the tower being challenged time and time again, and he too had gained courage. There were only 10 minutes left before they had to capture at least one factory. Runnard was at a loss, not knowing what to do. Pilgrim said, "Why not just destroy them all?" Renee said that couldn't be done. If they hurt the other anonymous gods, all the forces of the 7th floor would come here. If they turned all the gods against them, they would definitely not win the election. Ray Ray said there was no need to worry. There was a way to avoid being expelled from here. Ray Ray looked at the information board and said that there was some small print next to the notice. By paying 3,000 vir, the participant gets 12 extra hours. Anderson was surprised. Does everyone do that? It's probably the only way out. So instead of fighting the Alliance, they simply chose the path of least resistance. The Alliance is convinced that no one can change this place. They just earn faith and prolong time. This has been the Alliance's strategy for 500 years. The Alliance used the tower to delay the revolution. No matter how many dissatisfied gods gathered, the heat before the revolution eventually just subsided. In the end, the gods simply grew tired of it. That's when the Alliance began to act. The god of speed, Velo, says that the player is not aware of current trends. Anderson wondered if Artine was using the very thing that had led to their defeat. At this rate, they would lose the support of all the gods. Would they lose again? Renee thought, if only someone would help them. Information came in that the team had managed to capture the A57 factory. Information about the seizure of factories continued to arrive. Runnard was very surprised by this. The man who emerged from the cocoon said that he had no intention of coming out. So why had they woken him up? The man from the cocoon looked at the naked destroyer and asked who he was. The naked destroyer told the people to get up immediately. Our hero was followed by people who were also naked. Jahuang gave everyone 3 seconds to join him. Renee was surprised by what was happening. The conditions for freeing the factories for the elections had been met. Renee saw for the first time that they were moving so quickly to the second phase. Anderson said that there would be elections in the second phase. Terrorists who gained enough influence during the first phase could participate in the election for the position of king. Runnard understood that whoever won the election would become king. It was time for the candidates' campaign speeches. Runnard made a statement. The candidate, the goddess of yesterday, Artana, also spoke. She promised to turn the 7th floor of the metabase into a real paradise. Everyone would live in yesterday, as promised. For the gods who did not want to work, excellent service would be provided. Believers would grow on their own, even if no one took care of them. With individual delivery service, no one will fall behind the trends. The gods will be rewarded for their labor. Those who have worked all their lives for their followers will be able to rediscover what they lost on the 7th floor of the metabase. Renee also presented her program. Renee responsibly stated that a worldview cannot exist without effort. Will they continue to forget the past, comforting themselves with the illusion of yesterday? Runnard said it was an excellent speech. Anderson admitted that the speech was indeed quite sincere. She does not make false promises. Pilgrim said, "No, that's too bad." Runnard was surprised. Why? Pilgrim explained that in this way, Renee was revealing the truth of the 7th floor. In this way, all the gods will turn away from Renee. After all, people would never want to hear the truth. Renee said that the Alliance was exploiting their trust and promised to give everything back to the people. Pilgrim added that few people are ready to face reality. Renee's speech was truthful, but you have to say what people want to hear. Pilgrim said he had a speech that would win people over to their side. Speaking, Pilgrim declared that he was Drake's avatar. If he becomes king, he will rebuild the castle using dragon bones to enhance its reputation. Every 2 weeks, there will be a dragon hunt to improve the standard of living. Pilgrim says that this is what people want to hear, and he wants them to choose him. We are talking about powerful dragons. The next candidate to speak was the mid-level god Gale. Next to speak was Ray Ray, the god of lightning. He began to stutter out of embarrassment. After his speech, Ray Ray said that it was his first time speaking in front of so many gods. Runnard introduced himself and gave his name. Runnard said that if he became king, He would give each god on the 7th floor 1 million ver. Next, all the candidates waited for the results of the vote. Renard wondered if they could win. Ray asked, "If Renard wins with such a ridiculous speech, where will he get so much ver?" Renee said that they could unite. The main thing was to get at least one vote. Since the terrorists were not in the most advantageous position, it would be possible to combine votes in the election. They could field more candidates to overtake Artena, and then pool their votes together. Renee looked at the information board and said that they had too few votes. Even if they added them up, Arte would have more. Ray suggested that most of the gods were against change. Artina, with a glass of wine in her hand, said that those present had done a great job. Artina was the leader of the player union, the goddess of yesterday. Those present were in the castle yesterday's noon. Hope was expressed that Artina would continue to be so successful until the end of the election. Someone said that they would take care of public opinion. The goddess could rely on her advisors. Artina looked at the group of terrorists and couldn't believe it. Had they really destroyed Eustace? Artina thought that Anderson had changed. Was she still entertaining the dream of equality between gods and followers? She said that equality would bring peace to the whole world, but she was wrong. Artina thought that the gods she had seen were hopeless. The conflicts would not end until they renounced their worldview. Artina decided to get rid of the differences in her own way. If she couldn't get rid of all the trash, she would simply create a landfill where she could control all the garbage. The Growing Gods project has been going strong for 500 years. All the gods who enter the 7th floor of Metabos get stuck there. They also get unlimited power over the world. They break their will, giving them a false illusion and turning them into anonymous gods. You can do anything with such gods. They are easily manipulated. Artina thought she could make the entire Metabos obey her by controlling only the anonymous gods. No matter who appeared, the kingdom of yesterday would not fall. A new candidate appeared and said that yesterday was over. It was the Naked Destroyer. Everyone was frightened. Where did he get the cube? Everyone began to scatter in different directions. The Naked Destroyer could imprison them in his cube. He captured most of the gods. The Naked Destroyer warned that this was not a speech. From now on, they would all live in the present day. The young man was slapped. He was told to get up. The guy was surprised. What was going on? The anonymous god said it was time to train. The man declared that he was no longer Anonymous God 37. He told the guy to join those people. People said they were scared. Even anonymous gods are present here. The young man did not understand what was happening to everyone. The guy asked what Anonymous God 37 had done. Where was the skin he was so proud of? Why was the anonymous god naked? God said that they must survive together. Artina will save them. Anonymous God says that you have to fight for your life. Everything will work out. At first, he also thought that someone would come and save them. However, everyone who believed in that had already died. The Naked Destroyer towered over everyone. At that moment, he was not completely naked. The young man shouted that such a terrorist would never succeed and that he would never support him. Jihan replied to the young man, if he was unhappy with something, he could leave, and they would even show him the way. He added that in order to leave, he would have to defeat him in combat. This was an unexpected turn of events for the young man. Intensive training was required to win. The coach was surprised. No one was forcing them, but they were working hard on their own. Exhausted by training, the young man felt as if he were being torn apart. When would it all end? Exhausted, he wondered, why is no one helping? Where had Artina gone? Time passed unnoticed, and all the gods stopped waiting for salvation. It seemed that they had been abandoned. Now it was time to survive on their own, to step forward, backward, and lunge. They had to repeat this over and over again. Only those gods who lunged day after day remained. One god reported to the Naked Destroyer that he had managed to make 5,000 lunges. One of the gods thought that everyone had gone mad from all this training. They had all lost their minds. In the end, the tormented young man decided that he had gone mad. At some point, he heard a pleasant sound. His mind cleared, and his anxieties disappeared. He stopped envying the other gods with their cool skills and items, as if he had returned to the days of the abyss. The young man heard the voices of his forgotten followers. Someone asked, has God returned? The followers admitted that they missed the god of the meadows, Martis. The Naked Destroyer said that the work was excellent, and now the young man could go. Martis saw a dark passage in front of him. Martis had to decide what to do next. The other gods warned him. He must run, or he would imprison them in a cube, as he had once done to most of them. Martis wondered, was time even passing outside? He had already been in that cube, and now he was not afraid to end up there again. He thought he could go back to yesterday. Not much time had passed, and everything was still the same. The other gods asked if Martis had finished his training. The gods suggested he take a break and freshen up. Martis felt that something had changed. The time cube was almost out of time. Jae thought that the cube was at its limit and tried to make it similar to the Tower of Nightmares. He succeeded. The time ratio in the cube was 10 years for every 10 minutes. 10 minutes here equaled 10 years there. Each team was allocated exactly 10 years. This was sufficient for training, and the method proved to be extremely effective. Artina was furious. Her 7th floor had been destroyed by some perverts. She's angry. What god could have done such a thing? How many years did he spend in the cube? It turned out to be only 200 years. And now all the gods support him. The Naked Destroyer continued to rise in the rankings. A final list had to be prepared. Artina decided to prove that yesterday would not simply disappear. Pilgrim said he knew that the Naked Destroyer would succeed. At this rate, they could win if they united their votes. Runnard thought he wanted to help this time. Anderson stated that Runnard was not a god, and some things were beyond his control. The candidates' current opinions were published. Pilgrim was surprised. Would there really be a public vote? Renee warned of the need for caution. This was not just public opinion. It was a copy of Serena. Renee demanded that the broadcast be turned off, not believing that a third-rate streamer could have made it through. Ray Ray began to stutter. He always acted as if he were above others. Who would have thought he would look so humiliating? Renee shouted that she hadn't said anything like that. Cyrena asked if she was upset, had earned trust, and was now looking down on others. Was Runnard a follower of the Naked Destroyer? It would be better to leave him alone if he had even a shred of conscience. It would be better to leave the metabase. Such a useless person should have at least a little bit of brains. Anderson demanded that Artina stop sending such messages. Artina replied that this was only the beginning. She was not going to stop. Were they really going to become kings of the 7th floor with such weak resolve? The messages they hear are only a small part of what she hears. Were they already ready to give up? Pilgrim was surprised. Did she hear this every day? The anonymous god mocks the terrorists. Anonymous god asks if they are going to become kings with such determination. Runnard covered his ears with his hands and didn't want to hear anything. Huang shouted, "Enough!" Runnard was glad to see him. Anderson asked why he was so late. The other gods said that yesterday's god had crossed the line. If he harmed their captain's comrades again, they would destroy him. Artina declared that she had no intention of stopping. She hadn't started this war. Artina said that the Naked Destroyer had destroyed her cocoons and put strange thoughts into people's minds. Jae said he had done nothing. They themselves had chosen to live in the present. Artina asked the dear gods, was their life in yesterday's day really so insignificant? The gods replied that Artina had used them. If Artina had done everything right, they would still be living in yesterday. Artina was surprised. Weren't they happy in yesterday? Martis said that they had changed. They had decided on their own to live in the present day. Artina said that sounded great, but weren't they unhappy in their yesterday? They were happy in yesterday. No one forced them to suffer. Artina asked, do they really think they can survive today? If they want to live right today, they should have done it yesterday. Only then will they be able to live normally tomorrow. Artina said that even yesterday, these gods couldn't live without her. Do they really expect to have a good life today? Do they really intend to abandon everything they had yesterday? Today will sooner or later become yesterday. Why haven't they understood this yet? Artina told them not to act as if they had been enlightened. Once freed, they may feel a sense of freedom, but they will soon realize that it is illusory. Have the gods forgotten what depths are? They will be pushed out by fierce competition and left behind. Once the gods grow tired of the endless race, they will remember yesterday again. They will rush into wandering and remember Artina. Artina said that one should not do things that one will later regret. What is wrong with remembering only the happy moments in life? There is no need to complicate your life, because that is not where happiness lies. After all, the gods remember how wonderful their lives were yesterday. Renee asked them to stop and gather themselves, saying that they shouldn't believe Artina's words. Jihan said that anyone who wanted to return could do so, as he had no expectations anyway. Jihan said that he couldn't help them. He wasn't their babysitter. If they preferred the familiar past, they could go back. Jihai knew it was useless to convince them to live in the present. That was how it was when he trained alone. They all fell into nightmares and were deceived by the stone of return, just as anonymous gods are being deceived now. Most gods do not know what it is like to live in the present, so they were taught to lunge forward in order to use it in the present. Today, which arises in yesterday, is just an illusion that makes the gods believe in the righteousness of their lives. The true today is created by patience and pain. Many of them simply cannot endure life in the present because there is no guarantee that today will bring more happiness than the forgotten yesterday. Artina was surprised. What is he doing? Jie Huang said that it was up to them to decide. But he could promise something. Those who remained in yesterday would perish there. Artina was surprised. He would become the common enemy of the depths. Was he really challenging the depths? The anonymous god said it was just a bluff. Renee said that they couldn't cross the line, there would be no turning back. He would never be able to atone for such a sin. Jie Han said that she was a good god. She was trying her best to save them. She wanted to stop him because it was the right thing to do. Jae Hwan remembered his friend Kim Yoon-hwan again. Our hero would not have gone so far if he just wanted to become a good god. What happened next confused everyone. The instability led to the widespread destruction of factories. Explosions occurred in various places. Many gods were shocked by what was happening. In the current situation, the naked destroyer felt surprisingly calm and confident. In total, almost 200,000 gods died on the 7th floor of the metabase. The gods thought that the naked destroyer was indeed very strange. The supreme god said that messages from the younger brother were pouring in, and there was no end to them. Soon there would be rumors that one of the 7 great gods had descended upon Caspian. The third of the 7 great gods, the master of the 3rd page, Tropical Night, Avatar Ignis, god of flame. There's no point in acting tough. He won't be able to do anything anyway. The master of Tropical Night asked, "Is the neutrality agreement really that important?" Avatar Ignis said he would like to request a vote. The silent god said that the commander-in-chief had dragged Kronos' elite army into the Alliance's affairs. This proves that the Alliance is definitely connected to the 5th page, which belongs to Kronos. Drake said that Kronos was now moving his army and trying to interfere in the affairs of the neutral region. The Avatar Ignis said that if all the circumstances were true, the third of the 7 great gods, the god of flame Ignis, intended to interfere in the affairs of the metaboss. The silent god said that they cannot approve of this. This is circumstantial evidence and there is not enough proof. Hostility between the 5th and 3rd pages cannot be allowed. On the day the 7 great gods fought each other, the northern border was completely destroyed. They don't want a repeat of that history either, do they? The Avatar Ignis said that for now, they would simply observe. Perhaps in the future, there would be a reason to prove their intervention. A little later, the higher gods discussed the girl they liked for some time. Although she was indeed beautiful, they also evaluated her weapon. The weapon was truly worthy of attention and praise. When the girl turned around, they were surprised. What was Rift doing here? It was the captain of the 2nd squad, Yu Sol-ha. Next to her was the captain of the 3rd squad, Imai Kazuki. Imai Kazuki asked his companion if they could definitely go. The leader had not given them permission. Sol-ha said they couldn't wait any longer. They couldn't contact Yunsei, who had been ordered to enter the metabase. Imai Kazuki admitted that Yunsei was not strong enough to fight the 6 gods. Sol-ha agreed, saying she didn't understand why he had been sent at all. When was the last time anyone had heard anything about him? There were records of him contacting Jong-ho. It turned out that the old man was still alive. Sol-ha said they would go there together. Kazuki shouldn't go alone. He could be made the scapegoat. Kazuki heard that he was here. There's no point in pretending she doesn't understand. He knows she's not here just because of Yunsei. Is Sol-ha trying to lure him away again? Sol-ha said he could be useful. However, she admitted that there was something about him she couldn't understand. The terrorist team was once again confused. What was going on? Was this the work of a 3rd force? In fact, Jae-hwan destroyed the connection between the cocoon and yesterday. The force was devastating. Some gods associated with that time simply ceased to exist. However, the mediators and puppets were not affected. They had to be mere shells while the gods enjoyed yesterday. Some died, and some gained freedom. The elections were suspended ahead of schedule, and a state of emergency was declared on the 7th floor. Anderson admitted that the elections were just a show from the start. The real thing was just beginning. Artina said they had made a foolish choice. Now none of them would get out of the 7th floor alive. Runnard cried out that the sky was turning into a cocoon. Anderson explained that Artina planned to use the power of the world accumulated on the 7th floor to expand her sanctuary. Jae Huang warned everyone to run as far away from her sanctuary as possible. If they realized they wouldn't make it, they had to go down to the 6th floor. Our hero decided to destroy the main place where the power was concentrated, the foundation of yesterday. If this place was destroyed, Artina would not be able to spread her sanctuary throughout the 7th floor. The protagonist achieved his goal and destroyed what had to be destroyed. The sanctuary of yesterday was opened. Zhe Huang felt the same thing he felt when he first arrived on the 7th floor. It was Artina's sanctuary. He realized that he was in yesterday. The unique world created outside was about to destroy her sanctuary. Soon, it would take over the entire 7th floor, and there was clearly no need to rush. Jae-hwan wondered, was this the yesterday in which the gods who had perished at her hands had lived? Artina asked if the naked destroyer could feel the lives of many gods being destroyed. Not all gods need approval. Many simply live for their own pleasure. Artina stated that the lives of gods who are content with yesterday are not as simple and meaningless as they might seem. Jae-hwang does not understand how ordinary gods lived. He does not even realize that some of them are content with their lives in yesterday. The goddess reminded him that the naked destroyer destroyed hundreds of gods with his own hands. Jaehan said that he earned 5,000 gold coins by completing missions, collecting items, and selling equipment. He paid that much to high-level players who were trying to clear the Tower of Nightmares. Artana smiled. It turns out he had been through that too. Does Jaehwan miss the good old days? Jihan replied that everyone who received money from him decided to return to the 77th floor. Artina asked if that was why he hated the gods of yesterday so much. Artina once again invited our hero to join the alliance. After all, the Tower of Nightmares is not everything. With the alliance, he will be able to create the world he has long dreamed of. Jaehwang said he heard the same thing when they took the money. Artina was surprised. Where did the naked destroyer get so much confidence? She ordered that this man be captured. Whoever defeats him will receive 100 tickets for the new skin giveaway. There were many who wanted to do so. Jaehwan had to fight off his attackers. He successfully scattered everyone who wanted to detain him. Artina sent a new wave of guards and ordered them to destroy him. The protagonist remembered the words of the divine medic. Weapons will not always be at hand, but a true master does not need a sword. Jung-ho noticed that he sometimes practiced lunging with his bare hands and showed what he was capable of. Jae-hwang told his attackers that with opponents like these, he didn't even need a sword. He activated the World Force Lunge with his bare fists alone. Artina admitted that she was not striving for victory. The commander on the floor above also understands this. Her task was simply to tire out her opponent so that he would waste his strength. Jihan replied that she would not succeed. Artina said she had a backup plan. Jin Yunsi appeared before the hero. Will the naked destroyer and he be able to fight against the rift? What is awakening? It has different definitions on the Tree of Illusions. Monarchs call it a system error, while gods call it the path to becoming a god. Interpretations vary depending on society and rules. What does awakening mean to the awakened? Yunsei clearly remembers hearing the phrase, "He is free." He went through hellish training and achieved awakening. The awakened are people who can go against God with a human soul, not obeying the rules of adaptation. That's what Jin Yunsei became. But shouldn't he gain freedom? Where is he now? Using separation and assembly, the answer is unclear. Was he kidnapped? Yunsi heard stories from monarchs and gods of the depths about the abduction of the awakened. But who kidnapped him and why? Artina said that he knew this would happen and pretended to be strong. Did he really underestimate the meta-universe so much? She called him a pathetic child and reminded him that he had spoken of the 6 gods of the metabase as nobodies. Yunsi closed his ears so he wouldn't hear and cry. How many gods had died at his hands? He didn't understand what was happening, and no one was going to pity him. Yunsi no longer understood who he was or where he was. It was yesterday. Artina said that Insei was now a puppet. He received an order to destroy the naked destroyer. Artina asked again if Jaehwan could fight the rift. Jaehwan said he wasn't afraid of anything. He thought, did Artina really make Yunsei her puppet? Anderson suggested that Jaehwan was about to get into a fight and reminded him that they were now one. Anderson asked Jaehwan to give her some time and was granted 3 minutes. Anderson said that Arthane would come to an end in 3 minutes. It would be better for her to stop before things got even worse. She didn't want to die like Justice. Anderson knew that it was difficult for Arthane to maintain the sanctuary. The factory had stopped supplying the power of the world, so she wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Anderson didn't believe it at first when she heard that Arthane had become the queen of the 7th floor. The Arthane she knew would never lock up and use other gods. Artana said that no one was being held against their will in yesterday. Anderson agreed, but added that they had become dependent and could not exist on their own. Artina said that even if they got out, they would not get the life they dreamed of. Outside of yesterday, the reality of Metabas awaited them. Artina asked what would happen to the gods if they were released right now. They would take the chance to take revenge and destroy innocent puppets. They would show no mercy. Did Anderson really believe that such gods were capable of change? Artina said that trash belongs in the garbage. The depths also need a kind of dump. Jaehwan said that 3 minutes had already passed. Artina gave Jin Yunsi a command to act. Anderson told our hero to be careful. Yunsei is a famous ranker, and an awakened one at that. The rivals clashed, and our hero quickly deactivated the puppet. Jaehwan said it was nothing personal. Artina explained that she wasn't trying to scare her opponent with the Rift when she mentioned where he was from. The Rift is the organization with the largest number of awakened ones from the entire Tree of Illusions. The Rift knows more about the awakened ones than anyone else. Artina said that the Naked Destroyer would never defeat this child. The opening of the sanctuary, A World Without Adults, was activated. Jaehwan felt his soul dissipate and disappear. Anderson noted that something strange was happening to his body. The sanctuary can only be defeated by opening another sanctuary. He cannot defend himself because he has already revealed it before. Could it be that Artina had come up with something while his world after destruction was confronting yesterday? Artina asked if Anderson could see it. The awakened one she believed in so much had been defeated. A world without adults. This sanctuary only works against the awakened who possess the concept of adults. Artina said she had defeated a monster capable of destroying half of the 6 gods of Metabas and protected yesterday. Jaehwan was surprised. A world without adults? What an interesting worldview. Young Jaehwan said that in his world, there are only adults. He is seeing a child for the first time. Jaehwan asked Yunsi if there was anyone else here. Did he know a girl named Serena? Artina was surprised. How could Jaehwan become a child? Was it a mirage, or had he been like that from the beginning? Yunsi asked who he was. The boy replied that outside his name was Jaehwan. Yunsi covered his ears with his hands again and lowered his head. Jaehwan asked if he was okay. Artina asked what Yunsei was doing. He had to slowly get rid of this boy. The rule system was adjusted. Light print block. The second form of the block was toy hammer. A hammer did indeed appear in Yunsei's hands, and he became extremely aggressive. Jaehwan was knocked aside by his opponent's blow and fell on his back. He said it was a toy weapon. Had Yunsei just decided to have some fun? Jaehwan clutched a bat in his hands. He said he didn't have any money, so he didn't have many toys. Young Jaehwan decided to fight back against his opponent's aggression and moved towards Yunsei. Yunsei received a worthy rebuff and flew far back. Jaehwan laughed, turning it into a game between boys. Jaehwan asked if Yunsei really thought a toy hammer could compete with a baseball bat. Young Jaehwan apologized for breaking the hammer, but he hadn't even exerted himself. The broken pieces of the hammer began to change their structure and appearance. Our hero watched with interest what was happening to the pieces of the hammer. Jaehwan said he was even jealous. Yunsei had so many cool toys. Jin Yunsei activated the first stage of awakening. Decay. Yunsei attacked the hero again, and the boy lost his balance and fell. God asked in surprise, "Will it really continue like this?" Solha won't stop, but this experiment is necessary to test the limits of awakening. The project to improve the awakened cannot be abandoned. There was a small child in one of the cocoons. All awakened ones are born by bypassing the system, but they cannot completely hide from it. That is why the fracture came up with an idea. What if we awaken a child who is minimally affected by the system? Although the project failed, Yunsei managed to survive. Young Jaehwan said that it must have been difficult for Yunsei. Did the adults bully him? And that's why he built such an inner world. Artina yelled at Yunsei to stop standing there and deal with Jaehwan. Did he really dare to disobey her orders? Artina said that this guy couldn't even complete a simple task. Yunsei asked her to stop. Jaehwan wondered why Yunsei listened to her. Yunsei said that otherwise he would be punished. Jaehwan noted that this is how the adult world works. They always insist that children must obey. Jaehwan pointed out that adults aren't always right, so now Yunsei could become an adult too. He didn't have to listen if he didn't like something. Artina told Yunsei to hurry up. He had to destroy the boy next to him. Jaehwan asked Artina who she was. Jaehwan asked the woman, "Isn't it obvious? He's just a child." Gods appeared and attacked our heroes. The god Tantos was interested in what was happening. Where had the Naked Destroyer gone? Reri said there was no time to go into details. The attack came unexpectedly and immediately escalated into a fierce battle. Renee asked Renard what he was doing there. She had asked him to stay away. Renard said that Anderson and Mr. Jaehwan were there. They had gone to yesterday. Renee said she knew everything. There was no way to help them now. The situation was dire. The number of gods who had decided to move to today was slowly decreasing. Martis said that they barely managed to bring back today. It was necessary to fight to the bitter end. The enemy must be defeated. An air attack was organized using aggressive insects. The number of gods who chose today is dwindling, but Martis continued to fight for the present. He already knew that the concept of today was not so great. Martis said, "If we are to perish, then let it be today." He also knew that the feeling of excitement he had just experienced was only a temporary awareness of his reality. The other gods were just like him. Despite all this, they continued to fight because they wanted to create tomorrow from the present they had finally obtained. However, it was not so easy to resolve everything. The sanctuary of Artana had been revealed using the power of the world, which she had been accumulating for at least several years. The only solution was to stay put and hope that everything would work out. They could no longer hold the line of battle. Renee still didn't know what to do. There were no good ideas yet. Renee thought that most of the anonymous gods who watched the streams knew the god of destiny. She understood that one day people would find out, but she didn't expect it to be revealed here. If she revealed her sanctuary and used fate, they would prevail. The only problem was that the effect of fate was slow to recover, so it wasn't that easy to use. If she used it in vain and deprived herself of the opportunity to use it later, then everything she had worked so hard for all this time would seem to have been in vain. Renee clenched her fists and decided that they had no choice. The girl was determined, and a plan for further action formed in her head. The tower was exposed to external influences and began to collapse. A huge crack appeared in the ground, stretching to the horizon. Vague doubts arose in the minds of our heroes. Where the smoke had cleared, everyone saw a boy with a bat on his shoulder. The boy turned into the Naked Destroyer. Runner joyfully announced that Mr. Jahuan had returned. Everyone realized that Jahuan had succeeded. Anderson suggested that an error had occurred in the metaboss system due to the complete destruction of the factory. Artina asked where her gods were. They must unite and destroy the destroyer. Yesterday. Their world is falling apart before their eyes. Artina said that the gods looked pathetic. They were just trash. Artina opened her eyes. She was lying in bed. Her body was unharmed. Justice asked if they weren't supposed to leave early today. Another god said he was sorry. He couldn't believe there was a goddess who got up later than Justice. A little girl asked why Artina looked like she was about to cry. Was she feeling unwell? Artina said she had a dream. The 7th floor of Metaboss. They are ready to climb to the next floor to defeat the Alliance and see the top of the tower. Justice used to talk a lot about the tower's rankers. Eden made it clear that Justice was being too loud. Back then, they all dreamed of tomorrow and moved forward together. Artina shouted that it was all nonsense. They could rot there forever. They were nobodies. The girl suggested that Artina play in the water. Artina replied to Anderson that they might get their things wet. Artina asked why it had turned out this way. Anderson was surprised. What was she talking about? Artina said that once upon a time, everyone wanted to become good gods. Why is everyone laughing at that dream now? Anderson replied that she wasn't laughing. Perhaps they had all lived too long. They had seen so much that nothing surprised them anymore. They had already become gods. Anderson said that it didn't matter now. As soon as tomorrow came, all that was left was to continue living. Artiana said that Anderson was too kind. All the missions on the 7th floor had been completed. A new king of the 7th floor of Metabassa had been born. Anderson asked, "Is Artana imprisoned in the cube?" Jaehwan replied that it was quite possible. Anderson asked if she could take the cube for herself. Jaehwan replied that he had no objection. Anderson could do as she wished. Anderson suggested that in Cuba, Artane dreams of yesterday. She will remain there until her worldly power is completely exhausted. Anderson knew that this was how things would turn out, but she did not want to remain her enemy. The goddess asked our hero what had happened to him. What happened during the battle with Jinunse? He said it was a world without adults. Our hero only remembered how his soul dissolved into white smoke. After that, a voice was heard. Jaehwan himself did not know what had happened. His memories were vague, and he had a strange feeling that would not go away. Jaehwan asked if Anderson could figure out what was going on. The goddess replied that she couldn't see anything, so she couldn't. It seemed like she saw the shadow of a child. Runnard, while on Earth, called out to the goddess and the Naked Destroyer. Renee, addressing our hero, said that he could no longer be called a novice. Jaehwan heard that Renee had defended Runnard. Runard was supporting Unsei at that moment. Renee said she had no choice. It's a pity that the stream was turned off at that moment. Renee said that there were rumors that Jaehwan was to become part of the 7 Stars. The 6 gods of Metabos are a respected group, but the 7 Stars are on a completely different level. Jaehwan asked if there were gods stronger than the 7 Stars. Renee replied that there are the 7 great gods that everyone knows, as well as the 7 heavens that are lower in power. They are usually referred to as the 7 thrones, 7 heavens, or 7 stars. The 7 heavens and 7 stars are powerful gods. Most of them are associated with the 7 great gods, who themselves lead a huge army. Renee wondered if he was more concerned about the enemy. Jaehwan replied that forewarned is forearmed. After this battle, our hero realized that he should not underestimate the worlds of other gods. He was lucky with Artana, but Yunsi made him nervous. Renee brought up the 7 stars because of the commander. Jae Hwan asked if he was one of them. Renee replied that he was the first star, the chief military commander, the god of wealth, Edukshini. Not much is known about him, only that he is a close friend of Kronos, one of the 7 great gods. The other gods have never even seen him. Renee added that he has 3 sacred treasures. Runnard asked if she was talking about ancient treasures. Renee said that Runnard would be smarter than his god. Renee replied that if he really had the 3 sacred treasures of the ancient gods, Edukshini would not remain among the 7 stars. The Lonely King. Catastrophe was also an ancient great god. It turns out that the Sword of Emptiness may be one of the 3 treasures. Renee said that his treasures should not be underestimated. They don't know if they are objects or settings in history. She also heard that no god had ever seen all 3 treasures. The commander is not the only enemy to worry about. Now, Jae Hwan is the alliance's #1 enemy. Renee added that Jae Hwan's actions have turned many alliances against him. Our hero asked what she meant. Medaboss is now thriving. If news of the destruction of the 7th floor reaches them, even more gods will flock here. Then the alliance will be able to restore the 7th floor at any moment. There's no access to the younger brother. So many gods, upset by this fact, will climb up here just to look at the naked destroyer. Even if parts of the 6 gods of Medaboss are gone, there will be many candidates to take their place. Jae Hwan asked, does the commander expect him to climb to the next floor? Renee stated that Jae Hwan had finally become the king of the 7th floor. Does he have a plan? Our hero replied that he would go to the next floor. Jae Hwan added that he needed to get rid of this place. Renee was surprised. Why rush? He could play along with the commander's plans. Why not wait for the other gods and gather his army? Jae Hwan suggested that Renee liked it here. Did she want to become the goddess of yesterday? Renee replied that the 7th floor was the only place in Metabase where gods could remain anonymous. Jae Hwan said that Renee had forgotten what had happened because of these anonymous gods. Renee said that they had been misled. She saw no problem with anonymity. Only then would the weak have a chance to go against the authorities. Jae Hwan asked why they would want to hide their identities. Renee explained that no one wants to die. Not everyone is capable of living like him. She knows how dangerous this place can be, but because of the king, the place could change significantly. Jae Hwan asked, does Renee want to become queen? Renee said she had no intention of challenging him. The alliance is waiting for Jae Hwan on the upper floors, and he needs an army to fight the alliance. Renee added that Jae Hwan should rule this floor himself. Jae Hwan said that he was not going to build up his army. He could handle it alone. He was going to go higher. Our hero was given a ticket to the 8th floor. As a reward, he will receive 300,000 ver. The power of the world accumulated on the 7th floor of Medaboss was converted into faith and directed to the participant. Jae Hwan said that the alliance was already profiting nicely from his mere presence here. But isn't the tower owned by the driver? Why does the alliance get all the benefits? Renee said that the driver also gets something. After all, managing the tower is not so easy. However, he's always busy, so the alliance takes everything into its own hands. The driver approves of the alliance's actions and later divides the reward equally. Jae Hwan said that the driver still gives his approval for everything. He suggested that the girl turn on the stream. The gods Ignis and Trojan were the first to connect to the stream. Our hero gave his name and said that he had destroyed 3 of the 6 gods of Metabase on the 7th floor. Jae Hwan noted that he had also destroyed yesterday. Most of the gods were shocked by the words of the naked destroyer. Jae Hwan announced that in 3 days, there would be a special event on the 8th floor of Metabasa. Anyone who wanted to could come. No one would be forced. Only those who were truly curious could come. Anderson asked Jae Hwan to stop immediately. Jae Hwan said that in return, everyone who came would receive a small token. Our hero declared that he wanted everyone to witness a certain contest. Such an opportunity would not come again, so it was worth thinking carefully. Jae Hwan announced that in 3 days he would challenge the commander for a position among the 7 stars. He wanted everyone to witness his battle. Ignis, the god of fire, eagerly awaited the alliance's response, while Trojan, the god of war, awaited a fair fight. Many gods were looking for a way to enter the Metabase. Renee was surprised and asked how Jae Hwan was going to deal with the consequences. He reminded her that Renee herself had said that fighting the entire alliance was reckless. So even if he gathered all the gods, he would still be foolish. It would be better to just draw them into a one-on-one battle. Renee wondered if they would accept this proposal. Jae Hwan replied that he had given them 3 days, so they had no choice. At first, the alliance would refuse, but after a while, various events would begin to unfold, and then they would start thinking of ways to make some extra money. That's how negotiations with the driver would begin. After a day or so, the gods would become curious, and the Alliance would realize that it was in their best interest to accept the offer. Renee asked, "If faith is involved in the matter, wouldn't it be better to ask the audience to take their side?" Jae-hwan replied that few would agree to follow someone else's instructions, no matter how much money was offered. Many gods are even willing to betray. Renee asked, so he asked the gods to be witnesses. "Is the commander really going to fight alone?" Jae-hwan clarified. "Didn't Renee say that he was the strongest among the 7 stars?" Renee replied that even if he was strong, it didn't mean he wasn't a coward. Jae-han pointed out that if he refused to fight, he would have to live with the label of a coward for the rest of his life. The competition had already been publicly announced, and many gods had seen the announcement, so it would not be easy to refuse. Renee said that the Alliance could block the information as soon as they rose higher. They could even spread rumors that Jae-hwan did not show up for the match. Jae-hwan replied that this is why Renee is here. Renee admitted that sometimes it was difficult to understand Jae-hwan. Was he really crazy? She agreed to try, no matter how it ended. She would record every second of the battle and show it to the gods. Even if it didn't make sense, it would be fun. The girl added that if they started, they would go all out. Renee activated the drones and used the unique device story. Anderson asked if Jae-hwan really trusted Renee. He replied that he did, just a little. Jae-han announced to everyone that he would soon climb to the 8th floor. Those who wanted to could leave now. There was no need to force themselves. Ray Ray said he would go too, as he had already been through a lot and would definitely not back down. Another god said he also wanted to go, and was looking forward to seeing the fight between Jae-hwan and the commander in person. Pilgrim said he couldn't join in as his god had forbidden him from getting involved in fights, so he would only be a witness. Martis said that they would go together, and if the Alliance refused and attacked, they would fight on Jae-hwan's side. Our hero warned that they could die. Martis said that it didn't matter, their avatars also wanted to help. Renard pointed to Jin Yoon-se and asked Mr. Jae-hwan if they would take Viti with them. Jae-hwan thought that if he left Yoon-se here, the gods who were opposed to the rift would not leave him alone. He still felt indebted to him, so he would take him with him until he came to his senses. Jae-hwan looked down at everyone who wanted to go to the 8th floor with him. They didn't know what was behind the portal. Perhaps the Alliance army was waiting for them, which they would get rid of as soon as they entered. But if they managed to defeat the commander, they would be able to find out where Kim Yoon-hwan was. And if they reached the top floor, the secret of the Tree of Illusions would be revealed. Anderson thanked our hero. She had been waiting for this moment for 500 years, to avenge her comrades and fight the leader of the Alliance again. Anderson had come a long way for this. Jae-hwan warned that the battle could begin immediately after entering. If necessary, they were ready to stir up the entire 8th floor. The participants entered the 8th floor of the metabase. It turned out to be much calmer than expected. Renee said that judging by all appearances, everything was going exactly as Jae-hwan had predicted. The death of Artana had already been reported to the necessary people. If the Alliance had not sent its army, it meant that they had accepted the offer. Anderson said that it wasn't that simple. A classic scenario from 50 years ago, a return to that period. A battle of the gods was unfolding in the metabase. The honor of the 6 gods of the metabase was at stake. Ray Ray knew that the Alliance was obsessed with faith, but judging by everything, they were not lacking in confidence. The atmosphere may seem peaceful, but the terrifying pressure of the world hangs over everything. Our hero believed that anyone who had climbed so high was, by definition, insane. If ordinary passengers are so strong, then how strong is the commander? Considering that the 6 gods of Metabasa are roughly at the level of a lieutenant general or major general, the commander is clearly stronger. He may be as strong as the 2nd lieutenant general of the 9th region, Sam Yoon-hong, or Sam Yoon-yuha, the elder of the Sam Yoon family, or Nak Myung-cheondo. Our hero's squad saw the gods and wondered why they were naked. Something unimaginable began. The gods, seeing an incomprehensible glow, began to close their eyes and turn away. Runnard squinted and said he couldn't see anything. Could Anderson turn off the light? Anderson said that her time had finally come. Jae-hwan thought, are there really naked bodies in Murim? What a strange place. Runnard said that it was strange to hear such a thing from Mr. Jae-hwan. Runnard noted that if you looked closely, they weren't completely naked. It was just skin. But why were they wearing that? Anderson replied that trends were fickle. Now it was time for her worldview. Runnard noted that her world had never been trendy. The legendary skin Naked Destroyer Jae-hwan is available. The god said that the Naked Destroyer was just a legend. The gods were determined and ready to use all their powers. Runner thought that if everyone walked around naked, it would be easier for Mr. Jahuan to avoid capture. It would even work in his favor. The magical skin Runner, little child of tears, appeared. Anderson said she wanted her own skin, too. The skin My Anderson appeared. Martis told our hero that he would like to guide them. He added that he had been to the 8th floor several times and could take them to the history or item shop. Zhou Huang said he wanted to find someone. Martis suggested the Naked Destroyer in search of a certain soul. Anderson asked if there was a black shop on the 8th floor. It would be easiest to find him there. Martis said that they didn't necessarily have to go there if they were looking for someone. Shehan told his people that it was time for him to go. They would see each other later. Renee said she would go check on her comrades on the 8th floor. Ray Ray said he would gather the gods in case of unforeseen circumstances. Anderson said they would go to the black market. Jae Hwan asked what it was. Anderson explained that it was the prototype of the oldest black market, which had existed for 500 years. There, one could find the latest information. Morim Hotel, Black Market. Martis announced that they had arrived. Anderson said that nothing had changed here. Jihan asked if the goddess was already there, but Anderson replied that almost nothing had changed outside. Was it still the same god running the shop? Martis touched the door and immediately flew back, falling on his back on the ground. Everyone was frightened. Jihan thought that there was a barrier here. He told Martis to wait outside and decided to go in first. Jihan activated the doubt skill and slipped inside. The armed men in the black shop noticed the stranger. One of them asked how this man got in, since they were still closed. Jae Hwan replied that he was looking for someone. The man asked who had told the stranger about this place. Our hero replied that he had learned about it from Anderson, the crow sitting on his shoulder. The man was surprised. Had the stranger really come here on the advice of a crow? The gatekeeper, Bag Ho, was talking to the hero. He ordered the others to destroy the stranger. Jaehain did not stand on ceremony and reacted harshly to the attack. After a short time, everyone present was deactivated and froze. Runnard was frightened. He hoped that Mr. Jae Huang would not destroy everyone. Mr. Jae Huang replied that everyone was still alive. He could not kill those who would later find Yun Huan for him. Gatekeeper Bek Ho asked who this guy was. He had never appeared on the 8th floor before. Jae Huan said that his opponent was strong. Chopsticks alone would not be enough to defeat him. More power would have to be used. He warned the gatekeeper not to dare die. The confrontation had to be stopped. The young men were told to wait a minute. An old man appeared and said that his student had behaved badly. He apologized and begged them not to beat his student. Jaehain left the gatekeepers alone. The old man thanked him for this. Anderson said she hadn't seen the all-knowing sage in a long time. Only 500 years had passed. Had he forgotten her voice? The all-knowing sage replied that 514 years had passed. Anderson was late. His name was Ho Poon. She said that the old man had aged, but his memory was still good. The old man was surprised. How could the gatekeeper of the black bench not recognize this face? Baekho asked, was this one of the 6 gods of Metabas? Ho Pun was surprised. Did the gatekeeper of the younger brother not even look? He said that this man was one of Metabas's most famous guests, the god of destruction, Je Huang. Anderson said she had come for the things she had left with the old man 500 years ago. It was time to repay the debt. In the past, everything had to be verified personally. Such assignments were given only to the most reliable professionals. The gods bought information from the black market. Anderson said that in the past, this old man was one of the best. You could get anything from him. History, objects, information. The old man replied that all that was in the past now. Anderson was surprised. Had Hopun managed to survive despite the Alliance's onslaught? The old man said that lately he was barely surviving. It wasn't easy to curry favor with others. Anderson asked if no one ever came in anymore. The old man replied that after the Alliance launched its Little Brother ad campaign, visitors disappeared. Now the Alliance reports on everything important, and in Metabas's shop, you can buy anything your heart desires. Anderson said that an all-knowing sage could sell information to the Little Brother. The old man admitted that he had tried, but nothing came of it. There were already plenty of such enterprises, and he didn't even have enough money for advertising. Anderson reminded him that 500 years ago, she told the old man to aim higher. It's not enough to just be a pro. You have to make yourself known so that the gods hear you and then show what you're capable of. Hopun agreed, but said that it was not just a matter of attracting attention. Anderson was surprised. Had someone slandered him? The old man replied that it was something more fundamental. The gods no longer wanted to know anything about this world. All they were interested in was food. They didn't care what they put in their mouths. Anderson agreed. The old man brought food and said that now the younger brother was providing information that would interest the gods. Others simply had no chance of attracting attention to anything more significant. He added that everyone is so busy consuming endless streams of information that no one even thinks to show curiosity about other things. However, it was not for him to judge, because even his gatekeepers were like that. Anderson said that gods who had abandoned reflection could not be considered gods. Ho Pun said that Anderson had not changed. It's not that the gods aren't interested in anything, they've just stopped trying. Was there anything left that Anderson was curious about? Anderson said that she herself was tired. That was when they met. The old man asked, "Is this guy the shell Anderson had been looking for 514 years? Anderson said that time would tell. After a while, the all-knowing sage announced that the food was ready. On the plate were freshly made dumplings. Anderson tried the dumplings and said they were quite tasty. Johan thought that in the chaos he had been eating prepared food, but he hadn't tasted anything that reminded him of home in a long time. Hopun asked our hero why he wasn't eating. Had he lost his appetite? Anderson said that he was an extremely cautious person, one of those who only eats food that has been checked. Anderson said that these dumplings were, as always, excellent. Johan could eat. The old man was not from the Alliance. The old man said that this was the only thing that had remained unchanged in 514 years. Jehan said that Runnard could eat. There was no need to repeat it twice. Our hero agreed to the persuasion and tried one dumpling. The taste was peculiar. During his travels through the Tower of Nightmares, Chaos, and the Depths, Jehan had completely forgotten the taste of food, and in this unexpected place, his forgotten senses suddenly awakened. Jehan said it was extremely delicious and asked what was inside. Hopun called the young man a connoisseur and replied that inside were memories of ordinary life, happy moments, sad moments, painful moments, and all kinds of moments. Jehan asked if it was a metaphor. The old man replied that he couldn't say. It was a secret recipe. Anderson said that the old man made the best dumplings in the world. He should teach his protégés, otherwise the recipe would disappear with him. Hopun said he had no one to pass his secret recipe on to. No one was interested in it anymore. The gatekeepers are the only ones who are at least trying to do something, although eating suits him better than cooking. Bayako told our hero that he would win the dumpling eating contest. Jae Hwan said he wasn't participating in any contest. Baek Ho heard that this guy destroyed 3 of the 6 gods of Metabos, breaking them in half with one blow. Is that true? Anderson asked. Is this gatekeeper always so nasty? Baek Ho said that this guy defeated the child next to him. Jae Hwan replied that he hadn't fought him yet. Baek Ho explained that he meant the boy lying behind him. According to him, the gatekeeper was going to destroy the commander. No one expected the naked destroyer to appear here. Ho Pung asked where he was going. The gatekeeper said he wanted to warm up outside. He also needed to repair the traps that this guy had broken. Ho Pun said that Baek Ho was the only strong guy among his peers. He even challenged Galatian. He was very upset about today's defeat. Anderson said that this old man owed her something. Therefore, she could forgive him anything. The old man confirmed that whether it was the secret of the universe, the location of hidden legendary items or stories, she could ask him anything. If it was in the black shop, he would get it. Zhehuang said he was looking for his friend. He heard that the guy was in the tower. Ho Poon said he had heard about it. He was surprised that someone would climb Metabas for that. Was it a close friend? Jae Hwan said he was a comrade in the Tower of Nightmares. The greed of God gave birth to the messenger of destruction. The old man decided to check our hero's pulse. It was necessary for further work. Hopun asked what his comrade's name was. Kim Yun Hwan. The old man told the young man to think of something that connected them. It would be difficult to find him just by his name. Jae Hwan remembered how Yun Hwan wondered what to wish for when he reached the top floor. Bring back everyone who died? Or ask that such a tragedy never happen again? At that time, our hero believed that the top floor of the tower was truly the highest point. He couldn't answer Yun Hwan. Perhaps he just wanted to delay his answer. But he wanted Yun Hwan to survive. He wanted his friend, who had a truly bright soul, to make a wish on the top floor for him. Now it no longer made any sense. The old man said he hadn't seen such sincere memories in a long time. Anderson said that his story was omniscience. Almost no one in the depths could escape his eye. Ho Poon told our hero that his friend was not here. Jae-hwan wondered if he might be on the 9th floor. The old man said that his eyes see everything that happens in Metabase. His friend is not here. The old man added that the guy's alive. He's just not here. In fact, he's not that far away. The old man said that this guy was suffering. There was a way out of the room. There was someone behind him. It felt like this person wasn't going to hurt him. The old man suddenly fell to his knees and clutched his chest. Anderson was frightened. Was Hopun all right? An image of a huge stranger appeared before our hero. Anderson asked who the old man had encountered. Did the commander intervene? The old man apologized and said he had nothing more to say. This was the limit of his abilities. But this was someone higher than the commander. The old man told our hero that it was better to forget about his friend. Jae-hwan asked who had kidnapped his friend. Hopun asked if that guy was also awakened. Jae-hwan replied that it seemed not. The old man said that in that case, he had left the special Tower of Nightmares. Those who have left the Master's Tower are highly valued, especially those who have left the first-generation tower. Jae-hwan asked what the old man had found out. Could this person be stronger than the King of Catastrophe? Hopun asked if they were talking about the ancient god of chaos. Even the 12 monarchs or the 7 great gods were powerless against him. Jae-hwan asked how strong he was. He didn't care who he was. The old man said that the young man had gone mad, but he couldn't say anything else. The old man said that this guy was too talented to lose his life so carelessly. Anderson was surprised. If even the old man said so, then this someone was really terribly strong. Hopun said that he was not far from here. He only managed to mark the approximate location. The old man said that since he couldn't find this guy, he couldn't consider his debt paid. Hopun said that he couldn't help, so he would share other details that might be useful. It seemed that the alliance had just taken its first step. Anderson asked if they were being led by a commander. Hopun said that the commander did not like to fight in a crowd. He doesn't take part in the wars, he just stops passengers trying to go to the 9th floor. Anderson had been through it herself. It seems that it was the advisor who gave the order. The 8th floor mission has been updated. The old man said that not everyone knew about it yet, but he could reveal everything thanks to his omniscience. Sunrise on the Branches is a competition in which participants must follow a set route and reach the goal first. The competition will begin in 3 days at noon. Special buffs can increase abilities. Passengers who receive a buff increase their agility and speed up their stamina recovery. When a passenger with an active buff is destroyed, the participant takes over all the enhancements. Anderson was surprised. What kind of task is this? Could the driver have interfered? Runnard was surprised. Isn't it cool that they already have a buff? Jae-hwan said that as soon as the task was announced, everyone who wanted to steal the buff before the competition began would start hunting for it. The more energy he spent, the more disadvantaged he would be in the battle with the commander. They came up with a pretty good plan. They want to corner him and avoid criticism for not coming to fight. The old man suggested that they planned everything together with the driver. Hopun stated that the commander is not the only problem now. As soon as the competition begins, everyone in Metabase will target the young man. Only 8 people will be able to advance to the 9th floor. Many want to be in the top 8. Anderson told the old man that this guy had defeated 3 Metaboss gods and was already aiming for the 7 stars. Hopun wondered, would Jae-hwan be just as confident if he were facing someone from the 7? He couldn't find out who they were, but 2 of the 7 had already entered the tower. There is also information that the 7 heavens have advanced, and that's not all. The subordinates of the 12 monarchs are already climbing the tower. Jae-hwan made enough enemies on the Tree of Illusions. Jae-hwan said that he destroyed the narrow gate, so there is no passage. But how did the monarchs get here? The old man said that there are those in the depths who possess narrow gates. They do not work as well as the narrow gate, so beings of the 12 monarchs level cannot use them to travel. However, monarchs of a slightly lower level can use them. The great gods, the 7 heavens, and even the rift. Which of them are helping the monarchs? None of them can be resisted without any preparation. Jae-hwan thought, if they all come here at once, it will be really difficult to fight back. Since he couldn't save Yun-hwan, all his attempts to climb the tower would be useless unless he at least met the driver. Jae-hwan asked if the old man knew the first nightmare. Hopun was surprised. Did the guy really want to crawl to the top of this tree? Hopun replied that he knew nothing about the first nightmare, but he knew someone who could tell him. Neil Crash, the owner who created Metabaz, is always looking for the first nightmare. He built this tower to reach the top of the Tree of Illusions. Jae-hwan suggested that the driver on the top floor might know something. That was another reason to continue the climb. Hopun asked why the young man was so stubborn. He's not trying to dissuade him, just that now is not the time. The first nightmare is a place that Jae-hwan first saw in the first-generation tower built by Mulark. If the guesses are correct, then the first nightmare is indeed at the very top, and that is where they must strive to reach. The old man said that this young man is truly talented. If he gathers more of the world's power, he will be able to enter the 7 great gods. Why climb the tower now? Jae-hai asked why the old man was making dumplings. Hopun replied that he just liked it. All the gods living in the depths understand that they will never be able to reach the end of the Tree of Illusions. It is a matter of time. Some realize this sooner, some later. However, every single god goes through this realization. There comes a moment when one must admit that no amount of effort will help one reach the very end. At that very moment, the omniscient sage began to make dumplings. He made them over and over again, forgetting the reason why. The sage made dumplings to survive in these depths. And in the same way, Jaehoan could not stop in his generation of the tower. Jaehan said that the dumplings were delicious, the best he had ever tasted. Hopen asked if he wanted seconds. Jaehan replied that he would save it for another time. When the sage heard Jaehoan's question, he realized that he was powerless to stop the destroyer. The young man said he would leave the rest to him. After all, Jaehoan's question already contained the answer in its essence. The squadron commanded by the god of destruction, who was one of the 6 gods of Metabos, advanced to avenge the damage done. The strongest rankers of Metabos, brothers in attack and retreat. The alliance, the killers, the cleaners of the gods' corpses, all were striving toward a common goal. All arrivals wanted to deal with the god killer. Each of the squads considered it their duty to get the head of the god killer. Martis said that the captain had an important mission. The support group was nearby. The new arrivals were surprised. Had Martis really joined the god killer? Had he become a pervert? The gatekeeper said that he was not a pervert, but the god of today. The newcomers saw that Backho, the gatekeeper from Black Bench, was also against them. Had God Killer turned to the old man for help? However, those who wanted to profit from the buff closed in and continued to advance. Backho warned that they were not yet open to cooperation. Everyone should disperse to their respective locations. The attackers decided to take it by force and continued to advance. The naked companions moved towards them with the aim of repelling the attack and stopping the advance. This place must be defended at all costs. The clash was fierce and brutal. The rivals declared that their opponents, even in the cocoons of yesterday, were not worthy adversaries for them. Did they really think they could stop them? Martis thought that they used to be gods, stronger than them, but now they didn't seem so scary, all thanks to Jaehoan's training. Thanks to the narrow gates, there were now an equal number of them. The newcomers began to interfere with each other and sort things out, claiming the right to primacy. Martis said that now he would show all his enemies something. His time had come. Martis held a battle sword in his hands and was determined. Martis, the god of fields, activated the opening of the sanctuary. The god of today also activated opening the sanctuary. The connection of sanctuaries between the god Martis and the god of today was activated. The connection of sanctuaries allows the sanctuaries of gods of different levels to be united. It is a dangerous technique that can destroy any god involved if something goes wrong and the power of the world goes overboard. But now, they are not just gods. The gods of today have experienced the same emotions over the past 10 years. They have been honing this technique for a decade. Initially, they worked on it to destroy Jaehoan, but now everything is different. Their rivals saw their sanctuary destroyed with a single blow. Martis told his opponents to retreat while he was still in a good mood. Jaehan is someone they cannot defeat, even if they unite their sanctuaries. One blow is enough for him to get rid of all his enemies. The opponents were puzzled. How did these weaklings from yesterday become so strong? What did the naked destroyer do to them if they changed so much? If Martis was telling the truth, they were in for a rough time. Would they really have to retreat? Martis was not joking. He said that Jaehoan could kill them with a single finger, destroy them with a single breath. It would be better to leave before Jaehoan arrived. Suddenly, another member of the resistance appeared and told everyone to step aside. The man asked where these anonymous gods had come from. Martis asked what he was doing there. The newcomer asked if anyone there knew him. Martis said that everyone in the depths knew him. Before Jaehoan, he was known as the God Killer. It was the 5th star and God of the Deep Seas, Russell. Russell asked how the old man from the black shop was doing. The gatekeeper asked if he had any requests for the old man. Russell said he had come to see the god they were hiding. Backho replied that he was alone with his master. Russell was determined. Backho said it was better not to mess with that man. It would be tough. Russell told the guy to finish his thought. Russell added that if the young man didn't back off, he would have no choice. The god of the deep seas said he was in the mood to have some fun with them until he met the god of death. Everyone present began to clutch their throats and gasp for air. They couldn't breathe. Russell declared that he would tear everyone to pieces. Fear burst into Martis's heart. He realized that he was about to die. But it was fear that helped him realize that he was still alive. It was something he had never felt in yesterday. So he laughed. At the same time, Martis cried because he knew that they would feel this tomorrow, and there would be no tomorrow. He would not regret dying fighting for Jaehoan. It would have been great if he had met him earlier. Jae-hwan appeared unexpectedly, freed Martis, and told him to go inside. There were some very tasty dumplings there. Our hero told Russell that it was a job well done. Baek-ho said that one must be careful when dealing with one of the 7 stars. Not so long ago, he was considered a god killer. Russell asked our hero if he had given him his nickname. He was eagerly awaiting a meeting with the person who had taken that place. Jae-han asked Russell what his rank was among the 7 stars. Russell said that these ranks meant nothing. They were invented by people who knew nothing except rumors from Little Brother. Jae-hwan said that meant his opponent's rank was not high. Russell wanted to say something else, but our hero ran away. The god of the deep seas shouted that this guy must be caught. Everyone lost sight of Jae-hwan. Where did the god killer go? Those present could not understand what was happening. There were many people, and it was unclear who was who. Which of them was the god killer, and which was the naked destroyer? Running past, our hero saw a place where people were climbing up the branches. The top of the tree pointed toward the 8th floor. There was a chance that the commander was waiting there. Our hero was surrounded by rivals who said that the god killer had been caught and must be destroyed. His rivals told the god killer to come down from the roof immediately. He couldn't take on 100 of them alone. Jae-han said that he is far away, so everything is fine. A battle sword appeared in our hero's hands. The protagonist said that he was far from the black bench now, so he could destroy everything here without fear. The attackers thought, something is wrong here. Why isn't the god killer running away? Everything should be different. Is he really going to try to fight back? Russell said that this guy values his comrades. He is led by his emotions, like followers and avatars. Could he really destroy more than 20,000 gods? Russell activated the Water God's Cannon, the story of the god of the deep seas. Jae-han replied that he hadn't counted them. Russell assumed that he would start when his comrade died. Russell was surprised. Could his opponent really defeat 6 metaboss gods with such a skill level? After another attack, the god of the deep seas admitted that this guy was pretty good at dodging. After our hero's attack, Russell noted that such attacks were very primitive. But it was commendable that he had come this far with only lunges. Once he said that this guy was too weak to bear the name of God Killer. Jae-han thought that his current opponent was indeed strong. Even all 6 metaboss gods combined would not be able to stand up to him. Russell said that he had seen enough. They had gotten acquainted, and now it was time to move on to a serious fight. People looked up and saw water spreading over the surface of the house. What was it? Russell told his opponent to show him the technique he had used against the Metabassa gods, the one that cuts through the heavens. If his opponent did not show his true abilities, the newly minted god killer would perish. Jae-han said that if Russell was called a god killer before, it meant that he only fought weaklings. Everyone present scattered, and no one wanted to get hurt by accident. Jae-han was not afraid and decided to accept the fight, standing up against the water beast. Our hero activated the awareness skill. Jae-han thought that every particle of the wave was vibrating at an incredible speed. The moment it touched flesh, it began to tear it apart. The image of a shark was just a diversionary tactic. The real blow was delivered by the wave itself. Russell asked, is this guy really going to use some pathetic tricks? Jae-han activated the self-denial skill. Russell said, no matter how fast the opponent's attack is, it is useless if it does not reach the victim. Jae-han thought that his opponent was calmly controlling the huge wave of particles. His control was flawless. However, Russell does not have control over the entire wave. Our hero was sure that Russell could only apply full force to specific particles. Russell said that when he heard about the appearance of a 7-star candidate, he was excited. But it turns out that his expectations were too high. The king of the deep seas asked if his opponent could split the heavens. Jae-hwan replied that he would do so if asked. Russell determined the flow and essence of each particle of this endless wave. Jae-han understood what kind of training he had to go through. Jae-han trained in lunges every day. Russell studied the particles daily and learned to control them. In this battle, our hero pitted all his power against one of the 7 gods. It was a battle of the strongest. It was the first time our hero had participated in such a battle. Jae-hwan was sure that he would not lose. The time Russell spent watching Jae-hwan through his little brother was no more than a week. However, for our hero, who trained in the time cube, 200 years had passed. To cope with the speed of the attack, which was beyond his body's control, Jae-hwan relentlessly questioned his strikes and eventually perfected his technique. Since the radius of impact can be limited, the smaller it is, the greater the force of the strike. This technique is used later, but has a faster impact. If the divine medic Chang Ho had been here, he would have said, the young man fully understood the principle that one must allow others to make the first move before applying overwhelming force. It was the fastest lunge that Jaehwan could perform at that moment. The Way of the Wave, a second form, Jaehwan's series of strikes, was activated. The observers said it was simply amazing. How could such an effect be achieved? Had one of the 7 stars just changed? Russell was defeated. The gods congratulate our hero on his victory, some looking at him with envy. Once he said that from now on, Jaehwan had truly become a god killer. Those below watched the aftermath of this confrontation with interest. The protagonist pointed his sword at his fallen opponent. Jaehwan threw Russell down and said that if anyone knew him, they should take him to a doctor. Ness, the goddess of lakes, said that Russell had once helped her. She could take him away. The reason Jaehwan severed his connection with the Avatar but left Russell alive was because our hero felt guilty for destroying a huge number of gods. At the last moment, he was moved by Russell's gaze. Jaehwan said that he would destroy the next one. Escaping with the metabase would not save them. He could sever the connection and get rid of anyone. Jaehwan asked, "Does anyone want to be next?" One of the attackers said there was no need to fear him. He was alone and there were many of them. He was exhausted after the battle, so all they needed to do was deliver the final blow. Jaehwan agreed that he had used a lot of power, but he still had enough to destroy the entire 8th floor. There were surely Alliance members hiding among them. He knew that the commander was watching from the sidelines. Jaehwan reminded them that they would have to fight the commander in 3 days, but he did not warn them that he was going to climb upstairs. However, feeling cheated, he takes his words back. He declared that the choice was theirs. Either fight him or watch the 8th floor be instantly destroyed. People began to scatter in different directions. The guy was clearly out of his mind and was probably going to use his skill. He was clearly bent on destruction. Jaehwan thought he didn't have enough world power to use constellation damage. Fortunately, Anderson was nearby. Anderson said she saw everything on the stream, and if Jaehwan didn't have enough power, she did. She warned the guy to be careful. There were still strong opponents here. There were at least 3 of them, and they were all very dangerous. At that moment, the one-eyed watchmaker, an elite member of the 5th page, appeared. Anderson noted that the bandage with the number on his arm was a sign of belonging to the clockmakers. Jaehwan asked if he was one of the Alliance. Anderson explained that a watchmaker's strength was determined by the number on the bandage, and considering that he was 9th, he was very strong. The one-eyed watchmaker was the best of the killers. Jaehwan asked his opponent if he had come to take him to the commander. The hero realized that a simple attack would not work against this guy. He had come to assess how much strength Jaehwan had left. If it turned out that the hero didn't have enough strength for the skill, his opponents would attack all at once. Were they really going to corner him? Jaehwan wondered whether to attack first or wait for the blow. He decided to act quickly and went on the offensive first. Suddenly, someone shouted for everyone to stop. Solha appeared and said that they had business with this man. Solha said she had heard that Jaehwan had Jin Yun-se hidden somewhere. She expressed her desire to get him back because she cared about the boy. Jaehwan replied that this would cause problems. He explained that Yun-se was in a safe place. Solha asked if he was holding the boy hostage. The one-eyed watchmaker was outraged that the rift was interfering in the affairs of the 5th page. Is that permissible? Had the rift decided to go against Kronos? One of those present suggested that if threats had been made, Kronos should come here in person or at least send a commander. The warrior approached the one-eyed watchmaker and said that they were not worth a damn. Ignoring the representatives of the 5th page, the warrior from the rift tore off the clockmaker's head and threw it at their feet. A clash ensued, in which the 5th page did not perform very confidently. The warrior from the rift called Kronos' toy just another toy. The clockmaker forbade his opponent from saying his name. Solha declared that she was not finished yet, and ordered everyone to cease hostilities immediately. His colleague noted that he was not looking for trouble. His actions were motivated only by good intentions. Jaehwan thought that Solha was indeed the leader of the rift, and that she was much stronger than the guy who had just lost the fight. Russell. Solha gave Jaehwan a choice. Bring Yun-se in 10 seconds. Otherwise, the crow would suffer. Anderson was surprised. What did she have to do with it? Jaehwan replied that he couldn't give up the boy. Anderson was amazed at why he was picking a fight. Solha asked if he really thought he was her equal. Who did he think he was? Jaehwan said that if he stayed near the rift, Yun-se would suffer again. A colleague asked to speak with Solha. Jaehwan declared that he would not give the child to such monsters. One of his associates shouted that he would explain everything now. Solha became angry and asked what he meant. She warned that if he didn't explain himself immediately, today would be his last day. Anderson told Jaehwan to stop. Didn't he understand that Solha was from the rift? If he died, she would die too. Jaehwan replied that he knew everything. Suddenly, Jin Unsi appeared and ordered everyone to stop. They ordered dumplings and a plate of noodles at the tavern. The conversation was to take place around a round table. The warrior said he had always wanted to try these dishes in Murim. Runnard asked if they were really from the rift. Receiving an affirmative answer, he was surprised. Did they eat dumplings in the rift too? The man replied that it was not often, which made the pelmeni even tastier. Runnard wondered who would win if the great lord fought one of the 7 great gods. The warrior admitted that he did not know. He had never seen such a thing before. The gatekeeper could not believe that Runnard had asked about the captain of the rift. Runnard asked again who would win if his interlocutor fought one of the 7 gods. The old man suggested enjoying the meal first, and then moving on to conversation. Runnard asked Jaehuan if he could join them for dinner. Jaehuan replied that there was no need to ask permission. Solha said that she had already heard everything from Yunsei. Jaehuan noted that he had not promised to give the boy to the rift. Solha replied that they did not need his permission. Jaehuan stated that Yunsei had no reason to return. Unsei thanked Jaehuan and said he had to return to deal with everything himself. The man said suspiciously that Unsei was a scoundrel. The captain was here, and he dared to contradict him. Solha decided that this boy needed to be dealt with. Solha admitted that she and her colleague did not have the best relationship. She promised to take care of the boy and not give anyone a reason to worry. Solha reminded him that her offer was still valid and asked what Jaehuan would say to that. Was he ready to join the fault? Jaehuan reminded her that he did not want to do that. Solha offered to give him an enviable position. She promised to make Jaehuan captain, but he refused. Imai Kazuki was surprised. Solha asked why he was refusing, since he also hated gods and monarchs. And in the rift, he would be able to take revenge on them to his heart's content. She said she knew why Jaehuan hated them, but it wasn't too late to join forces. The captain of the rift was eagerly awaiting his arrival. Jaehan remembered how Eden had talked about the captain of the rift, who also had something like an eye in the sky. Our hero replied that he would deal with the captain of the rift himself. Solha warned that dozens of people were waiting outside and asked what he thought would happen when they left. Jaehuan said he didn't care. Anderson clutched her head. Well, what was he saying? Solha said that in that case, she would no longer try to convince him. The woman added that she had to repay Unsei for saving her and asked if Jaehuan wanted her to deal with the alliance. Runner told the goddess Anderson that the rift was offering help. The goddess agreed. Jaehuan said he didn't need help and asked her not to interfere. Solha asked if he wanted her to deal with the commander. Imai Kazuki was surprised. Was Solha serious? Jaehuan thought that Solha might have challenged the tower before him. That meant she had reached the top. No one said a word, but everyone knew that the strongest metabase god had recently appeared on the 8th floor. Solha said it was surprising that the day had finally come when he personally appeared on the 8th floor. Imai Kazuki noticed that there were too many of them. Was this a guard squad? Were they here to take revenge? Anderson said it was good if they hadn't come to fight. The god killer was informed that the commander wished to meet with him. When our hero left the tavern, everyone started chanting, "The naked destroyer has appeared! The god killer has appeared!" Solha said that this guy is popular, but no more so than they are. Jaehuan asked Solha why they were following him so closely. Solha replied that she was just bored. That was the only reason. She asked if they minded if they came too. Our hero's followers caught fans who were trying to annoy the god killer. One fan with tears in his eyes asked for help to become as strong as him. All the gods were proud because they fought in Big Brother and developed their own worldview. Only stubborn and arrogant gods could defend their view of the world. And so could our hero. The fan said he wanted to become strong enough to protect his followers. He added that he had been practicing the lunge for a long time and asked how much longer he would need to train. Jaehuan replied that he didn't know. Some laughed as they looked at the fan. Others nodded in approval. The gods of yesterday also approved. Some had doubts, some understood, some were disappointed. That was the difference. The Alliance headquarters was a high-rise palace. The one-eyed watchmaker declared that only the god killer could go further. Solha asked if Jaehuan was really going to fight the commander. He replied that he would if possible. Imai Kazuki, holding a dumpling in his hand, said that there was no point in being foolish. The guy would lose to the commander anyway. Kazuki asked when he had reached such a level of theory. Jaehuan replied that it had been several years ago. Imai Kazuki thought that Jaehuan was capable of destroying the sanctuary and had quite powerful worldly strength. Kazuki said that if the guy trained for a few more centuries, there would be no fighter equal to him on the entire Tree of Illusions. But not yet. Although they were both members of the Star family, Russell and Eduxini's power was on a completely different level. Eduxini was one of those who could fight even those who were at least 7 stars stronger than him. Jahan suggested that Kazuki knew a lot about the commander. Kazuki replied that Jaehuan would understand everything himself when he fought him. Imai Kazuki said that Jaehuan thought too highly of himself just because he had become one of the 7 stars. Jaehan followed his guide, who had been provided to him by the one-eyed watchmaker. Various weapons were displayed along the wall, a snake spear, a green dragon blade, a true craftsman's sword, the double dragon sword, piercing the sky. Zhou Huang silently followed the guide. Neither of them said a word. Anderson, sitting on our hero's shoulder, said that all these items had been collected by the commander. They were either originals or exact copies. Shihan noticed that the security here was too weak. Anderson said that they were sure no one would dare to steal anything. One of the exhibits was a book called Notes on Metaboss and the End of the World, written by Mulark Armelta. From the back of the room, someone asked, "Is the young man really interested in this book?" Usually, everyone wants to get their hands on weapons. The man said he was glad that the young man had so readily accepted his offer. It was the god of wealth, Commander Eduksini. Shahuan grabbed his sword and asked, "Is he a commander?" Eduksini said that he had not invited the young man here to fight. Eduksini felt a surge of worldly power. This man could easily be counted among his 3 most powerful opponents. The commander said that this young man was stronger than the rumors suggested. With such pressure from the power of the world, he had already passed the 4th stage of awakening and was on his way to the 5th. Jay Huang asked, "Does the commander know about awakening?" There were a large number of gear-like elements on the table in front of Eduksini. Jahuan saw a tower in front of him. Our hero asked his interlocutor, "Is he really a driver?" Eduksini replied that he was replacing the driver. The driver was extremely lazy. You could say that he gets all of this by staying in the tower. Looking closely, Jaehuan thought that the gods in this tower were moving, and the tower was being restored. Jaehan asked, "Did Eduksini watch the whole time? Why didn't he do anything when he destroyed the tower?" The commander replied that there was no need to worry, although he understood what the young man was thinking. The driver also knew everything. He didn't just leave the control of the tower to him for no reason. There were still those who wanted to deal with the god killer. After all, he was the one who destroyed the tower. Eduksini said that nothing like this had happened in a long time. Watching the young man's actions, the commander was touched. Eduksini said that 500 years had passed. Pointing to the volcano, the commander said that this map could no longer be restored. It was fun a long time ago. Anderson agreed with this statement. Edukini said that Anderson had changed. She used to be more like a human than a god. Anderson replied that she was still the same. Anderson thanked him for Eden, Justice, and Artane. Eduksini said he wanted them to live longer. Edukini asked if she was here to avenge her comrade. Anderson replied that it wasn't just that. She wanted to avenge her followers. Edukini reminded her that they had become puppets. Anderson said she knew that Eduksini was not involved. He had never cared about such things. However, he was responsible for the alliance, so he would still have to take responsibility. Edukini admitted that he had no excuses. Anderson did not expect him to still be in this tower. It seemed that he had already seen the top floor. The goddess asked if he thought the tower was the same as before. She thought she would be angry when she met him. Anderson added that Eduksini looked pitiful now. Perhaps there were questions left in the tower that had never been answered? The commander said that some questions were destined to remain unanswered forever, even though he had been waiting for this day. Or maybe he was just looking for someone to continue asking questions for him. Edukini asked, "Why is Jaehuan climbing the tower? Do you want your worldview to be recognized?" Jaehuan felt a painfully strange but familiar feeling, exactly the same as he had felt when he saw Sam Yoon Garam. There was a certain aura that radiated from those who suffered endlessly because of their worldview. Standing before him was a man who was curious about the end of the world, or perhaps he simply longed for it. Our hero replied that he was here to find a friend. Jaehuan added that, unfortunately, he was not in the tower. Therefore, he did not want to meet the driver and ask him about the first nightmare. If the world can be destroyed so easily, then it is destined to be destroyed. Eduksini said that the guy was right, but the driver was unlikely to be able to give an answer. These are 2 fundamental questions. One must understand this. Eduksini added that even God alone cannot answer them. That is why it is necessary to break the questions down into many smaller and less significant ones. Jaehuan asked, "So, we need to start with small steps?" Eduksini replied that you could say that. Who is stronger, the god Eduksini or the killer Jaehuang? This is the smallest question the young man can ask himself right now. Eduksini said he could give an answer right now, but if he were in the young man's place, he would not want to know it. Jaehuan was surprised. Why? The commander replied that the young man would not get an answer. Jaehuan asked, since Eduksini was on the top floor, what questions did he ask the driver? Edukini replied that he couldn't say. Jaehan suggested that the commander had also failed to get the answer he wanted, so he decided to stay here to climb to the top again. Eduksini said that there was no point in continuing the conversation. The reason he called the young man was painfully simple. He wanted him to join the climb, which would begin in 3 days. Jaehuan said he would not join. Eduksini said the boy had no choice, and threats were useless. Eduksini added that if Jaehwan wanted to, he could try. Our hero grabbed his sword. Eduksini said that the young man reminded him of Anderson 500 years ago. He saw the technique with which the guy defeated Russell. This technique is impressive, but that's probably all. In the depths, there are at least 10 creatures capable of destroying the young man with a single finger movement. Jaehwan was surprised. What did Eduksini mean by that? The commander replied that he could see the boy getting stronger. He was clearly one of those who was ready to hone the same technique to perfection. One of those who would ask the same question over and over again. Perhaps he had no equal in this, but he was missing out on the opportunity to ask other questions. Jaehwan focused on the top floor, but missed the chance to see the sights on the second to fifth floors. Jaehwan said he didn't come here to sightsee. Eduksini replied that this is precisely why the young man should be more attentive. The Tower of Nightmares is like a work of art. If you don't look closely, you won't understand anything. That's why he's giving the guy 3 days. That should be enough time to prepare fewer questions. Jaehwan was surprised. Why was his interlocutor giving him time to become stronger? Eduksini replied that Anderson already knew that the young man would not be able to defeat him now. Anderson accepted his invitation because she trusted him. He appreciates that trust. Jaehwan was lucky to be an extremely naive god. Eduksini added that the young man could consider this his second chance. Jaehwan should be grateful that he even has time to ask questions. Jaehwan, Solha, and Imai Kazuki found themselves back at the entrance to the majestic pagoda. Solha was surprised. Hadn't Jaehwan just gone in? Anderson said that this was the commander's ability. 3 stolen treasures. It was no coincidence that he had met no one but the 7 great gods. Eduksini is capable of turning back time. Jaehwan asked if it was really not an illusion and he had actually changed the flow of time. Jaehwan said he knew a demon who claimed that such a thing was impossible. Anderson understood why he said that, but time could indeed be turned back. Although it was only at the lowest level, it would be difficult to call it rebirth. Jaehwan suggested that this ability had its limits. Runnard saw our hero and said he thought Jaehwan had decided to hide. The old man said that they wanted to go to a safe zone, but the Alliance noticed them, so they decided it would be safer to defend themselves here. Jaehwan suggested that the Alliance knows how many people are on their side. If they challenge the commander now, they will simply be wiped out. Jaehwan told Renee that they had decided to fight in 3 days. Renee was surprised. Would the commander really agree to that? Jaehwan admitted that Eduksini was quite strange. Our hero added that, whatever the case, he was going to stay here for another 3 days. He needed to be alone with himself. Runnard asked what he should do. He trained every day. Jaehwan asked if the guy could do a normal lunge. Runnard replied that he couldn't really. Runnard must continue to train with the other gods. He will not participate in real battles until he learns how to do a strong lunge. Anderson asked our hero, sitting on the roof of the house, what he would do for the next 3 days. Jaehwan said he was going to take a look at the lower floors of the tower. Jaehwan added that he remembered something he had long forgotten. He had heard that the nightmare who created this tower was the master. That meant he must have left some kind of secret behind. Serena had already mentioned this. All towers bear traces of the nightmare's intentions. That meant there must be clues in the metabase too. Anderson said that the guy couldn't sit still. Jaehwan thought that it was difficult for the metabase to return to the old days because of the Alliance. There was no magic set that would reveal the secret of the tower. Solha appeared nearby and asked if they should cover for the guy for the next 3 days. The protagonist said that he would need to be protected while he was training. Solha asked if that was all he would ask for in return for saving Yun-sei. Jaehwan said he wouldn't repeat himself. Solha told Imai Kazuki to protect the guy. Yun-sei said he would help too. Anderson, in the form of a little girl, as in the distant past, sat on the ground and drew figures with her finger. Jaehwan wondered what she was doing in a strange, unique world. Was Anderson scared when he came? The goddess was surprised. Why did he come? Wasn't he going to train? Jaehwan said that there was a tower here, and now the metaboss was not the same as the one created by Nightmare. Our hero said he wanted to see the forgotten metaboss. Anderson, as always, was surprised. Jaehwan asked if the goddess was very familiar with the metaboss of the past. The protagonist and the goddess found themselves in the metaboss of 500 years ago. The reason why the gods cannot reach the end of this world is simple. It is too difficult for them to climb the steps. These words were left by Nightmare, who created this tower. Jaehwan asked the goddess if she had already fought the commander. Anderson replied that it had been a long time ago. The goddess said she would tell him everything, but her lesson would not be easy. Jaehwan remarked that this was exactly what he wanted. One of those present said he heard a strange sound. like the hands of a clock. Solha immediately eliminated these two representatives of the alliance. She said that one of them had surprisingly good hearing. The one-eyed watchmaker said that the woman had destroyed their guard. Didn't she understand where she was? Solha, looking at the numbers on their armbands, suggested that they had probably been assigned temporary strength ratings. But would they be able to stop her? The woman said she didn't want to waste time and demanded that these people call their commander. Someone was disturbed by the noise and said they didn't know what was going on in the rift. If the woman didn't leave, they would have to call in alliance troops. Solha asked if this was the alliance's new military advisor. The woman thought that although her opponent was not at the 7-star level, he was clearly stronger than the 6th god, Metaboss. Solha asked if he had ordered the kidnapping of Insi on the 7th floor. The woman engaged in a fierce confrontation with the alliance warriors, intending to punish them as they deserved. The battle was brutal and bloody. Solha inflicted damage while remaining out of reach of her opponents. Solha repeated that she was waiting for their commander here immediately. She declared that none of those present were afraid of the rift. Solha continued to fight alone against everyone. The woman was surprised. Had their reputation fallen so low? You can't treat the rift like that. Solha used the skill Sea of Dead Blood. There were a huge number of casualties. The woman noted that the oldest of the opponents did not even notice when his head was cut off. Solha told the 2 survivors that they could leave. She was willing to spare them. The woman added that she couldn't destroy everyone. Someone had to tell the others. Suddenly, the commander appeared in the square. He said he hadn't seen Solha in a long time. The woman noted that he had arrived before the news had spread, and she was also glad to see him. The commander, as always, was quite reserved. Solha asked why he had come. The commander replied with a question. What did she think? Solha asked how long he was going to continue acting like a commander. The fracture wanted him to return. Didn't he think the leader had been waiting too long? Solha added that after they left Chunho, things went badly at the rift. He himself knows that the leader cannot cope alone. His opponent replied that they could no longer stand on the same side. Solha asked why he crawled to the 5th page. Maybe he stole the time virus from Kronos? Why not just go back 700 years and save his brother? The interlocutor admitted that he would like to get rid of the rift and the 7 great gods, to return to the times without gods and monarchs. But it is too difficult. Solha asked if he understood that he could do nothing and had decided to stay here. Did he still ask himself strange questions? The commander admitted that he had recently begun to doubt the origins of all questions. He became curious about what questions others were asking. The man told Solha to leave and never return. If he saw her again, there would be no avoiding hostility. Solha replied that she was going to leave, but now she thought it would be better to destroy him first. Solha declared that the god of wealth, Edukshini, the former captain of the 2nd squad, Kim Seyun, must get rid of him. She added that his skills were nothing against her and rushed to attack. Seeing the time cube in her opponent's hands, the woman thought that he had tricked her with a change in time. Kim Seyun told Solha that she could rest and activated the time cube. The commander added that the 3-day deadline would soon expire. Information came in that the 8th floor mission would begin in 5 minutes. Captain Carlton said he hadn't seen anything like this in a long time, and hurriedly spent all his accumulated faith reserves. Serena said that now was not the time to worry about finances. She asked if Carlton had found Jaehwan. Carlton replied that he hadn't. Serena said that he had contacted the Rift and must be somewhere nearby. Carlton saw people practicing lunges and realized they were followers of the Fortress Keeper. They called themselves the Naked Destroyer Squad. He thought he had seen them in Little Brother. Carlton told these people that they were doing everything wrong and immediately regretted his words. The people were indignant. If he didn't like something, let him try it himself. Carlton demonstrated his abilities, and the people realized that he was serious. There really is something to learn here. Renard acknowledged that this man was very good at lunging, but asked, "What kind of lunge is this?" Carlton said it was the Chong-Ho lunge, a technique invented by the divine medic, which he himself sometimes taught. Renard heard about the imminent start of the ascent and said he had to go. Carlton asked him to be careful. Carlton was offered to touch the nearest route to go to the mission field. He took advantage of this. The captain was transported to the desired location, the tree. After the start, everyone rushed forward, pushing Carlton aside. If he wasn't going to run, there was no point in getting in the way. Carlton looked up and realized he would have to climb a spiral staircase. He decided to reach the top in one breath to meet the fort's keeper. However, the officer relaxed and realized that climbing would not be so easy. An obstacle appeared. Armed men declared that they would not let him pass so easily. First, he would have to get past them. Carlton did not understand how he had broken the rules. These people looked more like bandits. The officer explained the existing rules. You cannot raise your sword first. The armed man said that this was a double standard. Carlton replied that according to the law, you cannot interrupt a person during a conversation. Carlton waved to the people below and continued his ascent. The officer finished climbing the stairs and saw the trunk of a tree. Would he have to climb further here? The captain thought that the scale was much larger than he had expected. Given the many passages, there were surely survivors who had climbed up from other routes. The caretaker was probably here somewhere too. Suddenly, Carlton was attacked, but at the last moment he managed to dodge the enemy's sword. Carlton immediately read the rules to his opponent, according to which it was forbidden to raise a sword. His opponent told Carlton that he was approximately in the 4th stage of awakening. The one-eyed watchmaker stated that Carlton's main storyline would involve silver chains and a sacred spear. Serena told Carlton to run away and not get so caught up in the rules. This guy is one of the one-eyed watchmakers. He is as strong as the 7 stars. Carlton was surprised. Had Serena been watching him? But she needn't worry. He wasn't that stubborn freak anymore. The officer said that if he could at least detain these people here, it would definitely help the caretaker. The skill Carlton's rethinking was activated, a powerful lunge. However, the attack did not reach its target. The captain thought that his opponent had blocked his lunge with his bare hands. The one-eyed watchmaker told the officer to reveal his sanctuary. If he did not, his days would be numbered. Carlton again read the rules by which he operated and resisted the attackers. He believed that by using silver chains, he was doing justice. The captain declared that his life would be devoted solely to the keeper of the fortress. The one-eyed watchmaker said that this was very curious. Perhaps the officer had decided to die. The one-eyed watchmaker approached his opponent and said he wanted to put an end to this childishness. Carlton's veins contained a mixture of heavenly and human blood. He was born from the roots and would fall into chaos if he died. That is why he had no home of his own, the place where he grew up and lived for a long time. The world that called him the captain of the Northern Gate. You could say it was his homeland. It was a place that everyone called chaos. That chaos was now behind him. Captain Carlton met with the fort's keeper. Jae Hwang told the captain that he had seen his attack. Carlton had reached a level that was only accessible to those who trained tirelessly, over and over again. Whether it was chaos or the depths, Carlton was very persistent everywhere. The captain said he heard this from someone who destroys and breaks everything everywhere. Johan said he could help the captain. Carlton replied that he had not come here for help. The captain told Jae-hwan to move on. He would hold off the enemies. Jae-hwan noted that this guy might be difficult. The protagonist said he trusted the captain and moved on along the established route. Captain Carlton was left alone with the one-eyed clockmaker. However, the hero was unable to escape pursuit. He asked his opponent, "Are you one of the 7 stars?" The one-eyed watchmaker replied that he didn't care about such nicknames. Jae-hai thought that this guy was weaker than Russell, but still extremely strong. He was clearly at the level of the 7 stars. John Ho was right when he said that there were many strong fighters hiding in the depths. It was no coincidence that the phrase "strongman from the depths" had appeared. Jae-hwan was forced to engage in combat. Even Mino, who met our hero in chaos, mistook him for a strong man without the depths. The watchmaker told Jae-hwan not to get distracted. He should not be underestimated. The opening of the new Nightmare Sanctuary was activated. Jae-hwan was surprised. "Yunsi, have you already turned him into a child?" It turns out that this is how shrines can be used. The one-eyed watchmaker was intrigued. How much longer could his opponent maintain his feigned calm? He had to hold out for 10 minutes, otherwise he could receive a critical blow. The one-eyed watchmaker told the godkiller to try to dodge now, if he could, of course. The watchmaker claimed that Jae-hwan would not be able to withstand his flow of time. He could not defeat him in a battle of speed, but he could even try to use the technique he had used against Russell. Jae-han said that the gods of the depths love to talk to their opponents. Our hero agreed with his opponent. He wasn't that good in a battle of speed, so he decided to focus all his energy on a single attack. The one-eyed watchmaker thought he saw the technique his opponent had used in his fight against Russell. This technique is quite powerful due to the accumulation of force, but the body cannot withstand the recoil. He had just used his only ultimate. Now he had to attack quickly. The one-eyed watchmaker was terribly upset. He didn't know that his opponent could use his ultimate twice. How could he have become so strong in such a short time? Definitely, Godkiller used a different technique against Russell. Jae-hwan made a strong lunge. 10 more lunges followed. The watchmaker thought that the technique was strong, but it was used without revealing his sanctuary. He had to corner him again, withstanding all attacks. His opponent would not be able to use such a technique again. The one-eyed watchmaker decided that his chance had come. He had to strike when his opponent was exhausted. It should happen very soon. Watching the battle, Captain Carlton decided that the fortress keeper had become even stronger. The one-eyed watchmaker was deactivated. God Killer is a real monster. Why is he so strong, even without a sanctuary? Revealing the sanctuary is a technique that turns the territory into a personal field. It consumes a greater amount of world power, but it is not worth wasting it. That's what Jaehwan thought. What was the point of revealing the sanctuary just to escape? Over the past 3 days, he had come up with another technique to fight the powerful beings of the depths. Jaehwan narrowed the spread of his sanctuary as much as possible. The one-eyed watchmaker thought it was madness. Not long ago, he was at the level of Russell, one of the 7 stars. However, in just a few days, everything had changed radically. Captain Carlton turned to the fortress keeper. There was no time to wait. They had to go upstairs quickly. Another man was rapidly approaching the battlefield, loudly declaring that he would not allow the hero to be stopped. The god of fate, Thanatos, said mockingly that this old man was boring and still alive. The old man came closer and said his name was Shi Yu. Had anyone heard of him? Some gods were shocked. The god of aging had appeared here, and it caused controversy. After all, this was no place for one of the 7 heavens to intervene. Jaehwan thought in surprise, could this old man be one of the 7 heavens? The 7 great gods rule the 7 heavens. In their honor, a constellation of 7 stars shines in the sky. Together, they make up the 21 most powerful gods of the depths. One of the 7 heavens appeared before Jaehwan. The old man explained that he did not want to overshadow the young star, but hoped that the young man would retreat. The hero did not feel any hostility from the old man, but he wondered why they were trying to stop him. Shi Yu said that the young man was very brave, but if he defeated the commander, it would not end there. He would incur the wrath of all the depths. The old man asked if the hero knew who really controlled the metabase. Jaehwan replied that he was not interested in that. Shi Yu advised him to think about it. And then it would become clear that climbing to the top of the tower was as foolish as trying to stop time. Jaehwan gripped his sword tighter and declared that he had nothing more to say. He would kill anyone who stood in his way. The old man noted that he saw potential in the young hero's eyes. One of the 7 heavens admitted that he had come at Kronos' request. But seeing the young man's talent, he was now afraid to destroy him. Shiryu warned him not to treat life lightly. The hero had enough power to become one of the 7 great gods. Over the past 1,000 years, the 7 stars in the 7 heavens have changed, because unusual people have appeared before. There were even those who, having found the relics of ancient gods, became extremely powerful. But the 7 great gods are a different matter. They rule the depths and possess power that can surpass that of 12 monarchs. Many gods do not even come close to their power, even after training their entire lives. Now, one of the 7 stars, the god of aging, sees in Jaehan the potential to rise to the highest gods. Jaehan noticed the approaching people. They were outraged. How dare the monarchs invade here? The scoundrels from the 5 clans should not have appeared here. Judging by the power pressure, there were lieutenant generals and higher. The hero was already ready to use force. If they were alone, he could handle them. But the situation was complicated. One of the 7 heavens was among them. Captain Carlton promised to buy some time for the fort's keeper. The Naked Destroyer's squad, including Runnard, rushed into the attack. Their opponents were confused. Why were they all naked? Runnard ran up to Jaehwan and didn't ask if he had seen that powerful lunge. Carlton recognized the young man. He had seen him at the roots of the tree. Carlton thought it was a brilliant lunge, but he didn't know the young man's name. Had the hero become so strong so quickly? Runnard did not get distracted, continuing to inflict damage on his opponent. The attackers were indignant. Who was this guy and where did he come from? The gatekeeper of the Dark Bench joined the battle, and the opponents immediately sensed the threat. The old man noticed that the opponents were not very strong, just an advanced detachment. But more powerful ones would soon arrive, so it was best not to let their guard down. He assured them that Jaehwan should continue his ascent. Runnard supported these words. Captain Carlton ordered Godkiller not to stop. The fortress keeper should not stop either. He would help delay the pursuers. All the allies supported Jaehwan and believed in him. Rene asked why Jaehwan was still hesitating. He must climb to the top and destroy the commander. The hero became even more determined and declared that he would destroy the world. Jaehwan asked Rene if she hadn't said that the tower needed to be protected. The girl replied that she hadn't changed her mind. She was helping, but still doubted success. If he really puts an end to the world, he will show everyone his own world. Shiyu stated that the young man would not be able to proceed further. The blood flower was activated. Imai Kazuki, Solha's comrade in arms, joined the confrontation. Shiyu did not understand why the captain of the rift was helping, but asked him to retreat. Imai Kazuki said he would not retreat, that he had his own reasons, that he wanted to have some more fun. The captain of the rift said that the old man was strong, and that they needed help to focus. The captain reported that Sol Ha had disappeared 3 days ago and had probably gone in search of the commander. Her return was extremely important for the rift. Imai Kazuki counted on Godkiller. Sol Ha must be brought back. Jinunsi appeared with a hammer in his hands, saying he would cover his allies. The rivals were terrified. Gods, monarchs, humans. Everyone had come here to rise higher. They accumulate the power of the world, raise their level, and capture towers to rise higher. Those who could not rise came here to descend. There are endless wars between gods and monarchs. Cultivators grow crops, and souls that could not be collected become appendages of gods and monarchs fighting in this endless hell. Perhaps the nightmare who created this tower wanted to tell us exactly that. Why did the nightmare show this tower to Jaehwan? Did he want to tell him about this? What lesson can be learned from such feelings in this meaningless world? Edixini asked the driver, "Did the Lord of the Rift meet him at the top of the tower?" The driver nodded affirmatively. What did he ask? The driver replied that knowing the answer would not change anything, because in the end he had given up. Eduxini said that the driver did not have to answer if he did not want to. Edukini saw our hero and said that he had finally made it here. Jaehwan took hold of the copper and said he was ready to begin. The commander declared that this would be Jaehwan's last battle in Metabase. Runnard and the old man climbed upstairs, and the young man shouted with joy that they were already there. The old man wondered how they had managed it. Runnard explained that they had flown here quickly with the help of a lunge. The young man asked in surprise what that last section was. He almost suffocated. The old man explained that it was an area with high density of space and time. This is common in the depths. Renee said that it seemed they had come here for a reason. Martis admired how he had dealt with the monarchs. Renee said that Ray Ray was still fighting the captain at the gate. The others were also holding their ground. The old man asked what had happened to Beck and the other gatekeepers. Martis replied that they were with the Naked Destroyer's army and were fully prepared to fight back. These are powerful gods, so there is nothing to worry about. Yunsi and Captain Carlton also arrived. All 8 participants in the ascent had been selected. They received their entry tickets to the 9th floor. The maximum number of people allowed on the 9th floor had been reached. Martis said that he had spent his entire life on the 6th floor and never thought he would see the 9th. The old man also believed that he would spend the rest of his life cooking dumplings on the 8th floor. Captain Carlton was sure that he would remain an inspector forever and would never find himself in such a place. The old man asked the captain who he was. The officer replied that he had known the fortress keeper for a long time. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. Everyone present tensed up and was surprised. Captain Carlton was the first to react and rushed to help the fortress keeper. The old man shouted for him to stop. If they intervened, they would become a burden to Jaehwan. The old man explained that only the power of one of the 7 stars, or an even more powerful being, could participate in a battle between such gods. Jahan did indeed continue his battle with Eduxini. Eduxini noticed that Jaehwan had become stronger. The hero asked who he was to judge him now. The self-denial skill was activated. Eduxini, fending off another attack, told the young man not to be so persistent. After all, Jaehwan himself knew how difficult it was to find a worthy opponent with whom he could fight at full strength. There were less than 10 people left in the depths who could fight him right now. Jay had said that soon there would be 9. The 3rd form of the Sword of Destruction was activated. After that, the Black Emoji skill was used. Jaehwan declared that today was the day Eduxini would leave this sorrowful world. Eduxini would never have thought that he would lose in a battle where pure world power was decisive. He did not expect his opponent to be so strong. Jihan thought that he was facing one of the divine relics that had defeated Anderson. Now he resembled those whom the hero had seen at the factory. Perhaps this was an imitation of the god the guys had been looking for at the factory. Eduxini wondered, did this guy still have time to daydream? Jaehwan activated the Raven Armor skill. Eduxini was surprised. He himself had tried to use this technique against his opponents. The commander said that this young man would definitely not last now. An energy ball flashed in his hands. Eduxini suggested that his opponent surrender, but received a decisive refusal. Eduxini had no doubt that he would receive just such a response. Our hero activated Long Reach, one of his most powerful skills. Eduxini said that no matter how hard the guy tried, he wouldn't even leave a scratch. In his world, the hero saw Anderson sitting in front of a tree. What was she doing there? A song played, "Long ago, the naked god wandered the world." Anderson said she wanted to have fun like she did 500 years ago. Anderson added that he only had the avatar, while she had the hereditary power of an ancient god. This is a battle between the strongest skin and the most perfect naked body in the world. By strongest skin, Anderson meant her comrade, Jaehwan. Renee activated the drone and said that everyone needed to see this battle. Whoever wins, it will be engraved in the history of the depths. Runner predicted that Mr. Jahuan would win. Edukini no longer felt as confident as before. His protective suit was badly damaged. The old man said it was too early to rejoice. There was a belief in Metabase that no one can defeat the commander one-on-one. Runnard was amazed. Was the commander really that strong? The old man replied that the young man would soon see for himself. The commander said that he hadn't lost his skin in a long time. It had simply been torn to shreds. Anderson warned that caution should be exercised, as Eduksini was using the second divine relic. Zhou Huang noticed that the commander's movements had suddenly become very fast. The protagonist heard the sound of an explosion behind him. What could it mean? Had he accelerated by blowing up the ground beneath his feet? Anderson shouted, "Behind you!" and the connection with her was severed. Our hero did not think that his opponent could take advantage of this moment, but he had already lost connection with his body, so there was nothing left to appreciate. Anderson realized what steps her opponent was going to take and cried out in despair, "Zhehuang!" What followed was a storyline based on the rules of Pentagon of Ashes. Edukini said that the sword he held in his hands had earned him the nickname God of Disaster. Zhehuan asked, "Does even his weapon imitate the ancient gods?" Edukshini clarified, "Did Zhehuan understand that he was the king? This sword of disaster is an imitation of the sword of emptiness." The commander revealed the name of his weapon. In a one-on-one battle, a special ability was activated. Anderson thought that nothing was working out for them. The goddess told Zhehuan not to fall under this sword. It would absorb the commander's world power and turn him to ashes. Zhehuang asked, "Did Eduksini expel Anderson to fulfill the condition for using the sword?" The commander confirmed this. The commander explained that the sword had a limitation. It could only be used in one-on-one combat. That was exactly what he needed in such an arena. Jaehuan thought that this was an item with the power of creation and a storyline that allowed one-on-one combat. He doesn't even hide his history, which means he is confident that no one can defeat him in this arena. Anderson said that Jaehuan should get out of the arena and join forces with others. But our hero replied that he could fight one-on-one. Jaehuan said that he had been looking forward to this moment. After all, it is one of the 3 treasures. But now he is somehow disappointed. Eduksini was surprised. What does that mean? The hero had a strange feeling that he had already seen this story. The commander thought that his opponent had spent too much energy to get here. But why was he still holding on? Edukini apologized to Anderson. It seemed that she had become very attached to this guy. Jaehuan did not expect that his opponent could blow up his sword and be willing to sacrifice his arm. Anderson shouted again for Jaehuan to be extremely careful. After another attack, Eduksini was surprised. He had hit his opponent, so why was he still standing? Jaehuan said that the commander had only left a scratch. Eduksini didn't understand. Why hadn't he turned to ash? Jaehuan replied that it was because he had a strong body. The commander asked in surprise, had his opponent taken off his clothes? Jaehuan replied that he often did so. The commander asked, did the opponent meet a lonely god? The hero replied that he met a catastrophe. Eduksini said that the catastrophe was not the ancient god who controls clothes. The commander asked in amazement, does Jaehuan not know what clothes are? Eduksini couldn't believe that the guy had taken off his clothes without knowing what they were. It was unbelievable. His talent was even frightening. Jihan recalled his training when he practiced the same lunge over and over again. The teacher said that he was not getting stronger because he was practicing a simple technique. Jaehuan said that no one had explained this to him before. But in the depths, he often heard such things. Our hero declared that it was time to end this battle. Watching the battle, Runnard said that the fight was somehow dragging on. Was it just him, or had the sand in the hourglass stopped falling? The old man suggested that time was passing more slowly, or maybe the sand itself was falling slowly. Runnard replied that this was very strange. Renard thought that Mr. Jahuang was gaining the upper hand, but it seemed as if the commander's counterattacks had become noticeably faster. It seemed as if the commander was learning by copying Mr. Jahuang's strikes. Martis said that even if that were the case, the commander was much more seriously injured. Carlton stated that the Watcher's victory was only a matter of time. Runnard noted that they had a problem. Time was not passing, and the commander still had a 3rd treasure. Rene pointed out that he was already using all 3 treasures. Everyone was surprised. Martis asked, how long ago was that? Renee replied that she wasn't sure herself. After another attack, our hero asked his opponent, when did he manage to do it? Eduksini was surprised. What are you talking about? The commander said he had just gotten into the swing of things. The show goes on. Zhi said he would ask the question again. When? When did Eduxini manage to turn back time? The commander replied, when he realized that his sword was useless against his opponent. Jae asked how many times he had changed the flow of time. Eduxini replied, about 1,800 times. The commander noted that controlling time affected his opponent's consciousness. But how did he notice that? Jae replied that he did not know. Perhaps because he could not bear to return to the past. Eduxini said that this was very interesting. Jae added that he had his reasons for this. Was the turning of time also an imitation of the abilities of an ancient god? The commander explained that it was a little different. This skill was created by one of the 7 great gods. Jae asked how far back in time he could go. Eduxini replied that if he told him, it wouldn't be as fun. Our hero said that his opponent does not turn back time at all. He simply changes the sequence of events within a certain space. Most likely, the commander can only turn back time for a few minutes. Obviously, this ability has limitations. Eduxini said that it was pointless to keep hiding it. Jae asked, does the commander really want to go back to the past? Eduxini noted that you need to go back to the past when you want to get something back. For example, this applies to former comrades. Jihan asked how many years the rival would have to overcome to save his comrades. Eduxini replied, 700 years. Jihan thought that after so many years, the souls of his former comrades would have turned to dust and scattered into the vastness of the depths. Our hero said that the commander must understand that he cannot simply return. Eduxini said that he could do it if he changed the course of time for the whole world. Jae said that his opponent had completely lost his mind. Eduxini asked, are there really gods who have reached such heights and retained their sanity? Jae asked if the driver was capable of creating such an illusion. Eduxini replied that even he could not, but the first nightmare was quite capable. Jihan suggested that the driver at least knew something about the end of the world. Our hero said that his opponent would not get what he wanted. The commander replied that he knew that. Eduxini asked his opponent if he had already restored the power of the world. The protagonist said that he had done so thanks to the commander. Eduxini activated the time delay. Our hero thought that it would be difficult to win with just attacks. Maybe something would work if he struck faster than the speed of light. Then, he would destroy the very concept of time. It was his only way out. The full disclosure of the sanctuary, world after destruction, was applied. Runner noticed that the entire 9th floor had been transformed into Mr. Jae-won's sanctuary. Mardis agreed that it was his sanctuary. The time delay was interrupted. Eduxini was surprised. How did Jae-won manage to do that? Our hero said that it was just a story that brought him back to yesterday. However, in his world, there is no yesterday. Eduxini said that not everyone sees the world that way. It is not necessary to live in such a world to be happy. The commander said, let everyone look at this world. It is complete enough. His opponent said that he sees the true world. The opponent said that he cannot allow people to turn away from the truth. Eduxini said that this also applies to Shiyun. Shiyun replied that everyone must be destroyed, whether they are enemies or allies, even if it means destroying himself. He wants Eduxini to see the same world. Jae asked, was it the Lord of the Rift? Eduxini did not answer, but increased the pressure during the attack. Jae told his opponent that he had not lived all this time to revive his comrades. He had lived for revenge. The commander created the 3 treasures and climbed to the top to become one of the 7 stars. Then he became Kronos' subordinate and the commander of the alliance, all for the sake of destroying one person. However, as is usually the case, his plan for revenge was not meant to be. No one knew if they had really broken through or if he had simply given up, foreshadowing the end. So he wasted his time. But due to certain circumstances, he met Jae-hwan. Anderson told Jae-hwan again to be careful. Another explosion rang out. Our hero couldn't understand how his opponent could still be holding on. Jae-hwan activated the Way of the Waves skill. Our hero remembered how Captain Carlton told the fort keeper to move forward. He would distract the enemies. Jae-hwan also remembered how the gatekeeper of Black Bench had sided with him, repelling the attacker's assaults. Renee told the rookie to climb up and destroy the commander. Himai Kazui also did his best to help our hero, assisting him in moving upward. All these people helped Jae-hwan achieve his goal. And now, he stood before his defeated enemy, the commander. Jae-hwan asked his opponent why he hadn't revealed the sanctuary. Eduxini replied that he had no sanctuary. He had lost it long ago. The commander said that now that he had seen his rival's world, he felt calmer. Eduxini asked the Lord of the Rift, could he still see it? The answer was yes. He could not touch, smell, or feel it. He only knew that it was high in the heavens. How was that different from a dream or an illusion? How could he know that it was really there? Can truth that is visible to only one person be truth? The commander said that the young man had found another question. He hoped that the question Jehuan would find would be interesting to him as well. Edukshini said that he had denied the truth for a long time. He wanted to believe that a world without it was possible. This is one of the reasons why he controls Metabas. The commander added that one day the young man would encounter another truth. If there are two truths in the world, then inevitably one of them is a lie. The commander hopes that the truth the young man sees will turn out to be genuine. Edukshini looked at his opponent and asked if he felt sorry for him. Jihen replied that he once regretted destroying an enemy like the commander. That man helped him reach the fourth stage, to contemplate theory and genesis. Edukshini asked what Jaehuan was hinting at. Our hero replied that if the commander had not given him 3 days, even raising the sanctuary to a higher level, he would not have been able to win. Jihan said that he could consider his debt paid. Edukshini declared that it was useless. He still did not have the power to turn back time. The commander grabbed his head and shouted loudly. If Jaehuan wanted to go to the next floor, the guy had to destroy him right now. Jaehuan thought that his opponent was turning back time. Had he lied when he said he didn't have the power of the world? Anderson said that it wasn't the commander. One of the 7 gods had descended. The god said that this guy must be destroyed and the metaboss protected. Anderson said that it was not worth fighting him. They were no match for him right now. Jaehuan replied that there was nowhere to run anyway. The rival who appeared was extremely aggressive. The god asked Edukshini, was he really going to break his promise? Anderson told our hero that now was not the time to hesitate. As soon as the sanctuary closed, everyone would be in danger. Jaehuan replied that he knew this, but continued to resist and effectively carried out his decisions. Disturbances in the space-time continuum prevented our hero from concentrating properly. Thoughts from the recent past troubled him. The commander said that there was no time and that the opponent must be destroyed. Anderson repeated that now was not the time to delay. After all, as soon as the sanctuary closed, everyone would be in danger. Edukshini stood his ground. The young man must destroy him immediately. One of the 7 gods attacked our hero fiercely, and the young man lost his balance and flew far back. Anderson, in Jaehuan's arms, said she was suffocating. Jaehuan let her go and said she was in the way and could go rest. Jaehuan got to his feet and decided to continue the confrontation. One of the 7 gods said that this guy had destroyed so many gods, but had not lost his simple human feelings. However, in order to reach the top of the tower, he would have to get rid of those feelings. No matter what our hero did, it was all in vain because the god could turn back time. Jihan found himself lying at his opponent's feet. The god said that it was possible to climb the tower with human emotions, but only those who had destroyed them within themselves could reach the very top. The commander reached the top floor, but ultimately became the driver's puppet because he did not get rid of his petty feelings. God was curious to see what decision Jaehuan would make. Our hero gathered his strength and attacked his opponent. God said that it was all useless. Would the young man reach the top or protect his comrades? God attacked Jaehuan again, along with everyone who was ready to support him. God added that Jaehuan had made his choice. He did not deserve to reach the summit. The gods watching from the sidelines were shocked by what they saw. However, our hero changed his appearance and said that he had not seen Kronos for a long time. Kronos shouted, "How dare you crawl here, catastrophe? Your era is long gone." Kronos said that the catastrophe had broken its promise. Kronos did not expect to meet the catastrophe here. Who was in the guise of this young man? Kronos declared that now everything was clear to him, why the ash blade had not worked. The catastrophe said that he had not given permission for communication. Who dared to descend? Kronos showed no signs of life. The voice said that the awakened one still had the same arrogant tone. Zhou Huang said that this time, since he had done things his own way, he would be allowed to use the blade. The voice replied, "As the awakened one wishes." Catastrophe said that he would no longer help the young man. If his goal was truly Big Brother, then he was capable of dealing with the 7 gods on his own. Catastrophe added that the awakened one must climb up with all his might. Our hero's comrades ran up to him and asked if he was okay. Runnard looked at his hand and asked how Mr. Jaehuan was feeling. Jaehuan remembered Anderson's request to save her only follower. Anderson asked our hero to take this child with him. Jae had told Runnard that he was fine. You don't die from something like that. Runnard said he was glad to hear that. He thought Mr. Jaehuan might have serious problems. Our hero thought that these problems were real. When Kronos descended into the commander's soul, they were on the brink. Renee told our hero that he was no longer just a novice. Renee added that even the 7 stars were now inferior to this young man. Captain Carlton congratulated the keeper on his victory. The old man also congratulated the god killer and added that it was an honor for him to be here. Everyone present acknowledged that there was no one stronger than Jihuan in the entire metaverse. Even the high-ranking god shed a tear. He wiped away his tears as if ashamed and realizing that such emotions were foreign to a god. Unable to cope with the overwhelming feeling, he cried sincerely like a human being. But Marchus was not ashamed because he was here thanks to a human being. Anyone who saw Marchus's face could confirm that he was fully present in the moment. Then, he shared the joy of Jae-Hwan's victory more devotedly than anyone else. They had won, and the metaverse had lost its master. The old man asked our hero if he knew the Lonely King. He thought about it when he heard about the destruction of the monarchs, but he didn't think it was true. He was afraid to even imagine what hardships awaited the young man on his journey. The descent of the King of Catastrophe into the depths was even more shocking than the discovery of the last floor of the metabase, 600 years later. The old man added that with the advent of Catastrophe, the prisoner of chaos, everything had gone beyond the limits of the metaverse. Renee noted that very soon, the 7 gods and 12 monarchs would begin to take serious action. Jihan advised her to leave these worries for later because tears would not help. Renee said that maybe someone would sympathize with her. She was worried that her expensive streaming equipment would be damaged. Jae-Hwan replied that in that case, it was worth worrying about what lay ahead. Martis and Renee began to argue with each other about the girls' streams. After Renee ran out of arguments, she punched Bogue in the jaw. Martis told Renee to calm down. Renee promised that she would control everything and keep it under control. Renee told our hero that she was also indebted to him. Jae-Hwan held the cube in his hand and felt the pressure of the world inside. He remembered how Imai Kazui asked him to find Sol Ha. Jae-Hwan said he was going to the driver. Runnard said he never dreamed of seeing the top floor of the tower. Renee said that they had received a mission when they came up here. Martis reminded them that the mission was to destroy the commander. Information came in that the 9th floor mission had been completed. The next task stated that only one passenger could enter the 10th floor. Renee was surprised because they had all come such a long way. Why could only one of them go further? The old man said there was no point in arguing about who would go on. The old man added that if it weren't for Jae-Hwan, they would never have seen the entrance to the 9th floor. Carlton said that if it weren't for the caretaker, they would never have entered the metaverse at all. Martis said that thanks to Jae-Hwan, he saw the 9th floor, and that was enough for him. Anderson said that it couldn't have been any other way. Renard congratulated Mr. Jae-Hwan. Edukshini thought they were all fools. Everyone present was surprised. Was the commander really alive? The commander asked, did they really believe that it was possible to simply unite and defeat the enemy? Did they really naively believe that such a fairy tale was possible in the world of humans and gods? That was not why the tower was built. Edukshini said that long ago, the words, "The reason why gods cannot ascend to the end is extremely simple," were written at the entrance to the metaboss. And they are too heavy. A message arrived. To reach the 10th floor, it is necessary to destroy all remaining passengers on the 9th floor. All passengers must be destroyed and the metabus freed. Only the last survivor will receive a ticket to the 10th floor. The reward will be a personal meeting with the driver. Edukshini said that those who wish to witness the end of the world must leave behind everything they have acquired. The Little Brother system was launched by the driver, broadcasting resumes on the 9th floor. The driver offers the 9th floor task to the gods. Jae-Hwan learned that the passenger heading to the 10th floor must destroy all other passengers on the 9th floor. The god of flame, Ignis, wonders why such a task is necessary. The god Thanatos considers it a good way to liven up the metaboss. Many gods are intrigued by the impending bloodshed on the 9th floor. Everyone on the 9th floor is on edge. Edukini said he was curious to see what choice Jae-Hwan would make. Would he climb to the top of the tower or protect his comrades? If he wanted to reach the top, he had to get rid of all emotions. Jae-Hwan asked the commander. Did he destroy his comrades in order to move on to the next floor? Edukini said that 700 years ago, he had no choice but to revive his fallen comrades. He thought that meeting with the driver would be enough. The commander added that he had failed the first time. Jae-Hwan asked if that meant that if he tried, he might succeed. Edukshini replied that he wanted to make sure, but in the end, he was simply disappointed. Why did Jae-Hwan look as if this was a surprise to him? He used to be an ordinary product. Did he really know nothing when he entered the tower? Edukshini asked what this place was like in Jae-Hwan's opinion. The gods here imitate human emotions. They cry, they laugh. Sometimes they destroy other people's puppets to learn what humans feel. For them, it's just a game. This place was created to promote the Seekers. Only those who are able to understand human emotions, but at the same time renounce them, are able to calmly reach the end, a carefully thought-out fake system, a tower in which the true seekers revolve. This is the metaverse. Edukini noticed that the gods from Little Brother love stories about people like Jehuang. The young man breaks the system by reminding them of their own dreams. The main thing is that it does not threaten other gods. If he continues in the same vein, the gods will see him as a threat and try to get rid of him. No matter how strong Jehuan is, will he survive when all the depths turn against him? The commander said that the young man must reach the top of the tower. At the very top, he will receive the reward he desires. Jehuan replied that he did not need a reward. Jehai turned around and said that he would climb in his own way. As a farewell, Edukshini told the young man not to think that he would be lucky enough to find himself on the 6th floor again. Our hero said that he had not destroyed the Tower of Nightmares for such an answer. Jehan understood. If 1,000 years were not enough, he would strike twice as long. He was ready to strike endlessly. And if that didn't help, he would continue until he achieved the result. However, the blow he struck at that moment did not reach the top. Something was wrong. There was no ceiling. Edukshini asked, "Does the young man still not understand?" Until he destroys everyone here, he will not reach the next floor. No matter how hard he tries, Jehuan and Runnard made a powerful lunge. The young man said that he had practiced this move for a long time. Captain Carlton noted that it reminded him of the old days of chaos. Mardis added that no matter how many years passed, he would always be on Jehuan's side. The old man admitted that he hadn't fought in a long time. Jin Unse, with a hammer in his hands, also promised to help. Many gods were shocked by the passengers' actions, and some frowned at what was happening. Anderson asked, "Aren't you tired of playing by the driver's rules?" Edukshini shouted, "Does Anderson think no one else has tried before her?" An anonymous puppet donated 500 ver to Jehuan. Such donations continued. What was going on? No one became a puppet of their own free will. Did Jehuan really think that no one had tried before him? The puppets' despair reached its limit, and they challenged their own gods. They had been waiting for this day for hundreds of years. Following in the footsteps of the puppets, Jehuan fell into a different kind of ecstasy. Jehuan's first technique, the device, was activated. Then he used Star Dash. If this isn't the height of fantasy, then there really is a ceiling. The gods were surprised. Why wasn't Jehan giving up? Why were they helping him? Glowing yellow bubbles appeared in the air. Everyone looked at them in surprise. Our hero also noticed them. Runnard asked if Jehuan remembered the story he had told him. The story about a music box that sounded like a prayer when it was wound up. What was happening now was very similar to that. Edukini couldn't believe what was happening. It was the pleas of the puppets. Runnard and Jehuan held their breath and continued to watch what was happening in the air. Information came in that Jehuan had reached the top floor of the tower. The young man heard a voice that didn't think he would be able to break through the imaginary metal ceiling. What's more, Jehuan set a record time. It's amazing. The horned animal from the lower floor reminded him that it had asked him not to touch the tower anymore. Jehan replied, "I made it here. Isn't that enough?" The goat said that it was not up to him to decide. Justice was not in his hands. Then he grabbed the door and added that the young engineer was waiting. The door opened, and our hero went inside. Ahead, behind the console, with his back to Jehuan, sat someone. The person sitting at the console said that it was impossible to break through time. Jehuan asked what he knew about Big Brother. Jehuan thought, was it all just an illusion? But who could it be? Could it be Catastrophe? However, who was the Catastrophe talking to? The Catastrophe said it was Deus. They lost their god because of Big Brother, so they were expelled from the abyss and ended up here. It's sad. If they had a giant mechanism, could Catastrophe find it for them? Jehai thought about the dialogue between Catastrophe and Deus and began to understand something. It was about the ancient trinity. Our hero assumed that Deus could see him now. Deus looked at Jehuan and asked, "Catastrophe?" Deus put his hands on the young man's shoulders and said the word Ouroboros. Jehuan didn't understand what it meant. Jehuan thought that the two were uttering incomprehensible words and leaving. Guro sighed with relief when she saw that Jehuan had returned. Edukshini approached Jehuan. The boy saw a mask on the commander's face. The awareness skill had been activated. Edukshini asked, "What is it? What did you see? Did you really meet the Trinity?" Jehuan asked his interlocutor if he had seen them before. Edukshini tried to say something, but the mask prevented him from speaking. A stranger appeared and said he had forgotten to remove the bandage. "But who said you had to make such a fuss right away? Besides, it even suits her so she can wear it a little longer," he added. Jehuan asked if he was a train driver. The stranger confirmed this and greeted the hero at the end of the metaverse. Eduksini tore off his mask and shouted that he was back, and now Gainik had to keep his promise. The old man was surprised. Are you really Gainik, the Lord of Laziness? Runnard and Carlton were also surprised. A driver lord? Jae Huang asked again, Are you Gainich? His interlocutor confirmed this. The young man added that Sam Yun Garam had asked him to pass on a message. Gainich remembered who he was talking about and said he hadn't heard from him in a long time. How's he doing? Jae Huan replied, I destroyed him. Gaina said he knew that this would be his fate in the end. Gaina added that he was just a pawn in the system. They hadn't seen each other for 800 years. Now he was dead, so there was nothing to discuss. The driver said he was ready to hear their wishes. Who would start? Renee said she would go first. Gainik noted that he could grant a limited number of wishes. Everyone present should understand what he meant. Renee knew that not all wishes could be granted. Edukini got angry because this was the metaverse. Nothing was impossible here. Gaina put the mask back on Edukshini and said that this was his last warning to Jonsu. Those present were surprised. The driver had so easily subdued the leader of the 7 stars. He was extremely strong. That's what the driver was like. Gaina repeated the question, what did they want? Renee requested the anonymity system on the 7th floor. The driver looked where he needed to and said that everything on the 7th floor was destroyed. Wasn't that so? Renee replied that she knew. It wasn't the floors that were destroyed, but there were other branches of the meta-universe. Wasn't that so? Runnard was surprised. Was there really something else in the meta-universe? The old man confirmed it. The platforms are not as large as this one, but they are already expanding to other pages. However, the top floor only exists here. In the end, everyone will reach this tower anyway. The old man added that the information from the black market could be trusted. Gainich said that if they knew everything, he had no choice. Did Renee want to go to the 7th floor of another branch? The driver added that he couldn't give everything away. If Renee insisted, she could become the god of yesterday, or the guide of the 7th floor. Renee said that she only needed the anonymity system and was not interested in the 7th floor itself. Gainich said that the god of destiny needs anonymity. Does she really want to undermine the authority of another god? Everyone was surprised to hear that they were talking about the god of destiny. Renee did not say that she was going to do that. Did she really need to explain everything? Gainich clarified. Does she only need the foundation of the system? Suddenly, there was a powerful burst of energy, and everyone tried to protect themselves and squinted. It was very bright. The driver said he had downloaded the 7th floor database into her mind. They could check everything in their free time. Gainich asked, who's next? Anderson said she would try now. The driver said it wasn't her. Anderson was surprised. Gainich noted that she hadn't even paid to enter. Anderson asked if she could pay now. Gainich said that it was difficult to call her a single god. After all, she hadn't completed the task herself. There was no point in explaining. Anderson knew everything perfectly well herself. Anderson asked Jahan to try to get out of there. They needed to regroup with their comrades. Jahan reminded the goddess that she had lost Rachel. Anderson said it was inevitable. What was more important was that, thanks to Jahan, she was finally able to take revenge after 500 years. The goddess noted that if she started being greedy now, Rachel wouldn't like it anyway. She had restored her body, so there was a chance to bring her back. Runnard asked to revive Rachel Yeon. Anderson was very touched by Runnard's desire. She said that it was the great desire of the meta-universe, the reward of the last floor, which had opened after 600 years. Anderson thought that Runnard's hands were warm, small, and caring. Now he could finally regain the warmth he had given away. Runnard said that this had been his only desire from the beginning. Gainich said it was so touching that it brought tears to his eyes. The driver noticed that Rachel Yan had died in the metaverse and was now in a puppet state. Usually, it is impossible to restore a person after such an event. However, the power of the metaverse is capable of many things, so it should come as no surprise. Gainach asked if Jaehoon could take Rachel Yan away. Jaehoon held out his hands, and the girl fell into them. The driver said that her memories were seriously damaged, but it was worth a try. After a while, Runnard told the goddess that Rachel was returning to her. Our hero also noticed that the girl in his arms was coming to consciousness. Gaina said that everyone would find out when she fully regained consciousness. However, her memory was damaged, and she would never be the same again. The driver said they needed to hurry. There were too many people. Those present began to voice their wishes. The goat glanced at his watch at this time. Gainix said that he had never seen so many people before and was even a little tired. The old man was the last to voice his wish. The old man said that when he first entered the meta-universe, he had many wishes. But now that he had the chance to make all his dreams come true, he didn't know what to ask for. Martis was surprised. After all, the old man had lived so long. Could it be that he had no wishes left? Renee suggested asking to expand the black market. After all, the old man said he was tired of competing with other shops. The old man said he had an idea about the black market, but he was afraid everyone would laugh at him. It might sound strange, but he wanted to find an apprentice whom he could trust to make his dumplings and tell him about the secret ingredient. Martis was surprised. Wouldn't anyone be suitable for this role? The old man noted that it wasn't that simple. He had already had several apprentices, but nothing had worked out. He needed someone who truly understood the meaning of the recipe. The driver said that the dumplings were really worth passing on the recipe to future generations. He sometimes ordered home delivery for himself. The old man thanked him for the compliment. Runnard was delighted. Even the driver liked the taste. He should have eaten more. Gynek said that it would be difficult to find a student, even if he searched everywhere. Food created by processing memories does not exist in either permanent or imaginary dimensions. Gainich suggested sending the recipe to other dimensions. Perhaps a student could be found there. The old man asked which dimension he was referring to. Gainich replied that it was the star stream, another world in the macrocosm. The driver said he could send the pelmeni recipe there. Perhaps someday a student would come to the old man who would master the recipe for making pelmeni. The old man said it was like putting the recipe in a jar and throwing it into the sea. However, the old man decided to do just that. He gave the recipe to the driver and said that now he was only thinking about his dumplings. Ganek said that soon the boundary between dimensions would thin. He had business in other worlds, so he would deliver the recipe. The driver looked into the corner and asked if Virtus had filmed everything. The goat nodded affirmatively. Ganek said that nothing should be posted. They just needed to edit the resurrection scene and the crow's reaction. They had to make sure that the internal structure of the 10th floor was not revealed. Everything had to be well edited and cut into small clips. Ganek said that there was no need to look at him like that. There had to be proof that he was fulfilling wishes. Everything had to be honest. He wasn't doing it for no reason. Ganek said they were almost done. The driver said that now it was the turn of the killer god. Jahan had achieved incredible heights. No one had ever reached the summit so quickly. If the young man wanted to ask a question, he could get 2 answers. Gaina realized that the question would be about Kim Young-hwan. The driver said that, unfortunately, this person was not in the meta-universe, but he was not far from the Caspian Sea. Yoon-hwan is under reliable protection, so there is nothing to worry about. There is no safer place in all the depths. Jae-hwan told the driver to bring Kim Young-hwan here. Gaina replied that this was beyond the capabilities of the meta-universe, and it didn't seem like a question. Jae-hwan asked, "Who has Young-hwan?" Gaina clarified, "Is that the second question?" He can answer, but as soon as he names the person, that someone will notice. The driver added that he couldn't say how this situation would affect Kim Young-hwan. Jae-hwan remained silent. The driver said that was wise. Now he wants to hear the second wish. The end of the Tree of Illusions. Jae-hwan said he wanted to know how to get to the first nightmare. Gaina knew that the young man would be interested in the end of the Tree of Illusions. Martis noted that there was a 1,000-year-old story with a common phrase. Let anyone who wants to know the end of the world reach the top of the metaverse. Runnard was surprised. Why is everyone interested in the end of the world? Martis replied, because it is a mystery. Runnard noted that there are many other mysteries. For example, the surname Jae Hwang, or his thoughts. Those present said that they had always been curious about what Jae Hwang was thinking. Martis said that he was thinking about destruction. That was obvious. Runnard repeated his question. Why is everyone so concerned about the end of the world? After all, there are so many other interesting things around. Yunsi said that this was a fundamental question. If you find the answer to a fundamental question, you can find the answer to all other questions. Runnard thought that Jaehwan's surname was written somewhere at the end of the world. The young man said that was surprising. Usually, such strong fighters don't ask questions directly. Those who are interested in the first nightmare usually have a twisted mind. They think too much and enjoy contemplating. Even when the driver gives them answers, they don't get angry. It immediately becomes interesting. Are they really looking for the truth? Maybe they just want to make sure that their own answer is true. Jae-hein said he was tired of preambles and just wanted to hear the answer. His interlocutor said that getting to the first nightmare was quite easy. You need to follow the methods of those who challenge the first nightmare. Collect all 3 divine relics of the ancient gods. After that, at the top of the Tree of Illusions, the young man will find his own way to it. The driver saw Edukshini's gaze and said that he had not told him about this earlier because he had not collected all 3 relics anyway. Edukshini understood perfectly well, so he asked for another trick. Gaina was surprised. Had Jaehwan not heard about the trick from the leader? There was another way to get to the first nightmare, but only the driver could use it. Gaina said that if he wanted to, he could use this method, although he doubted that the guy would choose this path. Jaehan asked what this method was. The driver replied, "Is that the third question?" Gaina explained that a driver who has been gathering the power of the world in the tower for millennia is capable of ascending to the top of the Tree of Illusions. Everyone present was shocked by this revelation. Gaina noted that it was actually quite simple. Jihan said that everything was clear to him and grabbed his sword. The protagonist asked if he could become a driver if he destroyed his interlocutor. Gaina replied that the young man would simply become the one who destroyed the driver. The position must be passed on. It is not enough to simply become a driver. One must gather the power of the world for millennia. Jihan said he was ready to wait. Gaina said he knew what the young man was thinking, but it wasn't that simple, especially for a god like Jaewon. All this time, he had survived by repeating the same thing over and over again. But that would not work forever. Gaina added that one day, Jihan would simply turn into the idea of God. Anderson explained that such a god loses his emotions and personality, leaving only an idea. He retains the power of the world, but God himself is like a corpse. The awakened must fear alienation. Those who see too much inevitably go blind. Jaehai thought that the dulling of his emotions might somehow be related to alienation. Gaina said that the thousands of years lived by the driver were very different from the years the young man spent alone. It would be necessary to endure time, which flows meticulously and precisely. Moreover, it would be necessary to work day and night, despite countless irritants. Jaehai asked what needed to be done. Gaina replied that it was necessary to gather faith. Renee did not believe it. Would that really be enough? The driver repeated that it was. Sell skins, sets, buffs, all kinds of potions. You need to sell all this to gullible gods in order to gain faith. Anderson remembered her purchases. Renee was surprised. Why bother with this at all? Gainak repeated. For faith. The girl asked what they would be used for later. Gainak inquired, is that really the question? Surely not to be used as energy? The tower is a starting point for a driver who is able to reach the top of the Tree of Illusions. It's just a starting point. Everyone was surprised again. What point are we talking about? The driver explained that, given the scale of the task, it would take at least 1,000 years to accumulate enough faith. Renee asked who these drivers were. Gainak was surprised. What's wrong? They found a way to reach the end of the world without gathering all 3 divine religions. Renee said that wasn't the point. Renee asked if the driver knew what would happen to the puppets and agents because of him. Gainak replied that in the depths, everything was exactly the same. Weak gods perished, and unlucky followers who chose the wrong god became puppets. The driver added that these were the laws of the universe. Renee, you came here already thinking that it was better here than in the depths. The only difference is that in this tower, such tragedy is fuel. Renee asked, in what sense? Everyone looked up and saw images from the past. Everyone watched in amazement. Gainak said that the tower gave the gods what they wanted. Even those who ended up in the depths found their dream. The gods who dreamed of freedom and equality were given the illusion of communication. Those who longed for peace were given salvation. Those who sought the end of the world were shown the way. The driver said he gave them everything they wanted. Why not gather a little faith? Renee said it was all a lie because the driver only gives illusions. He sells deception to support himself. The driver replied that it wasn't deception, just like tears shed by a crow. Gainak declared that the tower sells experience. Stories of gods and believers. Stories of those who save their comrades. Stories of those who dream of the end of the world. Stories of the tower's great walkers. Does Renee really think that all this is a deception? These people entered the tower of their own free will, and the tower gave them the story they desired. Edukshini told everyone to be quiet. Now it was his turn to receive his reward. Gainak asked what he wanted. Edukshini replied that the driver already knew his wish perfectly well. He wanted the time of the Tree of Illusions to go back 700 years. The old man said that this was impossible. There could only be one wish, so he had to think carefully. Edukshini said that he had created an entire alliance, gathered faith, and even done the driver's work for him. Edukshini took a gear out of his pocket and threw it at the driver's feet. He said that he had lived for this moment and deserved his time back. The driver admitted that he had promised to turn back time. He had not forgotten anything. However, as the commander knows, the driver's powers are not enough. Gainak added that Edukshini was still lucky. He had gathered enough world power. The driver has his limits, but if he renounces his position, it's a completely different matter. Gainak snapped his fingers and steps appeared, leading high up into the sky. Those present were surprised. What was this staircase? The old man suggested that it was a chariot to the first nightmare. Anderson explained that now it was called a spaceship. There is an incredible amount of power in the world. Perhaps they will indeed manage to reach the first nightmare. Gaina began to climb the steps and said that as soon as he left, his companion would become the driver. If he reached the first nightmare, he would fulfill his wish. The driver added that now the opponent could look after the metaverse. Jaehyun asked Adukshini if he would become the driver. Our hero asked if he needed more time to think. Finding the answer in this world is very simple. Adukshini must follow the great flow and become one of many gods. If he makes a mistake, no one will notice. He himself will be able to dictate to others how to be. However, he did not want to, decided to remain alone, and decided to turn back time 700 years. Adukshini asked, "Does the young man really think he is mistaken about something?" Jae-hwang replied that his interlocutor should have understood this himself. Adukshini also knew that the driver would never keep his word, and that his wish would never come true. He desperately tried to accept this, tried to convince himself, and yet Adukshini did not give up, clinging to a tiny glimmer of hope. His hope was futile, but too bright to give up. His obsession lasted 600 years. Adukshini asked our hero what he would do if he were in his place. Earlier, Jae-hwang had said, "If that is the way it is, so be it. I will climb the tower in my own way." Adukshini said that he understood everything, what the young man's path was. Gainek, continuing his ascent, thanked everyone and added that it had been fun. At the end of his journey, it was time to end the memorial service. At some point on the staircase, there was an explosion. Everyone looked up in horror and stared in that direction. What had happened to the driver? The driver uttered one word in surprise, "Darkness!" Adukshini rushed in that direction. The commander told Godkiller to stop the driver. If this was not done, the power of the world accumulated over millennia, and all the puppets who had died in the tower would be lost. The commander added that there would be enough power to bring them back. The driver asked why Godkiller was trying to stop him. Didn't he want to witness the end of the world? Wasn't that why he had destroyed so many on his way? Jae-han replied that perhaps that was the case. Gaina said that the young man was just another broken god. Jae-hwan said he understood the driver. He constantly heard voices asking for help. Jae-han repeated that he understood, which was why he couldn't make the same choice. The opening of the sanctuary, World After Destruction, was activated. Gaina told the young man to remember everyone he had destroyed on his way here, and everyone he had failed to protect. Had he really decided to continue on his path? Was he ready to bear such a burden? Jae-han climbed the tower in a rather unusual way, opening the gate to the 10th floor without destroying a single comrade. He was quite capable of stopping the driver. If only he could cope with the power of the world accumulated over millennia. Gaina told Godkiller that they would meet again someday. The protagonist realized that he had lost the driver. Jae-hwan saw thin rays in the sky and realized that they were a connection. The driver receives the power of the world through these threads. Virtus said that it was very reckless. Jae-hwan asked if Virtus really wanted to stop him. Virtus replied that he would not interfere, but he was sure that nothing would work. Even Jae-hwan would not be able to stop such a flow of power. It was more difficult than destroying the ceiling of the 9th floor. Jae-han said it was a good idea. Metabasis supplies his vessels with the power of the world. Virtus said that no one would dare to do that. Jae-han declared that he would have to destroy Metabasis, the source of power. Virtus attacked our hero and said he had warned him not to do this. At the last moment, Adukshini shouted for them to stop and end the confrontation. The commander added that very soon they would witness the end of the world, and they had no time to waste. Adukshini told Virtus to deliver a message to the gods on the other floors. Virtus must tell the gods on the other floors that the metaboss will soon fall apart. Virtus obeyed the new driver of the metaboss. Renee asked what would happen to the gods on the lower floors. Adukshini announced that it was time for them to leave. Renee asked if Adukshini was now the new driver, and why didn't the new owner of the metabus care? Adukshini replied that he was not going to stay here and was not going to defend the metabus. He asked whether the goddess of fate really cared whether the driver would keep his promise in 1,000 years, or did the goddess think he would be able to meet his companions again? Adukshini remarked that 600 years was enough for him. The old man reminded him that now was not the time to worry about the recipe for dumplings. Martis promised to go with Jae-hwan to the end. Adukshini said that the end of the world was near. The commander demanded that Gaina be stopped before the end of the journey. How much strength was left? Jae-hwan replied, almost none. Adukshini noted that they only needed strength for one more time. However, the hero gave such a surge of strength that it was almost impossible to control. Perhaps he still had something left? Adukshini said he had been storing up strength for 600 years. Godkiller must hold on, otherwise no one will be saved. The commander reminded him that they had to hurry. There was no one left to hold back on the lower floors. Adukshini noted again that time had stopped. The power of the world, he feels, does not come from Kronos, which means the driver is involved. The commander suggested that Gainak had received his power from Kronos, but had no intention of losing it. Time acceleration was activated, and all passengers were given a new mission: to dodge the Godkiller's blow and escape from the metabase. Marta shouted that they needed to stick together and not scatter. He unfolded the ball to provide cover. Jae Huang found himself on the edge of a precipice, with the abyss below. Gaina asked the old man if he was going to leave, since he was on the verge of death. The old man said he had to watch over the tower. Jae Huang wondered if this was another illusion. The old man asked if he was the new driver. The man replied that he was satisfied with the outcome. His end of the world was here. Gainich said that someone in the tower was capable of reaching the true end, hinting at Jae Huang. Information came in about the destruction of the metabase, and all passengers had to leave it immediately. Solha grabbed Jae Huang, explaining that she was trying to repay him for saving Yunse. The metabus was destroyed, and the center of the Caspian, which had stood for thousands of years, fell. Everyone was surprised. Was the metabase destroyed? What was going on? The young man said that this was how it should be. The metabase used low-ranking gods anyway. It was a gambling den. What happened to the gods? Were they destroyed? The young man heard strange sounds and wondered what they could be. The support group suffered casualties, but everyone survived. Runnard asked for a rescue team to be called. Old Man Gantz saw a bird and asked if it was Anderson. Many could not understand where they were and how they got there. Even Ethan appeared, who was also confused. Most of the souls of those who died in the metaverse are coming back to life. Friends met, hugged each other silently, and cried. After a while, Jae Huang woke up and realized he was in bed. He saw an old man at the head of the bed and asked where they were. The old man replied that Jae Huang had destroyed the metaverse and that they were now safe in the Caspian. Jae-han looked out the window and realized that everything around him was destroyed. The old man said he did not blame the young man. Everyone was grateful. The creatures of the metaverse now had a chance at a normal life. Everyone had already appreciated Jae Huang's achievements, and some wanted to give him a new title. But first, they had to taste some fresh dumplings. Jae-han said he had never seen such dishes before. The old man replied that it was his new creation, chicken broth. Outside the metaverse, he would have to learn to live all over again. It was a broth full of memories. Jae Huang thought that his life was still ahead of him. In the backyard, Captain Carlton was teaching Runnard how to lunge with a sword. Jae Huang appeared in the doorway and said that both of them were doing it wrong. Runnard was delighted and rushed into Jae Huang's arms. The protagonist asked him not to come so close. She had noted that Carlton had become stronger. The captain replied that the caretaker had changed for the better. The captain added that this place resembled the northern shopping street of the Gorgon Fortress, and Jae Huang agreed. Anderson was upset that Jae Huang didn't say anything after he woke up. Jihan suggested that the goddess was in a good mood. Anderson said that she had new followers. The guy admitted that he had already heard this from the old man. Some puppets had come back to life. Anderson added that they were still inside the unique world. Their memories had not yet fully returned, but many were already feeling better. Jae Huang asked where the others were. Runnard replied that Yunse had left. He had to catch the escaped master. Runnard added that Yunse had left a little note. He was indebted to Jae Huang, so he would always come to his aid if called upon. Solha had also left, not staying here. The woman said not to misunderstand her. Jae Huang thought he didn't know what she meant. Renee, sitting at the table, told our hero that she knew from the beginning that he was not a novice. Renee added that Jae Huang had used her. The young man agreed. Renee confessed that she was going to become a new driver. Jae Huang had told her earlier that they should live for today, not yesterday. However, there is no hope for real depth. The gods have abused their privileges by deceiving others. The cultivators turned the gods against each other, selling them like a pathetic product. The gods gave up and eventually succumbed to temptation. Now their worlds are just a projection of their desires. Renee noticed that it had been an eternity since Big Brother last interfered in the affairs of the depths. However, the world has become even harsher than it was during the time of Big Brother. No one believes in saving the world anymore. It's like pretending that intoxication comes from a drink that doesn't get you drunk at all. Renee added that saving the depths was nothing more than a silly charade. The girl noted that this world cannot be changed by the efforts of one person. Jae Huang asked, "Is that why she tried to take over the meta-universe?" Renee confirmed this, but now it was all meaningless. Anderson was surprised. Why such a gloomy mood? If the meta-universe has fallen, it does not mean that the end of the world has come. Renee declared that she had seen the future. Soon the depths would be destroyed. Anderson was surprised. Why would the depths suddenly be destroyed? Renee said that if the meta-universe goes, so will the depths. That is the condition of the great destiny she saw. Anderson was surprised. Renee knew and didn't say anything? The girl replied that she was curious to see what kind of destruction the newcomer wanted to witness. Perhaps something that would leave nothing behind. Renee added that the destruction might turn out to be better than they thought. Jae Huang stated that there was no such thing as better destruction. Renee said that in any case, everything revolved around him. Renee noted that Jae Huang knew all this. The guy asked what she was trying to say. The girl replied that she had placed a blessing of fate on him. Renee added that it wasn't so easy to detect. She had placed it on his back on the first floor of this universe. Jae-hwan had survived the blows of fate. Didn't he find it strange? Jihan asked why she had helped him. Renee repeated that she was just curious, that it was the idle interest of the goddess of fate. The girl added that, thanks to Jae-hwan, she had found friends in the tower. Now she was going to explore other regions of the metaverse with them. Even if destruction was inevitable, they had to experience it to the very end. Renee said goodbye. Anderson said that Renee left very quickly. Martis said he plans to travel with Lady Minerva for a while. He wants to meet his old comrades from the depths. Martis added that, thanks to Mr. Jae-hwan, he can live in the present again and is always ready to help. Jae-hwan still did not understand why Martis, the god he met on the 6th floor, followed him. When he was teaching him, there were many other gods around, so his memories were vague. Watching Martis walk away, Jae-hwan thought that it was not he, but Martis who truly understood the essence of today. Perhaps those who always live in the present understand today better than those who live for the future. Carlton told our hero that he would go to Old Man Jong-ho and Lady Serene. They definitely couldn't be left alone. Jae-hwan replied that he would not go with the captain as he still had things to do. Our hero said he would continue the conversation when everyone was together. Runnard asked Jae-hwan if they were going anywhere, perhaps to visit another page. Anderson said he wasn't going anywhere. The goddess added that the hero was only concerned with attacks at the moment. Our hero wondered who these people by the wall were. The answer was, they are comrades who have spent their lives locked in the tower. The old man said that if you order them to do something, they will do anything. They have been in the metaverse for so long that they can no longer live on their own. Jae-hwan said that he was not their babysitter. The old man replied that there was no need to babysit them. The young man had freed them, so he could at least give them their first assignment. One of these people approached our hero and bowed, asking permission to become his servant. Jae-hwan refused this request. Anderson said that was cruel. Judging by his aura, he was either a servant of God or a follower of a low-ranking god. If he wasn't taken in, he would have nowhere to go. Jae-hwan told the guy to rest somewhere nearby. The young man agreed. Anderson noted that Jae-hwan would have accepted them anyway. The others who had been released also rushed to our hero and asked him to give them assignments, promising to do everything. Jae-hwan sent them to the corner to practice lunges. Instructor Runard taught the new warriors the art of lunging. The old man remarked that these people could make a good army. Jae-hwan replied that he preferred to act alone. The old man acknowledged that it was easier alone, but in that case, it was difficult to find happiness. Perhaps he had been fighting alone all this time, but now he had comrades. The old man noticed that Jae-hwan's scabbard was quite worn. The old man said he was no expert as he used kitchen knives. But if the young man had destroyed the metaverse, his weapon had clearly suffered. If the young man was about to embark on a new path, why not visit a blacksmith first? Jae-hwan asked if there was a blacksmith here. The old man replied that a famous nightmare had visited Caspian. He is not a master, but he has enough skills. He is nearby. Nightmare had opened a shop for the duration of the festival. A festival in honor of the destruction of the tower. It was currently the season of the Caspian Festival. The old man told the young man to be sure to visit the Great Caspian Auction if he had time. Something at this auction might interest Jae-hwan. Jae-hwan asked, Young-hwan at the auction? The old man was surprised. Why does Jae-hwan keep talking about this guy? Rumor has it that one of the 3 artifacts of the ancient gods will be at the grand auction. Our hero found himself in the city. Runnard noticed that the 3 of them hadn't gone anywhere together in a long time. Are they always going to travel like this now? He asked. Anderson replied that it wasn't serious. Runnard wondered if the items created by nightmares were really that good. Anderson admitted that they were very good, but a little expensive. It was no wonder they were called luxury items. Runnard asked why nightmares items were necessary, since people could create similar things. Anderson explained that nightmares are guided by imagination. Anyone can create an item, but those who create nightmares have special details. Nightmares are usually obsessed with all kinds of oddities, from ideas of freedom or eternity to emotions and desires. Sometimes they focus on humans or orcs. The details of each item created by a nightmare are different. There are things in the world that can only be born of true madness. At the entrance, our hero was told that if he was going to the auction, he had to pass a check. Did he have ID? Anderson was surprised. She didn't think ID would be necessary here. Jahan replied that he had ID. Anderson was surprised. Jahan explained that Wang Li had made it for him. The officer on duty said that it was clearly a forgery. Wasn't it shameful to issue such documents? Jahan replied that he was not ashamed. The man pointed to the paper and said it was clearly a forgery. If a person continues to argue, they will only dig themselves deeper. Jaehan said he didn't think so and grabbed his sword. A man ran up to our hero and asked, "Is he the god killer Jaehwan?" Everyone whispered that this man was the god killer, the very destroyer of the metaverse. It seemed that he had become the new heaven. The man apologized for not recognizing the god killer. Be that as it may, the rules are the same for everyone, even for the heavenly killer. Jaehan continued to hold his sword. The man asked, "Doesn't the guy like the title Heavenly Killer?" Jaehan stood and listened to the rumors about him. People called him crazy. Why does he take off his clothes during a fight? People were frightened because this man is holding a sword. This is a big problem. Is he even crazier than usual now? An officer appeared and said that these people were with him and had to be let through. The officer had a Star Chaser emblem on his chest. Our hero found this strange. He hadn't noticed this man until he grabbed his arm. His comrades were standing behind him. Jaehan felt an extra surge of energy. It was surprising. Why did he feel nothing from this man? He wasn't on the list at all. The man asked, "Is his name really not on the list?" The person in charge shouted that this couldn't be, because the Star Chaser had already confirmed his identity. He apologized for the long wait. The person in charge said that the young man and all his companions could come in. Jaehan asked Anderson, "Does she know anything about this man? Who is he anyway?" Anderson asked, "How long has he been here?" Jaehwan was surprised. Did she really miss him? The guy said he was called the Star Chaser. Anderson had heard that nickname before. He was the leader of the Third World Federation, quite well known in the depths. Could it really be him? Jaehan said he had completely forgotten to thank him. The Star Chaser was surprised. The stalker understood what he was talking about. It was about the entrance. He added that it was an honor for him to help this person. Jaehan asked, "Does his interlocutor know him?" The Star Chaser was surprised. Is there anyone in the depths who doesn't know the Heavenly Killer? Had the guy not heard his new title? In the depths, there are the top 21 great gods. At the top sit the 7 stars. Below them are the 7 heavens. Below them are the 7 stars that illuminate the heavens. The Star Chaser said that Heavenly Killer is the title of the 8th heaven of the depths. Just a few days ago, Jaehan became the 8th heaven of the depths. The Star Chaser and his entourage told our hero that now everyone would know the Heavenly Killer. The Star Chaser said that such titles are not given out lightly. Jaehan said that he does not recognize the title of Heavenly Killer. The old man said that people everywhere were talking about Jaehwan's achievements. Everyone desperately wanted to give him a new title. The protagonist thought this was nonsense. Jaehan asked the Star Chaser his name. The guy replied that his name was Declan. Declan asked where the Heavenly Killer was going. He was ready to accompany him. Jaehwan said he wanted to ask Nightmare for something. Declan said that there was only one Nightmare who accepted requests at the festival. He also had business with him, so they could go together. The man told the old man to get his trinkets away from his shop. The old man said that they were very valuable items. The man said that this old man and his trinkets annoyed him greatly. Declan, who was nearby, said, "Could the man please move his foot?" He was about to buy a necklace that the man had just stepped on. The man lifted his foot and said that he should have trampled it completely. The man was grabbed by the shoulder and told to stop. He turned around and saw the Heavenly Killer standing in front of him. Our hero said that if the man didn't stop, he would be left naked. That's exactly what happened. The naked man ran away, saying that he would take revenge on these perverts. Declan asked the old man if he was okay. The old man recognized Declan and said that his face looked familiar. Declan told the old man that he wasn't the one who helped him. The old man thanked the young man standing next to him. Declan and the old man talked for a while, and all the jewelry was sold. Runnard ran after Mr. Jaehwan. Runnard said he had been looking for the gentleman and thought he was lost. Jaehwan said he had only been away for a short time. The companions asked Declan where he had acquired all this. Watching Declan and his companions, Jaehwan remembered the good old days. Jaehwan told Declan that he had an excellent relationship with his companions. The Star Chaser said he didn't expect such a compliment from Jaehwan. Did they really think he was a good person? Declan said he had a gift for Jaehwan. It was a necklace with inventory settings. Jaehwan said he didn't need it. Runnard told Jaehwan that Declan was a great guy. He gave him a lot of goodies. Declan asked if Jaehwan belonged to any faction. With such popularity, he must receive many offers. Jaehwan replied that he preferred to be alone. Declan noted that he was the same. 900 years ago, he also traveled alone. He believed that he could exist peacefully on his own. He was close to one nightmare. This nightmare once told him, "No matter how great your imagination is, you cannot fill the world alone." He remembers those words to this day. Jaehan asked, "Are they going to that very nightmare?" Declan replied that his friend had left this world long ago. Declan said they had arrived at their destination. It was Igneel. Anderson was surprised. "Is this Igneel's forge?" Jaehwan asked. "Are they acquainted?" Anderson shook her head. Declan pointed to the entrance to the forge. Anderson couldn't understand where she was or who she was. Declan greeted him and said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The man at the entrance said he had been waiting for Declan. The Star Chaser said that these people had come with him. The man warned that only one person besides Declan could come in. Declan asked, "Can I at least take the boy with me?" Runnard clung tightly to Declan's clothes, tears in his eyes. Anderson told the boy to be ashamed of himself. The man looked at Runnard and agreed to let the child in as well. The man warned that pets were not allowed inside. Anderson was outraged that she had been called a pet. Zhehuang said that it was not a pet, but equipment. Our hero thought that nightmares were mainly created by towers. That was true. But towers did not necessarily exist in the form of buildings. Jihan asked, "Are these all towers?" Declan replied that the young man was quick-witted. Our hero thought, if towers are created for cultivation, what do these towers cultivate? Jihan saw a divine collection under the glass, Oz, coexistence. Declan said that this was the first time he had seen a manifestation of a collection of divine relics. It was Ignal's signature style, a challenge to the legacy of the ancient relics of the three gods, his personal masterpiece. Declan asked if Jaehwan knew anything about the three divine relics. Our hero knew that it was an incredible weapon. Declan noted that he could tell him a little about them, as he liked to explain everything. Jaehwan said he didn't need it. Declan didn't stop talking anyway. He said that to understand better, you need to start with the three gods. Before the appearance of the Big Brother in the depths, there were three most powerful deities: the God Killer, Catastrophe, the Destroyer of Cause and Effect, Deus, and the Destroyer of Illusions, Gestalt. These were legendary gods who had independently reached the peak of the depths. They were called the three ancient gods, three divine relics left behind after their disappearance. These are real artifacts. The Sword of the Void of Catastrophe, the Eye of Gestalt, the former Machine of Deus. Declan suggested that Jaehan had heard of them. Our hero assumed that they were at a fairly high level. Declan said that was correct. The three divine relics were created by the great masters of all time. It was a remarkable era. At that time, all nightmares dreamed of creating a single tower. So far, no artifact has been able to surpass the three divine relics. The bearers of these weapons became three ancient gods, and the weapons themselves became ancient relics. Declan added that the power of a weapon is determined by its owner. Someone appeared and said that Declan's laughter had not changed at all. The stranger asked our hero who had created these scabbards. Jaehwang replied that it was Michael from the Twilight Forge. The stranger asked how his apprentice was doing. He was the greatest teacher of the era, Ignal from the Deep Twilight. Declan said that it seemed strange. The master was repairing the scabbard made by his apprentice. After a while, Ignal brought out the scabbard and said he had done his best. Ignal said that the young man had told him about his apprentice, so he would make at least one scabbard for him. Jaehwan was surprised. Couldn't he just repair the old one? Ignal replied that it would be very poor workmanship. Jaehan remarked that this item meant a lot to him. Declan agreed that the scabbard was very skillfully made, so much so that it was hard to believe it was made by a human. Declan noticed that there were marks on the scabbard. The craftsman who made it must have spent many years learning the craft. He wanted to take another step, even though he knew he would fail. The will to fight fear. That is what is hidden in these scabbards. Declan assumed that Mr. Jaehwang cherished them because he felt the same way. Declan said he was ready to look at the man's creation. It was even more valuable because it was made by a human being. Ignal would be able to recognize the hidden value of this work. Ignal said that the main material was very poor. The scabbard itself was made from the Horn of Awakening. It would be difficult to improve it. Declan was surprised. Would it really be difficult even for Ignal? The blacksmith said, "It's not a matter of whether it's difficult or easy. It's just that the correction itself is meaningless. Even if the work is rough and sloppy, it has its own order. Although the work is of low quality, it has an inherent nobility. First of all, it is obvious that the creator intended to hide the true value of the sword. The customer must have requested this." Declan thought that this referred to settings that even Ignal himself could not touch. Ignal said he could, but would not. Ignal asked the young man to show him the sword. He realized that it was a spiritual weapon. Was the sword created on its own? Declan suggested that it was someone's creation. Ignal said that this was an incorrect assumption. There are not only two possible options in the world: adaptation and the awakening of the new zone of the world. Declan was surprised. In this case, don't these two options cover all the possibilities? Ignal said he needed to do a little research to find out for sure. Ignal said that if the young man left his sword with him, he would reinforce the scabbard as he wished. He would not even charge for it. Jaehan was surprised. He really won't take any money. The blacksmith said that this man didn't look like someone who had anything to take. The blacksmith asked how the young man would value his work. Surely he would make some outrageous offer to take something else instead of money. Runnard said that he had thought about it. Should they repay him with Mrs. Anderson? Jae Huang asked how long it would take. Ignil said he could do it in a month. Jae Huang said that was too long. Ignil said that if the young man was dissatisfied, he could go elsewhere, but he didn't know if there was a craftsman nearby who could do the job. Jaehan said he would return in a month and added that he needed a sword he could use in the meantime. Ignil suggested he choose any of the swords outside. Jaehan said that Runnard should also choose something for himself. Anderson was surprised. They didn't have any money. How could they buy everything? Instead of money, they left Anderson. A replacement sword was chosen. Ignil said that the boy was quick-witted, but he had asked for a level 3 divine weapon. Didn't he say that the level of a weapon is determined by the level of its owner? Ignil said that this was the 3rd model in his collection. Depending on how this sword was used, it could either be completely useless or truly become a level 3 divine weapon. Jaehai asked if there were any other series similar to this sword. Ignil replied that there were items similar to the fathers of this one. The first model was taken by Ignis, the second was stolen by Kronos. Ignil noted that he would not dare to make such a sword even for a custom order. Jaehai thought it sounded like the roar of a predator. He asked the blacksmith what was on the other side. Ignil replied that it was the roar of a sword he had made. However, he does not sell it. The blacksmith added that the sword was not yet finished and there was no hope that he would ever finish it. He was too picky. The blacksmith added that even if it were finished, it was so temperamental that it was interesting to wonder who could handle it. Jaehai said that in that case, he would take the sword. Ignil repeated that the sword was not for sale. Ignil said that if the guy took a closer look, he would realize that it was complete chaos. If he could hold the sword, then he could have it. If he couldn't, then he would have to pay for the repair of the weapon. There was a small stone. It had been rained on, snowed on, and endured strong winds and the scorching sun for a long time. Some people had seen the stone before, but they passed by without digging it up. One person recognized it as black adamantium. Some people thought it was not yet fully mature. They would come back next time. Perhaps then it would already have a soul. They tried to unlock the stone's potential too soon. Meanwhile, the stone grew stronger and stronger. It was as if it had been born for one purpose only. One day, the stone had an idea that it was probably the hardest in the world. The commander was told that this stone might be useful. The man claimed that it was a spiritual stone. However, he noted that in any case, they could not take it away. These were the memories of the sword. Ignil said that was impossible. Joe Huan asked what the sword's name was. The blacksmith replied, Loner. Anderson was outraged. How could Jae Huan sell her? The guy replied that he was going to hide her until he had enough money. Anderson said that if that swindler hadn't paid for it, it would have become material for Ignil. Runnard said it was wrong to call the man who saved it a swindler. Jae Huan said he named the sword Loner. Anderson said it was 8th grade syndrome. Jae Huan suggested that she liked the name. Jae Huan told Declan that he owed him. Declan smiled and replied that if he could get to know the Skybreaker for just a sword, it wasn't such a loss. Jae Huan and Declan decided to check out the auction together. Declan asked if Jae Huan was looking for anything in particular. Our hero replied that he was probably looking for the same thing as Declan. Declan said that Ignil's works were certainly impressive, but they couldn't compare to the 3 divine relics. Jae Huan reminded him that his interlocutor had said that it was the owner of the weapon who was important. Declan said that because he was standing in front of Ignil. There are weapons that can help win a battle that is essentially unwinnable. Weapons that give you a chance to overcome an obstacle that you cannot overcome alone. If the current 7 divine lords obtain the 3 divine relics, they will be able to compete with the ancient 3 deities. Jae Huan added that a weapon of such power would simply consume whoever took it. Declan said that this is precisely why he wants to test this weapon. He wants to know if he is worthy of the 3 divine relics. Declan added that if he had known he would get along so well with Jae Huang, he would have found him long ago. They could have become good friends. The auction building was visible ahead. It was the great auction house of Hachinold. Jae Huan asked why Declan was so concerned. Declan replied sincerely that it was because he needed something. Declan told Runnard that he wanted to try the dumplings and asked for a piece. Runnard replied that it was his lunch with Mr. Jae Huan. Jae Huan told the young man to give Declan his portion. Declan happily accepted the dumplings from Runnard's hands. Declan eagerly tasted it and said it was very delicious. As expected from the Purim house, Jae Huan asked Declan if he had come just for the dumpling. Declan replied that there was something else. Declan said that the entrance to the auction house was divided into 2 parts. The Golden Gate, where the regular auction was held, and the Hidden Gate, where the most expensive goods were traded. Those invited to the Hidden Gate could bring 1 companion with them. This time, quite a few friends had come, and each had brought someone strong. Declan added that there was an unspoken competition between them to see who would have the best companion. He would like Jae-hwan to be his companion. Jae-han asked, "Does Declan want him to be his ally?" Then he shouldn't have done that. Jae-han took out his sword and showed what he was capable of. People nearby were knocked off their feet by the shockwave. Jae-hwan declared that he knew who Declan was. Jae-han remembered how Sam Yoon-garam said that one should fear Mayada. If he found out that the boy had opened the beginning of everything, he would not let it go. A long time ago, he saw someone who wore it above their head, just like Jae-hwan. True, it wasn't exactly an eye, but something else. Not everyone can see the world that Jae-hwan sees, and not everyone needs to see it to feel happy. The young man said that everyone must be destroyed, friends and enemies alike, even if that enemy turned out to be himself. Jae-han said that before him stood Mayad van Declan. The frightened people cried out that they must flee. Mad would now destroy them all. Mad said he was sorry. He was sure he was well disguised. How did Jae-han guess? Jae-han said that in Declan's world, there must be something he needed to see. However, it was not there. People stopped in indecision and did not understand what they were doing there. Where were they going? Mayad said he didn't want to be exposed. Usually, when people learn his identity, they immediately become prejudiced. Jae-han thought it was the ability to sever the connection of memory. He said that there would only be more prejudice now. Our hero asked again why Maya wanted him to be his companion. Mayad replied that it was because Jae-hwan saw the same world as he did. Mayad said he wanted to introduce himself formally. His name is Mayad San Declan. In the depths, his friends call him the leader of the Rift, Caspian, the great auction house of Hexnold. Anderson said that Jae-hwan had gone mad. Doesn't he know who the leader of the Rift is? Or is he so confident because he became the eighth heaven? Jae-hwan said he knew everything. Anderson was puzzled. How could he go with the leader of the Fracture, knowing who he was? Why did he follow him if he was so wary? Jae-hwan said he needed to personally check out the 3 divine religions. Declan said he had prepared a dress code outfit for this meeting. Jae-hwan admitted that he looked good. Declan asked if Jae-hwan had forgotten what he had offered him. Jae-hwan inquired, was it about participating in the auction? Declan confirmed this. He himself could not officially participate in the secret auction. Declan noted that they had almost arrived. This was the entrance to the secret auction. Jae-han said he didn't trust anyone here. Declan replied that there was no need to worry. He would pay for trust. Declan said that if Jae-han won the lot, he would lend him 3 divine relics. Anderson said that behind those gates were the most powerful gods from the depths. Inside, the pressure of the world was so high that she could just fall asleep. Jae-han said that it was quiet and nice there. Anderson said that she would be in her own world anyway, so he could wake her up if necessary. Declan and Jae-hwan entered the room where the gods participating in the secret auction were located. Jae-han noticed that it had become quieter. Maya had explained that it was a kind of initiation ceremony. Declan said that the 2 at the next table were 7-star level personalities. They noticed Jae-hwan. The young man had become the 8th heaven without even spending a year in the depths, so they were jealous. Declan said that Jae-hwan would have to accept that there would be both approving and critical glances. Declan pointed to the table and told the young man to sit down. They would be sitting next to each other. Catching his gaze, Declan said that Jae-hwan immediately recognized his opponent. His name was Dark Sky. It was Derek Milt, the god of loneliness. Declan reminded him that everyone considered the young man to be the 8th sky. If Twilight was Kronos' right hand, then he was his left hand. Mayad noted that Derek Milt was currently the main rival. An old man approached and said that he had not seen the leader of the Rift in a long time. It was Siu, the god of old age. The old man said he was glad to see the Skybreaker again. They were meeting here again. Jae-hwan said that they were not in a position to greet each other joyfully. Siu said that everything that happened in the metaverse should remain there. Now he had no hostility towards the young man. He even felt a little sympathy for him. Siu said that thanks to Jae-hwan, the depths had calmed down a little. A quarter of the community in Little Brother consisted of spam messages from nameless gods. But the young man destroyed the metaverse where they lived. Thanks to this, the young souls of the depths returned to work. It would be right for the young to work hard and train diligently. Another god approached and said, it doesn't matter whether he lives diligently or not. In the end, he will die anyway, like everyone else. The god said that this was the first time he had seen the Sky Destroyer. He wanted to go with him to the hotel, but it seemed that they had missed each other on the way. He did not think he would be traveling with such a senseless type. Jihan asked his companion if he knew him. His companion replied, is there anyone in the depths who does not know the Sky Destroyer? The interlocutor said that he was the god of inevitable death, Thanatos. He was usually called the Sky of Death. Jae-hwan said that he thought he had heard that somewhere before. The ancient god Gestalt said that the strongest is the one who remains naked until the very end. Thanatos turned around and said he would wait to see what would happen next. Siu also noted that they would meet again. Declan noted that Siu and Thanatos seemed to like each other, which was surprising. Jaehwan was really popular. If he had stayed longer, he might not have been able to go with the young man. Jaehwan asked what agreement Declan had referred to earlier. Maya replied that it was an agreement between the 7 thrones, known as the Agreement of the 7 Thrones. According to it, the 7 thrones cannot take possession of the 3 divine relics. If any of the 7 thrones obtained all 3 divine relics, from that day on, the depths would cease to be part of the 7 thrones and become part of the one god. Jaehwan clarified, does that mean Declan is also part of this agreement and is part of the 7 thrones? Declan replied regretfully that he was not part of the 7 thrones. Jaehwan was surprised. Why did he join the agreement then? Mayat explained that he was simply curious. Jaehwan could ask him directly. All of them were here now, the 7 great gods. He could ask them a question. The 4th throne of the 7 great gods, Lord of Syndrome, the god of disease pest, said he was glad to meet the destroyer of the sky, Jaehwan. Jaehwan felt that he was in a strange, unfamiliar place. There were corpses and unsanitary conditions all around. Declan grabbed his companion by the hand and asked how Mr. Jaehwan was feeling. Pest put his hand on the young man's shoulder and said that Ignis had told him a lot about him. Did you cut down Ignis's avatar? Jaehwan thought that this creature was slightly repulsive. Pest asked if he had the Sword of Devastation. Jaehwan replied in the negative. Pest said that the young man should have used it. People at the next table began whispering. The Sky Destroyer used the weapon of the ancient gods, the Sword of Destruction. He was seen in Little Brother. Someone remarked, it's unbelievable. The catastrophe will be contained in chaos. And did he really go to the depths? Pest asked. If the young man is silent, does that mean it's true? Our hero thought that he would not want to fight this creature. Jaehwan asked, is he obliged to answer? Pest said, the successor to catastrophe, the most terrible epidemics. He added, it is unknown whether the young man is infected. A swarm of insects circled above the table where Jaehwan and Declan were sitting. The mediator of the god of flame Ignis, Caravan of Heat, appeared and asked if the meeting was over. Jaehwan asked his companion, is he also from the 7 thrones? Declan confirmed that he was the ruler of the 3rd zone of tropical night. The 3rd throne among the 7 great gods was the mediator of the god of flame Ignis, Caravan. He said he was glad to meet the god killer. Could he ask the young man for an autograph later? Their god was his biggest fan. Declan greeted Caravan and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Is everything all right with Lord Ignis? Caravan asked. Had Maud been Jaehwan's companion all this time? It seemed that now he would only be watching the auction. Declan remarked that he was sorry. If Caravan was calm now, what would happen if he got hold of the 3 divine relics? Caravan said that Mad could try and if he wanted to die. The host checked the microphone and announced that they were ready to open the secret auction in this closed room. Everyone present was asked to take their seats. Caravan said he was returning to his seat and reminded everyone that he still wanted to get an autograph from the God Killer. The host introduced himself as Nightmare Reynold, the person in charge of this auction, and welcomed everyone. Reynold briefly explained the rules. Participants place bids when a lot they are interested in appears. If the maximum bid does not change within a minute, the participant with that bid wins the auction. The first lot was the secret sword of the Lord of Blades. Those present recalled that 500 years ago there was such a man, a very famous fencer. Mayat announced that Mr. Jaehwan could also participate. His betting limit was up to 5 billion. Jaehwan replied that he would take note of that. The chariot of the Temple of Thunder was put up for auction. The Ice Dragon bracelet also appeared here. Those who wished could purchase a prototype of the Reinhold's bunker. The auctioneer announced the next lot, the Cloak of Infinite Subspace. Declan noted that it was a good item. Would Jaehwan like to place a bid? Declan added that this cloak might suit him. Jaehwan asked if this item was also created by Nightmare. Mayat suggested that it came from outer space. Jaehwan remembered how the driver had offered to send the dumpling recipe to another dimension to find students there. He thought that's what the driver was talking about. Another dimension. Declan noted that it was surprising. Perhaps there was a world untouched by the Tree of Illusions. He reminded Mr. Jaehwan that he could safely place a bet if he liked something. Reynold caught the attention of those present and asked if they knew what the item was. It was an ancient book by one of the Nightmares, written 900 years ago. Thoughts of the Master. The girl at the next table asked her companion why he was so excited. The guy suggested that the manuscript contained something interesting. Reynold explained that, unfortunately, The contents of the book could not be deciphered, as the entries were written in the ancient language of nightmares, which was used at that time. Moreover, the book had a unique linguistic structure. Even if someone translated it, it would still be impossible to understand the content correctly. Someone in the audience asked, "So it's impossible to read? Then why is it being exhibited?" The auctioneer said that many masters of the past used this kind of composition. If the book is deciphered, the great secret can be revealed. As a true dreamer, he highly recommends this lot. Jaehan thought that he had just seen Mulark's handwriting. Perhaps this book contained information about the Chronicles of the Depths. Jaehan declared that he would buy this manuscript. Maya did not know what Jaehan found so interesting. Reynolds said that if anyone was interested, they should name their price. One of the participants said that if Nightmare said so, then the book was probably authentic. But they couldn't solve the translation problem, so they put it up for auction. If the text could be deciphered, Nightmare would have been the first to do so. However, there is Little Brother. Why read the book at all? Reading books is a boring hobby. Jaehoang thought that no one else was interested in this book. There was no need to shout to attract attention. The guy raised his hand and said he was offering 500,000 trusts. In response, someone offered twice as much. Derek Milt offered 1 million. Another amount was called out, 1,200,000. The bidding continued and the atmosphere heated up. Those present were surprised. Was this book really that interesting? What was so special about that ancient book? Derek Milt asked if Jaehoang liked books. He was not going to give up on this. The young man could give up. Jaehan said that today, for the first time, Derek Milt would lose. He himself might give up. Jaehan added that this was an important thing for him. After fierce bidding, Reynolds announced that the master's thoughts had been sold to Mr. Jaehoang. The auctioneer then announced the next lot, the one everyone had been waiting for. Unique settings that increase the power of the Tower Conqueror. The settings increase power up to 5 times depending on the initial power. This is the strongest giant of the depths, Deus Ex Machina. Exquisite finish with ornate engraved patterns. Jaehoang thought that anyone who looked at it would immediately understand. This was the work of a master. The Sword of the Void seemed like a weapon that knew no control, but this weapon did not feel particularly powerful. Reynolds was ready to announce the starting price, and everyone listened intently, holding their breath. Jaehai thought that the energy of this weapon was quite strange in any case. Pest said he was late. The caravan told Mr. Ignis that he had arrived. He came with a lot of noise. Everyone saw the appearance of Kronos, the 5th throne of the 7 great gods, the lord of the 5th territory, the god of time, Kronos. Reynolds said he was having sound problems. The microphone was broken. He would try again. Reynolds spoke again. The last Latin components of the ancient god Deus. The starting price is... Everyone held their breath again. Derek Milt said he was offering 2 billion trusts. Those present were surprised. What kind of price was that? The auctioneer asked if there were any other bidders. There was no response. In that case, he began the countdown. Caravan said that Kronos could not participate in this auction. Had he forgotten about the agreement of the 7 thrones? Kronos said that it was not him participating, but Dark Sky. Caravan asked, did Kronos really mean to say that it was all Dark Sky and not him? Kronos said that Dark Sky was no longer his right-hand man. He had become independent some time ago. Caravan asked, is the severed arm no longer his? Declan said that this was a difficult situation for Ignis. Regardless of whether Kronos was telling the truth or lying, it was difficult for the 7 stars to watch this. Reynolds said there were 10 seconds left. Were there any other takers? Pest looked doomed, Caravan was angry, Kronos was happy. Time was running out. Derek Milt was already celebrating his victory with a glass of wine in his hand. At the last moment, a new price was announced. 4 billion trusts. Reynolds was stunned. No one had ever offered such a price before. The host repeated, were they really offering 4 billion? Had the Skybreaker really named that price? Did he have that many trusts? Such a sum was impressive even for the 7 great gods. One of the auction participants said that he was hearing this name for the first time and that he had 4 billion. How was this even possible? This participant is sitting next to Plague. Is he a companion of the disease? Jihan activated awareness of doubts. Those present noticed that the table in front of them was different, and the atmosphere was unusual. How long has he been there? Jihai thought that there was no feeling of oppression like that from the 7 great gods. At the same time, there was almost no feeling of life. Jaehan asked Declan, was this his true goal? Mayad was surprised. What was he talking about? Jaehan asked again, was Declan planning to pretend he knew nothing until the very end? Declan said he was sorry, but he wasn't pretending. Jaehan said 20 billion. Declan was truly surprised. Reynolds said that the amount was very large. He didn't think there would be any other interested parties. Deus Ex Machina was sold to Mr. Yehuan. Kronos asked, "Does anyone really think this guy can pay 20 billion trusts?" One-eyed watchmakers appeared in the room, armed. Caravan shouted that Kronos might be involved with these watchmakers. Kronos announced that the auction was over. Those present said that Kronos was right. They were not going to accept such an auction. Many shouted that the auction must be stopped immediately. Reynolds tried to calm the discontented. Those present looked at Jae-Hwan and said that he was the one who had offered 20 billion. Many of those who disagreed with the results of the auction shouted that this character had to be dealt with. A guy like him couldn't possess the 3 divine relics. Jae-Hwan rose from his seat and took a sword from behind his back, showing the seriousness of his intentions. This event later went down in history as one of the 5 major incidents involving Ji-Hwan. Then disaster struck in Hachinold. Caspian is an area where illegal moonshadow sites are concentrated. Sol-Ha immediately announced that she was not officially cooperating with him. Does he understand this? Jong-Ho replied that he wasn't eager to work with someone like her either. Sol-Ha stated that she was helping because she needed the world power detector created by the nightmares. Once she found the person she needed, the job would be done. Jong-Ho reminded her that first, he and Serena had to get into the Caspian. Jong-Ho asked, "So who is she after?" Sol-Ha replied, "The leader." She saw him run almost to the border and then vanish. Jong-Ho clarified, "Are you talking about Si-Woon? So it's true that he lost to Jae-Hwan? He hasn't been training for a long time." Sol-Ha said that the old man didn't understand anything. On the contrary, he had become too strong. Jong-Ho replied, "So, there is someone that Sol-Ha recognizes." Sol-Ha added that the old man hadn't weakened either. Jong-Ho noted that she recognized him too. Jong-Ho pointed out that he had already passed the 4th awakening and reached the level of enlightenment. Now he could easily fight Sol-Ha on equal terms. The woman laughed. The old man became angry. Is she mocking her teacher now? He suggested fighting right away. Sol-Ha asked the old man what he thought world meant. Jong-Ho was surprised. "Why are you asking such questions?" Sol-Ha replied that the old man had said he had reached the level of knowledge. That's why the question came to her mind. Jong-Ho said that no one knows what it is. The world they are capable of knowing is limited by their belief in it. If the 3rd awakening was all about realizing the truth of the system, then in the 4th, when a person becomes a god, they experience a perceptual revolution. They are overwhelmed by an avalanche of data covering everything: sight, hearing, touch, smell, taste, matter, and metaphysics. Some gods in this state fall into euphoria, thinking that they have become omniscient. But there is too much information. It overwhelms them. And then comes despair, chaos. In order not to go mad, the gods close their eyes and ears, refusing to perceive the immensity of the world. This phenomenon is called alienation. But it cannot be said that alienation is always bad. If you want to preserve yourself, it is a necessary choice. In return, they lock themselves in a tiny world that they themselves have created and live, nurturing it within themselves. The old man asked Sol-Ha if she knew what the gods called this world. Sol-Ha replied that she knew. Sanctuary. The old man agreed that this was the world they saw. But the old man understands that this is not the whole world. This guy saw a big brother just like Yeolju. He must have overcome alienation long ago. Jong-Ho remarked that if a woman wants to know, she can go through alienation herself. Then she might see the real thing. Sol-Ha said that it was easy for the old man to say, but he himself couldn't do it. Jong-Ho shouted that he could, he just didn't want to. Sol-Ha kept wondering what kind of world it was where alienation had already been overcome. A world where someone dares to look the terrible big brother in the face and not back down. Can we really say that this world is just one of many sanctuaries? And will that be enough? Sol-Ha said they had already arrived. Jong-Ho was surprised. An antique shop. The woman knocked on the door. From the other side, someone asked, "What brings you here?" Sol-Ha said they needed help. Sol-Ha demanded that the door be opened immediately. "Don't you recognize me?" The gatekeeper opened the door and asked what they wanted. The woman was losing her patience. Jong-Ho told Sol-Ha not to make a scene and that he would talk to the man himself. Sol-Ha said, "Prisoner of freedom, blade of truth, scales of equality." The woman added the word rift. And that was the end of it. The enraged woman asked the boss, "Does he always greet people like this at the door?" The man replied that the rules apply to everyone. The host asked what the guests would like to drink. Sol-Ha replied that they didn't need anything. They would be leaving soon. Jong-Ho ordered a double hwacha. The old man asked Sol-Ha if she thought this guy's face looked younger. The woman said that the leader of the fifth squad was a manipulator. He could change his face every day as he pleased. The old man thought that this was a very enviable ability. It would be nice to have such an option. The owner asked the woman, "Is the old man with her?" Sol Ha confirmed that he was a former member of the fracture. Sol Ha added that she vouched for him. There were two of them, this old man and the nightmare. They wanted to get into Caspian illegally. The shop owner replied that now was not the best time. The recent collapse of the meta-universe had created a tense atmosphere. However, if Sol Ha wants, he can let them in. The old man said his name was Jung Ho. The man was surprised. Is this the same lecherous old man? The old man was surprised. Did people really say he was lecherous? This was something new to him. Sol Ha was also surprised. Why did they say he was lecherous? The owner of the antique shop said that he was not the killer of gods himself, but that he was well known in the East as the Depths. He was, of course, a powerful awakened one and led a group of pirates called Leading to Destruction, which had destroyed the deputies of the supreme gods. They say he is very interested in beautiful women. Maybe it's someone with the same surname. But in any case, Sol Ha should be careful. The woman said she understood everything and would be careful from now on. The owner said he had already contacted the guide, who would be there soon. After all, Sol Ha said she was going to Caspian, right? It would be best to avoid the area around the great auction of Hachinold. There was a conflict in that area. They say that 20 deputies of the supreme gods died. Sol Ha was surprised. Were there really 7 divine thrones present at such a large auction? If a fight broke out there, it would be almost like a war. Was Yolju there too? The interlocutor confirmed this, but said there was no need to worry. Katsuki was fine. Sol Ha said that if they were beating each other up, she had no reason to worry. The man reported that one person had destroyed them all. There was no confrontation between them. Sol Ha was surprised. Who was this madman? The old man asked, could it be the guy everyone is talking about? The owner of the antique shop tried to remember his name. The man remembered it was God Killer Jie Huang. Sol Ha was very surprised. The battle at the auction was no joke. Caravan said that this guy was incredibly strong. Ignis noticed that he had changed his sword. Caravan was surprised. Does a god even know such things? Ignis replied that it was basic knowledge for a fan. However, he did not seem to have reached the level to be called the Sky Destroyer yet. Ignis advised to wait a little longer. The time would come, and he would prove himself. Jaehai continued to fend off the attacks of everyone who came at him. Caravan thought that the black sword in his hand was very dangerous. Those present were frightened by the fact that their settings had been disrupted. Ignis said, as expected, these are settings that destroy other settings. The skill this guy uses is destruction. Settings that destroy settings. So he has a dual system. Caravan had previously assumed that there was no other dual system besides their fiery danger. Ignis said that the black fire dragon used by that dragon god was also a dual system. It seems that the main base of the system enhancement setting was combined with the setting of the system of laws that violate the settings. This is very interesting. Ignis noticed that the people who got caught up in this guy's distribution really did die. Most of those present didn't even dare to try. Caravan was surprised. Was this complete destruction? But then that was a big problem. This is the first case since Big Brother and the catastrophe, when someone has acted so brazenly. Caravan asked if it was possible to leave things as they were. Right now, the Sky Destroyer has 20 billion trusts. Ignis said that Caravan was very naive. How could anyone believe that? If he had such resources, why would he worry about all this? Someone created the situation, and he turned everything around right before winning the auction. Caravan suggested that in that case, he would soon appear to take the 3 divine relics. Ignis said that his goal was not Deus Ex Machina. Ignis was surprised that Caravan still didn't understand anything. The real 3 divine relics would never be put up for auction. Jie Huang realized during the bidding that it was a fake. The opponent fighting our hero said that this guy was fine, even after being hit by a spear filled with his world power. 8 heavens? There are 8 heavens. It was the spear god Krisu. Jehan asked his opponent, he wants to get the 3 divine relics, right? Krisu said he wasn't interested in that. 20 billion is another matter. Jehan stood confidently on his feet, and no one could defeat him. His opponents couldn't understand why this god was helping the god killer. Could there be a connection between similar god killers? Jehan saw that Russell had come to his rescue. Our hero asked why Russell was helping him. Russell replied that he was just repaying a debt. It could be considered a reward for saving the life of his intermediary. Now it was necessary to be careful. They had to catch the thief who stole the book. The rivals realized that there were now two of them. Another headache. Bao needed to prepare. Kurisu just needed to hit the target. Kurisu, the god of spears, and Bao, the god of snow, united their shrines. Jaehan told Russell that they could also join forces this time. Our hero added that if things are left as they are, Russell's mediator may perish. Russell, the god of the deep sea, opened his sanctuary. The deep sea. The destroyer of the skies, Zhuan, opened his sanctuary. The world after destruction. The sanctuaries were united. Jaehan did not know if it would work, because creating connections through a sanctuary is not an easy method to implement. However, Jaehan did not feel that he would fail, because the wave directed at him in the metaverse was no longer his enemy. Jaehan thought that such a connection with the sanctuary consumed a huge amount of world power. Russell said that this guy was actually a real psycho. The metaverse wasn't enough for him. He also blew up the auction house. He would become the main enemy of the depths. Jaehan was surprised. Wasn't Russell also a public enemy? Another explosion rang out, the shockwave reaching the partners. The one who appeared nearby said he never thought he would ever do this. Jaehan thought, a familiar voice. The stranger noted that this guy lived up to his loud name. A giant appeared before Jaehan. Russell thought, this is a real giant. Jaehan was surprised. Is this really a giant? The Deep's weapon is a giant. Its unique ability is world power amplification. Depending on its power, it can increase world power by up to 1.5 times or even more. All giants originated from the god of machines, a god who had no equal in production, tuning, and components. It was Deus, the destroyer of probability. Deus commanded, go and destroy all the rebels. The rebels scattered in different directions, trying to avoid colliding with the giant. It resembled a holy war. Raz warned Jaehan to be careful. The gods controlling the giant greatly increased its worldly power. Jaehan replied that he knew this, and that they would surely survive and meet again. His opponent shouted that he would destroy the Sky Destroyer with his own hands. This was revenge for the destruction of Bao. Jaehan said that this was a very touching friendship. The giant warned Jaehan not to be too overconfident. Jaehan realized that destruction would not work here. The giant's attack could not be stopped. The caravan, watching the confrontation from above, asked Ignace if the Sky Destroyer would really die. Ignace asked Kronos if this was his doing. Kronos replied that he did not understand the question. The caravan explained that the giant below was probably planned by Kronos. Kronos said he knew nothing about it. Caravan replied that he did not believe him. Caravan asked why the giants were leaving the watchmakers alone. Kronos replied that Caravan was also capable of reasoning, but he really knew nothing. Caravan was sure that Kronos had a hand in this, and told Ignace that it made sense to cancel the agreement of the Seven Thrones. Ignace warned that Caravan's intervention could lead to the Great Holy War. The entire Heckenold could be destroyed. Anderson tried to bring Jaehan to his senses, telling him to get up. The hero was upset. Had the injuries he sustained in the meta-universe not yet healed? The giant said he was clinging to life, but this time it wouldn't help him. Anderson replied that there was no time. He had to take off his clothes quickly. The giant was surprised. Was his opponent naked? The song began to play again. Long ago, there lived a naked god who did not like clothes. All his life, this god walked around naked. One day he got bored and went out into the street. God met his first friend on his way. The god suggested that his friend have some fun together. What is this? Looking at his friend, God said that it was not clothing. His friend agreed, it really isn't clothing. God shouted that everyone was lying to him. Everyone was terrified. Everyone understood what the true power of the naked god meant. It was the original setting. The giant was deactivated and destroyed. This setting was created specifically to counter the giants. Caravan asked Ignace if it was cheating to become stronger by singing songs and undressing. Ignace was surprised. Maybe he had misunderstood something? God couldn't still be alive? Maybe this was his successor. Caravan said that this was the first time he had seen such settings. Ignace suggested that there weren't many in the depths who were familiar with these settings. These settings were created 210,000 years ago. The wounded giant shouted for the naked destroyer to stay away from them. Deus thought there was nothing to worry about. Even the craziest madman couldn't handle several giants. Ignace said that these settings were created by a mad god who hated Deus fiercely. He added that they didn't just hate each other, they fought. The caravan continued to be amazed. The legendary three gods, whom hundreds and thousands of top-level gods could not defeat. Only those equal in power could stand against them. This was not just a battle. Ignace thought that the sanctuary he believed in now seemed unfamiliar. The giant tried to crawl away from the naked destroyer. It was the disease of the depths, causing the loss of world power. The giant was completely destroyed. The frightened god lay on the ground, curled up in a ball. It was the collapse of a worldview. The only god capable of causing a gestalt collapse was the punisher of illusions, Gestalt. Jahuan thought, was it really necessary to sing that song? Anderson replied that only through song could power be fully demonstrated. Jahan was surprised. Did they deliberately leave their enemies alive? Anderson said that they simply could not destroy them. They took off all their clothes. If the enemy is also naked, then the naked settings don't work. Jihan thought that then these settings were not originally created to destroy the enemy. They exist solely for undressing. Anderson said that was amazing. Anderson warned Jae-hwan not to let his guard down. This was only the beginning. Everyone around was shocked by the incredible price offer. She asked what the young man was thinking when he did that. Jae-hwan was watching Declan closely at that moment. Anderson was puzzled. Was he even listening to her? The attackers decided to undress. After all, a naked destroyer cannot destroy a naked person. Jae-hwan held his sword forward, ready to repel the attack. The first one to approach was instantly deactivated. The others retreated in horror. Could the naked destroyer really destroy even the naked? Anderson suggested retreating. Their worldly power was gradually being depleted, and if they stayed, only they would suffer. But Jae-hwan replied that he needed to find out something. He asked Declan why he had said that it would all be over quickly, when quite a lot of time had already passed. Declan noted that the enemy was indeed formidable. Jahan suggested that his world power was at the level of 7 thrones. Maya had admitted that it was a dangerous moment, which is why he couldn't hold back. After all, the enemy was indeed very strong. Jahan asked Maya why he had actually brought him to this auction. Mayad replied that he wanted to obtain 3 divine weapons through Jahuan. Then Jahuan asked again, why did Declan put Deus Ex Machina up for auction? After all, this lot belonged to Declan.